Chapter 1, Me of Salted Fish, please collect 1/3. Hello. System. Are you there? Please don't make trouble. So many people are watching. In a high-end seafood restaurant on Koh Chang, Thailand, there is a 19-year-old Chinese boy with a bitter expression on his face. At present, there are many restaurant waiters around him. The reason is that the boy said he lost his wallet after eating. The boy's name is Lai. Originally, it was not difficult for him at all. You must know that Lai is a transmigrator, and he also carries the legendary golden finger, the system. With such a heaven-defying thing, Lai thinks that he can easily break this deadlock by exchanging something in the system. But when Lai was about to ask the system only left a sentence for Lai, and then unbound. Since the host has traveled through this parallel world for a year, this system has observed that the host has no dream of being equal to a salted fish. This system is undoubtedly overkill with the host. Therefore, this system has decided to abandon the host and hope that the host can do it for itself. This is the funniest joke Lai has heard since time travel. There are really useless people in the world who even despise their golden fingers. I feel that if the system left behind before leaving, when it means, pig-like teammates will always be pig-like teammates, even if they have godlike golden fingers, they can't be brought up. The question now is, what do I do when you leave? At the moment, Lai's heart was broken. After the system finished talking about unbinding, he really couldn't sense the existence of the system. No matter how much he called the system, there was no response. When Lai was in a very embarrassing situation in the restaurant, he suddenly saw a Thai waiter and brought a woman in a UI skirt over. The woman's skin was slightly darker, and she was in her 30s. From the appearance, she should also be Thai. When the woman came to Lai, she immediately put her hands together on the tip of her nose, and then she nodded to Lai and said, "Sawadika. Sawadika, Sawadika." Seeing the woman greeting him, Lai quickly followed suit and greeted him. Although his Thai was not very good, he still knew Sawadika. And after Lai finished speaking, the woman in the UI skirt laughed on the spot, and immediately she said to Lai in fluent Chinese, "In our Thailand, only women say hello and say sawadhika. Men's you good, the pronunciation is a little different." Hearing the woman's words, Lai was embarrassed on the spot, but fortunately, he was wise enough to be impatient, and he immediately praised the woman in front of him. "You speak Chinese so well. I didn't expect you to be beautiful and smart, but your skin is so good, you should only be 18 years old." Hearing Lai's sweet words, the woman in the UI skirt burst into laughter, and then she introduced to Lai. "My name is Natasha. Natasha Chia, 35 years old this year, is the boss here. My little guest, your mouth is very sweet. It must be very popular with girls in your China." Hearing Natsa's words, Lai laughed dryly, but then Natsa's words suddenly changed, and the topic was suddenly shifted to Lai's overlord's meal. "Guest, you spent a total of 5,030 baht for seafood with us, and you can calculate your 5,000 baht after erasing the fraction. Now, have you encountered any special circumstances, guest?" My wallet is gone. I really didn't mean to eat the overlord's meal." Lai looked at Natsa with a wry smile, and at the same time he kept calling the system in his heart, but the bloody reality told him that you had lost the powerful gold finger. "Hey! System, there is a limit to joking. Do you have the heart to leave me here alone?" At this moment, Lai was about to cry, but in the next second, a voice like the sound of heaven suddenly sounded in his head. "Ding dong, check your desire for the system. The salted fish system starts to bind you 1%, 30%, 70%, 100%, the salted fish system is successfully bound. Host, Lai, salted fish system is happy to serve you. It is detected that the host comes with a god-level skill, painting, the system automatically lists it as a salted fish turning skill, and it is detected that the host comes with a god level skill. Music, this system automatically lists it as a salted fish turning skill. Because the host is bound to the system for the first time, this system specially presents the host with a lottery draw and a salted fish value of 600. Now the system automatically opens the attribute panel. Please check the host's physical attributes. Host, Lei. Binding system, salted fish system. Salted fish value, 600 points. Possess salted fish turning skills, god level painting, god level music, skills are given by the former system. The salted fish system has its own passive skills, go with the flow, the price of salted fish turning over. Hearing a series of information in his head, and looking at the slightly modified attribute panel in front of him, Lei suddenly changed his uneasiness to joy, and then he excitedly hurriedly said to the system secretly, "Ha! I knew you wouldn't give up on me. Although I was a salted fish for the year we were bound together. But you didn't punish me either." This system does not know what the host is talking about. This system binds the host for the first time today. The system in his mind can answer Lei's words, telling that he is not the system you think. And Lei was not surprised after listening to the system's words, and immediately he snickered inwardly and said, "Entertainment system, open my favorite anime." The voice just fell. Swipe. A display screen suddenly appeared in front of Lei. Only Lei can see this display screen, and an amazing anime is playing on the display screen. The heroine of the anime is named Ellie. At this time, she is talking about philosophy with her stepfather. The name of the anime is Lei. The famous manga ghost. Father. Hey. He also said that you are not the Entertainment King system. You thought that you changed your name to the Salted Fish system and I would not recognize you. Get up. The Salted Fish system was speechless for a moment, feeling that he was crying stupidly by himself. In his last life, Lei was a killer in another world, a killer who had never killed anyone. In his last life, he was an orphan, and he has undergone rigorous killer training since he was sensible. The darkness is like a cage, and he can't go to the outside world. Many children can't stand and choose to commit suicide. Lei has a tough personality, so he has endured all kinds of training. When Lei was 18 years old, the killer organization finally prepared to order Lei to carry out the mission, but the base of the killer organization was discovered by the enemy, so the two sides fought and the killer organization was destroyed. Lei was also sacrificed in the war, and he didn't kill a single person until his death. He was the most aggrieved killer, but he was open-hearted, because in the last life he felt that death was a relief. In his last life, he had no name but only a code name. Although he was still an orphan in this life, at least he had a name since he was born. Since then, he has been called Lei, and it has been a year since he came to this world in the blink of an eye. In this life, Lei fell in love with animation, so I just want to be a salted fish with no dreams and experience life comfortably. The Entertainment King system is the previous name of Lei's golden finger. Usually the black-bellied person will die, but he wants to make Lei the Entertainment King. Every time he gets black-bellied, Lei screams in fear. Now, Lei also knows that he is not in front of the system when he is chattering. After all, the waiter and the boss in front of him are waiting for him to reply. To be continued. Chapter 2. Xiaolu's first hand, stunned everyone. For collection. Entertainment Heavenly King system. I want to exchange chef skills. Lei naturally has a straight waist with the system. Now he thinks that it's not a problem without money, and his golden fingers can easily lead himself to win. The host should call the system the Salted Fish system. Confirm the host again, whether to exchange the God-level chef skill. This skill needs to consume 600 points of salted fish from the host. The system in his head made a particularly loud voice when it said the word salted fish, making Lee speechless for a while. Salted fish, salted fish. Lee felt that the system was repeatedly emphasizing that he was a salted fish, and that his girlfriend thought that his mail ticket was worthless. To say that Lei's system speech is cold, but the voice is indeed a nice female voice. Okay. Salted fish system, I'm sure to exchange god-level chef skills. After complaining about the system's black-bellied character, Lee finally compromised. At the same time, he suddenly received a notification that the god-level chef skill was successfully exchanged in his mind, and the system also prompted Lei that his salted fish had returned to 0. The value of salted fish increases by 20 points every day. Please use the host properly, the system does not forget to remind you. After listening to the system prompt, Lei was speechless and said that he knew. The system gave Lei 20 points of salted fish every day. Redeem martial arts and other self-defense moves? In the past, salted fish value was called entertainment value, but now the system changed the name to catch Lei off guard. It is said that the entertainment value accumulated by Lei in the past was used to watch anime. If someone knew that Lei used such a convenient golden finger to watch anime, it is estimated that he would vomit 3 liters of blood and shout anti-aircraft guns to hit mosquitoes. No wonder the system threatened to leave. Happy. As for the gift of 600 salted fish value when the system was bound to Lei, that was originally saved by Lei. God-level chef skills, a host with this skill can easily make any Chinese cuisine, and it is top-notch. Note, only Chinese dishes can be made. Madam Boss. I don't know if I can use food to offset the meal money. After redeeming the God-level chef skills, Lei became more confident, and immediately asked Natsa, I can make delicious dishes. I made money by selling it to customers and I will pay you back tonight? As soon as he has the skills of a god-level chef, a lot of cooking knowledge immediately emerges in Lei's mind. The products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Lei, who trusts the system very much, is very confident that he can make delicious dishes at this time. Hearing Lei's words, Natsa's eyes suddenly became suspicious. She didn't believe that Lei could make anything delicious at a young age of 19. As a hotel owner, Natsa has never eaten any good food, or seen any great chefs. Now she estimates that Lei may be able to cook home-cooked food, so she thinks her cooking is delicious. Lei owes 5,000 baht for the meal, equivalent to about 1,000 soft sister coins. Natasha does not think that Lei has the ability to make enough money in one day. Young people today spend a lot of money, they don't know how much money they spend, but they realize that 5,000 baht is not so easy to earn. At this moment, Natsa doesn't want to worry about the child Lei, so she decides to let Lei help with the dishes today and let him go in the evening. Although Lei brushes the dishes to death, it will be worth 400 baht, but Natsa can't afford to have the same knowledge as a child. At this time, she has completely regarded Lei as a child. After all, Lei's words are too outrageous. How can the money for catering be so easy to earn, and she said that she can earn it in a day. To say that the only admirable thing about Lee is that he can eat it. One person ate 5,000 baht of seafood all at once. You must know that he ordered the amount for 3 people. I saw that the dining table next to him was full of empty plates, and the dishes were all eaten. I don't know how he did it. Food. As for now, Lee clearly felt Natsa's contempt, and immediately he said to the proprietress in front of him. Why don't you do this, lady boss? I'll make you a Chinese delicacy right away, and let you first evaluate whether my dishes are delicious or not. If not, I'll give you a month's plate immediately. Seeing that Lei is still considering cooking for money, Natsa can only sigh and think that Lei is too young. Natsa has been to Huaxia. She has eaten all the dishes made by Huaxia's 5-star restaurants. He has no idea how many times he has been to Michelin-rated 3-star restaurants. It can only be said that Lei is too confident in cooking, and Natasha Zwiba is very tricky, and she can't give a high evaluation to poor dishes. However, seeing that Lei didn't give up until the Yellow River, Naitsa could only wave her hand to signal her subordinates to take Lei to the kitchen, and let him do his best to show himself. At that time, Naitsa will point out his shortcomings, at least let Lei recognize himself. When following the waiter into the kitchen, Lei smiled bitterly. It seems that I am being underestimated. Knowing that he was underestimated, Lei was not prepared to refute it with his mouth. Using facts to prove himself would be more useful than your thousands of truths. When he came to the kitchen, Lei saw that it was very clean, and he immediately muttered in his heart, "It is indeed the best seafood restaurant on the island." Immediately afterwards, he looked for the ingredients in the kitchen that he could make himself delicious. Most of the ingredients in the kitchen are seafood, and all kinds of fresh seafood are available. Seeing shrimp, fish, and shellfish in the kitchen are all alive and kicking, Lei put on an apron and washed his hands, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. Seafood fried rice. Simple and delicious food. Wash the required ingredients and put them on the sticky board. When Lei was about to process the ingredients, Naitsa already knew that Lei was going to make seafood fried rice. To be honest, Naitsa has lived by the sea since she was a child, and she is tired of eating all kinds of seafood in different ways. Instead of letting her eat the heavy dishes, she prefers to eat some light food. At this time, Naitsa is I am less and less optimistic about Lei. The next second, Lei, who had just started processing the ingredients, was suddenly stunned, and Naitsa thought that Lei had no idea how to make seafood fried rice. As the boss, Natasha has a lot of things to deal with every day. She doesn't have time to spend with Lei, so she told her subordinates that Lei is calling for me to cook, so she turned around and prepared to leave. Natasha, who turned around, obviously didn't see Lei muttering behind her, only to see him smiling bitterly and speaking in a low voice, "System. You only need to cook once and there will be no punishment. Saying the punishment for me, go yo what the hell is an increase in luck." Lei, who was very speechless to the system, decided to leave it alone. By now, this meal must be cooked carefully, so he suddenly picked up the kitchen knife on the side, and started to slash at the ingredients in front of him. Wow! The next second, the crowd of waiters and chefs, who were onlookers, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Hearing the exclamations of her subordinates, Naitsa, who had already walked to the door, suddenly turned her head. Then she was surprised to find that in just a few seconds, Lei had already processed the ingredients and started to fry rice. Surprised, she walked to the chef next to her and asked curiously, "What happened just now?" And the chef's eyes widened in shock now, only to see him exaggerating with a damn expression, "His knife cut the ingredients just now. I didn't see any movement." Chapter 3 Fragrant fried rice makes beauty stars intoxicated. 3/3. It is detected that the host uses the salted fish turning skill, which meets the conditions for the salted fish turning over, and the special system will punish the host, take UI luck plus, the headache caused by women plus, and live a comfortable life. This system prompt was the reason for Lei's wry smile just now. Now he is no longer able to complain about the punishment, but he has no choice but to put it aside and prepare to make seafood fried rice. I saw that Lei was quite dashing when cooking fried rice. His movements were obviously very simple, and he did not deliberately show off his powerful cooking skills, but it was because of his coherent freedom that Lei exuded an inexplicable handsomeness. This temperament deeply infected many people around, and even Naitsa was amazed at the joy that seemed to be a person at the moment. After the fried rice was completed, Lei skillfully turned off the fire, filled the rice, washed the pot and shovel swiftly, and then Lei came to Naitsa with 2 plates of fried rice. After taking a plate of fried rice, Naitsa first took a look at the stove that Lei had used, and found that the stove was very clean, the sticky board was polished, and the seasonings were neatly arranged. When Lei was cooking, he packed up the space. This involves the habit of an excellent chef. For this little detail, Natsa can only say in her heart, perfect. Taking the cutlery handed over by Lei, Natsa turned her attention to the fried rice on the plate, which was impeccable in terms of appearance. The fried rice on the plate was crystal clear and fragrant, which made Natsa move her index finger. From the outside of the fried rice, Natsa felt that the fried rice was quite top-notch. The qualification of a chef is not judged by the most expensive food, but by the simplest dishes to judge whether the chef is good or not. Finally Natsa couldn't take it anymore. She swallowed her saliva and immediately took a big mouthful of fried rice. The delicious aroma burst out in her mouth. Natsa exclaimed inwardly, and she saw the expression on her face. She became intoxicated, and immediately she put away her contemptuous eyes on Lei. Lei's level is not simple. At this moment, Natsa thinks that those 5-star restaurants and those 3 Michelin stars are all damned. The fried rice on the plate was indescribably delicious. She felt that the delicious food she had eaten before was scum, and only now did Natsa know that she was a frog at the bottom of the well. At this moment, she was standing and eating fried rice with a big mouth, and her mouth didn't stop, and when the surrounding employees saw the boss eating so deliciously, they all swallowed their saliva. Judging from the smell of fried rice, they knew that the fried rice in front of them must be delicious. After all, the boss's tongue is notoriously sticky. Now, they have never seen the boss eat so badly. Begging for food from the boss, the employees know that it is impossible, so now the employees can only turn their attention to Lei. After all, Lei still has a plate of fried rice in his hand. Who knew that when the employees looked at Lei collectively, the guy squatted and ate the fried rice by himself? The employees could only complain about the behavior of Lei, and they had never seen such a brazen person. In other words, the employees only thought at this time that Lei ate a full 5,000 baht of dishes 15 minutes ago, which did not make Lei full. Thinking about a large table of meals, the employees didn't know where Lei had eaten, and they didn't see his belly bulging. Lei is ignoring everything else now. When he is free, he eats the fragrant fried rice and asks what the hell is the price of turning over the salted fish. It is just for one meal, and it is inexplicable that Lei is punished. Swipe. Suddenly a skill profile appeared in front of Lei, and he immediately let him look confused after reading the profile. The price of turning over a salted fish, passive skill. A salted fish should look like a salted fish. Salted fish. Attractive non-existent. Salted fish. Have dreams that don't exist? Generally, salted fish who decide to turn over will die in despair of chasing their dreams. If you have learned the skill of turning over salted fish, have you made the price of changing your fate? Skill effect: if the host uses the salted fish flipping skill in front of others, one random increase of popularity luck will be added. This time, the popularity of luck will be increased, UI luck plus, headaches caused by women plus, comfortable life. This skill was given by the salted fish system from the very beginning. According to the salted fish system's explanation, the general meaning is that the salted fish should follow the flow, and the salted fish should be full of negative energy while Uncle GE paralyzed while watching H manga. As for positive energy skills such as cooking, music, painting, etc., if you use them in front of people, your luck will change. Now some of Lei's luck has increased, increased UI luck. Don't think that the increase in UI luck is a good thing. Lei's dream is to be a salted fish, 10 watch anime carefree, eat food, travel, and if you are short of money, it is okay to draw some books. Now it's good. Lei didn't expect the system to directly change his luck. Obviously his leisurely life is about to be broken. How can Lei change this kind of luck? Hey! System! You're so cruel. You know what I'm afraid of, but punish me? The three of them quickly ate up a large plate of fried rice, and Lee complained, and then he came to Natsa who was eating fried rice. I wanted to borrow some money to buy materials, and said I would pay it back at night. After all, it depends on the dishes to pay back the money. If Natsa is used for the ingredients of Lei, the money will be mixed together and you may not know how to calculate it in the end. Anyway, Lei is borrowing 5,000 baht from Natsa now, and paying Natsa 10,000 baht at night is simple and easy to calculate. And Natsa, who was conquered by Lei food, put down the fried rice without thinking after hearing Lei's request to borrow money at this time, took out 5,000 baht from her pocket and gave it to Lei. Natsa has deeply believed that Lei has this ability at this moment. Lei's fried rice is so delicious. After handing over the money to Lei, Natsa kept eating fried rice again. And Lei went out of the restaurant to buy ingredients immediately after taking Natsa's money. When he just walked out of the restaurant, a beautiful beauty passed by Lei, and the fragrance hit Lei and touched it. The nose leaves. After walking into the restaurant, the beautiful beauty took off her sunglasses with a smile, and then revealed an alluring face. Entering the restaurant, the beauty saw at a glance, Natsa who was eating fried rice was fragrant, and the beauty immediately smiled at Natsa and said, "Sister, sister. What are you eating so fragrant? I can smell the fragrance from far away." Now, hearing the beauty's words, Natsa turned her head, and when she saw the person coming, she immediately smiled at the beauty. "Reba. Come on. There is super delicious fried rice here." Fortunately, there are not many people in the restaurant at this time. At this time, there are 2 or 3 tables in the restaurant that are not Chinese. If there are Chinese people here at this moment, they will be exclaimed, because this beauty is Yoi from China. Beauty star de Liba. Her beautiful face has captured the hearts of countless men. At this time, after hearing Natsa's words, de Liba curiously came to Natsa's side with a pair of slender legs. Immediately after, Fat De, known as a foodie, swallowed because she could smell the delicious food. Although the fried rice on the plate is half eaten, the aroma of the fried rice is really tempting. I look at the fried rice grains in the plate like pearls, and the shrimp and other seafood inside look so tender. Finally, Reba couldn't help but lift her hair and took a bite of the fried rice. She was so cute and chewed the fried rice while mumbling excitedly, "Mmm delicious." At the same time, next to Natsa's seafood restaurant, there is a wooden building. The building is beautifully decorated and it is also a restaurant. There are 5 people standing in front of the restaurant. There are 5 people, 2 men and 3 women. They are among the top celebrities in China. If there are Chinese people standing here at this time, they will definitely recognize 5 people. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki, Jin Menjia, they are the 5 stars who were invited to participate in Chinese restaurant. They came to Koh Chang, Thailand this time. They were invited by Mango Taiwan, and asked Hiroshi to promote Chinese cuisine and make the reputation of Chinese cuisine here. As the store manager, now I announce the opening of our Chinese restaurant. Zhao Wei said solemnly, looking at the small restaurant in front of him. I think the top priority now is to buy the bowl first. Huang Xiaoming looked at Zhao Wei speechlessly and said, "Well, we don't even have a bowl at the moment." Dong Yu said shyly, looking at everyone. Everyone was suddenly speechless. To be continued. Chapter 4: Interesting Beauty Celebrities. Chinese Restaurant is a large-scale variety show founded by Mango Channel. The 5 stars participating in this show are Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki, and Jin Menjia. They want to open a Chinese restaurant here on Elephant Island. The name is to promote Chinese food to the world. Hiroshi, to make foreigners fall in love with Chinese food, so as to make them like this great country of China. Different from Lei's previous life, the Chinese restaurant program here will be broadcast the next day after it is recorded on the same day. Today is August 1st, and the students are on summer vacation. That is, the program recorded today must be broadcast at 2200 hours on August 2nd. The Chinese restaurant program will be recorded for a total of 20 days, and the program will end from August 20th to 21st. Although the program was recorded one day and released one day in a hurry, this program just wanted to capture the craze of summer vacation. Otherwise, after 20 days of the Chinese restaurant program, the program team will broadcast the edited program. It is estimated that August has passed, and September is just in time for the students to start school, and the ratings will definitely be greatly reduced. This time, the Chinese restaurant program has attracted a lot of sponsors. Therefore, the program group with sufficient funds has done a lot of publicity for Chinese restaurant before the show starts, which has also led to many viewers in China looking forward to this program. At the same time, the program team also invested a lot of manpower and financial resources in the later stage of Chinese restaurant. Therefore, as the director of this program, Wang Tian is very confident that Chinese restaurant can bring a different visual feast to the audience. At this time, when Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming came to the Chinese restaurant, the show officially started, and the cameramen were in place one after another. Their goal was to capture the stars' every move in 360 without any dead ends. And at Diliba and Natsa next door, after the two girls finished their fried rice, Diliba was still a little unfulfilled. After all, she really didn't eat a few bites because she came late. Looking at the bare plate in front of him, Diliba asked Natsa with a smile. "Sister Shat, which master made your fried rice? To be honest, I have eaten in so many five-star hotels, but I have never eaten such delicious fried rice. As expected of Sister Shat. I know so many senior chefs." Diliba did not forget to flatter her. And Natsa shook her head quickly and told Diliba that this fried rice was not made by a friend. Then she put on an excited look, and told Reba what happened to her and Lei in a vivid way. At the same time, Natasha also told Reba that Lei was going to use Chinese dishes to pay for the meal tonight. "Reba, I don't know what Chinese dishes that Huaxia boy will make tonight, but now I'm really looking forward to it more and more." She obviously didn't see Diliba's panicked face. "You may have been deceived by Sister Shat." Suddenly Diliba looked at Natsa and said worriedly. When Natsa heard Diliba's words, she was immediately excited as if a basin of cold water had been poured over, and then she looked at Reba with a puzzled look, and didn't understand why Diliba said that for a while. Seeing that the always shrewd Natasha was still in a daze, Diliba said quickly, "Sister Shat, do you know that person's name?" Hearing this, Natsa shook her head blankly. "Then does he have something to press with you?" Natasha still shook her head. "Then do you know where he took your money?" Hearing Diliba's third question, Natsa still shook her head stupidly. Finally, Diliba cutely showed a look like "I was defeated by you." "Sister Shat, how can you be sure that person will come back? Maybe that person is trying to defraud you of money. Think about it, that person ate 5,000 baht of seafood from you throughout the whole process. Not only did you not pay, but you also 5,000 baht for someone else." After listening to Reba's words, Natsa suddenly changed her face to Ui, thinking that what Reba said made sense. After all, the whole Lei incident was all too logical. From having no money to pay for meals, to attracting Natsa, to paying for money with meals, and finally asking Natsa for money in the name of buying materials, it feels like all the coincidences seem to have been rehearsed long ago. And Natsa thought about herself. It seemed that she was being led by Lei's nose at that time. After Lei left, Natasha was still bragging about his goodness, and suddenly there was a feeling that someone sold you and you were counting money back to others. Seeing Natasha's embarrassment, Diliba hurriedly suggested to Natasha, "Sister Shat, I think someone should be sent to chase him now. Maybe he didn't go far in such a short time." Hearing Reba's suggestion, Natasha calmed down a little, and analyzed the whole incident again. She suddenly shook her head and indicated that there was no need to do so. I think since that person has such cooking skills, he shouldn't be willing to pay for 10,000 baht. Just do this. Just now Natsa was completely brought in by Reba. Now, thinking about the free and easy way Lai was cooking at that time, and the temperament he showed at that time, Natsa read countless people, and she could clearly feel that Lai was at that time. It's unusual. In this case, Natsa believes in her own vision. She didn't think Lai would sell her personality for 10,000 baht. After listening to Natsa's narration to Lai again, Dilibo began to be curious about Lai in her heart. Reba really didn't expect Natsa to have such a high opinion of Lai, so she wants to meet Lai now, wondering if he is really what Natsa said. Natasha's worth is very high, and she is not just the owner of the seafood restaurant. In the Elephant Island, there are many high-end resorts and hotels under her name, and she is considered a very rich person in the Elephant Island. Diliba recently came to travel, and it was rare for her to have a few days off. Before she was preparing for a new play, she just brought her parents to Thailand to play for a few days. I heard that although there are not many tourists on Koh Chang, Thailand, but fortunately, the scenery is beautiful enough, because many cities in Thailand have a lot of tourists during the summer vacation. Laribo brought the second old man here to play. The place where the three of them stayed was the resort under Natasha's name. Since Natasha was familiar with herself, after she heard that Dili Reba was a famous Chinese star, she took the initiative to talk to Reba, and Reba started a conversation. Also loved Natsa's approachable character. In just a few days, the two are already familiar sisters. Reba's parents haven't woken up yet, and Reba, who was used to getting up early to exercise since she was a child, was running on the beach against the rising sun this morning. She originally planned to drop by Natasha to bring some breakfast to the second old man, but she didn't expect to meet Lai. This stuff. To be continued. Regarding the question in the comments, whether to accept female stars or not to open the harem. Question: since the male lead of this book is related to the variety show Che, there must be female stars in the female lead. As for the harem, the number of heroines in this book will not be exaggerated, but it is not a single heroine. You can gossip and give bug suggestions in the comments. In the comments, there are many people who say that they will not collect, and this bug has been summarized for everyone. Just look at the picture above, and finally the bugs are looking for collections. Collections are important for new books. Chapter 5 Cute Little Loli. Seeking collection 2/3. Alai, who was walking on the way to buy food, sneezed suddenly. Touching his nose, he didn't know that there were two women secretly talking about him behind his back. Lei was thinking that Xiaoxian, staying up late, was in the wrong position to watch anime last night. By the way, entertainment days. Salted fish system, what the hell is my last passive skill to follow the crowd? While walking on the streets of Thailand, Lei was a little helpless to speak against the sun. He could remember his attribute panel just now. In addition to the additional passive skill the price of salted fish turning over, there seems to be a passive skill called Follow the Wave. Just as Lei asked this question, a transparent skill profile appeared in front of him. Go with the current, salted fish's exclusive passive skill, as a salted fish lying in the river of fate, walking along the water, drifting along the waves. Oh salted fish without a dream, are you still sailing comfortably today? Be careful of the rush ahead. Host's fortune today. Originally, the host's fortune was normal today. Affected by the punishment, the host may be very popular in the next few days. The system suggests that the host should practice signing more. After reading the introduction of this skill, Lei suddenly felt a messy feeling in the wind, and for a moment he held his head and wanted to cry, "Your uncle, system. You are forcing me to death." I just want to make a what's wrong with salted fish, I don't dream of hindering you from wiping Wi-Fi. Lee did not expect that the system had a big move this time. Since it can't change Lei's idea of taking the initiative to become the entertainment king, the system has begun to change Lei's luck. Luck is like the fate of a person. Fate is very difficult for people to change. Let alone Lei is a salted fish. Even people who are not salted fish can only resign themselves to fate in the face of fate. Thinking that the future will be full of disasters, Lei can only sigh in the sky when he wants to cry without tears. When he found out where there was a vegetable market nearby, Lei slowly walked towards the target. Although the vegetable market is still some distance away, Lei did not choose to take a car, and he did not have a lot of money in his pocket. Lei thought it would be better to buy a durian to save some money. He spent about 300 baht to buy a durian the size of a basketball. Lei just carried it while walking and ate it. He didn't stop eating when he was eating. When he went to the vegetable market, a durian instantly entered his stomach. His sturdy way of eating attracted several people to stop and watch, and they were all surprised by the efficiency of Lei's eating durian. Of course, if you let them know that Lei just ate a large plate of fried rice 10 minutes ago, and 5,000 baht seafood just half an hour ago, they don't know how they would feel. Speak. What am I going to do to earn the 10,000 baht at night? When he came to the vegetable market, he was worried when he saw so many dishes in front of him. Thinking of the possibility of borrowing some tools from Naitsa when cooking at night, Lei carefully recalled what Naitsa had there. Have it? Lei suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a snack cart in Naitsa's place. Immediately, he Seong had Chinzu to go to the egg. Hey! Think of my great food from the heavenly dynasty. You can eat the flavors of a generation at roadside stalls. An hour has passed. Lei appeared in Naitsa's store carrying a large bag and a small bag. It was past 10 o'clock, and the store was busy. After all, this is a tourist place where guests get up late. Naitsa was in the store at this time, sitting beside a little girl, watching the cute girl eating breakfast. Naitsa smiled dotingly, and Lei could see a trace of Naitsa between the little girl's eyebrows. He estimated that this little girl should be Naitsa's daughter. Diliba is no longer in the store at this time, she has already taken her parents to visit the Elephant Island. But before leaving, she suggested that she was very interested in that Huaxia boy, and she was looking forward to tasting delicious food in the evening. Have you returned from shopping? Naitsa greeted with a smile when she saw Lei's large and small bags came back. Yes. Sister Natasha. Lei smiled and nodded. At the same time, the little girl sitting next to Naitsa turned her face away after hearing the conversation between her mother and Lei. At this moment, her cute little face was covered with white porridge. Looking at Lei angrily, he said hello, ha. Hey. Yo. The English is great. Great. Hearing the little girl's words, Lei came to her with a smile and crouched down and said. The little girl didn't seem to understand Chinese very well, so she immediately turned her face to look at her mother, looking for a translation. Looking at the cute appearance of the little girl, both Lei and Naitsa laughed. As Naitsa explained that Lei knew that the little girl was Naitsa's daughter, she knew some simple English but hadn't learned Chinese yet. His name is Nandijia, who is 3.5 years old this year, and his nickname is Little Apple. When he heard the name of Little Apple, Lei immediately Ichiraku, because he could hear the system saying that the song Little Apple was used all over the world in his last life, but because Lei was trapped in an island for killer training all his life, it led to the entertainment news is very occluded. Some things in this world are the same as in the previous life, and some are different, so when Lei wants to understand the things in the previous life, he does it through the system. In not very proficient English, after a simple chat with Xiao Apple, Lei asked if the snack car behind Naitsa could be borrowed. Hearing that Lei wanted to borrow the snack car, Natsa directly agreed with a smile. Lei, what are you going to do at night? Seeing that Lei is going to use a snack cart, Natsa asked curiously. The snack cart is specially made for making banana pancakes. I wonder if it can help Lei. And Lei looked at Natasha's curious look, and immediately he smiled and said proudly, pancakes and fruits. The famous snacks of the great heaven. Pancakes and fruits. Natasha tilted her head to be curious. She often goes to high-end restaurants in China to eat, but she has never eaten this kind of snack. I have never eaten pancakes and fruits. I'm the banana pancake in Thailand. I have eaten. It seems that I am ignorant. Yeah. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. Looking at Natsa's curious expression, Lei suddenly burst into a smile. When it comes to pancake fruit, Lei remembered that he was short of a few spices. After all, he still had to make a secret chan juice, and he couldn't find it in the vegetable market for a long time just now. Lei? There is a supermarket not far from here, there should be what you want. Natsa explained the matter to Little Apple, who immediately jumped off the stool with excitement, the last expression of excitement that I'll lead the way. Let Little Apple lead me the way. You are not afraid that I will abduct her? Looking at Little Apple's cute little face, Lei muttered speechlessly. It was the first time that he had seen such a mother, and his heart was big enough. With Little Apple leading the way, Lei walked towards the supermarket that Natsa said. Not long after the two left, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki and others in the Chinese restaurant next door also made a shopping list. After deciding what to buy in a while, the five called the driver Aja. The Mighty also went to the supermarket where Lei was going. To be continued. Chapter 6 has a fight with the Chinese restaurant and others. Seeking collection 3/3. Ah, it's so hot. Thailand is really hot. It's hot right now in Huaxia. It's hot everywhere. I remember it rained last night. And it was raining heavily. Why is it so hot today? As soon as Lei came to the road with Little Apple, the sun mercilessly attacked him. Fighting against Japan under the sun, some of the unbearable Lei have already started to think about it. Little Apple may have grown up here since she was a child, so Lei really didn't see her sweating. At this time, she was gently holding Lei's big hand, and from time to time she would look at the surrounding street scene, as if she was a little excited. If her mother is here now, she will be amazed, because Xiao Apple's move proves that she likes Lei very much and she trusts Lei very much. Usually Little Apple is afraid of life, but Lei is the first boy that Little Apple gets close to when he grows up. Ah, by the way, the system, I remember that I had another lottery draw. Looking at Little Apple's cute and well-behaved appearance, Lei suddenly remembered that the system gave him a lottery draw. When it comes to the lottery, there is a saying that MMP Lei must say, think about how the system has installed two passive skills that you don't like, and how you feel and lose if you only send one lottery. Is the host sure to conduct a lottery now? The system immediately replied when Lei said that the lottery was drawn. Yes, I'm going to draw a lottery. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for extracting language *3, Thai Grandmaster, English Grandmaster, Bangsa Grandmaster. He was very satisfied when he saw that he had drawn Thai and English Lei. After all, these two languages were very useful to him at present. However, before Lei was happy for a second, suddenly another prompt from the system sounded, which brought Lei's happiness to the bottom. Ding, it is detected that the host has 4 languages of Grandmaster in addition to Chinese language. Hereby, this system lists the Neon language, English, Thai, and Bangsa language of the host Grandmaster as salted fish turning skills. Hey! I taught Neon language by myself. That's fine, don't make trouble. Lei was mad when he heard the system's words. Since Lei often watches anime through the system, As Lei with a strong self-learning ability, he finds that he has become a grandmaster without knowing it. In particular, the best ones to learn are yat, ding, butterfly, strange, touching, chicken, one library you, clothing, library god horse. Now, no matter how much Lei accuses the whole family of the system in his heart, the system only returns to Lei be good salted fish without any further explanation. With a little emotion in his heart, Lei can only turn his attention to eating. Seeing a small shop selling coconut ice cream on the side of the road, Lei smiled and walked towards the shop with a small apple and asked in Thai, "Do you like ice cream?" Seeing that Lei could speak Thai, Xiao Apple immediately looked at him with a surprised expression, and then she smiled and nodded her head, only to see Xiao Apple smiled very nicely, and when she smiled, she would reveal a row of white little kiba teeth. People feel warm when looking at her smile. However, I don't eat much ice cream. If you eat too much, it will make you smell bad. Little Apple hesitated when she saw the delicious ice cream after she came to the door of the ice cream shop. Then do you recommend eating one with my brother? Lei squatted down and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Apple immediately nodded her head obediently, saying that she did not recommend eating one with her brother. So, Lei decisively bought the largest ice cream in the store, and immediately opened his mouth wide in surprise to Little Apple. Holding the ice cream, Lei and Little Apple walked to the supermarket while eating. Little Apple, after knowing that Lei could speak Thai, held Lei's hand and jumped and talked more, and she found herself getting more and more the more I like this big brother Lei. Along the way, Lei's wee ba also kept making a sound of laughter, because Little Apple would deliberately shake twice when eating ice cream, and the naive and excited look was very cute. As for Lei, when he first spoke Thai, the system reminded him that his luck in UI had increased again. About to arrive at the entrance of the supermarket, Lei's ice cream was almost finished. Knowing that the last bite of ice cream was the best, Lei decided to feed it to Little Apple. After all, she didn't eat a few bites of this big ice cream. Little Apple, the last bite of ice cream, do you want to eat it? Yes. Little Apple nodded happily. Seeing Little Apple's happy look, Lei squatted in front of Little Apple, and at the same time Little Apple closed her eyes and opened her mouth in cooperation. Ba. Just when Lei was about to put the ice cream into Xiao Apple's mouth, a taxi in the shape of a pickup truck suddenly approached. Because there is a low-lying pit on the road, the rainwater accumulated in the pit has not evaporated, and the taxi wheel pressed over the small puddle in an instant, and the water splashed to the roadside, and Lei and Xiao Mao, who were parked on the roadside at this time, were immediately attacked. Disaster! The water splashed both of them by surprise. It not only splashed on the two of them, but also on the ice cream in Lei's hands. At the same time, Xiao Apple's mouth was also poured into muddy water. The cute little face of Little Apple, who was sprayed with dirty water, suddenly changed into a wronged look, and Ming Meng's big eyes were all pitiful at this time. Seeing that Little Apple wanted to cry, the anger in Lei's heart immediately rose. At the same time, there was still laughter from the taxi just now. They didn't seem to notice that their car was splashing on people. There were 5 people in the car. They only heard a man in the car talking, and the other men and women laughed again. There are 2 doors in our restaurant. Since there are many doors, I think we should let the 2 beauties from Jia or Danya take turns to welcome guests at night, or just like this, let's return Zhao Wei's pearls. Go away. After the man finished speaking, a woman with a fat Vivi suddenly interrupted her words, and then the car burst into laughter. Hey! Lei, whose lungs were about to explode, suddenly shouted at the taxi. Hearing this shout, the 5 people in the car all turned their heads and looked back, and then they saw a big boy who was holding a cute little girl and looked towards the side, as if they were very angry. Looking at the boy, Jin Menjia said to the two men and women in the car who were joking with each other just now, "Miss Wei. Brother Xiaoming. This person seems to be calling us." Hearing Jin Menjia's words, the five people in the car looked at each other, and then Zhao Wei, the store manager, motioned the driver Aja to stop. "That's right, these five people are the 5 stars who participated in the Chinese restaurant: Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, and others." After the car that Zhao Wei was in slowly pulled over and stopped, Li Yi also saw the van that was always behind the taxi also stop. When the taxi approached Lei, he noticed that there were many cameras installed in the taxi. At the same time, the hulala who got off the van at the back were all videographers. He knew in his heart what show the other party should be filming, but even so, even if the other party had a lot of people, Li Yi was still not wrong. He saw that he hid the scared little apple behind him, and then he shouted angrily and loudly in English. "How did your driver drive? Don't you know to pay attention? I don't know there is water on the road and you can't drive so fast." To be continued. Chapter 7 Angry Stars. Speak civilly. Seeking collection 1/3. How did your driver drive? Don't you pay attention? I don't know that there is water on the road and you can't drive so fast. At this moment, Lei was super fierce. When he saw Xiao Apple's aggrieved appearance, he heard the laughter from the taxi just now. It was no wonder that Lei was in a good mood at this moment. And Gang Lei's momentum suddenly frightened Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia. The two women immediately stood back weakly, and at the same time Dongyu quietly shrank behind Menjia, leaving Jin Menjia speechless for a while. Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhao Wei were older after all, so they wouldn't panic when they encountered this situation. When they came to Li Yi, they first looked at him and Xiao Apple. The pitiful little apple shrunk behind Li Yi. The first impression is that the heart will melt, because the little apple is so cute, with white cheeks and chubby cheeks. Everyone who sees it wants to hold it in his arms, but now she only sticks to Li Yi. And the first impression that Li Yi gave everyone was that it was ordinary, the kind of ordinary that could not be found in the crowd. Ordinary clothes, ordinary hairstyles, and Lei's long bangs covered her eyes. However, Zhao Wei, with his vicious eyes, still saw some differences in Lei. If he can dress up, he will definitely be a handsome guy. Zhao Wei thought to himself. Lei's skin is very good, and Zhao Wei didn't find any flaws on his skin for a while. He is neither fat nor thin, well balanced, and has a tall nose. I saw that his thin mouth, Chun, looked a little sexy. Looking closely at Li Yi, the corners of his mouth were still a little uninhibited. Because he often participates in various fashion shows, he has seen not 10,000 or thousands of male models, so Zhao Wei observed the details very comprehensively, and Li Yuguang has the style of a well-known male model based on his body. The only pity is that he can't see Li Yi's eyes. Zhao Wei can't imagine how many girls would be fascinated if Li Yi had more bright eyes. As for Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki, when they saw Li Yi, they would not observe Zhao Wei as handsome or not. After all, as men, even if the other party is handsome, they would not agree too much. If they agree from the heart, then isn't it gay in gay? What they are observing now is the embarrassment on Li Yi and Xiao Apple, looking at the ice cream on the ground and the water stains under their feet. Anyone who can cross the road will know what is going on. For a while, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki looked at the driver behind him, Aja. Due to the relationship of the show, they must rely on words to drive the atmosphere. In order to bring a happy atmosphere to the audience, they have to keep smiling all the time. Because they have been paying attention to these, they also did not notice the speed of the car was too fast and the water splashed people. It is uncivilized no matter how you think about it now. At this moment, Zhao Wei, who was the first to react, took out the tissue, and while saying sorry in English, handed the tissue to Li Yi and Xiao Apple. "I'm sorry, my friend. I was really distracted just now, sorry. Zhang Akatsuki quickly apologized in English when he saw Zhao Wei taking the initiative to apologize. At the same time, Huang Xiaoming hurriedly said sorry. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia also said sorry at the same time. At this moment, a group of cameramen next to them were like chicken blood. They quickly took pictures of the 5 people in the Chinese restaurant apologizing. Some cameras were also aimed at Lei and Xiao Apple, as if these shots were a good selling point. Seeing that the 5 people were sincerely apologizing, Lei's angry expression eased a little. As for the cameraman next to him who was working hard to shoot, Lei was a little speechless, but he didn't bother to care what these people were doing. At this time, he took the tissue handed over by Zhao Wei, and carefully squatted down and wiped Xiao Apple's cheek. There were still tears on Xiao Apple's big eyes at this time. Lei gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then smiled and comforted in Thai. Little Apple. Look at these big brothers and sisters all apologizing. They didn't do it on purpose, let's forgive them, okay? Hearing Lei's comfort, Little Apple was not so sad. She nodded sensible, and then said to several people in Thai cutely, I'm fine. But big brother and big sister don't drive so fast. If the water splashes on other children, they will cry. Little Apple was super cute when she said these words, and she had a serious look. Even though Zhao Wei and others didn't know what Little Apple said, they were almost cried by Little Apple. Aja on the side, as a Thai, hurriedly translated the 5 people in Chinese, which was not very fluent, after hearing the words of Little Apple. Hearing Aja's translation, Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia kept smiling and nodding at Little Apple, saying that they would definitely not do it next time. Aja finally came out at this time, and then he put his hands together and sincerely apologized to the 2 in Thai, saying that he would definitely not drive without watching the road next time. Now that everyone else has apologized, Lei is not a small-bellied person, and he can hear that the 5 people here seem to be from China. Lei didn't know Zhao Wei and others, and he didn't know that the other party was a big star. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Because Lei was a dead house before, you have to ask him who Tokisaki Kurumi is, who is Mikoto Misaka, who is Rem Ram. He can definitely recite it, and Lei never cares about these things in the star entertainment circle. At this time, he pulled Xiao Apple and said to Zhao Wei and others that it was alright, let's go. Then he went to buy a bottle of water for Little Apple to rinse his mouth. Why don't we buy you new clothes as an apology? Zhao Wei said in English, looking at Lei and Xiao Apple's dirty clothes. At the same time, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and Huang Xiaoming nodded. No need. Let's go. Lei directly rejected the new clothes in Chinese. Then bid farewell to Huang Xiaoming and others to leave. All he wants is an apology. Seeing people's sincere attitude, Lei is not someone who cares about things. As for Zhao Wei's talk about buying clothes, Lei is not so stingy. Wow! His Chinese is so fluent. He seemed to speak English and Thai very well just now. Zhou Dongyu was surprised when she saw that Lei even spoke Chinese in a standard manner. For a while, she couldn't tell which country Lei was from. When Jin Menjia heard Zhou Dongyu's words, she also looked at Lei's back and nodded. At the same time, after hearing Zhou Dongyu's words, Zhao Wei exaggerated bluntly and said, his Chinese, English, and Thai are not very good. But they are quite good. He can take the 10th grade test. Finally, I took another look at Lei's back. Zhao Wei's program team and others got into the car one after another. The program team and the others recorded the incident. It's just that everyone present didn't expect that the fate between them is just the beginning. To be continued. Chapter 8, I Look So Fierce? Seeking Collection 2/3. After the people from the Chinese restaurant program team left, Lee took Xiao Apple to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of Izumi water. Let Xiao Apple gargle first, and then Lei poured some water in his palm and said with a smile, "Wash your little face, it's a little cat." Hearing Lee's words, Little Apple looked at his dirty little face through the glass window of the convenience store, and suddenly giggled cutely. Lee washed Xiao Apple's face, washed her clean and white, and then wiped the dirty parts of her clothes to make Xiao Apple become a beautiful and clean little girl again. Her little hand then walked towards the supermarket. Walking on the road, Lee was still secretly thinking, sure enough, it feels good to have a daughter. Compared with her son, she still likes a cute daughter. However, the idea of Lei is exactly what most otakus want. Finally, I brought Little Apple into the supermarket, but Lei didn't expect the supermarket to have a weird atmosphere. It turned out that the customers of the supermarket were all concentrated in one direction, and that direction was where a group of cameramen surrounded 2 men and 3 women, taking pictures of them purchasing ingredients. Looking at the group of cameramen and 2 men and 3 women, Lee and Xiao Apple recognized at a glance that the other party was Zhao Wei and others just now. What a coincidence for Mao. Lee was speechless when he happened to meet the Chinese restaurant program team and others. Now let Lee exit and wait for Huang Xiaoming and the others to leave. He is bringing Xiao Apple in. Lee will definitely not do such a brainless thing. So he just indifferently scanned the entire supermarket and started looking for the seasoning section. When the customers of Waxia in the supermarket saw Huang Xiaoming and others, some exclaimed excitedly, "Ah! It's Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei. Ah! And Zhou Dongyu. Isn't that tall man Akatsuki, the world-famous model? Jin Menjia. I remember that girl. She is the famous host of Mango TV, Jin Menjia. Wow! Why are these people here? Are they filming a show?" Due to the exclamations of the Chinese people, the foreigners in the supermarket were also in the mood to watch the excitement. Therefore, at this time, the eyes of many people in the entire supermarket were unconsciously following Huang Xiaoming and others. Feeling a little speechless to these fans from China, Lee took Little Apple to the seasoning area, and hurried away when he was ready to buy the seasoning. Lee, who hates trouble, originally thought very well, but it turns out that his luck is really bad, which also led to seeing Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia appearing from the other corner with a stroller when he walked to the corner. When Zhou Dongyu suddenly saw Lee appearing in front of him, he quickly pulled the cart back in fright, and Jin Menjia stopped abruptly when Zhou Dongyu stepped back. The 2 little beauties looked a little cute at this moment when they were shivering and shivering. The actions of the 2 women were captured by the cameraman. At the same time, another cameraman hurriedly aimed the camera at Lee, wondering why he was here. Since they and Lei had only been separated for a short time, the first thing they thought of when their brains crashed was that Lei might then accuse them of not being there just now. And Lee was speechless at the actions of the 2 women, thinking that such a harmless self would be feared one day. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't be happy. "We're just here to buy seasonings. As Chinese people, you shouldn't be so preoccupied with going out." Lei finally spoke to the 2 women in Chinese with a wry smile. With the end of Lee's words, the atmosphere of silence was suddenly broken, and the 2 women smiled awkwardly at Lee, thinking that the actions of the 2 just now were a bit embarrassing. It's normal for people from the supermarket to come here to buy things. People shouldn't think so badly. At this time, Little Apple was looking at the shelf next to him. He pointed at the seasoning and shook Lei's arm. He asked in English, "Brother Lei, there are a lot of seasonings here. Which one do you want to buy? I'll give it to you." "Find. Okay. I'll test how many words you know." Seeing that Xiao Apple was speaking English in front of outsiders, Lee squatted down and smiled at her in fluent English. In this way, Lee smiled and said the seasonings he needed, while Little Apple looked cutely on his toes. The two people's actions immediately made Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and the two videographers feel warmer. When Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia also began to purchase seasonings, the cameraman was affected by the warm atmosphere and frequently turned the camera to focus on Lei Ai and Xiao Apple. Although these shots are not sure whether they will be on TV, the task of the videographers is to record interesting shots, and the rest is not their responsibility. If Lei Ai wants to release these shots on TV, he must agree to it. After all, this is considered an infringement of the right to portrait. But the cameraman just takes pictures of interesting scenes, and it is not up to them to communicate with Lei Ai. Lei Ai didn't come to the supermarket to buy seasonings this time, so after he bought something quickly, he took the Little Apple and nodded at Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia before leaving. See, Lei Ai is leaving. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia stepped forward to stop Lei Ai, and at the same time, the two said sorry to Lei Ai again in Chinese. Lei smiled and said it didn't matter. When they turned to leave, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia looked at Lei's back curiously. After all, they didn't know that Lei Ai was from China before, and they were even more curious now that they knew that Lei Ai was from China. You know, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming are big stars, especially in China. Lei didn't seem excited to see them just now. Could it be that he has lived abroad since he was a child? Otherwise no one knows them, especially Zhao Wei. Back then, the pigeons she photographed were popular all over the country. When Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia were curious, Xiao Apple took Lei's hand and spoke in English. Are these brothers and sisters Chinese stars? They are so popular here. Hearing Xiao Apple's words, what surprised Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia was that Lei shook his head. Is he saying we are not stars? Is he saying we're not famous? Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia thought of this for the first time when they saw Lei shaking his head. However, Lei's next words in English made the two of them speechless for a moment. I don't know. Because brother, I'm an otaku. Otaku. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Little Apple expressed incomprehension. After that, because Lei and Little Apple were far away, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia didn't hear their conversation. But that didn't stop them from muttering to themselves, what kind of person is Lei? To be continued. Chapter 9. There are no good coincidences in the world, only more coincidences. Seeking collection 3/3. After Lei and Xiao Apple left the supermarket, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia, who had bought the seasonings, quickly joined Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei. After that, the two talked about what happened to Lei just now. And Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, after listening to Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia's narration, were amazed at what had just happened to Lei as a Chinese person. But the three of them didn't take it too seriously. After all, they knew that they might not meet Lei again in the future. The Elephant Island is very large, how could it be such a coincidence that they would meet again? After spending some time buying everything he needed, Zhao Wei called the driver, Aja, and announced that he was going back to the restaurant. Along the way, the faces of the 5 people in the Chinese restaurant were filled with joy of the harvest, and the people in the car also forgot about Lei. When Applejack drove the car to the road closest to the restaurant, the car stopped, and then everyone needed to take a few steps on the beach to reach their restaurant. Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki got out of the car, each carrying a large bag and a small bag, and walked towards the main entrance of the restaurant. However, when they came to the door of the Chinese restaurant talking and laughing, suddenly Zhou Dongyu called the manager, attracting everyone's attention. Hearing Zhou Dongyu's exclamation, everyone looked at her, only to see Zhou Dongyu staring blankly ahead. Following Zhou Dongyu's gaze, Jin Menjia, Zhao Wei and others immediately saw 2 familiar figures, one big and one small. The figure is not Lei and Xiao Apple, who are holding hands at this moment. Lei is still carrying the seasoning he just bought, and they are walking towards the seafood restaurant next door. Due to Zhou Dongyu's loud exclamation, Li Yi and Xiao Apple turned around, and they immediately saw the previous 5, who were standing in front of a newly opened restaurant. The signboard of the restaurant has been unveiled, and 3 big Chinese characters are written on it: Chinese restaurant. Lei was a little speechless when he saw the situation in front of him. Then he nodded to Zhao Wei and the others to say hello. When Zhao Wei and others saw Li Yi nodded and said hello, the 5 of them also nodded in response. After that, Li Yi took the little apple into Nate's seafood restaurant. After Li Yi entered Natasha's restaurant, Zhao Wei was speechless for a long time. Then she looked at the people behind her and said, "I didn't expect him to be our neighbor. It's really fate." Zhao Wei was full of emotion when he spoke, and Huang Xiaoming followed suit at this time. It can't be so coincidental. Maybe people are here to travel, and now they are just going to eat seafood. To travel, you still need to go to the supermarket to buy seasonings. Zhao Wei suddenly retorted, "Didn't Dongyujia just say that they came to the supermarket to buy some seasonings?" Hearing this, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia nodded together, indicating that they were beside Lei when he bought the seasoning. It's over. This distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. We offended our neighbors before our restaurant opened. Zhang Akatsuki said humorously while watching the crowd. Everyone laughed when they heard Zhang Akatsuki's words, because after the contact just now, everyone knew that Li Yi was not the kind of person with a small stomach. The photographer on the side also sighed when he listened to the conversation of Zhao Wei and others. There really is such a coincidence in the world. Although the cameraman and others didn't say a word, they silently took all the shots just now. After Lei and Xiao Apple returned to the Nadaisha restaurant, they told Nadaisha everything that happened with the Chinese restaurant and others just now. And Nate's is also sighing, what happened just now is really a coincidence. As for Lei's sudden improvement in Thai and English, Li Yi was a little nervous when she first met Nate's, so she put it off. At the same time, Nate's explained to Li Yi that the restaurant next door seemed to be shooting a variety show about Chinese cuisine, and I heard that the 5 people who filmed the show were all Chinese stars. Sister Nate's, how did you know so clearly before you even went out? Seeing that Nate's knew more than he did, Li Yi suddenly felt that this was unscientific. Because the house they are using now, and the big swimming pool next to them are ours. Nate's looked at the little apple in her arms and said softly with a smile, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Hearing this, Li Yi opened his mouth wide. It was the first time he knew that Natasha was so rich. If Lei knew at this time that Natasha had several other resorts and hotels, I wonder if he would shout about the inhumanity. I heard Natasha say that the restaurant next door originally planned to sell drinks and snacks. After all, the restaurant is next to the swimming pool, so the combination of the two must be a good business. But some time ago, the Chinese restaurant program team took a fancy to this place. After the program team found Natasha to explain her intention, Nada-esa thought about it for a while, and she rented it to the Chinese restaurant program team. After all, she thinks this is a good opportunity to drive local tourism, so why not cherish it? On the other hand, after Zhao Wei got a little bit of internal information from a camera master, he immediately called everyone in a hurry, and said at the same time, "It's amazing, it's amazing." "Ah, what's the matter, store manager?" "What's wrong, Miss Wei?" Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu were immediately curious when they saw Zhao Wei's anxious expression. At the same time, Akatsuki Zhang and Huang Xiaoming also came out of the kitchen, wondering what happened to Zhao Wei. Looking at the crowd, Zhao Wei took a sip of water, and then she quickly announced the big event, "I heard from the show team just now. The owner of the seafood restaurant next door. The landlord of our restaurant. Our current house is rented by her. Even the pool next to her is also hers." Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia were surprised after listening to Zhao Wei's narration. At the same time, Akatsuki-Jang wiped the sweat on his forehead with a towel and laughed again. What a coincidence. I didn't expect our restaurant to offend the landlord on the first day it opened. Everyone laughed and felt sorry for themselves for a second. At this moment, Huang Xiaoming suddenly had a good idea. He immediately came to the Li box of his own and took out the Huaxia gadgets he brought in the Li box. Let me go next door. Give them some gadgets. I think the relationship between the neighbors should be repaired. Huang Xiaoming smiled and took out some Chinese knots and ancient fans, and everyone thought it was a good idea. However, the people in the Chinese restaurant just wanted to act, but they didn't expect Naitsa to come over by herself. Seeing her suddenly appear at the door, Zhao Wei and the others in the Chinese restaurant were stunned. Everyone began to think that Natasha was a guest at dinner, and Zhou Dongyu hurriedly said it in English. Sorry. Our restaurant doesn't open until tomorrow. It's not ready today, so sorry. Hearing Zhou Dongyu's words, Natasha laughed immediately, and immediately said in fluent Chinese, Hello. I'm from the seafood restaurant next door. This time I also want to meet my new neighbor. Hearing that Naitsa was next door, everyone opened their mouths exaggeratedly. Of course, they were also for the effect of the show. As for Naitsa's coming this time, she's not scolding the other party. After all, the contradiction has already been solved by Lee, isn't she? Naitsa was originally a hospitable person, and this time she just wanted to chat with the next door, but she was just chatting about the topic unknowingly, and it was transferred to Lei again. To be continued. Chapter 10 This Strange Bet. Seeking Collection 1/3. You said that Lei ate a 5,000 baht bawang meal at your place. In the end, your boss even found someone else 5,000 baht. After Zhao Wei cut a few slices of lemon and poured a glass of lemonade for Naitsa, he was very surprised to hear Naitsa's words and didn't understand what was going on. Oh my god, how did he manage to eat 5,000 baht alone? Zhou Dongyu was stunned when he heard that Lei ate so much seafood. Naitsa is very good at chatting with people, and while chatting, she told Zhao Wei and others an interesting story about Lei encountered today. This is good. Not only Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and Zhang Akatsuki were aroused their curiosity, but even the camera buddies were curious to hear what was going on. So a few people were lying on the bar, chatting like friends, talking about interesting things when they met Lei. When Naitsa said that Lei decided to pay for Chinese food, several people laughed. They didn't mean to be sarcastic, they just thought Lei's idea was very interesting. Did you know? Lei was so handsome when he cooked Chinese fried rice. I can't even describe what he looked like at the time. Natasha lost control of Lei's cooking again, her whole face was a little UI. His fried rice is really good. I've eaten so many fried rice and I've never tasted so good. You should try it. Now Nada Essa said that Lei is not a boss at all, just like a nympho little girl, making the surrounding Zhou Dongyu snicker secretly, but they feel that Nada Essa is very approachable. Then Lei is going to take the 5,000 baht you gave today. What kind of Chinese food? Zhao asked curiously while looking at Natasha with a smile. At this time, not only Zhao Wei was curious about this question, but even Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, and those cameramen were curious. To say that in one day, 5,000 baht was made into food and then turned into 10,000 baht. In fact, the people present were not very confident. After all, it was the first time that Lee was selling food here, so there must be no connections. Besides, how much work needs to be done to get the 10,000 baht, it is almost impossible for Lei alone. Zhao Wei and the others have 5 people, and they also have such a beautiful store. In addition to buying many kinds of ingredients, they dare not say that the turnover of the store will reach 10,000 on the first day of opening. When Naitsa said the food that Lei was going to make, everyone present thought that Lei's thought of taking that 10,000 baht was a fantasy. Lei said he wanted to make pancakes and fruit. Natasha said with a smile. What? Pancakes and fruits? Zhang Akatsuki was the first to stand up and exclaimed, while Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia all made an oh my god expression. Let me tell you. It's absolutely impossible to make 10,000 yuan by making pancakes. Zhang Akatsuki had already left his words here. As a Chinese, no one eats pancakes. 5,000 baht doubled, unless in a dream. Brother, she is very confident. Jin Menjia teased on the spot, looking at Zhang Akatsuki's affirmative tone. Actually, I understand it too. Huang Xiaoming looked at everyone with an embarrassed and polite smile at this time. After all, Huaxia's pancakes are impossible to think about. Natsa on the side saw that Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki were very sure that Lei could not achieve 10,000 turnover by pancakes, and immediately looked at Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and others curiously. Zhou Dongyu thought about it for a moment, and quickly explained to Natasha, in our Huaxia, pancake fruits are very common, just like coconuts that can be seen everywhere on Elephant Island. Hearing Zhou Dongyu's explanation, Natsa instantly understood what Zhou Dongyu meant. But I still believe that Lei has this ability. Natsa said with a smile at this time. After tasting Lei's fried rice, she now expresses unconditional trust in Lei. If Lei can really achieve a turnover of 10,000 today, then I will take him as a teacher. As the chef of a Chinese restaurant, Zhang Akatsuki said with a smile that he insisted on his own point of view. Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia were immediately amused when they heard Zhang Akatsuki's words. Zhao immediately responded with a smile. Well, this is what you said. Everyone present has to testify. Now I suddenly want to see Lei's turnover reach 10,000, so I bet that Lei can do it. Seeing Zhao Wei speak, Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu immediately raised their hands, indicating that they can bet on joy if they stand on Zhao Wei's side. Then I'll stand here. Huang Xiaoming is also participating now with a smile. To be honest, he really doesn't believe that Lei's turnover can reach 10,000 today. Seeing the establishment of the game, Zhang Akatsuki protested at this time, if Brother Xiaoming and I lose, we will take Lei as our teacher, and if you lose. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoming stood up first, and then he proposed a punishment plan to Zhao Wei and others. If Zhao Wei, Jia, and Dongyu lose, just do 20 squats. Then each of them will do tomorrow night. Sing a song to the guests. In fact, saying the result of such a punishment, Huang Xiaoming had already planned to lose Zhao Wei and the others. After all, he didn't believe in Lei from the beginning to the end, so the punishment for Zhao Wei and others was not set high because they were afraid of hurting the peace. It was very interesting to see this bet. Natsa said that she would also participate. At the same time, she stood on Zhao Wei's side. If she lost, everyone would sing together tomorrow night. In the end, everyone had no opinion on this game, so the game was established. At this time, everyone was looking forward to the performance of Lei in the evening, and even the master who was silently taking pictures on the side was looking forward to the result of the evening. Needless to say, no matter whether Lei Yujin is successful or not, it must be beautiful when someone cashes out the bet in the Chinese restaurant the next day. In fact, the camera masters felt that Zhao Wei and others should sing a little more. After all, they also thought that Lei could not succeed. After that, Natsa had a brief chat with Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and others, and then she was about to leave. In the evening, Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming invited her to come over for dinner. After all, they wanted to try the dishes at night. Invited, Natsa smiled and nodded in agreement. On Lei's side, he had no idea that the Chinese restaurant next to him had set up a bet because of him. At this time, he was playing with Little Apple while cleaning the pancake snack cart sponsored by Natsa. It took a day for Lei to prepare all the ingredients, and the snack cart was rubbed brightly. Finally, Lei pushed the snack cart out to prepare for the booth. Although it took a long time, Lei prepared to ting with heart this time. In the pancake fruit, no matter the batter, shortbread, some places call it grate, chan juice, and even chili, chan, they are all cooked with very fresh ingredients. At this moment, although the sun is about to set, the number of tourists is gradually increasing, because it is a little cooler at night, and it is really very pleasant to walk around the beach and have dinner. Lei pushed the car between the Natasha seafood restaurant and the Chinese restaurant, just in case there were vacancies there. It wasn't a problem. At the same time as Lei was setting out, Zhou Dongyu, who was always paying attention to the Chinese restaurant and others, hurriedly reported to his superiors and asked them for instructions. And with a big wave of Zhao Wei's hand, Huang Xiaoming was about to be dispatched, just as the prices of their restaurant dishes had just been set. Now they are wondering what price Lei will set for the pancake fruit. After being instructed by Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming took the cameraman with him and pretended to be passing by. When they passed the Lei snack car, the two of them looked at the price set for the Lei pancake and fruit, and were immediately surprised. Open your mouth. B.A. I saw Huang Xiaoming sighed, the sky-high price, pancakes and fruits. To be continued. Chapter 11. This beauty who eats pancakes and fruits is unusual. Seeking collection 2/3. Oh my god. Pancakes for 150 baht. Surprised. Huang Xiaoming looked at the menu written by Lei and opened his mouth in surprise on the spot. 150 baht, equivalent to 30 yuan in soft sister coins. Some people may not know anything about 30 yuan, but think about spending 30 yuan to buy a pancake and fruit, and it seems to be full of ordinary ingredients. Lei's menu is very detailed. Although the menu is just pancakes and fruits, the ingredients are clearly written in the pancakes and fruits. Lettuce, eggs, ham, and shortbread, fruit grate, are wrapped in the fruit of Lei pancake, and it is only 150 baht if you don't even have any meat. You must know that in the Great Celestial Dynasty, if you add 2 eggs and a lot of minced meat to the pancake fruit will cost 8 yuan to the sky. Looking at the menu of the sky-high price of pancakes and fruits, Huang Xiaoming smiled wryly at the camera behind him and shook his head and quickly walked away. Judging from his current expression, let alone Lei's turnover broke 10,000 tonight, can he sell the price of pancakes and fruits? Is the problem. As soon as Huang Xiaoming took the cameraman away, Lei came out of Natasha's seafood restaurant. Xiao Apple was following him now. The two were walking towards the snack cart with eggs, shortbread, lettuce and other things in their arms. Put everything away. Lei looked at his somewhat lonely menu, and saw that there was only one pancake fruit on it, and suddenly he considered whether to add something else. By the way, add some drink. Lei woke up from a dream and thought of a drink, so he quickly wrote the word lemonade on it with a pen. As for the price of lemonade, it is also 150 baht. Although Little Apple doesn't understand the price of pancakes, she drinks lemonade a lot. When she saw Lei selling lemonade for 150 baht, she tilted her head and said cutely, "Brother Lei. All restaurants around here sell them. The most expensive lemonade is only 100 baht. In fact, some stores around here have lemonade for 60 baht." Hearing this, Lei looked at Little Apple with confidence in Isho, and then he put down his pen and said proudly, "Hey. Brother Lei, the lemonade I made is not ordinary. After you taste it, you will find that the price is really affordable." After finishing speaking, Lei took the Little Apple back to the seafood restaurant and prepared to make a glass of lemonade for her to try. And Lei's confident words just now happened to be captured by the cameraman. At this time, Huang Xiaoming had come back after a circle. When he saw that there was a lemonade on the Lei menu, and the price was also 150 baht, he immediately laughed again. "This price? I think Zhao Wei has the most say. What? Lei's lemonade sells for 150. Zhao Wei exclaimed on the spot after listening to Huang Xiaoming's report. Beside her, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia were also stunned. Now the girls are beating drums in their hearts, and Lei's price is obviously inexperienced. It's over, it's over. It seems that these 20 squats can't run anymore. Zhao Wei lay on the bar and was speechless. Regarding lemonade, in fact, Chinese restaurants also make it, but Zhao Wei made it himself. When everyone was considering the price, Huang Xiaoming wanted to give it away for free, but Zhao Wei thought that the lemonade made by himself was so delicious, why should he want it? 100 baht. Now it's better. Lei is more confident than her and dares to sell 150. Our twice-cooked pork only sells for 150 baht. Jin Menjia said, looking back at her restaurant's cute food prices. Don't talk about double-cooked pork. We only cost 120 for fried shredded pork with bamboo shoots. Zhou Dongyu said dumbly. I said it's impossible, you still don't believe me. You have to bet with me. Zhang Akatsuki looked at everyone with a smile on his face, looking at his expression and looking forward to Zhao Wei and others making a fool of themselves tomorrow night. With the end of Zhang Akatsuki's words, the Chinese restaurant was silent, and there was no one to refute Zhang Akatsuki's words. On the other side, Lei and Xiao Apple came out of the restaurant not long after they entered the seafood restaurant, but at the same time, Xiao Apple was drinking with a glass of lemonade. Judging from her excited expression, it was obvious that she is quite satisfied with the lemonade. Oh! I have to buy something to eat while no one is there. Lei looked at the many restaurants and snack shops around, and hurriedly rushed to the snack shop. After a while, Lei came out with a lot of Thai snacks. After Little Apple saw that Lei took a lot of snacks, he exclaimed exaggeratedly, Brother Lei, you can eat too much. You must know that Lei just ate mango sticky rice, Thai duck rice and Thai pork knuckle rice 5 minutes ago. He ate 3 people at a time, and also ate several pieces of big fried chicken. Thinking of this time, Lei eats again. Hey! It's rare to come to Little Apple's beautiful hometown. Of course, my brother has to play and eat well, so that when I go back, I can praise the place where Little Apple grew up in front of others. Not ashamed. Ashamed to sit on the recliner. The 5,000 baht that Natasha gave to Lei was only half of the 5,000 baht that Lei spent on buying ingredients. In fact, the reason why Lei asked for more baht was to control his restless mouth. At this moment, other restaurants are already open, but the front of the Lei snack car is still unusually deserted, but Lei can't see the slightest panic. He is lying on the reclining chair leisurely, eating snacks with Xiao Apple, laughing and laughing. Chatting. The cameraman who is not far away will occasionally point the camera at Lei, and they are not in a hurry when they see others, and they are all speechless. P.S. very leisurely. Zhao Wei, who was in the kitchen, could just see Lei's situation through the kitchen window. Seeing that Lei was so leisurely, he suddenly smiled. I want a pancake and fruit. Suddenly a beautiful voice sounded, immediately attracting the attention of Zhao Wei and others in the kitchen. The beauty speaks Chinese, so the photographer Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu in the Chinese restaurant all look at the beauty. The beauty is very beautiful, has a pair of white and tall jade legs, and her facial features are very delicate and temperamental. Now the beauty looks at Lei with a smile, and after hearing that someone wants pancakes, Lei doesn't think much about getting up and starting to make pancakes. The beauty didn't wear sunglasses, and Lei also looked at her face, but he also thought to himself, Ting beautiful. After that, Lei didn't write any more. After all, Lei is only keen on two-dimensional beauties. Seeing that Lei really didn't know herself, the beauty suddenly felt Ichiraku in her heart, and she muttered in her heart, he really said the same thing as Sister Shat. He doesn't know me. The beauty is Dili Reba, who brought her parents to play in the daytime, and came to the music venue in the evening. Because of playing too crazy during the day, Dili Reba's parents went back to the resort to rest in advance, and Dili Reba is here now, just to see if Lai's food is as delicious as what Sister Sha said. Do you want chili? Lai asked Dili Reba before starting to make pancakes. Yes. Diliba smiled and nodded. While cooking dishes in the kitchen, Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu always pay attention to the outside situation. At this time, Zhao Wei just felt that the beauty who was buying Lai pancakes and fruits was very familiar. It's a bit like Diliba. Zhao Wei whispered to the camera while doing it. In the next second, when Li Yishan spread a spoonful of batter on the pan, a faint fragrance of cake spread out immediately. This fragrance attracted tourists to stop, even Zhao Wei and Jin Menjia smelled it. The cakes were all praised, it's so fragrant. As eggs, Lai special chan juice, Lai special pepper chan spread on the cake, the fragrance of the cake became rich and scattered in an instant. Swallowed. Now she can't wait to stick her eyes in the cakes made by Li Yi. This cake is so fragrant, because she can't wait to eat it. She feels that Lai is slow to make pancakes. Reba's cute appearance made the cameraman crazy for a while, and unconsciously a cameraman pointed the camera at Lai and Reba. Finally, pancakes are ready. Diliba couldn't wait to take the pancake and fruit, and didn't even want to pay for it, so she took a big bite first. Yet chewing the crispy pancake fruit, Dili Reba's expression changed from solemn to surprise, and suddenly she jumped with joy while holding the pancake fruit. It's really delicious. Maybe Dili Reba thought that there were no Chinese people nearby, so she accidentally exposed her cute side. As a result, she didn't expect her playful behavior to make many tourists around, even the Chinese restaurant camera filmed it. At this time, Diliba was really amazing. Looking at her happy face, many people's hearts were melted. Seeing Dili Reba so excited, many foreign tourists gathered around to be curious, wondering how delicious this pancake is. At the same time, Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia finally saw the real face of the beauty eating pancakes and fruits, and then the three exclaimed together, "Ah! It's really hot." To be continued. Chapter 12 This Thing, Eat It and Cry. Seeking Collection 3/3. See Zhao Wei and others say that the beauty is Dili Reba. The surrounding cameramen all looked at Diliba. Carefully observe the beauty in front of Li Yi and find that she is really Dili Reba. The cameramen looked at each other for a while. They didn't expect Dili Reba to come here, and they also praised the delicious Lai pancakes, and they didn't know if they were really delicious or fake. At this time, under the influence of Dili Reba, a black brother came to the Lai snack car. Maybe the pancakes made by Lai were too fragrant, so he pointed to the pancakes that Dili Reba ate in front of him. The very proficient Chinese asked, "This is what?" The reason for using Chinese is because the black brother just heard that Li Yi and Diliba were talking in Chinese. Jian.bing.guo.zi. Little Apple showed her head weakly at this time, and introduced cutely with the Chinese words she just learned, Huasia's jian.bai.guo.zi. Hearing Little Apple's lovely introduction, Li Yi and Diliba both laughed. With her mouth bulging and eating the pancake fruit, Dili Reba stretched out her thumb and said to the black brother, "Naughty, pancake. Fruit. Very good. Oh yeah, come, one." The little black brother finally laughed, so he said to Lai in Chinese jerky. Li Yi nodded and said okay, and then quickly made pancakes. Lai's movements were very skilled, and he turned the scraper gently, and a super round cake was spread out. Oh, with a surprised expression. When the cake is cooked, smeared with his own special chan sauce, suddenly Li Yi looked up at his little brother and said in English, "Do you like spicy food?" "A little bit." Hearing the customer's request, Lee took out his special chili chan and smeared it on the cake a little, and instantly a spicy smell spread out, making the eyes of the tourists who silently gather here bright. This spicy fragrance makes many people who don't like spicy food feel a big appetite. For a while, they approached Lei a little bit, wanting to see what spicy chan is so fragrant. "Oh, can you put more of this for me?" After smelling the fragrance of spicy chan, the black brother suddenly changed his attention and wanted to add more spicy food. Lee repeatedly confirmed that his spicy chan was a bit spicy. After the other party said it was okay, Lee gave his little brother a few more layers of spicy chan. After the pancake was finished, the little black brother couldn't wait to eat it. The moment he took a big bite of the pancake, Lei saw that the little brother's hot tears came out. "Oh! I said my spicy chan is very spicy." Lee laughed when he looked at the younger brother who was obviously getting spicy. The more he eats, the more spicier he eats. Lee sees that his little brother is so hot that he jumps up and down. Seeing his funny appearance, Dealy Reba and Little Apple both laughed. However, the little brother was still humorous. He wiped his tears and said, "No, no, no, I can eat spicy food very well. I'm crying now. This food is so delicious that I want to cry." The little brother's words in English detonated the tourists on the spot, and all the tourists immediately burst into laughter. The little brother knew that the pancakes were too spicy, but he couldn't help but want to eat them, because this kind of spicy feeling was inexplicably ecstasy. Oh, waxiest pancakes and fruits! Good! Lee felt that the little black brother was stunned, only to see Ui's eyes keep giving thumbs up. The behavior of the little black man made many people laugh, even Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia laughed. At this time, Jin Menjia sighed while washing the vegetables. This little brother is still teasing. Finally driven by the little brother, many foreign tourists can't wait to taste this delicious pancake fruit. Because there were too many people at one time, Lei had no choice but to shout, and everyone lined up to come one by one. As the pancakes were made one by one, many foreign tourists gave their thumbs up, and then they shouted, "Chinese pancakes are good." Such a scene made Zhao Wei and others very emotional. Zhou Dongyu looked at the excited appearance of foreigners praising Chinese cuisine, and exclaimed, "When did we make Chinese cuisine that foreigners can also dislike it?" Absolutely. Let's be honest. Look at them praising our Chinese cuisine for a sense of accomplishment. Jin Menjia also sighed while looking at the scene outside. It was getting more and more lively outside, and the cameraman was stunned at this time. If it wasn't for the job requirements to shoot Zhao Wei and others, they would probably all go to Lei's place. Even so, there are still 2 idle cameras aimed at Lei. After all, this touching scene is missed and regretted for life. Maybe the show team will use it. Huang Xiaoming. Zhang Akatsuki is here. Come over here. But you won't be able to see such a spectacular scene. Zhao Wei finally couldn't help shouting to Huang Xiaoming from the kitchen. The 2 men were cleaning the table outside at this time, and they were talking about Lei at the same time. They were still bragging about how good their eyesight was. How should Zhao Wei be punished tomorrow and what songs they sing? Now they heard Zhao Wei shouting and rushed into the kitchen and asked curiously, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Look." Zhao Wei pointed out the window and said. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, the 2 looked out the window, and when they saw the popular pancake fruit, the 2 suddenly opened their mouths and exclaimed at the same time, "What's the situation? Reba seems to be at the pancake stand too. Originally, I said hello when I was done. Now I can't seem to squeeze in." Jin Menjia said blankly, looking at Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki beside her. "Ah! Reba is there." Zhang Akatsuki said in surprise when he heard Jin Menjia's words. "There are so many people around the Lei pancake stall now? It's all because of Reba?" Huang Xiaoming said in surprise as he looked at the many people buying pancakes outside. Now there are at least 40 to 50 people buying pancakes around Lei. Since the pan can only make one at a time, Lei can't even make it. Do you think the current situation is because of Reba? There are all foreigners here. Few foreigners know about Reba. Zhao Wei looked at Huang Xiaoming speechlessly, blaming him for not knowing how to observe. Is it because foreigners have never eaten pancake fruit? That's why they sell so well. Zhang Akatsuki felt a little confused when he looked at so many people outside. Cut. You don't admit it now, you just don't admit that the pancakes made by Lei are delicious. Zhao Wei is now speechless to Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki, while Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia look at Zhao Wei and scolded them. Immediately looked at each other and snickered. Why are you still stunned? Why don't you buy a pancake and try it soon? We need to know the strength of the opponent. At this time, Zhao Wei put down his work, and as the store manager, he quickly directed Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki. To be continued. P.S. Don't get lost when you click follow, don't get lost when you click collection, the code is very busy recently, ask for some flowers and some candy. Chapter 13. This sudden punishment can make people more popular, and people are caught off guard. For collection. Hearing Zhao Wei's command, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki hurried out and lined up. To be honest, even if they saw that Lei's business was booming at this time. I'm also muttering how delicious a pancake fruit can be. After all, as a Chinese who is used to eating pancakes and fruits, it would not be too rare even if the pancakes were delicious. At this time, they thought that Lei's business was so good. Probably because foreigners have never eaten pancake fruit. How about Reba? I didn't lie to you. A familiar female voice suddenly sounded from behind Dealy Reba. Hearing this familiar voice, not only Reba turned back, but also Lei and Xiao Apple subconsciously turned back, and then they saw Natsa walking from behind. Mom! Seeing Nata coming over, little Apple screamed and jumped into her mother's arms. Look, Mom! Brother Lin Yi's pancakes and fruits are doing well. Sister Shat. To be honest, I'm from China. I've never eaten such delicious pancakes. Just after eating the pancakes, Dealy Reba praised Lei pancakes and was still a little unfulfilled. So you and Sister Natasha know each other. Lei smiled back at Diliba, and then quickly got busy again. After all, there were so many people at the moment that it really caused Lei a little panic. On Diliba's side, she first praised Little Apple for being really cute. After all, it was the first time she saw Little Apple today. Little Apple has been in kindergarten for a long time. She has been going to school a few days ago, so Dealy Reba only heard that Natsa has a daughter. Today happens to be Saturday for kindergarten. Immediately after, Diliba looked at Lei's busy back, but felt that Lei's seriousness was attractive for a while. Reba didn't fall in love with Lei at first sight. After all, Lei's dress and hairstyle were too low-key, and Reba couldn't see Lei's eyes, so naturally there was no spark of staring at each other. But there is one thing that makes Reba's favorability to Lei increase, that is, Lei successfully conquered her stomach. As a foodie, Fat D is the least resistant to eating. Now, because of eating, Reba's favorability to Lei has skyrocketed. At least Reba has sworn to herself that she must have a good relationship with Lei. Just eating a pancake fruit did not make Reba addicted, but Reba wanted to buy pancake fruit, and Lei was busy at this time. So when Reba saw that Lei not only made pancakes and fruit but also served lemonade to the guests, she hurried over and joined the ranks of helping. Although I can't make pancakes and fruits, it's no problem to help guests with lemonade. Lei has made a large bucket of iced lemonade, as long as it is put into a special packaging cup. At this time, when Reba came to help Lei, she didn't know that Lei's side was accompanied by a system prompt in her mind, and she was suddenly stunned. Ding, I feel that the host is crazy to use the salted fish turning skill in front of people, which violates the salted fish setting. At the same time, the punishment for taking UI luck has already reached its full value, and there are already high-quality beauties who have been affected by the host's UI luck. Damn it! I don't read enough in the system, so don't make fun of me. The punishment also triggers a hidden punishment. Lee had never heard of the sudden punishment from the system. The punishment came so unexpectedly that Lee was shocked. No time. The punishment starts. The host is about to explode in popularity, the host is about to turn over the salted fish, and the host is about to enter the cooking zone for 2 hours. Please prepare the host psychologically. Hey system. Have you seen too much Black Basket? Cooking can still enter the zone state? What an international joke. Lee's heart just showed signs of collapse at this time, and suddenly he was so excited for some reason. This feeling is a little high, like taking medicine. Lei has never felt so energetic at this time, and at the same time, all the cells in the body seem to be happy. At this time, Lei, who was making pancakes and fruits, suddenly showed a charming smile, which made Dealy Reba on the side look at UI suddenly, because she felt that Lei was a little handsome for a moment. At this moment, Lei's temperament was the opposite of his usual low-key temperament. I saw him blowing his hair into a small braid when he made a pancake and fruit. Lei's handsome face was immediately exposed, and the tourists around saw Lei's face and exclaimed, "Wow! I knew that boy was handsome." Zhao Wei shouted excitedly the moment Lee showed his face, as if Lee was her younger brother. She was proud of having such a handsome younger brother. At the same time, Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu, who were beside her, opened their mouths exaggeratedly. They were really handsome when Lee tied up her braids and showed her full face. Lee's eyes are so fascinating, it feels like those eyes will discharge, and any girl's heart will speed up when Lee glances at her. Lee's face is angular and horny, so handsome. Like a work of art made by God. I saw Vivi at the corner of his mouth upturned, and there was a little bit of evil in the fascination. Diliba, Natsa, and Little Apple are all speechless now. They just knew that Lee has such fascinating eyes. Another pancake was spread out on the pan. At this moment, Lee took a shovel and scraper when the pancake was not cooked, and knocked on the edge of the pan, and suddenly a very rhythmic percussion sounded. Hey! Why don't you dance along? Fascinating ladies and handsome men. Lee looked at the tourists waiting in line in front of him, and shouted with a smile as he swayed to the percussion music. And with Lei's shouting, the surrounding tourists actually swayed slowly. At this moment, they suddenly felt that Lee possessed a very contagious power. He only relied on a little percussion to drive the audience, making people dance along unconsciously. Lei doesn't panic when he starts making pancakes now, not only because of Reba's help, but also because his body is more excited. At this moment, when he is making pancakes and fruit, he can also use a spatula to make a pleasant sound, and the tourists around him feel more energetic for a while. Diliba's excited body is also swaying now. She looks at Lei's face UI at this time, as if Lei is now a conspicuous star, and she is one of thousands of fans. Her identity is completely reversed. The surrounding cameramen, Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, and others also swayed to follow the Lei percussion music. At this time, everyone who was swinging on the scene didn't see it, and a circle of silver color was shrouding them. Silver-colored field emanates from Lei, with a radius of hundreds of meters, and the field just covers the entire range of Natsa seafood restaurant and Chinese restaurant. No one else can see this field except Lei. Lei thinks this should be a zone where the system punishes himself, a zone that can drive the atmosphere of the scene. To be honest, Lee actually rejects himself deep down in his heart. After all, his dream is to be a salted fish, and attracting attention is not his style. but at this time, his spirit was mobilized by the system so high. It felt like eating a certain chewing gum, and Lei Ai's body couldn't stop at all. As for the foreigners who slowly gathered here, they just thought that there was a party here. After all, parties are very common in foreign countries, so foreigners think it's no big deal, so they all ran over with bottles of beer and joined the dance. To be continued. Chapter 14. He can also rap. Please return the word. Seeking collection 2/3. Do you have beer here? A foreigner shouted in English in the Chinese restaurant. Hearing the shouts of the foreigners, Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia, who were swinging to the music in the kitchen, ran out quickly, and then they saw some foreigners standing at the door. They were eager to buy some beer and dance. Beer. Yes, yes. Dongyu Jia. Hurry up and get the beer for the guests. Zhao Wei hurriedly said to the two women beside him. The two women responded quickly, and then entered the bar to get beer for the guests. Seeing that the customer ordered 10 bottles of beer at once, Zhao Wei pinched his waist and smiled secretly. I didn't expect that Lei Ai would sell a pancake and fruit and we would be able to get it. Store manager. Why don't we take the beer and sell it outside? We'll be able to sell out the beer in the refrigerator. Jin Menjia smiled and gave Zhao Wei an idea. And Zhao Wei was a little hesitant. Let's consider this to grab the business of the seafood restaurant next door. After all, Lei Ai is also next door now. It's okay, Miss Wei. You see all the dancing customers are crowding the door of our store. Let's just sell to the customers at the door of our store. Zhou Dongyu pointed at the customers at the door and said. Zhao Wei's look is really true. There are hundreds of guests who are surrounded by Lei Ai without knowing it, and some of them are crowded at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. Since it just opened, Zhao Wei and the others didn't put in much beer. Originally, the beer was going to be used for the opening tomorrow. Okay, let's do it. Zhao Wei took the lead and took out 4 bottles of beer, then walked towards the door of the store. When she came outside, she only shouted in English, "Who wants beer?" Immediately, the 4 bottles of beer in her hand were sold out. Hey! I suddenly regret that we bought less beer. Seeing that beer was selling so well, Zhao Wei suddenly smiled bitterly, while Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia both laughed when they looked at Zhao Wei at this time. By the way, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki are not coming back. They won't be so crowded that they can't find the north. Zhao Wei stood at the door and looked at the crowd not far away. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki. In fact, the two were squeezed so hard that they couldn't find the north, but it was true that they couldn't find the cameraman. Now the two are shuttled in the crowd, and they don't know where the cameraman who follows them all the time has gone. Old Hu. He is a veteran cameraman in the Chinese restaurant crew. His mission this time was to follow Huang Xiaoming all the time. And now, Lao Hu, he never imagined that he would be pushed to the side of Lei. To be honest, as a master cameraman, he has never seen any big scenes, what kind of concerts he has never been to, and what kind of stars he has never filmed. Originally, it was difficult for Lao Hu's emotions to be mobilized by those stars, but now he is standing next to Lei for some reason, and he can't help but want to take pictures of Lei, because Lei successfully mobilized Lao Hu's excitement. Love makes Lao Hu seem to be back when he was young. At the Lei pancake stall, not only Lao Hu was standing at this time, but Lao Hu also saw the cameraman Xiao Lu who was in charge of filming Zhang Akatsuki at all times. He is now even crazier than Lao Hu. Shoot Lei, let's shoot Lei. How are you shaking your legs? You won't want to jump up? You have to jump up, and you can still see the footage you took. The little black guy who cried while eating pancakes and fruits just now brought a set of microphone equipment from somewhere. A microphone is in the hands of the black guy. Now the black guy is talking about rap with Lei's accompaniment, but his rap is a bit ordinary, roughly meaning, pancakes are delicious, come, 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 yo-yo, yo-yo. Diliba is by Lei's side at this moment. She is very beautiful, seductive, and beautiful when she moves her body. She seems to be brought up by Lei. She has a little face like Yoi, but she didn't forget her work. He was still serving lemonade to the guests, and collecting money for Lei by the way. At this time, after drinking lemonade and eating pancakes, the guests were full of praise for Lei. All these scenes were taken by Lao Hu, and now Lao Hu took these scenes and felt a sense of accomplishment. Now he's thankful that he has a great camera, and if not, it's like you find a beauty and you can't keep that feeling with the camera. Dili Reba is getting better and better with Lei now. The two of them stood together laughing and laughing like a golden boy and a girl. Xiao Apple jumped excitedly while holding Lei's clothes. As for Naitsa, she is going to wipe her fart for Lei now. After all, if so many people suddenly gather in one place on the island, the nearby security guards must come to maintain order. After all, who will be responsible in the event of a stampede? These are all foreign tourists. Siang Lei may need to be evacuated now. Naitsa would not dare to speak elsewhere, but speaking on Elephant Island is super important. After she personally went to communicate with the relevant departments, she quickly organized the restaurant's waiter to watch to prevent accidents. Of course, she asked her subordinates to sell some drinks and snacks around by the way. She was secretly laughing at this moment, but she didn't expect the business to be good at the moment. Before I knew it, the pancake fruit and lemonade were sold out. Originally, Lei didn't prepare much materials this time. After all, he just wanted to make enough money to pay back the money. Who would want to attract tourists in this way? After the pancakes were sold out, Lei, who had not released the zone status, suddenly picked up the microphone, and the black brother on the side quickly stopped his rap. For a while without Lei's accompaniment, the air suddenly became quiet, as if you could hear a needle falling, and everyone looked at Lei, including Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu. Xiang Lei turned his head. This sudden interruption of the music is a bit uncomfortable, as if there is suddenly no air when breathing. And Lei didn't let the atmosphere quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly he smiled at everyone, and then he said to the black brother in English, "Can you play a BGM of the usual rap?" "Okay." Seeing that Lei wanted to sing rap, the little black man excitedly turned on the speaker next to him. The black guy was originally a professional rap singer. Just now, driven by Lei, he unconsciously called a friend and brought audio equipment and other equipment. At this time, the black brothers' rap friends were all looking at Lei in hip-hop costumes, not knowing what he could sing. "He can also rap," Zhao Wei said curiously while observing the situation here. As soon as she finished speaking, the rap BGM sounded, and Lei smiled and sang a brisk rhythm with a super nice voice. "Yo-yo, check out Pancake and Fruit set." "What is he singing?" "Pancakes and Fruits." Zhou Dongyu, who had never heard such rap before, was stunned. To be continued. Chapter 15. Want me to be famous? Non-existent. I am the man who wants to be the king of salted fish. Medicine check now a set of pancakes and fruits. $1 an egg, love the many sides of the crunch. Chili fermented bean curd with green onion. Iron plate, shovel, and small wooden brush. Medicine check out, put some batter and make it a little sweeter. Eating it while it's still hot is like a fairy. And Ruibity feeds the dog. Come with me for a set. Move, beat, beat, beat. Wow! He's so handsome. Jin Menjia, a rap, shouted excitedly when he saw Lei making a pancake. Is this freestyle? Zhou Dongyu was shocked. This piece of Lei's rap is not only humorous but also inexplicably attractive. Reba stood beside Lei and kept covering her mouth and exclaiming, and now she looked at Lei with obviously different eyes. She didn't dare to look into Lei's eyes at this time, for fear that she would be electrocuted. With the music and Lei's rap getting more and more exciting, the friends of the black brothers around him exclaimed. Lei's rap is so funny and so good that they unknowingly vacated a circle and danced with them. The audience who took the beer at the scene was completely hilarious, shaking their heads for a while and feeling that the atmosphere here is cooler than the bar. Medicine check out? I said pancakes, you said you want them. Pancakes. Yes. Pancakes. Yes. Without waiting for Lei to shout, the audience around Huaxia were excited and shouted in cooperation. Some spectators' T-shirts are thrown off while dancing and throwing up. Cake trouble. Check trouble. It's golden and fragrant. Eat all kinds of crispy skins. 2 eggs are $2. More chili and less chan. It sucks not to eat spicy. Don't even need chopped green onion and coriander. Mustard greens don't need to be wrapped. Find 50 cents for $5. Hey, check out. I want. I want. I want. At the end of the song, the surrounding tourists kept shouting to do it again. Even Zhao Wei, who was dancing, was shouting, which shows how magical Lei's zone really is. At this time, it took more than 2 hours for Lei's punishment to pass, so how could he refuse to be so excited? He immediately took out the microphone and sang Song of Pancakes and Fruits. This time, obviously experienced tourists know to say yes when they shout pancake at Lei. For a time, the atmosphere of the snack truck on the seaside turned upside down. After 2 hours, Lei finally stopped, and many of the tourists were tired from dancing, their throats were hoarse, and many of them went back coughing, but this time they obviously had a good time. As for Lei, at this time, he put down his pigtails and covered his face with a look of shame. He could not wait to find a place to get in. I'm ashamed this time. I didn't expect to make a pancake and fruit. Hearing Lei's words, Dili Reba, Natsa, and Little Apple all laughed. Lei is so cute now, like a little angel who was weaker than him just now. Seeing that Lei suddenly became shy at this moment, some tourists, black brothers, and others who wanted to say hello to Lei didn't talk too much, but excitedly asked what rap was sung by Lei. Lei replied that it was Song of Pancakes and Fruits, and everyone remembered it and dispersed with a smile. The videographers around can't help it now, and while filming Lei frantically, they comforted, "It's okay, the Song of Pancakes and Fruits sung just now is super good. If I were a woman, I couldn't help but want to marry you." Hearing the words of the cameraman, Diliba's face turned to Yui. She really had this idea just now. Hey! If you were a woman, Lei would cry even more sadly. At this moment, Zhao Wei teased and brought Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia to Lei's side, and also boasted that Lei was super handsome just now. Now Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu feel that they are both Lei fans, and they are always excited to see Lei at this time. Miss Zhao Wei. Why are you here in Jia Dongyu? Aren't you going to shoot a Chinese restaurant show? Diliba suddenly exclaimed when she saw Zhao Wei and others. Jia is different from Lei's last life. Jia in this world is a well-known host of Mango TV. He is even more famous than the host of Quick Book. He heard that his father is the director of Mango TV, but she has never relied on her old age. Dad, so the host is very powerful. In fact, the Chinese restaurant originally wanted to invite a total of 6 people this time. Diliba was the 6th person, but since her schedule was full, she wanted to accompany her parents on a trip when she was free, so this time she went with the Chinese restaurant. Missed. Hey! Didn't the show crew tell you that the filming of the Chinese restaurant is here? Are we filming now? Zhao Wei pointed to the surrounding cameraman and said. Then I was photographed just now? I didn't even put on makeup. Diliba was covering her face now, posing like Lei. She knew it was a shame. At this moment, the two of them are in the same posture. If you say that she and Lei are not a couple, no one will believe it. Dilly Reba said that she didn't have makeup, which immediately amazed the surrounding cameramen to death, but she never thought that Dilly Reba was so beautiful without makeup. It's okay, it's okay. You danced so well just now. Your cooperation with Lei made us drool. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia nodded as soon as Zhao Wei finished speaking. What Zhao Wei said was true. Just now, Lei really had the ability to attract people's attention. Listening to the conversation between Zhao Wei and others, Wang Tian, the director of this Chinese restaurant, is now in deep thought. At this moment, she was sitting in a camera car, constantly replaying what happened today with her subordinates. The more she looked at it, the more serious she became. As the director of this time, she would not easily stop Zhao Wei and others from playing. After all, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, and Zhang Akatsuki are all very qualified performers, and their performance on the spot can be more real. It's just that she didn't expect to kill Lei today, completely messing up all her plans. If today's video is released, there is no doubt that he will gain super popularity, and the ratings of the Chinese restaurant can also reach a new height because of Lei. Today, big names such as Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming have made him a foil. And his rap just now seems to be freestyle. It sounds humorous and rhythmic, and Lei sings super nicely. If this part of the show is released, the popularity of the show will be immeasurable. But the headache is the headache, Lei is not their person. Didn't sign with them. How will the contract be signed? They can't privately publish other people's videos for commercial use now? And what about the pay for signing with him? The more you think about it, the bigger your brain gets. As for Dilly Reba, director Wang Tian is very easy to handle, although her artist company protects her very well, any script with 1.11. The artist company will refuse to accept for Reba. But this show is healthy. If they are paid to their artist company, it will not only make Reba popular, but why not do it if their company has money to make money? Forget it, let me communicate with Lei first. Wang Tian said helplessly at this time. After all, this variety show is too rushed. It will be released at 2200 hours tomorrow night, and many viewers are waiting. Who dares to put it on? Spectator pigeons. To be honest, if all the scenes of Lei today were omitted, the Chinese restaurant show would be unwatchable, because today everyone in the Chinese restaurant revolves around Lei, and there are almost no conversations. Originally, Wang Tian thought that he should easily agree to communicate with Lei. After all, this is a good opportunity to become famous. Some people want to be on camera even if they don't need money. Who knows that she just told Lei about this situation, and Lei gave Wang Tian 3 words super simply. I do nt agree. __. To be continued. That's 4 words. Chapter 16. If I'm lucky, the missile can turn around. Seeking collection 1/3. Why? You never thought about being famous. Others really want to be famous, but they don't have the chance. Wang Tian said bitterly. Big sister. I just want to be a salted fish in my life. I saw Lei paralyzed on the reclining chair, still eating snacks in his mouth, with the expression on his face that I was already a dead fish. To be honest, the paralyzed appearance of Uncle Lei, looked funny. Wang Tian was trying to persuade him, but she held back her smile, her mouth twitched twice, and then she went out helplessly. Although helpless. But she could only decide to cut out Lei's scene. After all, a Chinese restaurant is considered a commercial program. If it is not handled properly, the defendant will be accused of infringement. Sister Tian. How's it going? A cameraman asked after seeing Wang Tian and Lei communicate. He doesn't agree. He just wants to be a salted fish. Thinking of Lei's just dead fish, Wang Tian's mouth twitched twice and said with a wry smile. Wang Tian is a fat eldest sister who is slightly older than Zhao Wei. She is usually friendly and kind, so her subordinates dare to say anything. When the cameraman heard Wang Tian say that Lei disagreed, he sighed and shook his head. Hey, what a pity. I think he is suitable for this bowl of rice. Yeah. Wang Tian nodded. He is handsome and handsome. Versatile. He is humorous. It's really a pity not to eat variety shows. But I don't think it's bad for him to choose to be a salted fish. Hearing what Wang Tian said, the surrounding men turned their eyes and didn't understand why Sister Tian said that. Lei. His parents gave him the word easy, probably to let him live a smooth and stable life. Lei has a good personality. It can be seen that his parents should be optimistic people. Have an easy life. Don't ask for big winds and waves. Just want a comfortable life. The cameraman on the side, Lao Hu, murmured the sentence, and suddenly felt that the mood was very good. Yes. The entertainment industry is too deep, who dares to say that it is good to come in? If you don't have any family power to enter the entertainment industry, you don't know what you will become in the future. Nowadays, celebrities who are well behaved in the entertainment industry and keep themselves clean have family power behind them. People like Diliba, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and others all have family support behind them, otherwise you would have been eaten up by people for a few Wen dramas. I heard that Diliba's father is also a celebrity on their side, a great singer, and a livestock tycoon. It is because he has power that he dares to let his daughter go to film. If it weren't for his good management up and down, Diliba wouldn't have even filmed a hand-in-hand scene like now. Actually, it's really good for him to cook and travel like this. Lao Hu said with a smile on Lei's performance today. With Lei's ability, he can't starve to death anywhere, and no matter how bad he is, he can go to a 5-star hotel as a chef, and he can get a clever daughter-in-law just by his craftsmanship. Everyone was discussing, and at the same time Wang Tian asked his subordinates, have today's recordings been sent to Huaxia? Sister Tian. It's all posted. One of the men nodded and said to Wang Tian, I even posted the footage of Zhao Wei and the others eating pancakes. Well. Good. Give me your phone, and I'll communicate with the assistant director over there. Wang Tian took the call and was about to call Huaxia. Regarding the production team in the later stage of the Chinese restaurant, there are actually two groups of people. One group is led by the director, who is responsible for following Zhao Wei and others to Thailand to busy filming matters. The other team is led by an assistant director. They have more people and special tasks are to deal with video editing, special effects, BGM, and final video release in shifts. They stay in Huaxia. After this video is recorded, it will all be sent to Huaxia's assistant director. Next, you only need to explain a few things, and the rest will be left to them. The task of the assistant director is to spend about 20 hours, working overtime to edit the video, and then release it before 2200 hours tomorrow. About Lei in the video. Cut them all out of the video and don't post them. Director Wang Tian explained after calling the assistant director. Originally everything should be smooth sailing, but at this time, no one expected that some of Lei's luck would be adjusted so high by the system. This also caused Wang Tian's mobile phone signal to be bad. The assistant director is now listening to the director's explanation, only to feel that the phone is beeping. The mobile phone signal is so bad. The assistant director muttered silently, and then he shouted at the mobile phone, Sister Tian. What are you talking about? What happened to Lei? The assistant director only heard the word Lei at this time. Seeing that the assistant director didn't hear it clearly, Wang Tian repeated what he just said. This time the assistant director heard it directly, about the Lei in the video. Publish. About Lei. The footage needs to be carefully edited and released. The assistant director repeated the words over there. When Director Wang Tian heard the assistant director's words, he quickly said, "No." Then the signal was not good again, so that the assistant director heard it as yes. "Okay. I know, Sister Tian." The assistant director kept saying he understood. Next, he explained that his subordinates should focus on the lei lens, and it must be decorated without any flaws. Make him look good in front of the audience. Wang Tian, who hung up the phone, deliberately used Chi Goose to send a message to the assistant director, explaining that the footage of lei was cut off. Unfortunately, Wang Tian's personal computer network was not working, so the message was not sent. Since Chi Goose didn't show a network interruption prompt for a while, Wang Tian thought that the transmission was successful. Anyway, after the video was finished, the director had to review it, so Wang Tian, who was relieved, sighed. After all, the shooting time of the Chinese restaurant was short. The task was heavy, and she was under a lot of pressure. To be honest, she also hoped that the Chinese restaurant would be popular, so she was the first director in history who dared to use such a short time to be a variety show director. It's a pity that Lei doesn't agree. Wang Tian now knows in his heart that Lei will be missing from the camera tomorrow night, but there will be a lot less to see. To be continued. Chapter 17, A Disturbed Heart. Seeking Collection 2/3. Before Wang Tian ordered his subordinates to send all the footage to Huaxia, the videographers actually recorded an interesting scene, that is, the cooking session of everyone in the Chinese restaurant. Natasha was invited to the Chinese restaurant and secretly told Zhao Wei Lei's turnover today with a smile. "Oh my god. Lei's turnover today is 15,000. Zhao Wei covered his mouth in surprise, and the unconsciously raised voice alarmed everyone. "Wow, I make so much money selling pancakes." Jin Menjia was amazed. "Why don't we sell pancakes and fruits too?" Zhou Dongyu joked while looking at Menjia. In fact, judging from the booming business of Lei just now, it is not difficult for everyone to guess that Lei's turnover is definitely not low. You must know that they only sold beer by Lei de Leg just now, and they sold more than 4,000 baht, and sold out all the beer they bought today. But when they really heard about Lei's turnover, everyone was surprised. The exact number of Lei's turnover tonight is actually 14,850 turnover. It was only 150 baht short of 15,000, so Nate's rounded it up. "I feel if Lei's materials are prepared more tonight, his turnover can be higher," Zhang Akatsuki said seriously at this time. Hearing this, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia nodded dumbly, but Zhao Wei laughed at this moment. She looked at Zhang Akatsuki and joked, "Hey. Remember your bet with Xiaoming today?" "Yes. It's not that you should change your mind about Lei." Oh, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia coaxed when they heard Zhao Wei's words. And Zhang Akatsuki was embarrassed for a while, and finally he nodded helplessly and immediately said, "Okay. I will go to my master tomorrow to learn the scriptures." Then what about Huang Xiaoming's side? Zhao Xiaoming finished talking about Zhang Akatsuki and then the artillery fire aimed at Huang Xiaoming. And Huang Xiaoming is now wiping the leaves of the potted plant embarrassingly. Seeing that he still can't escape to honor the bet, Huang Xiaoming can only be willing to admit defeat. To be honest, this time, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki are still convinced, but they didn't expect Lei to have such an ability to drive the atmosphere. When everyone was dancing just now, the two of them also danced along unconsciously. The feeling of being brought up by Lei, in fact, they haven't experienced this kind of experience for a long time. "By the way, Xiaoming. Where's the pancake fruit I asked you to buy? It's not like I didn't buy it. I still want to try Lei's craftsmanship." Looking at Natsa next to him, Zhao Wei suddenly thought of. At this time, Huang Xiaoming pointed to an inconspicuous paper bag in the corner of the bar and said, "Ah. We bought the pancake fruit. It's just that it's been crowded for too long. It's still cold. Where's his lemonade? Zhao Wei asked again. She would like to taste how delicious Lei Ai's lemonade is. After all, she has seen with her own eyes how foreigners drink lemonade and enjoy it. Lemonade was sold out when we arrived. Zhang Akatsuki said helplessly at this time. Finally, Zhao Wei sighed and said, "Okay." So she took the pancake fruit to the kitchen, carefully placed it on a plate, and then cut it into 6 pieces with a knife. Hey, the pancake fruit that Lei made by hand, the sky-high price of the pancake fruit sold out in more than an hour. Who would you like to try? Zhao Wei shouted at everyone when he brought out the plate containing the pancake fruit. And Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia came to join in the first time. The two of them had long wanted to eat Lei Ai's pancakes, and even if it was cold, they wanted to try the delicious food. Naitsa, come and try it too. Zhao Wei also invited Naitsa. At Zhao Wei's invitation, Naitsa walked over with a smile. The 4 women each took a piece of pancake fruit and put it in their mouths. Suddenly, they collectively said, "Yeah," with a sound of enjoyment. "It's so delicious." Jin Menjia shouted excitedly while chewing the cold pancake fruit. And Zhou Dongyu's eyes are widening now. She didn't expect Liu Liang's pancakes to be so delicious at this time. For a while, she even forgot that she was allergic to eggs. As soon as you enter the pancake fruit, the crispy fragrance of the shortcake, the strong fragrance of the chan material, the mellow fragrance of sesame, and the fragrance of the pancake are intertwined, and you can't stop chewing when you eat it in your mouth. And with so much fragrance in the mouth, it is not greasy at all, because it is wrapped in refreshing lettuce, and this fragrance can give people a great satisfaction after one bite. Watching Zhao Wei and others taste so good, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki looked at each other and hurried over. They felt that they were a step late, and they had all robbed the pancakes. As Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki ate the pancakes and fruits, the two suddenly appeared intoxicated, and at the same time, they admired Lei Ai a little more in their hearts. Now they feel that it is not a loss to recognize Lei Ai as a master. However, no one present at this time knew that Lei had already rejected the invitation of the program group, and he had promised the program group to try not to appear near the Chinese restaurant, so as not to affect the shooting. At this moment, when the Chinese restaurant and others were thinking about Lei Ai, there was a beautiful girl who was thinking about Lei Ai this night. Dili Reba was walking back to the resort, and her face became hot thinking of the embarrassing incident just now. I was like a little nympho just now. Why do I care about him so much? Why am I so happy that his business is doing well? Thinking of his performance just now, Dilire was too embarrassed to go back. Diliba didn't even think of herself. She usually sees so many excellent handsome guys. She doesn't care, but when she met Lei Ai one day, she started to think wildly. It's almost 2300 hours now. When she came to the door of the room, Diliba felt that her parents should have already slept, so she took out the room card lightly at this time. Diliba and her parents lived in a suite at Natasha Resort, just like a home, with a living room and separate rooms. She gently opened the entrance door, but Diliba didn't expect that the living room light was still on. At this time, a kind woman was holding tea and watching TV quietly on the sofa. The woman was Dili Reba's mother. Seeing her mother Reba was shy, she quickly asked in Uyghur, her native dialect, "Apa, why haven't you slept yet? Did Dada sleep?" "Apa is my mother, Dada is my father. Everyone, just have a little understanding. Next, the bugs will use Mandarin to read easily. My daughter didn't come back so late, I'm worried. Your father is already asleep. You know he dies more than anyone else when he falls asleep." Hearing her mother's words, Reba sat beside her with a smile. Due to Dili Reba's work, the two of them hadn't chatted for a long time, and they couldn't sleep, so they talked about recent things warmly. But Dili Reba found herself unknowingly, and the topic was always brought to Lei's side. As a mother, Diliba's mother naturally knew her daughter best, and finally she looked at her daughter and said with a smile. Just now you said that the young man named Lee. I want to hear about him. To be continued. Chapter 18. This is good. You actually let go of the beautiful star pigeon who has a crush on you. Seeking collection 3/3. Mom. It's the first day that Lee and I met. There's nothing to say. Diliba's face suddenly changed to UI, and her eyes were dodged. Seeing her daughter's appearance at this time, Reba's mother, who was a visitor, didn't understand why she smiled kindly, and saw that she touched her daughter's head and started talking about her own affairs. I saw your father for the first time back then. Your father's Xinjiang song and dance troupe was not well known at that time. I'm just a little herd girl, and it was your Aunt Kibagilai who sneaked me into the tent where your dad was performing. At that time, he was playing the dab, Xinjiang hand drum, dancing Xinjiang dance and singing our folk songs. As she talked, Reba's mother seemed to miss her more and more. The first time I saw your father, I realized that I had fallen in love with him. I feel that his eyes are more charming than Bosson Lake. The Hema grassland is still wide. Listening to her mother's description, she had to admit that Diliba thought of what happened to Lei just now, and she found that her mood at the moment seemed to be exactly the same as what her mother described. If you find yourself in love with him, go for it bravely, child. Your dad and I will support you no matter what you do. You decide the path in the future. If you want to continue filming, your parents will support you. Even if you don't want to film anymore. There is a ranch at home, and your father's song and dance troupe. Hearing her mother's words, Reba nodded and smiled. She couldn't even think of what it would be like when Lee went back to herd with her. Afterwards, when the time entered 23:30, after all the scenes to be filmed in the Chinese restaurant were over, director Wang Tian announced the end of work. At the same time, she contacted Dili Reba and wanted to ask her if she would like to be a guest at the Chinese restaurant tomorrow. Originally, Chinese restaurant didn't invite Diliba, and she felt regretful. It happened that Diliba came to travel here. What she meant was that Reba would be a guest of the sky and be responsible for sweeping the floor and serving dishes. Anyway, Reba understands the format of variety shows, so let's briefly talk about how she knows how to liven up the atmosphere. Regarding the Dili Reba Artist Company, Wang Tian has already communicated, and Reba's agent received the above instructions to respect Reba's decision. And now that Reba received an invitation from Wang Tian, Dili Reba was actually a little hesitant. After all, she was here to take her parents on a trip this time, so she didn't want to talk about work. Telling this to his mother, Diliba's mother readily agreed, but the request was that Diliba's parents would also follow. After all, Diliba's mother knew from her daughter that Lei was near the Chinese restaurant. If nothing else happened, he might join the Chinese restaurant. Reba's mother wanted to get in touch with Lei. She didn't like to show her face, but in order to understand Lei, she also gave it up. Hearing her mother's thoughts, Reba nodded moved, so the two ran to Reba's father's room to wake up the poor Reba's father. After Reba's father woke up, Reba's mother didn't say to see her future son-in-law, but just said that Reba suddenly came to a filming job, and she was only busy for one day tomorrow, so Reba's father, who loved her daughter, naturally had no opinion on this matter. After finalizing the plan for tomorrow, Diliba hurriedly called Wang Tian, saying that she had no problem with being an airborne guest, but she had to bring her parents. At the same time, she said that her parents were very talented in acting and would never disappoint the director. Gradually, the two sides discussed the matter for tomorrow and slowly ended the phone call. Reba was too embarrassed to ask Wang Tian about Lei in the middle. She probably thought that Lei would definitely go to the Chinese restaurant tomorrow. Lei here. Today, After Lei handed over all the money she earned to Natasha, she did not expect that Natasha only charged Lei 10,000 baht, and she confiscates the fuel, water, and electricity bills consumed by the pancakes. After that, Lei checked into a hotel in Natasha, and now he looked at the 4,300 baht left in his hand and shouted to the system in his head speechlessly. Hey! System, can you explain what the hell is zone? Ding, the zone opened by the host today is the weakest zone, with a level of A. This ability is the host's own talent for entertainment, and has the ability to sway the audience and drive the atmosphere. The strongest zone level is SSS, and its power exceeds the host's imagination. Who asked this? Lei was very helpless when he heard the system's words, I just want to be a salted fish. It's not like you don't understand my system. When I get attention, my legs will become weak. I have a disease that will kill me as soon as I get attention. Please don't be a serious fool. The sudden stop of the system made Lei speechless for a moment. Later, Lei learned that as long as he used the salted fish turning skill in the crowd, more people who were followed would trigger the zone. Well, I'll be a salted fish in the future. Eat and drink well, the ghost will trigger the zone. Thinking of Lei here, he fell asleep beautifully, but his luck has been changed by the system. Obviously, Lei salted fish, the road is not smooth. The next day, Lei, who was supposed to wake up naturally, was woken up by Xiao Apple's knock on the door. Because today is the last day for Little Apple to rest, and tomorrow Little Apple will go to kindergarten, so of course Little Apple wants Lei to take him to play. The hotel where Lei lives is Natsa's house, so it's too easy for Little Apple to know which room Lei lives in. Helpless, Lei got up from the chuang, put on clothes and washed. After everything was cleaned up, Lei looked at Little Apple with a wry smile and said, "This sister Natasha has a big heart, so don't worry, I will take her baby girl to play. Don't be afraid that I will sell it to her." In fact, if it were someone else, Natsa would never be so relieved, but after she had been in contact with Lei for a day, she was completely relieved of Lei, and Little Apple also liked Lei very much, so she naturally asked Lei to help her lead the way. There's nothing better than a child. Today, Lei didn't want to go to the Chinese restaurant either, so after saying hello to Natasha on the phone, Lei ran to rent a motorcycle for 200 baht, and after bringing a lot of snacks, the two set off with laughter and laughter all the way. This time, Lei is not going to return to Huaxia so soon. Although he doesn't have much money in his pocket, he rarely comes to Thailand and doesn't feel like he hasn't played it before. I feel so sorry for myself because of the addiction. Now he just brought a small apple on the way to play, which is harmless. Today, Lei's goal is to take Little Apple to ride the big elephant around the forest, and then go to see the fireflies at night. When the two were laughing and playing, they obviously didn't expect the confusion on the faces of the Chinese restaurant and others. Originally, Reba was coming today, and the Chinese restaurant and others were still very excited. When Reba brought her parents, everyone was full of joy. But after Wang Tian announced that Lei had rejected the invitation from the Chinese restaurant, everyone was stunned, especially Deali Reba and Reba's mother. They were quite disappointed. Only Reba's father was dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Who is Lei? To be continued. Chapter 19 never disappoints you. Seeking Collection 1/3. Although today's Chinese restaurant does not have Lei, but life still has to go on. Since there are 3 more Reba families in the Chinese restaurant, the atmosphere of the restaurant is quite lively. Although Reba's mother is not good at words in front of people, everyone can see the way she works silently. At first glance, he once came from a poor family. Even though he is rich now, he still doesn't have any heirs, which makes people feel good. In fact, the most popular scene today, everyone thought it was Reba. Unexpectedly, Reba's father is the most eye-catching in the end. It can only be said that he is indeed Reba's father. Being able to cultivate so many talented daughters shows that she is not simple. Even though he is a little older, he is still a bit windy and suave. He can use all musical instruments in Xinjiang. He can also play a good guitar. He can sing, dance, and humor. The self-confidence in front of the camera is unpretentious and unobstructed, and the camera is full of sense. On the first day of the Chinese restaurant's opening, there were not many people. In his spare time, Akatsuki Zhang was learning how to cook pilaf with Reba's mother, and the restaurant's people were full of praise for her pilaf. In the evening, there were many people in the restaurant. Reba's father played a guitar and sang a Xinjiang folk song. Reba also performed a Xinjiang dance. The guests of the whole restaurant were excited and applauded on the spot. After Wang Tian learned about the situation of the Chinese restaurant today, he also knew that he would close it when he saw it. When there was no one in the restaurant around 8 o'clock, as a director, he secretly told Zhao Wei that everyone should go back to rest. After all, Reba's parents are embarrassed to trouble Reba today. Besides, Wang Tian also noticed that Reba was a little absent-minded. She thought that Reba was worried that her parents would be tired. As for Reba's mother, no one could see her absent-mindedness because the camera didn't give much. Overall, today's effect is not bad. I hope to make up for yesterday's popularity. Wang Tian looked at today's good camera and smiled bitterly. She didn't have to think about it to know that if all LEE was cut out in yesterday's scene, the effect would be greatly reduced. In today's show, Hot BA is here, and she also brought her parents. She even performed so many talents, which made customers return with satisfaction. Although the effect brought by Lei is a little worse than yesterday's, the star effect can still make up for it. Now director Wang Tian is speechless. When did the star effect become so worthless? There are so many big names in the show today, but Wang Tian still feels that the scene is less like yesterday when he looks at the camera. Anyway, that kind of feeling can't be said, but Wang Tian just felt that there was always a very down-to-earth feeling in yesterday's scene of Lei, which made people feel more identified. As for today's show, there may be too many big names in the show. The reason always has the taste of a show. Maybe it's my illusion. Wang Tian shook his head and sighed helplessly. Okay. Today our Chinese restaurant opened on the first day. Thank you for your hard work, and at the same time thank the Reba family for helping, really thank you. Zhao Wei raised the drink cup, and finally expressed his thanks after everyone was full. After drinking the drinks, everyone applauded. Finally, everyone was full and walked out of the restaurant. Huang Xiaoming, who stayed behind, turned off all the lights in the restaurant, and another day in the Chinese restaurant ended. After leaving the restaurant and coming to the highway, Aja's car was already waiting on the side of the road, and everyone got into the car, and Reba looked at her mother and immediately said with guilt, "Mom. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that Lei would actually decline the invitation to the Chinese restaurant." "It's okay, silly girl." Reba's mother smiled and touched her daughter's head, saying it was okay. "I didn't see Lei today." It can be said that Reba was a little disappointed. She was even more disappointed that she did not let her mother see Lei. In order to understand Lei, she did not hesitate to show her face and participate in variety shows. Seeing that her mother was disappointed, Reba felt even more disappointed. Taste. Tomorrow, Reba will not come to the Chinese restaurant. She will take her parents to play for the last day. If there is no accident, they will return to Huaxia the day after tomorrow, and Reba will return to work. Reba doesn't know if she can still meet Lei after this parting. Reba thinks that she likes Lei now is also wishful thinking. After all, she doesn't know everything about Lei, maybe someone already likes it. After Zhao Wei and others left, Wang Tian brought the camera master and quickly followed Zhao Wei and others. When everyone left, Lee happened to be holding Little Apple's hand and walked slowly from a distance along the seashore. "Hey Little Apple. I haven't seen you tired after playing for a day." Seeing that Little Apple was still so energetic after playing for a day, Lee was speechless at this energetic little girl. "Yeah. I just don't feel tired playing with Brother Lei today." Little Apple jumped happily while watching Lei. The two played crazy today, splashed water, and rode a big elephant, and went to the forest and watched fireflies. The only unexpected gain was probably the broken guitar in Lei's hand. At this time, Lei has a very old guitar in his hand. The guitar is a 41-inch brown wood color. The novice uses a folk guitar. It is estimated that it didn't cost much when I bought it. Now the guitar is very old, and there are scratches on it. The strings are all rusted, and the first and third strings are still broken. It is estimated that its owner also thought it was too old, and it didn't cost much to buy it, so it was thrown away. Little Apple picked it up from the rubbish heap, and she felt sorry for the guitar. Looking at Little Apple's distressed eyes looking at the guitar, Lei smiled and brought it over. At the same time, Lei spent more than 100 baht on the road to buy a set of strings cheaply. Back at Nate's seafood restaurant, Nate and several waiters hadn't left yet. After Lei simply drank some water, he ran to the seaside and quietly changed the strings of his guitar under a tree. After brushing the old guitar, even though it was covered with scars, Lei still changed the strings very seriously. Remove the old strings and replace them with new ones. Lei closes his eyes and fiddles with the 6 strings to tune it. Lei is equipped with God-level music presented by the system, and this skill is all-encompassing to let Lei grandmaster any musical instrument. So he can hear if the strings are out of tune just by ear. After adjusting the strings little by little, Lei holding the old guitar and looking at the starry sky above his head suddenly became silent. At this time, Lei is blowing the sea breeze, looking at the sea, and his mind is extraordinarily peaceful. He felt a little guilty about the system, because he knew that without the system, he would not be able to travel, and he would not have a second chance to survive. However, he likes a leisurely life, which is obviously a bit out of tune with the style of the system entertainment king. "Sorry, system. I guess you're better than me if you find any host on the street." Lee smiled wryly while holding the guitar. After all, he came to be a salted fish with the skydifying skills that the system gave him. Lee also felt that it's overkill. Gently strumming the strings, a very brisk melody came from the guitar. Hearing this brisk melody, Nate and Little Apple originally wanted to let Lei help out the oven, and everyone ate barbecue on the beach together, but now they smiled and didn't bother. At the same time, Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, Dili Reba, and Reba's parents actually walked out from behind the Chinese restaurant on the other side. It turned out that Reba's mother forgot her coat in the store, so everyone who walked halfway accompanied Reba's mother back to get it, but immediately everyone was attracted by a melodious guitar sound. "I've never heard this melody before. It sounds good." Reba's father praised the melody and searched for the place where the sound came from. "Mother is him." Reba found Lei under the tree by the sea first, and she immediately told her mother secretly excitedly. Soon, everyone found the figure of Lei under the tree, but the back of him holding the guitar at this moment was a little desolate for some reason. "It's Lei." Zhao Wei also recognized Lei's back at a glance and said. When Lao Hu, who was following Huang Xiaoming at the same time, saw Lei playing the guitar, he subconsciously aimed the camera at Lei. Lei, who plays the guitar, doesn't know that he is being watched by Reba and others now. Now all he sees is the stars, the sea, and the beautiful lighthouse in the distance. Following that, the melody of his guitar suddenly became low, and the next second Lei's magnetic, sentimental, and intoxicating voice sounded. "The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear it clearly? The person who looks up, the loneliness and sigh in the bottom of my heart." The brightest star in the night sky, can you remember? The figure who walked with me and disappeared in the wind. I pray to have a transparent heart and tearful eyes. Give me the courage to believe again, oh hug you beyond a lie. When Lei suddenly sang the 3 words I pray, the people who listened to the song were silent. Lei's guitar played beautifully, the voice was beautiful, and the words were even more beautiful. This song is also Zhao Wei, and others have never heard of this song, and this song has never appeared in this world. Now, the people around them are moved to cry a little by Lei's singing. Listening to the brightest star in the night sky, everyone around them raises their heads, unconsciously thinking of their most difficult days. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I'm lost in the dark night. The brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me. To be continued. Chapter 20 Zinc Tears. Seeking Collection 2/3. The strumming continued, and Lei's deep and rich voice made Reba, Zhao Wei, and others fall into silence. The voice seemed to be carrying the owner's sentimental story, leaving a touch of sadness in the hearts of everyone around him. Unconsciously, Reba covered her mouth and cried. She felt a little distressed when she saw Lei like this. At the same time, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia also left tears. The tears left by the two were clear tears. After they were wiped off, they would remain again without knowing it. They looked up at the stars above their heads. I don't know why the stars tonight are particularly dazzling. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I'm lost in the dark night. The brightest star in the night sky. Please light me up. When the song was about to end, Lei slowed down the guitar he played, looked up at the stars, and let the sea breeze blow his hair. Lei closed his eyes and chanted the last 2 sentences. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sighs of those who look up. At the end of the song, the guitar sound stopped, and the people behind were still intoxicated in the song just now and silent for a long time. A good tune plus a good playing plus a good voice, this tune brought everyone to tears. Seeing her daughter cry now, Reba's mother quickly patted her on the back. Although Reba's mother is stronger, she has to admit that this song is really good. Daughter. You're right. He's very good. If you like it, go for it. Otherwise, it may be snatched away by others. Reba's mother said secretly, hugging Reba, and Reba is now wiping away her tears. Keep nodding. It took a long time for everyone to react from the song. Natsa took the lead in applauding, and at the same time, Little Apple clapped her hands excitedly. From the sparse applause to the enthusiastic, at this time, Lei was suddenly stunned with the guitar. Because he obviously heard that the applause behind him was wrong. Logically speaking, the applause behind him shouldn't be so warm. After all, the Natsa restaurant nearby is not closed, and there are only 7 to 8 people in their restaurant. How can I hear the number of applause now? How come there are more than 20? Turning back quickly, Lei was stupid on the spot, because at this time he realized that there were more than 20 people standing behind him. Lei didn't expect that the Chinese restaurant and others who had left had all come back. Zhao Wei, Reba, and the others didn't say anything. Even the cameramen were now aiming their cameras at Lei. Ding dong, I feel that the host uses god-level music skills, which meets the price standard of salted fish turning over, punishing the host with more peach blossom luck, more headaches caused by women, and less comfortable life. I knew it. Hearing the system in his head reminding Lei that his heart was full of bitterness, he checked his own fortune to follow the trend. The UI fortune that the system added just now has not passed, and now there is another peach blossom fortune. Taking UI luck plus peach blossom luck makes Lei feel that he is taking off recently. Just don't go out tomorrow. Lei's mouth twitched, and he decided that it would be more appropriate to wait for his luck to end recently before going on a trip. Xiao Apple has now left her mother and ran to Lei. At the same time, Zhao Wei, Reba, Dongyu, Menjia, and others came to Natsu's door. Now they just listened to Lei Ai's song and wanted to chat with him. To chat with Reba, Dongyu, Wei, Menjia. You haven't gone back yet. Do you want to stay and eat barbecue? We are about to eat barbecue. Natsu smiled when she saw the Chinese restaurant and others coming to her door. Invited to. After all, they invited themselves to try the dishes yesterday, and today is just the time for a courtesy exchange. Anyway, Natsu's restaurant doesn't have much at the moment, but it has a lot of meat. Can you? Huang Xiaoming asked first with a smile. Yes, Xiaoming will get excited when he hears the barbecue. Seeing Huang Xiaoming's excited look, Zhao Wei was a little speechless. When Natsu said it was okay for everyone to come and eat barbecue, the Chinese restaurant and others discussed with each other. In fact, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia are all right to stay and eat barbecue. The key is Reba and her parents. After all, Reba's parents have been working hard all day, maybe they want to go back to rest in a hurry. But what everyone didn't expect was that Reba's mother was the first to say she would stay, and Reba immediately turned UI when she saw her mother's actions. She naturally understood her mother's intention. As for Reba's father, he has no problem staying to eat barbecue. Now he is very interested in Lei Ai. Lei Ai's song just now was so beautiful. When it comes to eating, Lei immediately put aside the system's punishment for him, and the sky can't stop him from eating barbecue now. Pulling the little apple to Natsu's side, everyone gathered around Lei Ai and asked about the name of the song he sang just now, but Lei Ai smiled bitterly and replied that his song was called The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Hearing Lei Ai's song title, Zhao Wei, Reba, Huang Xiaoming, and others all praised the song's good name, and the song was really nice. Even Reba silently recited the song's name, with radiance in his eyes. On Lei Ai's side, after simply saying hello to everyone, he started to help carry the barbecue. Move out the ovens one by one, and then Lei Ai took out the chan juice and chili, chan left over from selling pancake fruit yesterday. Young man, what do you use this thing for? Reba's father, who has been paying attention to Lei Ai all the time, asked curiously, looking at Lei Ai's two bowls. These two are chan juice. After the meat is roasted, you can eat whatever it is. Lei was confident in the chan juice he made by himself. Hey boy. Although you can sing well, but the barbecue is amateur. My wife's barbecue is a must, and there is more than chan sauce for barbecue. Cumin powder and sesame can't be missing. This way it tastes delicious. After Reba's father finished speaking, he was about to signal his wife to roast some mutton for everyone. In order to thank Zenatessa for inviting them to eat barbecue, of course Dad Reba wanted to repay her with delicious barbecue. However, at this time, he suddenly noticed that when his wife was roasting meat, she gave him an angry look, which made Reba's father puzzled and wondered what he had done wrong. In fact, when Lei Ai wanted to barbecue, Reba wanted to rub against Lei Ai, who knew that her father would take the lead. This Reba's mother was naturally speechless when she saw this situation. You said that you were surrounded by big men. What is the guy doing? Although she was helpless in her heart, Reba's mother still grilled meat silently for everyone. As a result, after she cooked the meat, although the food was highly praised by everyone, it was obvious that everyone was more looking forward to Lei Ai's barbecue. Sure enough, Lei Ai's barbecue is almost the object of competition. After Reba's father and mother ate Lei Ai's barbecue, they immediately fell in love with the taste. Lei Ai's barbecue is too fragrant, and the aroma of pepper is fragrant. It's simply unforgettable. Reba is staring at Lei all the time now. As long as her barbecue is ready, she will eat it hard. After 3 rounds of drinking, although Reba didn't find a chance to talk to Lei Ai, what made Reba and her mother speechless was that Lei Ai had already called her father a brother, and Lei was eating skewers while eating shouted with a smile. "Old man! Play a tune! Your tune is so good!" Hearing Lei's praise for Reba's father, I felt a little overwhelmed. De Liba's surname is de Limulati, which is naturally her father's surname. Originally, Lei wanted to call Reba's father uncle. People didn't agree, and they said their surname. Every time I go to Lei, I ask people to mention it. To be honest, watching Lei and Reba's father come out, Reba's mother is going to laugh angrily, and now she has made a decision in her heart. The washboard is ready. To be continued. Chapter 21 is inexplicably on camera. Seeking collection 3/3. All the guests and hosts enjoyed the meal, and in the end everyone said goodbye and dispersed. When she was leaving, Reba deliberately dragged her to the last one to leave, only to see her sneaking up to Lei and whispering, "The song you sang just now is really good." "Thank you," Lei said with a smile when she heard Reba's words. She has a good impression of Delire ba Lei. She was also the first to support her when selling pancakes and fruits, and she also helped Lei a lot, so Lei has regarded her as a friend. And if Reba knew that she was just a friend in Lei's heart, she wouldn't know if she would be messy in the wind. When the Chinese restaurant and others got into Aja's car and left, Wang Tian led his subordinates and followed Zhao Wei and others, while looking at the phone and sighing, "I hope there will be no problems with the show." In fact, for Wang Tian today, the filming went smoothly, including Huaxia, who said everything was normal. For the video production review of the first phase of the Chinese restaurant, the assistant director led people to easily handle it. But it happened to the last step, the video needs to be reviewed by the chief director and something went wrong. When the assistant director sent the first issue to Wang Tian, it was either an error on his side or an error on this side, either a network error or a device error. Anyway, Wang Tian has yet to see what the first video of the Chinese restaurant made by the assistant director looks like. An hour ago, Wang Tian reluctantly asked the assistant director to send a copy of the video to Mango TV so that they could prepare in advance. After all, the Chinese restaurant has already started to promote it before it is produced, and the video will definitely be broadcast. Who dares to let the audience dove? This program is broadcast simultaneously on TV and the internet at 10 o'clock in China time. In addition, Wang Tian has always trusted the assistant director's ability, so she can only tell the assistant director to let it go. As time slowly passed, China time finally ushered in 2200 hours. Bai Tong is a freshman, and he was promoted to sophomore after the summer vacation started. With nothing to do in this hot summer vacation, she wants to be a housegirl besides staying at home as a housegirl. Now she was lying on the sofa browsing the web page lazily, when suddenly a player in the lower right corner prompted that a variety show she was following was updated. I glanced lazily and found that it was actually the Chinese restaurant that I paid attention to before. Before the show started filming, the publicity was already overwhelming. Originally, Bai Tong had lost confidence in such variety shows. Even if there were big names such as Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki, and Jin Menjia, Bai Tong also lacked interest in the show. But people said in the propaganda that this variety show has been filmed one day and released one day. Seeing that people have so much time to do variety shows, Bai Tong lazily paid attention to it in advance. Now they have been filming for a day. Looking at the update of the Chinese restaurant, Bai Tong thought about it and clicked in. In fact, the reason why Bai Tong lacks interest in such variety shows is because there are too many such shows recently. What Kind of Running Man and What Kind of Extreme Challenge is basically to let the stars do some games and do some funny embarrassing things. At the beginning, Bai Tong watched these shows just fine, thinking that those high-level stars also have such a close side to the people. But after a long time, I get a little tired. No matter how I look at Bai Tong, I feel that the stars are showing off. When I opened the Chinese restaurant this time, Beitong actually felt that he was too idle. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Just look at the show inside and say, if it doesn't look good, just dismiss it. When I started the show, Zhao Wei was calling Huang Xiaoming and Zhou Dongyu one by one, talking about topics like who would cook and who would open a restaurant. This world does not yet have the form of barrage. If the audience wants to communicate, they need to rely on the comments below. At the beginning of the plot, the comments also start to scroll with the audience. The disadvantage of this is that if you come late, you will not be able to keep up with the comments. Rhythmic. But now Beitong looked at Zhao Wei and others on the phone, and suddenly felt sleepy, because she suddenly felt that the Chinese restaurant program might still be the same star show. As for the comments below, fans of Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and Zhang Akatsuki are talking about how handsome their idols are, how beautiful they are, and how cute they are. As for Beitong, now looking at the comments, she can only shake her head helplessly, saying that she is past the age of chasing stars, who made her mature so early. When Zhao Wei and others set off for Thailand, the show also entered the advertisement very decisively. For this super unlimited show, Beitong turned over Byakugan and couldn't help but want to cross. However, when she just put the mouse on the fork, the show suddenly turned to the highlight of this episode, and the highlight of this episode of the show is almost the preview of this episode. I saw a ferocious young man suddenly appearing on the screen. The young man is now angrily shouting at Zhao Wei and others in English. How did your chauffeur drive? The teenager was treated super fiercely by the special effects in the later stage. He was almost like the villain on TV. Following the show, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia were frightened by the teenager. The narrator of the show cooperated and said while the Chinese restaurant and others just came to Thailand, it was twists and turns. Why is the Chinese boy who suddenly appeared on the side of the road so angry? Following the jump with the narration program, I saw that the scene in the program was changed to a supermarket, and in the supermarket, Jia and Dongyu saw the ferocious young man again. It's over. This distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. We offended our neighbors before the restaurant opened. Zhang Akatsuki's voice was ringing, but the scene on the camera was indeed the fear of Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia. Let me go next door. Give them some gadgets. I think the relationship between neighbors should be repaired. Huang Xiaoming's voice sounded in the scene where he jumped again. It's just that I didn't see Huang Xiaoming's expression in the camera. I don't know if Huang Xiaoming's expression is anxious or smiling. It's impossible. Akatsuki Zhang said very decisively, sounding as if he was having a conflict because of offending his neighbors. The audience didn't know that this section was a bet. Zhang Akatsuki said that it was impossible not to say no to apologize, but to say that it was impossible for Lei's turnover to reach 10,000. Looking at the preview of this show, the comments below are all saying that the boy in the video is so fierce. Miss Wei and the others are estimated to have encountered someone who made trouble without reason. It seems that Zhang Akatsuki was so angry that he did not let Huang Xiaoming apologize. That man is from Huaxia? He spoke English to Zhao Wei and the others just now? That man is definitely looking for trouble on purpose, otherwise he won't be endless and chased to the supermarket. She yells at Sister Zhao Wei. Don't let me know where that man lives. Upstairs +1. When I saw the man in the video, I thought he was finding fault, not a good person. Taking a look at the comments, Beitong didn't take it to heart, but she suddenly became interested in this show in a flash, and that's right because of the vicious boy just now. Beitong studied clothing design, so as soon as the man appeared, Beitong knew that he was in good shape. Of course, this was not the key. The key is that Beitong also saw that the man in the video was not the actor who was invited. That man was really angry just now. It's just that the reason for his anger is that everyone thinks that he is deliberately looking for trouble. As a star, how can he take the initiative to find trouble for others? Beitong is not chasing celebrities for the time being, so she is not a fan of brains, so naturally she does not look at things from the perspective of celebrities. From the perspective of the man in the video, Beitong knew that he was not someone who likes to look for trouble. Even though he was added with special effects in the later stage, Beitong thought that the man was not someone who liked to look for trouble. He was probably provoked by celebrities. To him, what she wanted to see at this time was what the star did to anger such an honest and good-looking boy. To be continued. Chapter 22 Impression Twists and Turns in Front of the Audience. Seeking Collection 1/4. As the preview ended, the camera turned. Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia and other 5 people had come to the door of their Chinese restaurant. When Zhao Wei, as the store manager, announced the opening of the Chinese restaurant, but everyone was embarrassed to find that the pour in the store didn't even have a bowl, the comment was swiped with 233, expressing that it was interesting to see the star embarrassed. Entering the restaurant, Huang Xiaoming also said that he would put Zhao Wei's Huanzuch poster on the wall, jokingly saying that it would attract customers, and immediately the comments were painted with 233. But Beitong shrank on the sofa and laughed dryly, and said that she couldn't find the point of laughter. After all, she watched too many variety shows, and the point of laughter was a bit high. After that, Zhao Wei and the others made a list, and then got into Applejack's car and headed for the supermarket. They talked and laughed at each other along the way. Huang Xiaoming joked about the poster just now, saying that it is not bad for the poster to be the door god. Listening to the stars joking with each other and laughing at the comments, Beitong now feels that he is not from the earth. She doesn't think it's funny at all for Mao. Hey! A loud roar suddenly sounded in the show, making the sleepy Beitong mentally shaken, and then she saw a young man in the show who was looking angry at Zhao Wei and the others. Damn! That roar just scared me, baby. Shocked +1. Frightened +10,086. I wipe, so fierce. It's him. The guy in the trailer is very fierce. It's him, looking for something, he touches porcelain. People are provoking him by being honest in the car, definitely looking for trouble. Screenshot has been taken, saying don't let me see him in Huaxia. He touches porcelain. Looking at these brainless fans in the comments, Beitong said that he wanted to close the comments. In the show, the teenager called to stop Zhao Wei's car, and then he shouted in English, "How did your driver drive? Don't you pay attention? I don't know that there is water on the road, so you can't drive so fast." Huh. Hearing the boy's words, the comments suddenly became quiet, and the boy's tone seemed to be that the drivers of Zhao Wei and others were driving uncivilized. In the preview just now, because the special effects of the teenager were too fierce, everyone ignored the words of the teenager. In the next second, the scene of the program changed, and the scene was immediately adjusted to a teenager squatting on the side of the road, feeding a little girl ice cream just in time, but the car came suddenly, and the 2 people on the side of the road were splashed with water, even the young girl. The girl had water in her mouth. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the little girl, Beitong thought that everyone would be angry, and Zhao Wei and others were still laughing and laughing in the car at that time, and they didn't pay any attention to the situation just now. 2333, suddenly feel bad for this buddy. The sprayer just now slaps the face. Indiscriminate UI blind BB. Seeing the sudden change of style in the comments, Beitong laughed suddenly, and she felt that Lei in the video would not get angry easily, something must have offended him. I think all this is what the man deserves. Who told him to squat is not good, not to squat on the roadside to eat ice cream. Being sprayed with water actually shouted and threw our Huaxia's face. I have no eyes. Of course, there are still some keyboard warriors in the comments, who are still ranting without any brains. When she saw this, Beitong became angry immediately, and instantly she clicked enter and started ranting back. The one who said you lost Huaxia's face is deaf. No one ever said a dirty word. People are already very civilized, and I would have scolded long ago. Support upstairs. Originally there is standing water on the road and driving should not be too fast, this should be regarded as uncivilized driving by the driver. I was splashed with water by a car while walking on the road, and my new clothes were all dirty and it was very annoying. The man in the show is already very cultivated. It is said that 80% of the person who loses Huaxia face is a disabled person, and he doesn't dare to make a sound after being sprayed with water. That's called losing Huaxia face. Whoever saw it said it was useless. I support the man on the show. The man's sister is so cute. So cute +1. After Beitong gave Lei a troll in the video, more and more people helped Lei in the comments, and the arrogance of those brainless keyboard warriors weakened. But in the end, Beitong didn't expect that everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the 3-year-old girl, which instantly made Beitong wonder whether to laugh or cry. But indeed, the little girl the boy was holding was really cute. After Zhao Wei and others apologized, the audience saw Lei carefully wiping off the stains for Little Apple while comforting Little Apple softly in Thai. All of a sudden, everyone said in the comments that Lei is so warm. At this moment, there are no trolls who say that Lei is deliberately finding fault, and who say that Lei is not a good person. In the end, Little Apple put away the grievance and loudly said to drive slowly. If other children were splashed, they would cry. This sentence suddenly detonated the comment area, and everyone said that they were going to cry. In the end, Lei accepted the apology, he left with Xiao Apple, and Zhou Dongyu followed in amazement at Lei's Thai, English, and Chinese. When the audience saw this, they all agreed. For a while, the audience's view of Lei changed completely, and they thought that Lei was a very cultivated and cultural person. I don't know what his face looks like. By the way, his clothes are a bit dirty. Beitong muttered while watching Lei in the show. Lei's hair was so long that it covered his eyes, it was definitely not easy to find him on the street. After watching the show, the audience knew what a coincidence was. It turned out that Lei also went to the supermarket to buy things. When Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu were shocked when they saw Lei, everyone laughed and swiped in the comments. As for it, people are obviously not so small and chicken intestines, okay. After Lei said he was an otaku before leaving, he was immediately occupied by otaku in the comments, saying long live brother Yi, I am a big otaku. The only person who dares to say that he is a otaku so confidently is brother Yi 2333. What makes it even more coincidental is that the audience did not expect that Lei was actually the neighbor next door to the Chinese restaurant. Seeing this scene, even Beitong exclaimed that it was a coincidence. Later, Natsa came to visit, and the audience knew that this woman was the mother of the cute little girl just now. When Natsa talked about Lei and said that he didn't pay for Ba Wang's meal, and her boss asked for 5,000 baht, not to mention that the audience was aroused, even Beitong didn't find himself more and more interested in Lei. The audience didn't expect that the show was as twists and turns as the narrator said, but the twists and turns were not the embarrassment of the Chinese restaurant, but the twists and turns of their views on Lei. Originally, Lei's vicious appearance made everyone think that he was not a good person, but only later did they realize that he stood up and shouted for the cute little apple, and everyone felt that Lei was very warm. Immediately after, Xiao Apple's mother said that Lei eats Ba Wang's meal, but her boss asked for 5,000 baht, and immediately everyone became curious about Lei again. When Natsa said that Lei was going to pay back the money by selling Chinese food, Beitong, like the audience, showed a surprised expression. It turned out that he could pay back the money by eating Ba Wang meal. When Natsa praised Lei's cooking as being super delicious, everyone was wondering how delicious a fried rice could be. When Zhao Wei asked Natasha what dishes Lei was going to use to pay back the money, everyone wanted to know the answer. Even Beitong was listening earnestly at this time, but she didn't realize that she liked this show because of Lei. When Natsa said that Lei was going to pay back the money with pancake fruit, the comments below exploded instantly. My pants are all over, you show me this. 2333, Zhuang is my big pancake fruit. Amazing my brother. Selling pancakes and fruit redemption. Society, my brother Yi, there are not many cruel words. He ate the bawang meal, and there was no money in his pocket. You asked how to pay it back, and you sold pancakes and fruits angrily. Upstairs breaks the evaluation service. What do you mean? Meaning, this broken comment area will serve you. Looking at other people's comments, Beitong laughed along, and now she has found the feeling of watching variety shows because of Lei. At this time, she suddenly felt that Lei was a little cute, so she quickly swiped it in the comment area. Suddenly I feel that brother Yi is a little cute. Cute +1. Cute +110. Cute day. Upstairs you are serious. Brother Yi Yihua is shivering. My girl. In the show, Zhang Akatsuki said directly and decisively that it was impossible. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for Lei to sell pancakes and fruits to achieve a turnover of 10,000. And also made a bet with Zhao Wei. Many people in the comments agree with Akatsuki Zhang's point of view, but many people in the comments have more expectations for Lei, and Beitong is now a member of the army of expectations. There are also many viewers who join in the fun and want to see what Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki look like when they recognize Lei as their masters. When the show entered the middle of the night and Lei was about to come out to sell pancakes and fruits, the show suddenly advertised. Suddenly Beitong was speechless holding the computer. To be continued. Chapter 23 Crazy Audience. Seeking Collection 2/4. I bet half a pack of spicy sticks, Ye's turnover won't reach 10,000 tonight. Betting hot strips +1. I bet 3 packs of spicy strips. Brother Yi can't break the chew of 10,000. During the advertisement of the Chinese restaurant program, I kept swiping that Lei's turnover couldn't break 10,000 tonight. Beitong was flipping through Byakugan with a notebook and scolding a group of cowards. Slap typing on the computer. I bet that Ye's turnover can break 10,000 tonight, and if I lose, I will reward the Chinese restaurant with 10,000 soft sister coins. The bright picture in the comment area is proof. If I win, you guys will kill yourself. Don't forget to hang up in the comment area then. As soon as Beitong's sturdy words came out, the comment area was quiet for a second, and many male viewers felt that the crotch was faintly windy when they looked at this comment. After a long time, finally, played Beitong, who was not afraid of death, and immediately chose not to accept it and fight. At Yingxin Lubei, this king answered your challenge. At Yingxin Lubei, this immortal answered your challenge. At Yingxin Labei, Ben Shao answered your challenge. Yinxin Lubei, cut, when the time comes, the old lady will drive the tractor to collect the crane. An episode passed quickly, and with the end of the good white laundry detergent commercial, everyone concentrated on watching the Chinese restaurant program. No one realizes that many viewers are not interested in celebrities such as Zhao Wei, but are actually interested in passers-by like Li Yi. When night fell on the show, Zhao Wei and others were busy making dishes and setting prices for the dishes. And Lei's pancake stall has been out for a while, but no one has bought it. Immediately, many people in the comments were brushing, and my Dragon Gen was saved. I look forward to Yinxin Lubei posting pictures sooner rather than later. When Huang Xiaoming went to take a peek at the price of Lei pancake fruit on the show, many people in the comment area instantly became stunned. It's amazing, my brother Yi, even selling pancakes and lemonade for 150 baht, Miss Wei is not so confident. I hang, phew, this is stable. 150 baht is 30 soft sister coins. This money is enough for me to eat 6 pancakes and fruits in Dacian dynasty. The prices upstairs are terrible, I can only eat 5 of 30 soft sister coins here. Looking at the distrust of many people in the comments, Beitong didn't pay attention to it. Now she is looking at Lei in the camera seriously. At this time, Lei is unexpectedly calm and is eating snacks with little apple, while giggling. Speaking of which, he can really eat it? Seeing that Lei's snacks have not been interrupted, Beitong kept sighing, thinking that Natasha said in the show that Lei ate 5,000 baht seafood early in the morning, and he didn't know where he came from. Appetite. I want a pancake and fruit. Suddenly a nice girl on the show sounded, which immediately made Beitong's eyes bright. Although the place where the woman was standing was a little dark, it was not clearly photographed, but Beitong could see each other at a glance. She is a beautiful woman. Seeing that someone finally bought Lei's pancakes and fruits, many people have more expectations, but some people still think that it is obviously impossible to achieve a turnover of 10,000 with just one pancake and fruit, so the audience did not pay attention to it. But next, when making pancakes and fruits in Lei, many tourists looked sideways, and the audience suddenly realized that something was wrong. I go. It's just a pancake and fruit, and the surrounding tourists don't have to look at it. Could it be that the beauty who buys pancakes is too beautiful? Could it be that the pancakes made by Yi are too fragrant? Wake up upstairs. Where can pancakes and fruits get fragrant? Do you think short sans stinky tofu? When the audience didn't believe it, the beauty who suddenly bought the pancake fruit took a bite of the pancake fruit and jumped up happily. The audience suddenly complained silently. I go. This is a request from Brother Yi. As for a pancake fruit, have you ever eaten it? Eating a pancake and fruit is like this. Then come to my big capital to eat roast duck, won't it be able to fly? 2333, it is estimated that she comes to our spicy Sichuan to eat a mapo tofu, and she can send great fireball jutsu. Upstairs, the Hokage of Brother Xianyu has been read a lot, and the identification is completed. When everyone felt that the beauty play was too fake, Zhao Wei suddenly said that the beauty was Dili Reba, and everyone in the comment area was dumbfounded. I go. Fatty, my goddess. That girl is fat really. Finally, as the camera progressed, everyone was surprised to find that the beauty was really Dili Reba, and Beitong sat up excitedly, and then she took a good look at the beauty, but she didn't expect it to be Dili Reba, and she commented with a smile. 2333, it's fake to say that beautiful women are acting, slap in the face. I go. She is really my goddess, she is amazing my brother Yi, she can jump up and eat for fatty, please accept my knees. When everyone was amazed, I didn't expect that the black brother who came later ate Lei's pancakes and cried, and a group of people knelt down in the comments. Although Lei has always explained that his chili peppers are too spicy. But looking at the way the black brother eats pancakes and fruits while crying, everyone knows that Lei's pancakes and fruits are delicious. Following in the comment area, everyone expressed their amazement at Lei while texting 2333 to the black brother. Really? Next, tourists who are eager to try it out buy pancakes and fruits. And Beitong jumped up excitedly now holding the notebook, cheering while jumping, and she didn't know why she was so excited, feeling that Lei's business was like her own. Seeing those foreigners enjoying pancakes and fruits one by one, Beitong suddenly felt a little satisfied. Look. This is my big pancake fruit. This is my Chinese food. Brother Yi's rumors are stable. Thank you Brother Yi for bringing glory to China. From now on, Yi Road turns to fans. Road to Fan +1. Looking at the comments, Beitong is also a satisfied comment lose one Fan +10086. At this time, Beitong finally had the feeling of watching variety shows, and now he is inexplicably proud to see those satisfied foreigners. Next, everyone was surprised to see that Diliba actually took the initiative to collect money for Lei, and everyone immediately complained that as a single dog, they had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. I thought that Lei would sell out the pancakes and fruit steadily. Who knew that in the next second, Lei would use a shovel and scraper to strike a nice percussion. When Lei tied his hair up and exposed his forehead, Beitong's heart trembled instantly. I go. Brother Yi is so handsome. Beitong commented excitedly. Wow. Sister, my girly heart. So handsome, Yi brother. Pause Tian screen. Wow. So handsome to explode. For a while, the girls' comments in the comments were directly lively, and they all said that Lei was their male god. When Lei finished making pancakes and sang the song of pancakes, the whole comment exploded again. Wow. Mom asked me why I was kneeling and looking at the computer. Amazing, my brother Yi. Make a pancake and fruit can get rap. I give full marks to this freestyle. I'm not afraid of your pride. I feel like he is the only player who can replace me as a producer. 2333. Record it, it means that the phone ringtone is available. Record it, it means that there will be a BGM of pancake fruit tomorrow. This was originally a joke, but later in the pancake stalls in Huaxia, many hawkers selling pancake fruits really carried big loudspeakers with them. Each speaker played Lei's song of pancakes and fruits. After hearing this rap, many people said that they knew that there should be pancake fruit nearby. The popularity of songs has made many people aware of Lei, ranging from an 80-year-old ant to a 3-year-old naked girl. You may not know about Chinese restaurants, but you must not know about Lei. Because Lei's rap is as popular as a small apple in a parallel world. To be continued. Chapter 24 is on fire. Crazy. Sturdy data, seeking E3/4. When Wang Tian finally entered the Huaxia Mango website through special equipment, the first episode of the Chinese restaurant program was drawing to a close. Click to enter the Chinese restaurant program, and the wonderful song of pancakes and fruits played by Lei is playing on the screen. I saw that Lei appeared in the program. In an instant, Wang Tian was there. Didn't I ask Xiao Miao to cut it for Lei? Wang Tian said with a frown. Xiao Miao was the assistant director. She was a little sluggish at the moment, obviously did not notice that the upper right corner of the program was playing, showing that the number of online viewers at this time was actually 100 million. Even if the advertisement of the Chinese restaurant is good, the program investment is large, and many viewers are curious, but there is really no variety show in this world, and the number of online viewers for the first episode is so high. The world's very popular Running Man, Where is Dad, etc., also won word of mouth after several episodes were broadcast, and the number of viewers has exploded to such a degree. With the end of the Chinese restaurant show, the following comments have been on for a long time, all of which are talking about how Lei is. Obviously, Lei has attracted countless fans with this episode alone. At the same time, everyone did not expect that Lei's turnover would break 15,000. This overfulfilled task made everyone shiver. In the comments, Beitong said that he was wrong. And Beitong doesn't care about these spineless people, and now her eyes are full of brilliance after watching the Chinese restaurant. Especially when Lei woke up after singing the song of pancake bones several times, he shyly said that he was singing. Beitong felt that Lei was cuter than Little Apple at that moment. Immediately, she ran to Do Niang bar and quickly created a Lei bar for Lei. Because she started fast enough, in an instant, Lei bar announced that Yanzin Lubei became the owner of Lei bar. Do Niang, Heatwave Weibo, have a great influence in this world. One is a place where groups can create topic discussions. One is to create blogs for famous artists and get fans to follow. Weibo Beitong doesn't need to think about it, after all, Beitong didn't find Lei's Weibo. As for Lei, Now Bei Tong vows to manage it well. From now on, she is a die-hard fan of Lei. In a short period of time after the establishment of Lei Bar, Bei Tong was surprised to find that there were tens of thousands of people in the Lei Bar, most of whom were beautiful women. After Bei Tong was proud now, he quickly took a photo of Lei's beauty. After slightly modifying the size, Bei Tong used it as the avatar of Leiba. Looking at Lei's handsome face when he sang Song of Pancakes and Fruits, Bei Tong has been crazy for a while. Followed her and posted a post, putting Lei's beautiful photos and his Song of Pancakes and Fruits in it. Everyone in the comments below said, "Lord, have a good vision, secretly take Lei Miyazao away, keep it as a screensaver, and kneel at night. Koyuki, Koyuki. From now on he is my male god." Bei Tong couldn't be more excited at this time, and hurriedly sent a message to his good girlfriend Amway to cheer him up. Tonight, the Chinese restaurant is completely popular, and the attention of the Chinese restaurant bar has exceeded 1 million in just 1 hour. Even Lei Bar has 300,000 fans in a short period of time. As for the matter of his own fire, Lei, who is the party, has no idea. Now he is lying on the chuang, re-watching One Punch Man that he has watched twice, and about buying anime from the system. It only takes 5 to 6 salted fish points. All the animations in the previous life can be purchased. After buying, if you want to watch it several times, you will not be charged for the second time. One Punch Man and other anime Lei bought it long ago, and now he doesn't want salted fish to watch it again. At this time, there are thousands of animations in Lei's animation library, which are all purchased by Lei with the entertainment value he has saved since he traveled for a year. When Lei was eating snacks, he was still like a salted fish lying on the chuang. Wang Tian looked at the caller ID on his mobile phone now, and suddenly became annoyed. It was Xiao Miao, the name of the assistant director written on the caller ID. Seeing that Xiao Miao still dared to call himself at this time, Wang Tian got a little angry and hurried to answer the call, without taking her to scold Xiao Miao. Coming. Sister Tian. The ratings for the first episode of our Chinese restaurant broke too. Wow. We succeeded. Sister Tian. A nice girl called out. Broken too. Hearing Xiao Miao's report, Wang Tian's anger was instantly extinguished. This data simply scared her to be careful. You must know that at the beginning, she thought that the show could break 1.5 and then burned incense and worshipped Buddha. Sister Tian. You are so insightful. You even let us edit Lei carefully, and now Lei has received unanimous praise from the audience's word of mouth. Listen to Xiao Miao's phone. Looking at the first phase of data sent by Xiao Miao, Wang Tian opened his mouth and finally smiled wryly on his face. Xiao Miao. Lei didn't sign a contract with us. When will I let you carefully edit him? Ah, Sister Tian, you said it. I have a backup recording on my phone. I'll find it for you. Xiao Miao's phone recently broke. A phone call will be automatically recorded. Everyone on the production team knows this. Since the show has been busy recently, Xiao Miao didn't go to repair. After Wang Tian listened to Xiao Miao's recording, she immediately laughed, because she was sure that this was her voice, but Wang Tian could clearly hear that the signal on the phone was not good. What made Wang Tian amused was that it was a coincidence that the signal was not good. There is always no sound where Wang Tian speaks at the most critical point. It sounds like Wang Tian asks Xiao Miao to carefully edit Lei. By the way, I used the computer to send you another message. Wang Tian suddenly remembered the Chi Goose message, and immediately she called up the dialog box with Xiao Miao at that time, but it was showing that the message failed to be sent. Looking at the dazzling words "information failed to send," thinking of all the things today, Wang Tian said to Xiao Miao that it was all right, and hung up the phone. After Wang Tian hung up, many calls came one after another. Some calls were from other directors to express congratulations, and some were from other star agents who contacted Wang Tian, hoping to let their artists participate in the Chinese restaurant program. Some people even said that it doesn't matter if their artists wait until the second season of the Chinese restaurant to participate, as long as they can participate in the Chinese restaurant. After dealing with these calls one by one, Wang Tian looked up at the sky above his head and smiled wryly, "Ah, this is all God's will." Then Wang Tian vowed that even if she cried, made trouble, and hanged herself, she would let the salted fish, Lee, lie down in her bowl. This night, the major entertainment headlines are on fire. The editors in the entertainment company have written articles about Lei. Many of the titles of the editor are more interesting than the other. What? The Chinese restaurant even set fire to a passerby man. Shocked. Huang Xiaoming's master turned out to be him. Deep thinking, why is a passerby man so popular? Why do celebrities and big names don't like to watch it? About Pancake Fruit also has its own song. The next day, even in the top 10 popular searches, there were a lot of topics about Lei. Hot search 1 Who is Brother Yi? Hot search 2 Pancakes and Fruit songs, Hot search 3 Passers-by male Lei. Hot search 4 Chinese restaurant. To be continued. Chapter 25 Your opponent is a salted fish. Seeking collection 4/4. On the second day of the broadcast of the Chinese restaurant program, everyone found that there was a strange rap popular on the street. The word rap was very interesting, and it was actually about pancake fruit. If you want to ask who sang this song, even the 80-year-old grandma knows that it was sung by Yi Ji. Who is Yi Ji? From where? What happened? This moment became the target of many people's curiosity. Seeing the old mobile phones in the hands of the migrant workers on the street, all playing this brisk melody, many people ran to the internet to search for who Yi Ji was. In the end, some people don't need to search, just click on the top of the hot search list next to it, and there are a few words who are Yi Ji. By searching for Brother Yi, everyone knew about Lei, and through Lei, everyone knew that he was popular in the Chinese restaurant. Many people looked back on the first phase of yesterday's Chinese restaurant, and when they saw Lei's handsome performance, they became fans on the spot. Some people even posted Lei's song of pancakes and fruits on the music website. Even though the sound was not recorded with professional equipment and there are many flaws, the number of listening times has skyrocketed. In a short period of time, Lei's song of pancakes and fruits occupied the top of the pop music chart and soared to the top of the music chart, directly suppressing many singers to death, unable to move at all. Some people are happy, but naturally some people are sad. After the first place in the pop music chart was occupied by Lei's song of pancakes and fruits, as the owner of the second place song I Am the Prince, I Want a Seat, I am very unhappy. I Am the Prince, I Want a Seat is also a rap song. Different from Lei's humorous and brisk style, the lyrics in this rap are very wild. The general meaning is that I am a handsome prince. No one can take my seat. No one else can become a prince. In the future, I will inherit the throne of my father. The person who sang this song is also a well-known singer in China, but he once joined a well-known singing group in Bangsa country. It seems that he looked down on developing in China at the beginning. Later, he couldn't get along in the country of Bangsa, and he returned to the country with a face to develop. This idol's name is Prince Tao, and he calls himself the Prince. There have been rumors for a while that he secretly slandered Huaxia when he was an idol in Bangsa Kingdom, and even looked down on Huaxia's fans. There are even more rumors that Prince Tao is a bad character. He often swears and swears behind his back, and even his handsome face is straightened. Of course, like the rumors just now, few people are familiar with it now. After all, Huang Zidao's public relations team is too strong. There are some rumors on the internet that are unfavorable to Huang Zidao. At this moment, Prince Tao was sitting in his grand room, sitting handsomely on the sofa, looking at the Huaxia student in front of him with a smile on his face. Recently, his new song was released. He obviously has confidence in the new song, but he is ready to relax. So he found a little fan who admired him in private, and was going to do something good for his physical and mental health on Chuang. Wow, Prince Tao? It's really Prince Tao? He's so handsome. Can you sign me? The student in front of Prince Tao was so excited when he saw Prince Tao. And Prince Tao looked at the girl in front of him admiring him, and suddenly felt that the Huaxia girl was stupid with a smile on his face. As long as they have the sticker country label on them, the first thing that comes to their minds is the handsome guy. Although there is Chinese blood flowing in his body, Prince Tao thinks that he is from the Bangsa kingdom. He usually eats sticks and pickles. In his eyes, the Bangsa kingdom is obviously better than the Huaxia kingdom. Just when Prince Tao was preparing to smash the Huaxia student in front of him, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Crap! Which idiot is bothering me at this time? Said Prince Tao in disgust, then he stood up and opened the door. The moment the door opened, the figure of Prince Tao's agent was revealed, and then his agent's panicked voice sounded. Zidao is not good. The new song you just released was suppressed in one day. Now. The agent's words came to an abrupt end, because he saw the student's sister behind Prince Tao, and the agent immediately stopped. Frowning. In fact, those who know him well know that Prince Tao's depraved style is true. To be honest, if it wasn't for the powerful PR team behind Prince Tao, the disgusting style of Prince Tao would have been scolded by fans long ago. Now that the new song has just been released, instead of caring about the results, he is a fan of CAO again, which makes the manager who works hard for Prince Tao not poor at heart. What? My new song has been suppressed, it's impossible. Who can compare to my fame? And didn't you guys help me work before releasing the new song? Huang Zidao felt even more upset when he heard the agent's words. When the agent heard what Prince Tao said, he became anxious and blinked at Prince Tao. The agent quickly waved his hand and told the female college student to leave here quickly. To be honest, the brokers don't even know how Huang Zidao's brain grows, and he feels that the pig's brain is better than his. Just now, Prince Tao dared to say openly and honestly, "You are not helping me with operations or something." Those who have a little knowledge of the insider know that they refer to black box operations. That's right, the reason why Prince Tao's new song entered the pop chart this time, but there are many shady inside. Not only did some people brush the listening volume on behalf of the audience, but many sailors came to join in. If there are other musical works that have the stance of wanting to surpass Prince Tao, then the sailors they invite will turn into keyboard warriors, ruthlessly stepping on each other's soles. It's just that no one expected now that Lee's song of pancakes and fruits had such a strong momentum that it ran to the first place in one night. They didn't even have time to reflect on their company. After Huang Zidao heard the song and watched the first episode of the Chinese restaurant, he immediately asked people to prepare a plane ticket. "I'm going to Thailand right now," Prince Tao said, stroking his hair handsomely. At this time, Prince Tao looked at the Chinese restaurant program on the screen, and the target he was staring at was not Lei, but Dili Reba next to Lei. "I didn't expect Reba to be in Thailand now. I must go to Thailand to visit her." Looking at the lovely Reba in the show, the Prince Tao brothers had a vaguely ready attitude. Everyone in the entertainment industry knows that Prince Tao has been chasing Dili Reba for a long time, but Dili Reba has never been interested in him. But how could Prince Tao give up? Not only does Dili Reba's beauty rank in the forefront of the entertainment industry, but Prince Tao also knows that Diliba's family is rich. When Prince Tao kept staring at Diliba on the screen, the agent on the side became anxious. "Now is not the time to talk about Diliba, what about your music? We should find a way to suppress Lei now." "Cut. What does he have to fight with me as a weak fish?" Huang Zidao suddenly said disdainfully, and he didn't take Lei to heart from the beginning to the end. I went to Thailand this time to stifle his fame. I'll grab his limelight then. I'm not the protagonist of the Chinese restaurant. I'm as famous as him in the Chinese restaurant, and naturally no one cares about his bad songs. Prince Tao is so excited now that he thinks that the Chinese restaurant is giving him a chance. An opportunity to increase his fame and hype. He can rub off on the popularity of Chinese restaurants, and he can suppress Lei even more. As long as you go to the place and perform well. When the time comes, Prince Tao will show off his talents casually, and he will not beat Lei. Lei will sing a rap, just try to know how much water he has. The more beautiful he thought about it, the more beautiful Prince Tao began to pack his things. However, he was so excited at the moment, he really didn't know what kind of salted fish was waiting for him. To be continued. Chapter 26. If you want to chase the salted fish back, unless God helps. Varia Seek 1/3. On August 3rd, it rained again last night. Although it rained suddenly, it stopped at a very suitable time. As Koh Chang entered the morning, the rain stopped instantly. This morning, the air in Koh Chang is exceptionally fresh. Walking on the street is very cool and comfortable, without the usual heat. Diliba wanted to get up and run in the morning as usual, which was a habit she developed when she was very young. At this time, Diliba was wearing a set of pink sportswear and a peaked cap. This seemingly simple dress just outlined her perfect figure. At this time, she was jogging on the street, and many people looked at her frequently. Although the weather is comfortable today, Diliba didn't enjoy it as she used to, because her heart was a little messed up, and at this moment, her mind was full of happy figures. The thought of her leaving tomorrow makes her heart feel very uncomfortable. Can I still see him today? I shouldn't. He didn't join the Chinese restaurant and I don't know where to find him. Diliba regrets now, why didn't she ask for Lei's mobile phone number last night? Now Diliba really wants to see Lei and chat with him. The more she thinks about it, the more chaotic her head becomes. Even jogging becomes messy. Where she wants to run is entirely based on feeling. Diliba is praying to God at this time. If she can see Lei today, she will take the initiative to ask for Lei's mobile phone number. Hula. The sound of the window suddenly opened above the head sounded. Hearing this voice, Reba looked at the sound subconsciously, and then she widened her eyes in surprise, because she didn't expect that today would come true. At this time, diagonally above Reba, there was a familiar figure on the 5th floor of a hotel. That figure is Lei, but Lei's hair is messy at this time, and his eyes are also loose and uninspired. In a daze, how could he recognize Reba downstairs? He just hung the freshly washed underwear and t-shirt out the window, and then closed the window. The reason why Lei looks immortal now is not the result of repairing, immortality, last night. Anyway, he swore yesterday that he would not go out today. After all, his luck was so badly stacked by the system that the ghost knows what will happen when he goes out. So Lei read One Punch and Assassination Classroom again last night, and prepared Mai to sleep on Chuang for a day this morning. This is what Xianya should do. As for you asking Lei why he washes his underwear and pants in the early morning, maybe someone who cultivates immortals enters the Mahayana, easy. Shocked. Classics. Essence, the marrow is washed. Hey. Don't think you can adjust my luck and I won't be able to do it. I won't believe it if I don't go out. Lying on the chuang, the sleepy Lei glanced at the passive skill to follow the flow, and immediately fell asleep with a complacent smile. Go with the flow, today's host's fortune is super bad. Today's host's peach blossoms are too strong, and he will be deeply in love with a beautiful woman, and will be entangled in it for a lifetime. If you want to get rid of her, if you can, then you are not a salted fish. Today, Lee is thinking very beautifully, that is, no matter how lucky he is, I will not go out to see what you will do. At this time, downstairs in Lei, Dealy Reba looked around in amazement. She did not expect that she could run to the place where Lei lived, and she also saw Lei. This Dealy Reba was able to run by feeling completely. Lee Reba felt that heaven was helping her. But I can't rush to find him. Reba stood downstairs, struggling. After all, she didn't even have a reason to go to Lei, so she couldn't just knock on Lei's door. The weather in Elephant Island changed as soon as it was said, and suddenly the wind was blowing so hard that Lei's clothes were swayed. With a strong wind blowing, Reba was surprised to see that the clothes that Lee had just hung up flew. Seeing that the t-shirt fell not far from her, Reba quickly ran to the side of the t-shirt and stopped. The next second, black underwear and panties fell from the sky and smeared on Reba's face. When she picked it up, it was Lei's. Holding the clothes dropped by Lei, Reba came to the door of Lei's room. The clothes had already been neatly folded by Reba, and now Reba found herself very nervous even though she had a reason to see it. Boom. Boom. After hesitating for a while, Reba finally knocked on Lei's door. When Lee, who was about to fall asleep, heard the knock on the door, he immediately got up from the chuang in surprise. He knew that Xiao Apple was going to kindergarten when school started today, so Lee couldn't think of who would knock on his door. Who is it? Lei scratched his messy hair and got down from the chuang. Wearing a t-shirt and pants, Lei went to the gate of opening without an image. As the door of the room opened, Lee found that Reba was standing outside the door. Suddenly, Lee was a little surprised. She didn't understand why Reba was looking for her. How did she know she lived here? Facing the beautiful woman in front of him, if he were another boy, he would probably tidy up his messy hairstyle like a breeze. However, Lee yawned, then rubbed his eyes and asked curiously, Reba, why are you here? Lee's greeting was not unfamiliar or restrained at all, just like a conversation with friends who have known each other for many years. And now Reba looked at Lei salted fish like this, and suddenly smiled. It may be that in the eyes of people, there is a relationship with she, but in Reba's eyes, Lee is actually a bit lazy and handsome. Immediately, Reba took out Lei's clothes and underwear and put them in front of him, and then said, I happened to run downstairs to see you drying your clothes. The wind suddenly picked up and your clothes were blown off. Now. Oh. Thank you. It's still hard for you to run. After receiving the clothes handed over by Reba, Lee smiled and prepared to hang it up. He didn't want Reba to drink tea at all. After all, Lei was so sleepy now that he wanted to go to bed when Reba left. However, when Lei turned around, a nail appeared on the shoe rack next to him. At this time, Lei, who was very sleepy, accidentally kicked on the tip of the nail. He immediately let out a scream and fell forward. Reba wanted to pull Lei in a panic, but the next second she was brought down by Lei, and the two fell to the ground instantly. Don't think that a man and a woman will fall to the ground at the same time, and there will be a sequel plot in the next second. This kind of scene that only appears in novels is so easy to come across. Reba just fell on Lei's back at this time, and Reba did nothing when she lay on Lei's solid back. But Lee fell badly this time. Not to mention, his toe was cut with a nail, and his foot was crushed by the hot bar. Seeing this, Reba got up from Lei in a panic, and helped him to chuang. Then she said to Lei, wait for me, and hurriedly went to the hotel lobby to ask if there was a first aid kit. After getting the first aid kit, Reba returned to Lei's room angrily. Then, under Lei's surprised eyes, she squatted down holding Lei's feet and carefully sterilized and bandaged them. At this time, no one knew what Lee was thinking, but Reba somehow found herself, in her heart, it felt like she was still a little happy. To be continued. Chapter 27 Salted Fish's mind is hard to guess. Seeing that Reba was very attentive, she squatted down and held Lei's feet without any dislike. Gently disinfect Lei's wound with alcohol. Fortunately, the wound is not very big, but it is still necessary for a few days of pain. Carefully bandaging Lei's wound, Reba didn't expect that there was still a little cosmic joy in her heart. She was overjoyed because she finally had a reason to stay in Lei's room. Of course, this was based on Lei's pain. If Reba's state of mind at this time is known to other men, it is estimated that they must be surprised and want to hit the wall. Think about how the goddess in their dreams was delighted to be able to stay in a man's room. What's wrong with this world? Aren't men generally wanting to keep the goddess in the room? When was the goddess so worthless in front of Lei? And Lei now feels silly that there is a pair of gentle little hands holding his feet lightly, watching Reba Xianhui bandage his wounds under him, and he is still comfortable. After bandaging Lei's left foot, Reba quickly put a cold towel on his ankle. After all, the swelling was there just now, but fortunately it wasn't too swollen. You should wear slippers these days. Wear sneakers when the wound heals. Everything is packed. Reba stood up reluctantly. And Lei nodded and sincerely thanked Reba. It would be false to say that Reba's actions just didn't touch Lei. Think of a gentle girl holding your stinky feet and carefully bandaging anyone will touch, although Lei's feet are not stinky. But Lei will keep today's events in his heart, and swear that he will repay this beautiful girl when there is a chance in the future. Then I'll go. You can call me if you have anything to do today. I'll leave you my number. Reba finally told her about the number, followed her to pick up Lei's mobile phone and dialed her own number. Save Lei's mobile phone. Reba knows the current atmosphere. As a reserved girl, it's time to go. And Lei just sat on the chuang blankly, nodded and said nothing. Reba was unhappy and muttered about dead wood, then she said goodbye to Lei and walked out of the room. Looking back at Lei, Reba knew that she would not be able to help her in the next day. After all, she and Lei had known each other for too short a time, and Lei was not someone who took the initiative to talk about feelings with girls. Xiao Lei, obviously it will take some time. Who said that women chase men's interlayer yarn? For Reba, her pursuit of Lei is almost separated by 100,000 Mount Everest. But it's also rewarding. At least the number is coming. Can I still contact you when I return to Huaxia? Reba comforted her heart. Just walked out of the hotel. Tiangong is not beautiful. Zhuime, it was pouring and raining down. This heavy rain made Dealy Reba a cold heart on the spot. Just now Reba was thinking about what was on his mind and completely ignored the outside. The sky was already overcast. Just when Lei's clothes were blown off by the wind, the sky looked like it was about to rain. Unfortunately, someone's mind was all about a certain bastard. Obviously, it's true that the woman in love is a fool. When Reba was at a loss in the rain, Lei's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Reba, go back to my room first. Hearing Lei's words, Reba naturally wouldn't refuse, and she immediately followed Lei back to his room. It turned out that when Reba went down, Lei noticed that it was cloudy outside. The recent rain in Thailand has also been urgently stopped. Looking at the weather, the rain will stop immediately in the next hour. Originally, Lei wanted to come down and remind Reba to avoid the rain first, but who would have known that she was really drowning in the rain? Back in the room, seeing Reba's clothes and hats all shivering, Lei scratched his head and pointed to the room and asked, "Would you like to wash?" "Yes." Reba took off her hat before Lei finished speaking and replied, "Bring me a set of your clothes." Good. I feel that there is something wrong with the rhythm of talking to Reba, but Lei, who has never been in love, can't tell, and there is no such plot in the anime. After Reba Mwu, she came out wearing a loyal loose t-shirt and big pants. Her legs were as white as a work of art. At this moment, Her hair was sloppy after taking a bath, so any man could see it. There will be no more excitement. In addition, Reba has a cool feeling in lay clothes. However, with such a beautiful view at this moment, a certain idiot had no intention of admiring it. When Reba came out of the room, Lee sat on the chuang against the wall, and his head appeared to be half asleep. No way. Cultivation was too serious last night, obviously Lei has reached his limit. The double eyelids were fighting, and he really couldn't hold it anymore. I kept muttering in my heart, how can there be such a superb man in the world? Reba climbed up to Lei's chuang and sat quietly beside Lei. Yeah. Lee nodded again, his body was awakened, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Reba. Then the body couldn't hold back and said, Reba, you lie down on my chuang for a while, and the rain will stop in a while. I'll go to the sofa and squint for a while. If I'm bored, I have games on my phone. There are all kinds of games. There are also many animes, all of which are beautiful. After Lee finished speaking, he pouted his ass and crawled towards the sofa with great effort. At this moment, his appearance of losing his dream made Reba laugh angrily. I saw Reba sitting on chuang and biting her lips cutely. Chun suddenly raised her finger and tapped Lei's back. Feeling that Reba was poking her lightly, Lei turned her head dazedly, and the next second Lei saw a ferocious figure rushing towards her, and immediately she threw Lei on chuang, and in an instant, she hurried towards the convenience. Lee went over. Yeah. Feeling his mouth, Lei let out a soft yin, and then the sleepy bug in his head was instantly driven away, and at the same time he saw the person who was kissing him fiercely at the moment. Hot ba. For a long time, until Lei was almost suffocated to death, Reba released Lei, then she sat up and looked at Lei fiercely while taking a deep breath. I see you tingling sleepy, so I can wake you up. Hearing Reba's words, Lee instantly understood, although he has never been in love, although he wants to be a salted fish, it does not mean that Lee is stupid. Suddenly, Reba's cell phone rang, and Reba quickly answered the call. The call was from Reba's parents. When she asked why Reba didn't come back after going to the morning exercise for so long, Reba told the phone that it was raining and she would return when the rain stopped. During Reba's phone call, Lei really wanted to tingle a lot. After all, she always thought that she and Reba were from two different worlds, and there was no possibility of intersection, but now Reba's when caught Lei off guard. When Lei's brain was muddy, he suddenly noticed Reba's mobile wallpaper. At this time, the mobile wallpaper Reba used was a soft and beautiful woman in a pink costume. The woman is graceful and vulgar, with her own air of lightness, tender skin, leisurely demeanor, beautiful eyes, peach cheeks with a smile, no words to spit, and air like an orchid, indescribably gentle and pleasant. If Lee had seen the plot of a tangled and tangled relationship in 3 Lives and 3 Lives in a previous life, he would have recognized the woman's appearance in the mobile phone wallpaper, which was similar to Bai Fengju. When Reba hung up the phone and was still a little angry, Lei swallowed and looked at Reba's mobile phone wallpaper and asked, "Who is she?" "Me." Reba replied angrily. The costume photos in the mobile phone wallpaper were taken when she saw a beautiful pink costume, Ling Luo, when she was filming. Seeing the woman in the photo is really hot. Lee suddenly exclaimed in his heart, I rub it. Goddess. Why didn't I find Rebecca so good looking before? What a goddess. For a dead house like Lei, a goddess who can obviously cuss is more tempting than a goddess. He immediately grabbed Reba's hand and took her to his arms, and then he said sincerely, Reba. Be me girlfriend. To be continued. Chapter 28 Salted Fish. Quick, get in the bowl. Seeking collection 3/3. Reba. Be my girlfriend. Lei's sudden change caught Reba off guard, but lying in Lei's arms, it was rare to think that Lei was enlightened. Suddenly she sweetly wanted to agree, but... Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside, and Lei and Reba looked at each other immediately, not knowing who disturbed their yaxing. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Reba, who was huddled in Lei's arms, looked up at Lei and said, "I'll go to the gate of opening." "Yeah." Holding Reba, Lei nodded. After getting off the chuang, Reba put on Lei's slippers and walked to the door, accompanied by Reba to open the door, and Wang Tian's figure immediately appeared outside the door. Director Wang Tian. Seeing that the fat sister standing at the door was Wang Tian, the director of Chinese restaurant, Reba exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Wang Tian saw that it was Reba who gave himself gate of opening. Immediately, she was also surprised and opened her mouth into an O shape. "Reba." Now Wang Tian's heart is turning upside down, because she didn't expect that the little princess that all the male stars in the entertainment industry like today actually ran to Lei's room. Seeing that people's hair is scruffy, and they are wearing Lei's clothes, even slippers, and Lei, who is the party, is still sitting on the chuang, you have to say that nothing happened to the two of them just now. Wang Tian hit "Do not believe in death." To Wang Tian's surprised gaze, Reba's face slightly changed to UI, but she didn't explain it. Facts are facts, and Reba is not afraid of being known by the entertainment circle. Anyway, she is purely a hobby of filming. Maybe one day she doesn't want to film. Just in time to bring Lei back to his hometown. According to my mother's words, there is a big ranch waiting for her at home. Director Wang Tian, what's the matter with you coming to Lei? Reba looked at Wang Tian and asked straight into the theme. Seeing that Reba didn't explain her relationship with Lei to himself, Wang Tian knew that Reba had acquiesced in her relationship with Lei. Anyway, Wang Tian has seen it all. It would be too unprofessional to mention this matter deliberately, and Wang Tian is not a big-mouthed person. At this time, Reba didn't mention this matter, and she didn't know which pot to mention without opening it, so she went straight to the topic. "I'm here this time. I want to apologize to Lei." Finally Wang Tian looked at Reba apologetically and Lei said, "Hear it?" Lei and Reba looked at each other, wondering why Wang Tian came here. Reba invited Wang Tian in at this time, and then picked up the kettle in the hotel to boil water for Wang Tian. The whole process of Reba is a hostess attitude. It can be seen that she has completely regarded herself as a happy woman. After seeing Reba's actions, Wang Tian immediately cast an admiring look at Lei. I have to say that she admired Lei to death at this time. Thinking about how many excellent men in the entertainment industry failed to win the heart of Reba, they were finally managed by Lei secretly. At this time, Wang Tian thought that Reba and Lei had known each other for a long time, but the relationship was not made public. If Wang Tian knew, Reba and Lei had only known each other for 2.5 days, and Reba was chasing after them all the way. I don't know what to think. When he came to Lei, Wang Tian noticed Lei's feet, and Lei also said that he accidentally kicked a nail while walking, so he dealt with it. "Why did you apologize to me?" Lei asked curiously, looking at Wang Tian. After Reba poured tea for Wang Tian, she sat beside Lei curiously and looked at Wang Tian. When she finally saw Lei asking about it, she looked at the two in front of her with a wry smile, and told them about the accidental posting of Lei's video on the internet. "I know you two might not believe it, but we started to have bad luck from the night before yesterday. Either the mobile phone signal is not good, or the network signal is not good. Either the machine is faulty, or the mobile phone is faulty." In fact, after explaining the unfortunate incident yesterday, Wang Tian felt that he would not believe it. You must know that all the instruments in Wang Tian are newly bought at a high price. How can you say that the machines are on strike at the same time and they are good at the same time? After all, machines are big brands. At this moment, What Wang Tian said, Reba was a little suspicious and felt so fake. After all, she had never seen such an unlucky director in so many scenes. As for Lee, he patted his forehead helplessly. As soon as he heard it, he knew what was going on. He immediately cursed in his heart, this shitty system. Lee finally realized how powerful the system is. If the luck on this body is stronger, missiles can turn around for you, bumper cars can take you to space travel, feel that you are long Aotian, and the world is revolving around you. Forget it. I believe what you said, and I don't blame you. Finally, Lee waved his hand helplessly, and this is over. Hearing Lei's words, Wang Tian was relieved, and immediately wanted to offer compensation to Lei, but Lei suddenly looked at Wang Tian seriously and said, "Sister Wang Tian, you know my character. You know I don't like being famous. By the way, your show shouldn't be popular." Hearing Lei's words, Reba turned her face to the side and forcibly suppressed her laughter. And Wang Tian originally felt guilt towards Lee, but at this moment, when she heard Lei's blunt words, her face turned into a pig's liver. "Uncle will not chat? Let's have fun together. Is there such a curse? I don't know that people's periods are about to get out of order because of this show. One of my aunts put a towel on your face, believe it or not." Fortunately, those who are familiar with Wang Tian know that she has a good temper. I saw her pretending to be fierce and giving Lee a white look, and then she didn't care about it. "Don't worry. I don't think my show will be popular. The filming was messed up. Now I kill you again, Chen Yaojin. Maybe the filming of the show is over, and those with bad grades will be promoted to heaven." Hearing this, Lee sighed and shook his head, then looked at Wang Tian and sympathized, "Hey. To be honest, I sympathize with you. Who are you to blame for this?" Seeing that Lei was still generous and sympathetic, Wang Tian felt that his head was smoking with anger. On the other hand, Reba was secretly laughing. She knew Lei's anger too well, and she was not so angry with her boyfriend just now. But Reba knew that Wang Tian was not happy. Lee dared to joke so brazenly because he knew about Wang Tian's character. Lei knows that Wang Tian has a good temper, and Wang Tian doesn't know that Lei is a person who likes to enjoy. Suddenly he looked at Lee and laughed, and then he said to Lee, "Lee, I heard that you came to Thailand and lost your wallet." "Yeah." Lee nodded. "You have a little money on you now. The reason why you are not in a hurry to leave Thailand is that you want to have a good time. Let's go." Wang Tian showed the expression "I know best about you." "Yeah." Lee still nodded. "In that case, have you considered going to a Chinese restaurant for a few days?" "Ah." Lee was surprised when he heard Wang Tian's words, and Reba on the side instantly understood Wang Tian's intentions. But she respects Lei's decision. Lei likes to do whatever she wants, as long as Lei is happy and hot, it doesn't matter. Looking at the surprised Lei Wang Tian, he said again, "You also know about our Chinese restaurant show, but if you think about our show, it won't be tiring. After all, Zhao Wei and the others who participated in the show are all big stars. Anyone who has watched variety shows knows that we are not here to open a restaurant. It's to bring laughter to the audience." Wang Tian said and took out a piece of paper. There was actually some itinerary in it, which was roughly what Zhao Wei and others had to do, but these things were written. You must eat tom yum kung soup once, you must go snorkeling once, all you need to eat. Usually our program team won't interfere too much with your decisions. It won't interfere too much with your actions. Let you do whatever you want. As for our interference with you, it is basically to let you eat the delicious food here once and play the fun projects here. The purpose is to show the audience the interesting things here. These things are good for you. Think about you coming here to eat and play, and make money in the end. After hearing what Wang Tian said, Lee suddenly felt a little interesting. By the way, are you sure your show won't be popular? Do you think it's just my messy show that can catch fire? Deal. To be continued. Chapter 29. My requirement for my three-dimensional girlfriend is to know COS. Seeking collection 1/3. After Lei agreed to his request, Wang Tian briefly explained things about the show, learned about Lei's strengths, and was about to leave. After all, she was too embarrassed to stay here as a light bulb. Who knows if the young couple was almost on third base in the room, and they were disturbed by herself. According to the feedback from the show, when many viewers choose people they like in Chinese restaurants, there is no doubt that Lei's popularity is quite high. Thinking that there is only one issue of the Chinese restaurant, Lei got such a high popularity value from this issue alone, which is inseparable from his talent. Loyal has great potential. Wang Tian can fully realize this. Although the Chinese restaurant got good ratings in the first episode, Wang Tian knew in his heart that due to the appearance of Lei, the show would really become a mess. Lei is the unstable factor, but he might be popular if the show is less. Will slide. Too many lice are not afraid to bite? Just mess up? Without Lei, the show may be cut in half in advance. But with Lei, you might be able to turn the tables against the wind. People must have dreams. After Wang Tian left, Lei held Ribala in his arms, as if we continued. And Reba gave Lei a white look, and immediately prepared to get up from Lei's arms. I should go back now. Otherwise, my parents should be worried. Today we will spend a day on Koh Chang, and I will come at night. Looking for you. Okay. Lei nodded to get Reba up. The moment Reba got up, Lei suddenly pulled, and Reba screamed and rushed towards Lei, followed by Lei suddenly slammed into Reba's mouth. Yeah. This time the heat exchange bar made a soft groan. Qinghuan Reba has a slender waist and found that there is not a trace of fat on her belly, and Reba has a virgin fragrance on her body. Because she practiced dancing, she was as light as nothing in Lei's arms while maintaining her figure. At this time, Lei kissed Reba, and his hands were like a body scanner. First, he scanned Reba's abundance, and then climbed up to Reba's heights. Unconsciously, Lei stretched into his loose clothes. Feeling that Lei was getting more and more dishonest, Reba quickly separated from Lei with a face on her face, and then she gave Lei an angry look, and immediately slapped him in his broad chest while laughing and scolding, "You killing you." Lei looked at Reba and smiled proudly, and suddenly he felt that three-dimensional beauties seemed to be pretty good too. As for Reba's side, she was suddenly curious when she looked at Lei. Because she patted Lei just now, she suddenly felt that Lei's chest was a little hard. Xian opened Lei's top, and Reba's eyes lit up immediately, because she didn't expect Lei's figure to be so good, with 8-pack abs in front of her. The abdominal muscles are not too big or too small, and they are very well balanced. The sexy mermaid line and beautiful lines make Lei's figure comparable to that of a male model. Didn't you say you just want to be a salted fish? It feels like you don't exercise. How can you have such a good figure? Reba asked while sitting on Lei, touching his muscles. And Lei is also smiling bitterly now. He pinched Fat D's little nose and said, "I really haven't exercised, and I have eaten all these muscles. Humph, just lie to me." Reba, who obviously didn't believe it, got up from Lei, and then she picked up Vivi and some trendy clothes to wear outside. The clothes have just been thrown by the washing machine, and they are a little less sloppy. Reba is going to put the clothes back first, and then go back to the room to change them. Anyway, it's not very far from where she lives. It's already sunny outside, and it's hot outside when the sun comes out. In fact, Lei really didn't lie. He really hasn't exercised his muscles deliberately. He was in such good shape in his previous life. I never thought that I could have the good figure in my previous life without exercising in this life. Watch Re believe. Lei slammed back onto the chuang, and he finally couldn't take it anymore. He just closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. It can only be said that Lei is really in a good mood. So many things happened in the early morning and he has a beautiful girlfriend. He is not so excited that he can't sleep like other men. At this time, he was heartless and slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally Lei tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Lei, who got up from the chuang with a fairy-like look, was particularly uncomfortable. Master. It's hard to choose between wanting to sleep and want to eat. Looking at the time, I only slept for 5 hours, but I was really hungry, thinking that I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. That eldest sister Wang Tian said it. Now I am from the Chinese restaurant, and they are responsible for feeding me. Think of yourself as a Chinese restaurant person. In addition, there is not much money in the pocket, so Lei hurried into the bathroom to wash briefly, and then he went out in a relaxed state. Although the left foot still hurts a little, it doesn't matter to Lei. It's just a little bit slow when walking. It doesn't affect the meal. As soon as he arrived at the hotel lobby, a stable middle-aged man who sat there to rest immediately stood up with a camera. He was the old who was in charge of shooting Huang Xiaoming before. When Wang Tian announced that Lei would also join the Chinese restaurant and needed to arrange a cameraman for Lei, Lao Humao suggested himself. And his position was filled by himself. Now he is waiting in the lobby. Now Lei comes out of the hotel. Lao Hu really doesn't know what Lei is going to do, but his task is to shoot Lei. When Lao Hu was filming next to Lei knew what he was doing but didn't say anything. Rubbing my stomach, I suddenly remembered Lei. Uncle. Just now, is it true that Sister Wang Tian said that if I join a Chinese restaurant, I can take care of my meals? I haven't eaten for a day, and my cultivation was too serious last night. Saying that I'm not a picky eater, are you sure you can make me full? Can you call over there in advance and ask them to prepare the staff meal first? Just get a bowl of noodles. If you can add an egg to me. Listening to Lei's broken thoughts, Lao Hu said that he was about to cry. Mom feels that Lei really eats the bowl of entertainment, and the entertainment effect is full. By the way, big brother, you are all funny. To be continued. Chapter 30 I am Lei. I want to make a salted fish, please collect 2/3. Today's Chinese restaurant is not as comfortable as it was 2 days ago. Because an uninvited guest suddenly came today, breaking the rhythm of Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others. Prince Tao is here. At this time, the Chinese restaurant was very lively, and the whole restaurant was crowded with fans from China. Prince Tao is at the piano in the restaurant at the moment. While showing a charming smile, he gently played the piano, which immediately caused the fans to scream again and again. Prince Tao came when Zhao Wei and others opened the store this morning. At that time, he was standing at the door with a Li box. When Zhao Wei and others came to the door of the store, he also showed a surprised look, as if he did not know that Zhao Wei and others were shooting the Chinese restaurant here. At that time, he strongly requested to eat the dishes of the Chinese restaurant, so Zhao Wei and others were busy for Prince Tao as soon as they came to the restaurant. While Zhao Wei and others were cooking, Prince Tao revolved around Zhao Wei and others, and if he praised them, it was said to fly, but Zhao Wei and others could only laugh at the whole process, and there was no way they could film the show. After eating and drinking, Prince Tao exaggerated Akatsuki, saying that the Chinese delicacies he made were delicious. Since the store was empty at that time and no one came, Prince Tao said he could come to the Chinese restaurant to help. So he ran to the downtown area with a guitar in his hand, sang a few of his own songs, and attracted a large number of Chinese tourists fans because he was a star, filling the small space of the Chinese restaurant on the spot. No way. How can we not entertain guests when we come to the store? So Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhao Wei were all busy. In the morning, they were all exhausted, and they had to keep smiling. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia greeted Prince Tao with a smile, and from time to time praised Prince Tao for being handsome and playing nice tunes. Only in this way can they show the master's demeanor. In fact, Jin Menjia Zhou Dongyu thinks that this piece played by Prince Tao is not comparable to Li Yi, and even Reba's father's level is not comparable to that of her father. It is estimated that Prince Tao has so many fans, and the whole process relies on this piece face. Wang Tian is now in the shooting car, looking at the footage from the cameraman through the monitor is a headache. Zi Tao's actions are really going too far. Playing and singing by himself, he completely stole the limelight from Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others. If you want to shoot variety shows at ordinary times, Wang Tian will definitely drive away the prince, even if today's shooting will be a waste. Waste is waste. It's not a big deal to reshoot tomorrow. But now the variety shows she shoots are filmed and broadcast every day. To waste today is to let the audience pigeons out tomorrow night. Originally, the popularity of the show has not stabilized, and it has been twists and turns, so Wang Tian can only let Huang Xiaoming and others endure it. Although the limelight was stolen by Prince Tao. But at least it won't be too ugly when it's broadcast tomorrow. Of course, it's just not ugly, and it's completely irrelevant to being good looking. Sister Tian. Lei Ai has come to the restaurant. Suddenly, Lao Hu's voice sounded from Wang Tian's walkie-talkie. Lei Ai is here. Wang Tian was startled when he heard Lao Hu's words, and after looking at the headache scene in the restaurant for a while, Wang Tian said to the walkie-talkie, "Let Li go in. But tell him not to conflict with Prince Tao, everything is the most important thing, and we will not benefit from a conflict with him. By the way, is his work clothes on?" Wang mentioned work clothes. Tian suddenly laughed. Li doesn't pay much attention to what he wears. Ting is so talkative. He has already put on his work clothes. As for Prince Tao, Li said, he doesn't know him. He's here to eat. Hearing Lao Hu's words, Wang Tian's originally melancholy mood disappeared immediately, and she immediately looked at the walkie-talkie with joy. Thinking about it, Li is not interested in the entertainment industry, and even Zhao Wei doesn't know who he is, let alone Prince Tao. After communicating with Wang Tian, Li walked to the Chinese restaurant and smiled when he saw his t-shirt. Black t-shirt and black shorts, with white stripes on the cuffs of the trousers, this outfit was prepared for him by Wang Tian. Of course, what really made Li laugh was not that someone prepared clothes for him, but that the pattern of the clothes was actually a salted fish. Below the salted fish pattern is the word salted fish written in Chinese, and salted fish written in English. Wearing this hilarious dress will not affect Lei Ai's appearance, but make Lei Ai more handsome and kind. Everyone knows that Lei Ai is very easygoing. As soon as I came to the restaurant, Li was amazed by the lively scene in the restaurant. Wang Tian suddenly ran over at this time. Immediately after, she began to announce the addition of Li. About the Chinese restaurant. Now I announce that Li is officially your 6th member. Hearing Wang Tian's announcement, Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu immediately laughed and applauded. At this time, their smiles were sincere, because each of them had a good impression of Lei Ai. Besides Lei Ai's participation, Wang Tian has already greeted them, and they are already mentally prepared. And Lei Ai also nodded humbly at this time. Said that the food will be taken care of by everyone in the future. When Prince Tao on the side saw Li, his face was a little unsightly. After all, he didn't show up for Lei Ai all morning today, and he shot himself in the limelight as soon as he came. Here, Wang Tian announced the matter. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming were listening, and the fans also winked and quieted down, applauding when it was time to applaud. Prince Tao also wouldn't slam into the muzzle of the gun ignorantly, so he also applauded perfunctorily. But it doesn't matter if he applauds or not. Anyway, the cameras are now aimed at Lei. When Prince Tao thought that Wang Tian should be fine after he announced that Lei joined, suddenly Wang Tian's mysterious issue immediately spoke to the people in front of him. Regarding Lei's position, the program team currently stipulates that he should be a salted fish in the restaurant. Zhao Wei, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki were all exaggeratedly surprised when they heard Wang Tianli's words, and even the fans on one side were shocked, and they didn't understand what Lei's position salted fish was. Ghost. Is salted fish also a profession? Huang Xiaoming said that he was confused. I've worked in a restaurant for so long. This is the first time I've heard about the profession of salted fish. Zhang Akatsuki said that he didn't understand the routine of this show. On the other side, Lei laughed inexplicably after hearing Wang Tian's arrangement for him. Laughing old happy. Lei's foot is injured, you have seen it? Wang Tian pointed to Lei's injured left foot and said, while Zhao Wei and the others nodded when they heard Wang Tian's words. You have also tasted Lei's superb cooking skills. Hearing Wang Tian's words, everyone nodded again. On the other hand, Prince Tao was disdainful. Because he thinks that Lei is a superb cooking skill to make a pancake and fruit. Because Prince Tao has never eaten Lei's food, he naturally doesn't know how delicious Lei's food is. At this time, Wang Tian looked at everyone with a smile and said, Lei is a trump card arranged by the program team for everyone. I hope you use it with caution, it's up to you how to use it. He has a number of uses. When Wang Tian's words came to this point, everyone understood it instantly. Everyone finally understood what Wang Tian meant. The salted fish in her words. It's just like the sword of Shang Fang in a movie of Zhou Xingqi. He is a salted fish who can stab. Zhang Akatsuki clearly understood the intention of the program team, thinking that Lei's cooking is so delicious, if he is not salted fish, he will have nothing to do with him. So he immediately accepted the role of Lei salted fish. He immediately ran to Lei and greeted with a smile, Master. If you have any dissatisfaction, please let us know. From now on, apprentice, I will learn how to cook with you. Yes, Master. If you have any great skills in the future, you can also teach your apprentice, Xiao Huang. Huang Xiaoming came to Lei at this time and said flatteringly. Neither of them forgot their bet. And Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia all laughed immediately when they saw how they were trying to please them. As for Lei, he was stunned for a moment, saying he didn't know what happened. And the fans around are even more stupid. Even Huang Xiaoming is called Master Lei, and everyone is thinking about the origin of Lei. Lei. Just think they lost the big adventure. You should respond to this master first. Zhao said with a smile. Dongyu and Jia kept smiling and nodding. And Lei was covering his stomach now, and suddenly he weakly said, I'm a little hungry now. Can you give me some leftovers to eat? Hearing Lei's words, the fans all laughed, and suddenly they felt that Lei was so funny. For a while, they all felt that Lei was very kind. And Zhang Akatsuki immediately smiled and said, Master. You can sit down. I'll cook noodles for you right away. When he saw Lei, Wang Tian, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming and others held him so high, and everyone seemed to be laughing and laughing. Prince Tao, who was sitting beside the piano, looked even worse. To be continued. About your dreams, be sure to mention them often in front of your friends. This way your friends know your dream. Only then will you seize the opportunity of your dreams. I am Lei. I want to make a salted fish. Chapter 31 Salted Fish Come, Evil Spirits Retreat. Seeking Collection 3/3. Master. You are here. In front of the camera, Akatsuki Zhang has always been synonymous with easygoing humor. At this time, he came to Lee with a face and called the master. It was quite natural, as if Lee was the master in the first place. And Lei smiled bitterly and said that he was not used to it. Jang Akatsuki said that he has long wanted to learn from Lei. I hope that when Lei is healed, he can show his hands. Everyone said it here, and Lee agreed immediately. At this time, Lee's eyes were quickly attracted by the face in front of him, and Akatsuki Jang really thoughtfully put an egg in the face for Lee. Lei, who had been hungry for a long time, ate the noodles in a big mouth, and then he gave Jang Akatsuki a thumbs up while chewing. Yeah. The noodles are delicious. Lee would never give him less praise for the person who gave him food. In fact, regardless of Lei's cooking skills, as a foodie, he is not picky, and Jang Akatsuki's noodles are not too bad. Oh! I'm so excited to get the master's affirmation. Jang Akatsuki raised his pants while laughing after hearing Lei's appreciation. His inner excitement is not fake. Because he thought that Lei's cooking was so good. The music is so good, and it was unexpected for Akatsuki Jang to show his thumbs up and praise himself, eating a bowl of his own noodles. Lei's approachable nature made Akatsuki Jang a little more favorable. But what left Akatsuki speechless was that when he was just excited, Lee ate his noodles in 2 mouthfuls. When Lei put down the bowl, he saw that there was not a drop of soup left in the bowl. At this time, Lei glanced at Akatsuki, and then Tian's mouth. Chun, showing a cute look of unfinished business. At this time, without waiting for Lei to speak, Jang Akatsuki, who vaguely seemed to understand what Lei meant, asked weakly. Master, aren't you full? 2 points full. Lee showed a sunny smile to Jang Akatsuki at this time. On the other hand, Lao Hu, who has been filming for Lei, almost held the camera and couldn't help laughing when he heard Lei's 2-point fullness. However, due to work reasons, Lao Hu naturally did not dare to laugh recklessly, but the way his face was deformed because he held back his laughter was also really interesting. Jang Akatsuki noticed Lao Hu's expression. After he smiled at Lao Hu's camera at this time, he was ready to enter the kitchen with Lei's bowl. Master, wait. I'm going to make it for you. Why don't I do it myself? Seeing that people treat him so well, Lee is also embarrassed. However, Akatsuki Jang looked at Lee and suddenly became serious. You hurt your foot, rest now. Our Chinese restaurant is a home. You come here to be our family. So you don't have to be so polite. In the future, we will ask you to be polite. Since Akatsuki Chang said so. Lee nodded and didn't stop it. Although Lei is a salted fish, it does not mean that he is a lonely person. Whoever treats himself well will not refuse. Not to forget. Prince Tao didn't go to Lei to say hello since Lei came. Maybe he's a little disdainful. I think that a small role like Xiang Lei should take the initiative to find himself. So after Wang Tian explained everything and left, he still sat in front of the piano and played the tune with a smile. The fans are all around him. The adoring eyes of the fans are all turned to him. Trash fish is trash fish. No one here knows you. I want you to have no scene when the show airs tomorrow. Seeing that Lee hasn't spoken much since he came to the Chinese restaurant. The seat he was sitting was also a seat in the corner of the door, and Prince Tao was happier in his heart. The position where Prince Tao is now is the position opposite the bar in the restaurant. Where he is the center. Because he attracts everyone's attention, and the place opposite to him is naturally the place not to be photographed. Even if Lei has a cameraman by his side. But Prince Tao's side is obviously more lively, who would go to see Lei who said nothing in the corner. So Prince Tao thinks that Lee is really too tender compared to him. When Prince Tao was so proud of himself. Who cares who is who in Lei's side? Now he just wants to fill his stomach. He didn't like to be disturbed when he was eating, so he wished that no one would pay attention to him. However, life is often full of disappointments. Some people are striking presences wherever they go. There should be a B number in Lei's heart for this matter. When Zhang Akatsuki returned to the kitchen with Lei's empty rice bowl, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, and Zhao Wei, who were in the kitchen, were looking for something to do for themselves in the kitchen. All four don't want to go out. They don't want to deal with Prince Tao's smug face anymore. At this time, they all felt that Prince Tao was just a piece of mouse shit. Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei are big names, and they don't even bother to turn their backs on him. After all, if they do this, it is inevitable that in the entertainment circle, there will be Zhao Wei, who is difficult to be a junior. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming didn't say anything to Prince Tao. Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu will naturally not come out and say it. However, although the four of them tolerated Prince Tao a little, they will wait until the filming of the show is completed today. It doesn't mean that Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and the others will give Prince Tao a good look. The four of them had their own worries until Akatsuki Zhang returned to the kitchen, and the depression in their hearts dissipated. Because they saw Akatsuki Zhang actually humming a song. After I came to the kitchen and boiled the water, I put a large amount of noodles into the pot and boiled it. Zhao Wei, who was looking at Zhang Akatsuki while picking vegetables, became curious at this time. Hey! Whose noodles is this? The guests outside are ordering noodles. No. This is for our master. While cooking the noodles quickly, Zhang Akatsuki glanced at Huang Xiaoming with a smile. Lee. Zhao Wei was surprised when he heard Zhang Akatsuki's words. I remember you cooked a bowl of noodles for Brother Yi just now. Jin Menjia was curious while washing the dishes. Zhou Dongyu nodded blankly and looked at Zhang Akatsuki, also curious. At this time, Zhang Akatsuki, who was adding poached eggs to his face, heard the good story. Immediately smiled and told everyone what happened just now. The crowd was amazed. My God! It's so edible. This store won't let him eat pork. Zhao Wei looked at the crowd and joked. Hey! Miss Wei! Brother Yi is our Shangfang sword. Life-saving trump card. The more you eat, the stronger your ability. Zhou Dongyu gestured twice with a yellow melon and gave it to Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, and others on the spot. Funny. It's been 2 days since I came into contact with Lei. Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu have more and more admiration for Lei. In addition, after the Chinese restaurant program aired last night, many of their fans are talking about Lei on their Weibo today. When the fans called Yi, Dongyu, and Mengjia also started to shout. To be continued. Chapter 32, Being a Salted Fish. I will quietly watch you pretend. Seeking collection 1/3. After a while, a big pot of noodles came up. Lee looked at the noodles in the pot in front of him, and immediately ate with satisfaction. Lao Hu saw Lei eating non-stop, and he was shouting that Lei's appetite was so good. You must know that the pot in front of Lee is about to catch up with the wash basin. After presenting it to Lei, Zhang Akatsuki then withdrew to the bar. At this moment, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu are all observing Lei's situation near the bar. Seeing that Lee kept eating noodles in front of a pot as big as his face, he immediately surprised the 5 of them. My God! Watching him eat makes me feel hungry. Zhao Wei sighed while watching Lee rubbing his stomach. Brother Yi's food is so delicious. This is the first time I feel it. It turns out that watching people eat can be a kind of enjoyment. That looks very attractive. When Zhou Dongyu said this, Jin Menjia kept nodding her head, indicating that she also agreed with this sentence. Now when they look at Lee, it's like watching Pei eat. Obviously the same thing, they just can't eat it, but seeing others eat it so deliciously, after a long time, I feel like I'm eating that thing, and I have already started to make up for the deliciousness of that thing. He can eat so deliciously, This is the greatest affirmation for my apprentice. Zhang Akatsuki looked at Lei and smiled. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Huang Xiaoming smiled and leaned against the bar, looking at Lei's enjoyment at the moment and sighed with emotion. On the stage, Prince Tao sings in a high-pitched voice. Under the stage, Lei was eating noodles in a low-key manner. At this moment, Lei was eating noodles and looking at Prince Tao. I feel it in my heart. This song is alright. Eat noodles. Listen to the song. Look at the sea. Living a comfortable life is actually very simple. All you are missing is an eye to discover beauty. Lei is very happy at this time. When he is happy, the corners of his mouth turn up. While Lao Hu patted Lei, he adjusted the position deliberately so that Lei faced the sparkling sea sideways. Looking at the side face of Lei, the pleasant scene of eating noodles, the quiet and greasy appearance of this picture is like an intoxicating oil painting in the Louvre Museum. At this moment, the quiet temperament emanating from Lei made Lao Hu cry out in his heart. Damn it! Is it a man? How can she look more quiet than a pretty girl? Lei, who finally ate noodles in silence, slowly began to be noticed by fans. At first it was a girl who was really tired from listening to Prince Tao's songs. After all, after listening to more songs by Prince Tao, she found that her ears would get tired. The feeling of wanting to yawn comes up. The girl unconsciously shifted her gaze to the surroundings. Suddenly she noticed Lei, who was lying on the side inconspicuous. Some people want to make themselves unremarkable more and more. But when he is discovered, others have the feeling of discovering a new world. While Prince Tao on the stage was singing, Lei was eating noodles silently. When the prince on the stage was playing the piano passionately, Lei was eating noodles in silence. When the prince on the stage was discharging his electricity to the fans, Lei was still eating noodles in silence. The strong contrast made the girl laugh immediately. Then she patted her best friend, and when her best friend found Lei following the girl's guidance, she was instantly amazed when she saw the cauldron in front of Lei. Unconsciously, more and more people are paying attention to Lei's side. They found that they were tired of watching Prince Tao singing, and it was not bad to go to Lei to eat noodles. Some people are wondering if Lei can finish the noodles. After all, the pot in front of Lei is too big. Like a wash basin. However, after everyone saw Lei hula la and ate half a pot of noodles at once. Immediately, they exclaimed in their hearts that Lei's appetite was good. Some girls were attracted by Lei's interesting appearance, and immediately they turned their phones to Lei, and then secretly took a small video of him and posted it on Weibo. Weibo content: Huang Zidao's concert unexpectedly met a calm noodle eater. Not much to say on the video, cuting. In the little video, it was Prince Tao who sang affectionately on the stage, while Lei ate noodles silently under the stage. The strong contrast between the two makes people really want to laugh when they look at it. As soon as the girl posted on Weibo, she looked at Lei with her mobile phone and smiled twice, when suddenly her mobile phone vibrated wildly. Looking at her phone in surprise, she was surprised to find that her Weibo had only been posted in less than a minute, and there were 80 retweets, more than 160 comments, and more than 200 likes. This data really scared her. If you think about it, there are only about 300 fans who follow you at ordinary times. The dynamic posted by the girl on Weibo, that is, eating, drinking, watching the concert or something. In history, she posted the most popular Weibo without such powerful data. Just think about it for a minute. If you feel that you are waiting for a day to check the data on Weibo, you can forward comments to the sky. Could it be that this is all due to Prince Tao? The girl turned to look at Prince Tao, but immediately rejected the idea. Because when she saw Prince Tao just now, she specially posted a Weibo for him, but her popularity was not as high. Hurry up and check the Weibo comments. The word that appeared the most in the comments was Brother Yi. Wow! It's Brother Yi. My male god. The blogger went to Koh Chang, Thailand. 2333, Brother Yi has more nicknames. Pancake Man. Eat noodles. There's nothing wrong with being a foodie. I took this video of Brother Yi, go back Tien. Brother Yi little angel. See Brother Yi. I suddenly want to go to the Elephant Island. Looking at these comments about Brother Yi, the girls who posted on Weibo were stunned. She doesn't even know who Brother Yi is. Think about yourself in Thailand for 4 days. I feel like I'm crossing over. The topic could not be discussed together, and the girl immediately made a black question mark face. Who is Brother Yi? I've been in Thailand for 4 days. What happened to Huaxia? The girl asked everyone in the comments curiously. Seeing the girl's curious words, everyone replied naughty. No. Nothing happened in Huaxia recently. It's just that the pancake fruit has more BGM. No. Nothing happened in Huaxia recently. It's just that the old lady has been losing weight recently. No. Nothing happened in Huaxia recently. It's just that my sister, I was thinking of spring with my mobile phone in my arms recently. 2333, 6 in this formation. The formation destroyer. Drag it out and play little JJ. No. Huaxia recently. Uncle, who broke the formation. To be continued. Chapter 33 Acting is just a moment, eating noodles is forever. Seeking collection 2/3. Slowly explain according to the comments. The girl finally learned about Brother Yi. Brother Yi is Lai. He participated in the Chinese restaurant is very popular. He sang a song of pancakes and fruits which is currently popular in China like a mad dog. Anyone who sells pancakes is playing this song. Everyone in the comments said that Yi Ji is super handsome. But the girl took another look at Li Yi and found that his hairstyle was very ordinary and his bangs were super long. Since he couldn't see Li Yi's full face, the girl didn't think that Li Yi was handsome. Finally, in the comments, a girl posted Lai's beautiful photos. And when she saw Lai's beautiful photos, the girl who posted on Weibo immediately exclaimed, "Wow! So handsome!" After the exclamation, the girl regrets it. She hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, everyone around thought that the girl was praising Prince Tao, so he didn't take the girl seriously, and Prince Tao also thought that the girl was complimenting himself, and he sang even harder. See everyone, no one notices here. The girl is delighted to view the pictures of Lai. This picture is exactly what Lai looks like when he sings rap. He has a little smirk on his mouth with his eyes open. Just looking at the photo, the girl feels that Lai has touched her. Immediately, she left Prince Tao behind her head. Moved to Lai silently. When she came to Lai secretly, she asked Lai in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you Lai?" "Huh? Do you know me?" Li Yi, who was about to finish his noodles, was curious. "Well, friends say you are super handsome. You can sing well. That's why I want to take a photo with you." Looking at the Lai girl, she asked weakly. Just as she finished speaking, a trace of sea breeze blew, blowing Lai's long bangs, and Lai's handsome facial features were revealed instantly. Let the girl be excited after seeing it. At the same time, pay attention to other Lai fans, when you hear the girl say Lai. Seeing Li Yi's handsome face just now, I thought that a director seemed to say that Li Yi is very good. Immediately they ran to the Huaxia website to ask who Lai was. I don't know if I don't know, I'll be shocked by a search. Like Lai's feat of making pancakes and fruits, and a random song of pancakes and fruits that exploded Yoi Huaxia was found immediately. Then some fans began to want to take a photo with Lai. And now Lei, but I don't know how famous he is. He just looked at the girl in front of him who wanted to take a photo with him, vaguely thinking that her friend liked his song very much. Just want to take a photo with it? Immediately, Lei quickly finished the noodles. Then he nodded and said it was okay to take a photo together. Really? That's great. Seeing that Lei is so friendly, the girl said with joy. At the same time, Zhao Wei and others saw that Lei had finished eating the noodles, and some fans wanted to take a photo with Lei, so they immediately ran over and said with a smile, "Let me take a photo with you. Oh, little sister, you are really insightful. My brother Lei is super handsome and has a good voice." Hearing Zhao Wei's compliment, Lei said with a wry smile, "Come on, Miss Wei. I'm with you excellent people now." "What kind of excellence?" "I'm just playing a big knife in front of Guanggong." When Lei agreed to Wang Tian to join the Chinese restaurant, he deliberately searched the system for Chinese restaurants in his previous life. What Lei didn't expect was that there was a Chinese restaurant program in his previous life, so Lei spent 7 points on salted fish to be evil. Make up for it? Although Lei understood some things about Zhao Wei and others, he found that this place and the previous life are indeed incomparable. When Lei and Zhao Wei were chatting modestly, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu all came over to chat, and the more they chatted, the more everyone laughed. Along with the chat, Zhao Wei and others also found that Lei's personality is really good. Good. Neither arrogant nor humble, he will not compliment you just because you are a big star, but there will be some modesty, but it is not hypocritical at all. Chatting with Lei is like chatting with friends. Hey, we just chatted, and even forgot to take a photo with the beauty. I guess the beauty is about to fall asleep. After chatting more and more, Lei finally noticed the beauty who was about to take a photo with a smile. Hearing Lei's words, Zhao Wei just remembered that there was still business, so the beauty and Lei, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, and Zhang Akatsuki joined Zhang Ying together, which made the girl very happy. In fact, just now she listened to Lei chatting is also happy. With the first group photo of the beauties, the surrounding fans rushed over to take a group photo. Simply let them stand together and take a family portrait. In a short period of time, Prince Tao saw all the fans run away. Immediately, his expression became embarrassed. He didn't take the initiative to say hello to Lei just now. It is obviously a shame to let him go to Lei's place now. But if Prince Tao doesn't get there, he finds it even more embarrassing to sit here alone. After all, the fans are all there with Zhao Wei, Lei, Huang Xiaoming, and others. And the 6 of them were laughing and organizing fans to line up, and the center shifted to them for a while, and the camera was also pointed there. Everyone else seemed to have something to do, and he just sat here like an idiot. Wow! It's so lively. The restaurant is doing well today. A beautiful voice sounded when everyone was about to take a photo. Hearing the voice of the beautiful woman, everyone looked around in unison, and then fans were surprised to find that Dili Reba was standing at the door. Wow! Even Diliba is here. It's the right time to come to Elephant Island this time. Fat did. Really fat did. So beautiful. It's even more beautiful when you see it up close than on the screen. When everyone saw Reba, there was a lot of excitement. And Lei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and Zhang Akatsuki all joked when they saw Reba coming, "Yo, our beautiful Reba is here." Hearing everyone's ridicule, Reba laughed suddenly, and then she watched Lei walk towards him sweetly immediately. At the same time, when Prince Tao saw Reba, he immediately stood up excitedly, and then quickly walked towards Reba. At this time, he felt that Reba came too timely. Just got rid of him. Immediately, he came to Reba and greeted with joy. "Reba! What a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you here. It's like fate." Hello Prince Tao, what a coincidence. Hearing Prince Tao's words, Reba responded with a lukewarm smile, and then she hurried to Lei Ai's side. And Lei Ai looked at Reba curiously, aren't you going to pay your parents to play for a day? Why did you come back so soon? My parents and my mother want to have a sweet walk on the coast not far away. So I can't wait to find you. Reba and Lei replied in a low voice, sticking close to each other. Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, and others exclaimed at this intimacy. Wow! When did your relationship become so good? I'm so envious. Hearing the people around him booing, Reba became shy. And Prince Tao looked even more embarrassed. It looks even worse now. To be continued. Chapter 34 Pig's Desire. Seeking Collection 3/3. Seeing that Zhao Wei and others were coaxing Lei Ai and Reba, saying that they were too close, Prince Tao's face became worse and worse, and he suddenly shouted with a smile. Since Reba is here today, why don't I invite you to dinner? At the same time, I also invite everyone present to eat at the Chinese restaurant. Just in time to support Miss Wei and brother Xiaoming. Prince Tao looked at Reba in front of him at this time. Suddenly, he shouted to the fans around him. Without waiting for Reba to reject Prince Zidao's kindness, the surrounding fans exclaimed excitedly when they heard Prince Zidao wanted to treat guests to dinner. Wow! Prince Tao treats guests to dinner. He's so handsome. Celebrities treat guests to dinner at celebrities' restaurant. This is my first time. The prince is so handsome. Seeing the excited fans all around, Reba stood next to Lei and smiled again. Prince Zidao, it's good that you can invite the fans to dinner this time, as for I just had dinner, thank you for your kindness. Reba, don't be like that. I've been wanting to invite you to dinner for a long time, so give me some face. Besides, everyone also wants to experience the feeling of eating with celebrities. If you refuse, you will look down on them. While trying to incite everyone, Prince Tao dishonestly wanted to put his hands on Reba's shoulders, but Lei Ai stepped forward with a smile to block Reba in front of him, and then he said with a friendly smile. Reba declined your invitation to eat, in fact, just to be able to eat with everyone. Eating with you and eating with everyone are two different things. In fact, we all hope to have dinner with everyone and chat happily together. Lei Ai said with a smile. Zhou Dongyu, Jin Menjia, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhao Wei, and Reba all smiled and nodded to everyone. This time we can not only eat with everyone, but also let everyone taste our craftsmanship. Reba has also practiced cooking for everyone. This time, if you want, you can taste the dishes made by Reba. But I don't know if you want to eat it or not. When Lei came to the end of his speech, he deliberately asked a question to the fans present, which immediately aroused the emotions of the fans. At this moment, when they heard that they could taste the food made by Reba, they all shouted excitedly, I want to. Seeing Lei with a few words, he pulled the fans back, and the prince looked at Lei with a gloomy face and said, you are just the cook here, you are not qualified to take us with you, and now the guests are going to eat in your restaurant, just make your meal. Now that Prince Tao can't bear Lei any longer, he should scold him if he is upset. With more than a dozen fans of this restaurant, Prince Tao is not afraid of being exposed. Anyway, he used to play big names like this when he was filming before. After Huang Zidao finished scolding Lei Ai when he was upset, Huang Zidao's manager came over with 3 assistants outside the restaurant. They directly stopped the surrounding fans from taking pictures. At the same time, they threatened them that if they posted something they shouldn't, their company could pursue criminal responsibility and sue them for defamation. Zidao, there is no chef star in our restaurant, we are all in the same family, and I am at most a waiter here. Huang Xiaoming couldn't see the style of the prince and came out to speak. Looking at Huang Xiaoming, Prince Tao directly pointed at Lei and scolded. I don't even know what Wang Tian thinks about him, just a little known trash fish. He can be turned off by him in a good show. He really likes the idiots when he adds the pancake fruit to the song, Huaxia fans. It's become so tasteless now. Prince Tao's face was obviously disdainful when he mentioned Huaxia. Now he dared to scold him so bluntly, but he wanted to see if Wang Tian dared to put these words out on variety shows. Wang Tian's strength is not big enough to influence Prince Tao Company. After all, his company is not Huaxia Company, but a well-known artist company in Bangsa country. Because his artist company is very strong in Bangsa country, many directors and even stars who want their works to go abroad have come to hug the big legs of their Bangsa country artist company, hoping to make a movie in Bangsa country market. Besides, Wang Tian, a woman who has no haki at all, will not let herself erect an enemy for no reason. Prince Zidao, you don't need to interfere with our variety show. We didn't invite you as a guest in our variety show, so please go back. Wang Tian finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked in from the outside angrily. Wang Tian, I now suggest that you drive Lei away. If you agree, I will come to the Chinese restaurant for free. How about it? It will definitely boost your popularity. Looking at Prince Tao's face, the surrounding fans were about to vomit, and finally they recognized the person of Prince Tao. Fans are now regretting how they could have liked such garbage stars. Zidao, don't make trouble here, give Miss Wei a face. Lei's personality is actually good, you will find that he is very good when you sit down and chat. Is there any misunderstanding? You can tell us something. Criticism. Zhao Wei looked at the increasingly angry Prince Tao. He finally stood up to dissuade and said that it would not benefit anyone to continue arguing like this. But when Prince Tao heard Zhao Wei's words, his expression became even more unhappy. Miss Wei, it's not me who made trouble this time, it's why the boy in front of me speaks like I'm on an equal footing with me. He doesn't know his own identity and does not know if he is qualified. What qualifications does he have to be so close to Reba, and he doesn't take a piss to take care of himself? Lei, he is my boyfriend. Reba stood up angrily when she heard what Prince Tao said at this time. And when Reba said this, the surrounding fans and Zhao Wei, Meng Xia, Dong Yu, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki were all surprised. This incident is so exciting. I didn't expect that the little princess in the entertainment industry, there are so many handsome and golden men, and Fat Di, who can't catch up with all his strength, even admits that Lei is her boyfriend. When will they get involved? Go to a piece. What's so good about him who can only make pancakes and fruit? Reba, your vision is too bad. Prince Tao pointed at Lei's nose and scolded. And Lei finally smiled bitterly at this time. He didn't know who could endure being bullied to this level, but he said he couldn't bear it. I really thought that salted fish had no temper. At this moment, Lei is thinking of the answer to the system in his heart. System. About the way you asked me just now? Would you like to have a way of increasing your bad luck? In exchange for the punishment for the garbage in front of you? Now my answer. Yes. I'm a little sick of this garbage. I just finished eating and don't want to waste food. Just as Lei's voice fell, the system prompt in his head suddenly sounded. Ding, the host agrees to increase the price of bad luck in exchange for the punishment for Prince Tao. Now the system announces the increase of host welfare and fortune. Prince Tao's bad luck increases. What the hell is Fu Liun? This is my punishment? He was shocked when he heard the system prompt Lei. Ding. Lucky fortune, the current stack count is 1, and the host will encounter lucky fortune within an hour. Please keep your eyes open. To be continued. Chapter 35, Eat My Salted Fish Thorn, for collection 1/3. Regarding the system punishing his own welfare and fortune, now Lei smiled bitterly and ignored it. He took a step forward at this moment and came to Prince Tao with a smile like this. Lei, who was smiling for a moment, showed a strong momentum. As he got closer and closer to Prince Tao took a step back weakly, and immediately he said angrily to Lee, "Why? Want to hit me?" With the shouting of Prince Tao, the surrounding agents and assistants of Prince Tao immediately surrounded him. At the same time, they watched Lei vigilantly and warned Lei to ask him to respect himself. "You think too much, big star. I just want to get closer to you and look up to you. How nervous are you? Are you afraid that someone will hit your noble face? Since some words have been said, I dare not stand up and bear it." Seeing Huang Zidao and the others instantly became so nervous. Lee smiled and shook his head. And when the surrounding fans heard Lee's words, they immediately covered their mouths and laughed shamelessly when they saw that Huang Zidao and others became so cowardly. Just now, Prince Tao's aura was still so ferocious, and Lee took a step forward. How weak is he, like a chicken now? Prince Tao, who was ridiculed, turned pale for a while, but he couldn't find any words to refute it for a while. At this time, the agent around him couldn't stand it any longer. Immediately said to Lee seriously, "Mr. Lei, please pay attention to your words. If you have extreme actions or words, our company has the right to file a criminal lawsuit against you. Sue you for damaging the reputation of our artist." After listening to the agent's words, Lee burst out laughing. This smile is not fake. Now he feels that Prince Tao is interesting, even the agent is so funny. "I'm now looking forward to your company filing a lawsuit against me. By the way, what crime are you going to sue me for? According to which procedural order? Which criminal law clause? I just took a step forward. You still want to sue me for illegal walking?" Lee's expression is very funny when he speaks. He was talking about the law with Kiba's mouth. The expression is like a crosstalk, sometimes smiling, sometimes a little scared. He has expressions, but he is not exaggerated. It is as if he is talking about stand-up comics, and the fans around him are suddenly laughed by Lei again. And the agent was speechless at this time, choked by Lee. He usually coerces others with the law. But when he really met someone who knew the law, he immediately became miserable. "Lei, don't be arrogant. I guarantee that you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. I can block you with just your mouth." At this moment, Huang Zidao huddled behind his agent and said arrogantly, "Wow, that's amazing. As expected of a big star. I feel like going to the toilet," Lee said while scratching his head. His funny look made the audience want to laugh again. "Speaking of a big star, I'm not a member of the entertainment industry. You blocked me so that everyone in the entertainment industry knows me? Advertise me with such fanfare. What if I become famous?" Lei said here. There was also a worried expression on his face for Prince Tao. "Don't talk about fans around." Even Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, and Reba Zhao Wei, Wang Tian, and the others turned their faces and forced their smiles. For the first time, they felt that Lei was too cheap. Obviously speaking for a long time without a dirty word, but it can give half-death to popularity. "Why don't I tell you about my main occupation? Go back and work hard. Let's see if you can block my main occupation." Lee smiled and suggested to Prince Tao. On the other hand, Prince Tao is really stupid. He shows a look like you will tell your main occupation. "My main occupation is, I dream of being a salted fish without a dream. But the reality is too cruel. These days, I find that it is very difficult to be a salted fish. You can just block me. Please. Go back and give you $1. This dollar is sent to beggars." Hearing Lee's words, this sentence popped into the minds of the people around him. Suddenly they burst out laughing again. Hearing everyone's laughter, Prince Tao's face turned green. Why didn't he know that Lee was playing with himself? But even when he was angry, Prince Tao could only bear it, because he felt that he couldn't beat Lei. And the agent saw everyone around him in a happy and peaceful atmosphere. I also know that Lei has a good mouth. It would be more embarrassing to argue with him. So he wanted to take Prince Tao out of here first. When the time comes, it will not be able to come to Yin. He didn't believe what Lei would use to fight him. After Huang Zidao understood the agent's idea. The thought of leaving now is like admitting defeat. How could the Prince Tao, who didn't know what it was called forbearance, would be reconciled? And at this time, Lei kindly gave Prince Tao an idea: let's just let our big star perform. Show off the strength of being a big star. Let's also see what a gap is. Quickly use your strength to smash our arrogance. Hear what Lei has to say. The surrounding fans immediately laughed and gave the prince a warm applause. And the agent also heard that it was Lei who had tricked Prince Tao again. However, Prince Tao really went into Lei's suit. I saw him walking towards the piano angrily, shouting as he walked. A person who can only sing vulgar songs. I hope you can recognize how much you are. As a cook, cook your meals well. Some people are not qualified to be equal to you. Prince Tao sat in front of the piano angrily. Then put your hand on the piano and slowly play a piano song. How dare he appear in front of the audience without any strength? Now he just wants to let Lei see it? How uneducated he is who can only sing vulgar rap. However, at this time, Prince Tao didn't know. In fact, the people at the scene had already labeled him uneducated. Even if he has a handsome face and multi-talented, it's a pity that he has just exposed himself. Even if he can play a beautiful tune at this time, in front of the surrounding fans, it's just a baboon in human skin. But Prince Tao had no idea about this, he just became more and more passionate. I didn't realize that I had already been led by Lei's nose. A piano song is over. Prince Tao stood up proudly. He has practiced this song for a long time. Those who can play it, many people praise the piano level of Emperor Zidao up to the 8th grade. However, Lei looked at Prince Tao and said weakly, "Worthy of being a big star." Before I even started to play the piano, the audition song I played was so good. I just played the official tune. Hearing Lei's words, Prince Tao suddenly retorted. Just a joke, he has been playing the piano for a long time just now. The tone is very good, why does he need to test the piano? Have you finished playing? Lei was surprised when he heard Prince Tao's words. And the fans around are also curious and don't understand why Lei has such an expression. But the C1 key in the bass area of the piano is obviously flawed. As a big star, you should be able to hear it. Why don't you stop playing and finish the song instead? You won't feel that your music is played because of the flaws. And does it sound harsh? Hear Lei here. Prince Tao's face changed to UI, and he was immediately embarrassed there. To be continued. Chapter 36, See the Lucky Fight? Seeking Collection 2/3. Don't think that you can make some unwarranted mistakes and think you are very good. Do you know the piano? Do you know which master wrote the piece I played just now? Now he and Lei are really aggrieved at the spray. No matter what he says, Lei will be able to push back. In addition, Lei's words also brought the audience's shouts. Now Prince Tao doesn't know why, he feels that everything he says is stupid. No one is on your side. Hey! You can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Lei shook his head and said this casually. However, he did not expect his words to silence the fans around him. The fans were stunned and kept mumbling these words in their mouths. I feel that the more I repeat the sentence, the more profound it feels. Come later. This saying is widely spread. It has even been translated into various versions abroad, making many people deeply impressed by this famous saying. If Lei knew that what he said casually turned into a famous saying, he wouldn't pretend to be this wave of B if he was killed. Coming to Prince Tao's side, Lei waved his hand to signal Prince Tao to stand away. Different from the previous life, the Chinese restaurant here is equipped with genuine and expensive German pianos. Came to the piano and looked at the piano, and then Lei tapped the key of the question. Ding, a key sound sounded, it sounded pretty good. Immediately, Prince Tao said proudly, please bring your brains when asking questions. Don't pretend to understand, it will show you are very incompetent. Seeing Prince Tao, as long as he seizes the opportunity, he will speak coldly. The fans around are feeling sick now. In their eyes, Prince Tao is like a clown. Obviously the most incompetent is him, but he still shows a big name look. And Lei? The fans around are feeling better and better about him now. Although people are lazy, they often say I want to be salted fish. But you can tell from his conversation that he is very cultivated. People are very introverted, giving people an unfathomable feeling, but they are very approachable, which makes people unconsciously feel good in their hearts. Now, after hearing what Prince Tao said, Lei didn't pay more attention to the idiot next to him. He just lifted the lid of the piano and glanced at the strings, and then he looked at Wang Tian. Sister Wang Tian. Whose piano did your crew pull over? The strings are a little rusted. This piano looks pretty good. It would be a pity if the strings were rusted. Hear what Lei has to say. Prince Tao's arrogance suddenly weakened. At the same time, Zhao Wei, Reba, Dongyu, Menjia, Huang Xiaoming, and some fans were talking about what? One side surrounded by the piano. Immediately afterward, they noticed that there were some dull strings. Some of the strings have some rust Madara spots on them. The most rusted strings are the strings of the C1 key in the low-pitched area. The rust there has obviously affected the tone. Don't talk about people who know the piano at this time. Even people who don't know the piano know that there is absolutely something wrong with this piano. Thinking of how excited Prince Zidao was when he played the piano. The more I think about it, the more stupid he gets. B. It's as if the bike chain has fallen off. Riding forward in a daze. Others reminded him that he also scolds others. As Lei famously said just now, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. At this moment, the mocking eyes of the fans towards Prince Tao made Prince Tao deeply impressed. This kind of blow undoubtedly made Prince Tao go crazy. But now he doesn't know how to attack Lei. Uncomfortable. That is quite uncomfortable. But Lei didn't even care about him. At this time, Lei was talking about the piano. And Wang Tian also put him aside and ignored him. At this time she was also talking about the piano. Whoops. When the piano was pulled over, the boss said that he had already taken care of the piano. It's no problem if you don't need it for a month. He also said that he has applied anti-rust oil in some places. Then maybe it's the seaside. Plus it's been raining a lot recently. The piano is easy to get wet. Lei said while looking at the piano. This piano has never been touched since we came to the restaurant. Zhang Akatsuki said with a smile as he looked at Zhao Wei, Dongyu, Reba, Jia, and others. The key is that we don't have anyone here to talk about the piano. Zhao Wei also said with a smile at this time. Jia, Dongyu, and Reba all followed their weak points. Oh yes. I remember that there seemed to be tools for maintaining the piano in the corner. Did it come with the piano? Huang Xiaoming suddenly remembered something, and immediately he came to the corner and took out a bag. Lei and others looked inside. I found out that it was really a tool for maintaining the piano. Looking at the tool, Wang Tian asked his subordinates. At this time, the subordinate remembered that when the piano was moved, these things were also moved together. Well, fortunately, the rust of the piano is not very serious. I will simply maintain it. After taking over the tools for maintaining the piano, Lei immediately started to maintain the strings. Lei moves very skillfully. It doesn't look like it's the first time this has been done. I saw him quickly wipe the rust oil on the strings. In just a moment the rust Madara dots on the strings are gone. Gently wipe the strings over and over many times. Until the strings are clean and abnormal, Lei quickly smears anti-rust oil on them. In no time the strings were new and shiny. Hey! You are really omnipotent. Wang Tian looked at the well-maintained strings and said with a smile at Lei. And Lei smiled modestly. Saying that I just wiped the strings is nothing. My master is really omnipotent. Huang Xiaoming flattered on the side. And Reba is proud to see Lei's face. After all, Lei is her boyfriend, she is very proud. Take care of your piano. Lei puts one hand on the keys. Immediately the melodious sound of the piano was played by Lei with one hand. Obviously, Lei can play the piano with one hand at will. But fans of the tune they played found that it was 100 times more beautiful than the tune of Prince Tao. The well-maintained piano has a crisp and pleasant sound, which is obviously much better than before. There is a little sadness in the beautiful song played by Lei. Let the fans calm down. I want to close my eyes and listen. See, Lei can play beautiful tunes with one hand. Prince Tao's lungs are about to explode. Finally, he walked away with his men in despair. When he walked to the door, he pushed the fans standing in the way in a very unimpressive way. Go away. When the fans were pushed away, Huang Zidao didn't see the steps under his feet, he immediately fell off the steps, and his face instantly hit the beach chair under the steps. Ah! Prince Tao screamed. Hearing the screams, the fans who were immersed in the music looked for sound, and at the same time Lei stopped playing. The next second everyone was surprised to see it. The prince outside the door actually crawled up on the chair with blood on his face. When he turned his face, fans were taken aback. Because Prince Tao's face was completely deformed. Even the nose is crooked. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Prince Tao's face has undergone plastic surgery. I just fell and the silicone on my face fell out. When Reba, Dongyu, Menjia and other girls saw the face of Prince Tao, they screamed and turned their faces away. And the furious Prince Tao still didn't know that his face had changed so badly. He got up to kick the beach chair in front of him, and then kicked his right leg out in anger. Hey! The sound of crotch cracking sounded. Sun Hung looked at Prince Tao's crotch. Fans were speechless when they saw that Prince Tao's crotch actually cracked a big hole. What made people laugh even more was that Prince Tao was not wearing underwear. At this moment, he appeared naked in front of everyone. It was obvious that the embarrassing prince this time, covered his face and hurriedly took his men to the hospital. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lei's mind. Ding for the host's welfare. The benefit has been sent? Hey! When you come out of the system, I promise not to kill you. This is what you said about the welfare. What kind of welfare is this? Hearing the system's prompt, Lei suddenly howled. To be continued. Chapter 37. There is a fish in Beiming, its name is Xian, seeking collection 3/3. Prince Tao is gone. The atmosphere in the store was much more relaxed without him. And Lei is now sincerely apologizing to everyone. I'm sorry everyone, I made you experience an uncomfortable dining atmosphere just now. This is indeed my dereliction of duty. I'm really sorry. Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, Reba, Menjia, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki saw Lei apologize, and they apologized immediately. As the store manager, Zhao Wei said that these fans will get a 30% discount on their meals. Seeing the good attitude of Zhao Wei and others, Wang Tian was very satisfied. At least the people in the show have done a good job of handling accidents. If this good performance can be broadcast, it will definitely add points, especially Lei. It's a pity whether the footage just now can be broadcast or not is indeed a problem. Huang Zidao's company has a lot of power in Bangsa country, and it is too late for many directors and actors to flatter. Even if it was Huang Zidao's fault this time, if the video is released, it will easily offend such a company. The more I think about Wang Tian's feelings, more headaches. After all, Wang Tian's style of doing things is always good-tempered. She rarely takes the initiative to create enemies for herself. Of course, aside from these, fans are now very satisfied with the good attitude of Lei, Reba, Zhao Wei and others. However, some fans want to listen to the piano music that Lei just played. Some people are asking Lei what the name of this song is. Why haven't they heard? This song is called A Wedding in a Dream. Seeing fans, Zhao Wei, Reba, Dong Yu, and Meng Jia all questioning him, Lei introduced it with a slight smile. I've never heard of this song. Could it be that Brother Yi did it too? Zhou Dongyu asked Lei in surprise. And Lei knew through the system that there was no such song in this world, so he nodded lightly. Wedding in a Dream I heard too often in my previous life. On the campus broadcast, when the mobile phone is calling for labor. It is even used in many elevators as BGM, and this song is so ubiquitous that it is maddening. Wow! Wedding. I didn't expect Lei to make a song about the wedding. Did you feel a lot because of the hot dance? Zhao Wei looked at Lei and teased, while the fans around were laughing and booing. Road. When Reba heard Zhao Micro's remarks, her face suddenly became UI. Although she knew that this piece of music must not be made by herself. But she still thought of how she and Lei got married through this joke. But it's not right. Why does this song sound so sad to me? Obviously the song about the wedding should be very romantic and light. Akatsuki Zhang recalled the song just now, and suddenly expressed his doubts. At this time, when they heard Zhang Akatsuki's words, the people around nodded one after another, indicating that this song really carries a little sadness. And Lei saw that everyone heard the sadness of the tune, and unconsciously, the tune he played just now began to echo in his mind. Maybe he played so well just now that he was intoxicated by it, and Lei gradually became more sad. Finally, Lei's voice became low, and he slowly told a sad story. This song was inspired by a friend of mine. He once told me his story, saying that he loved a girl deeply, but unfortunately the two were not destined to be together. The friend knew that he could not be with that girl. 6 years away from girls. When I came back, I caught up with the girl who was holding a wedding, and watched the girl dressed up very beautifully and became someone else. His wife and friends realized that he still loved her deeply. He had a beautiful dream that night, dreaming that he and the beloved the girl had a wedding. Speaking of which, Lei sits gently on the piano chair. While stroking the keys with both hands, say the end of the story. Then my friend told me, that it's enough to have a dream. I felt a lot after listening to the story. Then I wrote it into a song. In the song, I wrote the girl as a princess. It was very simple for Lei to tell the story, and he finished the story in a few words. The story is not very touching, but after the story was told, Lei immediately played the piano piece. Listening to Vivi's sad piano music, the restaurant was silent for a while, and everyone's brain holes were endless. After the simple guidance of Lei, everyone's brain holes naturally associated with the saddest story. For example, the story is replaced by some people. The hero of the story is a servant, and he is destined to not fall in love with the princess. In the end he fell asleep watching the wedding of the princess and the prince, and in his sleep he dreamed that he and the princess were getting married. They danced a beautiful waltz at the wedding, and even though he knew it was all a dream, he was still satisfied. Some people listened to this music, unconsciously indulged in their own stories and cried. Looking at these weeping people, Lei said that he is really a talent, and he makes others cry by playing music casually. The beautiful sound of the piano has also attracted many foreigners, who said that they had never heard such good music after hearing this excellent Mikoto. Hearing the praise from foreigners, many fans are proud. Because Lei is their Chinese. Having a dream, that's enough. Jin Menjia murmured the sentence at this time, and her eyes were also full of tears. Thinking about Lei's songs, she had already made her cry twice, but she likes romance. I still think the story is beautiful. Now, he looked at Lei's eyes with more brilliance, and at the same time, she was more envious of Reba in her heart. Before I knew it, it was time for dinner, and many fans chose to stay for dinner. For a while, the tables in the restaurant were full, and the restaurant became busy. Zhang Akatsuki went to the kitchen to cook, Jin Menjia was washing the dishes, and Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei were also cooking their specialty dishes. Reba and Dongyu turned into waiters to greet customers, while Lei stayed at the bar and poured drinks for customers who needed it. Because Lei's English is very good, some foreigners like to chat with Lei while sitting at the bar and drinking beer. In addition, Lei people are very humorous, and gradually some foreigners and Lei are more and more happy to chat. Although some of the surrounding Huaxia fans didn't know what Lei was talking about, but listening to Lei's fluent English, they immediately said that they sounded very comfortable. Lei didn't meet hundreds of people in the restaurant, so he dared to let go of chatting in English. If there are hundreds of people around, Lei would not dare to use the salted fish turning skill if he was beaten to death. The ghost knows what the effect will be if his English is turned on by the system. As the sky was getting dark, Little Apple came to Lei to play after dinner. Reba's parents also came to the restaurant to choose to help after they traveled alone. The restaurant was really lively for a while. On the way, Reba's mother kept looking at Lei. And Reba's father insisted on pulling Lei to call him a brother. Seeing that the two of them were about to make friends with each other, Reba and Reba's mother frequently turned to Byakugan. At the same time, Prince Tao, who was lying in the hospital with his face covered in gauze, was also shouting at his agent, "I want to make that scumbag named Lei die, I want revenge, call me to get revenge on him." Hearing what Prince Tao said, the agent immediately took out the phone and went to do it. To be continued. Chapter 38. I said that I should be honest and make salted fish. For the first order 1/10. Tonight, Beitong, who returned home early, took out his notebook as soon as possible, and couldn't wait to search for Lei as soon as he turned on the computer. During the summer vacation, the sisters did not go to drink and sing K, just to wait for Chinese restaurant. Beitong has never been so looking forward to a show when she has grown up, and now the reason why she is so looking forward to Chinese restaurant is all because of Lei. Brother Yi was eating noodles in a Chinese restaurant today and was photographed by fans. Looking at the posts on Taiba, Beitong laughed and murmured, "Brother Yi eats so much again." Looking at the cauldron on Lei's table in front of him, Beitong was directly shocked. The post was reprinted from Weibo, and it seems that the person who posted the Weibo has gone to Elephant Island. Now that Weibo has been wildly reposted, it has exceeded 1 million retweets in just one day, more than 2 million comments, and more than 3 million likes, which shows how terrifying the popularity of Lei is. But Lei in the short video is really funny. On the stage, Prince Tao is singing, Lei is eating noodles in silence, Prince Tao is playing the piano with passion, Lei is eating noodles in silence, and Prince Tao is provoking fans on the stage. Screaming again and again, Lei is still eating noodles silently. Looking at it, Beitong suddenly laughed. Entering the music network, Lei's song of pancakes and fruits is still at the top of the pop chart. There is no way that he and the second place are too different in strength. If you want to catch up with the song of Prince Tao in the first NII, obviously you need to use the strength of eating Nai. Entering the comments on Song of Pancakes and Fruits, Beitong suddenly frowned, because there were suddenly many negative comments in it. Cut. Just add a pancake fruit to the lyrics, and it really becomes a pop song. I don't know what the aesthetics of people who like this song are. There is a shady scene. The one called Lei definitely invites people to brush up on the listening volume. This song is so bad. It obviously sounds vulgar. People who like it are probably migrant workers. Lei will probably sing this kind of song. Listening to his songs, you know that his human connotation is not high. With the revenge of Prince Tao, his own navy had already begun to dispatch, and instantly a large number of negative comments were poured into the comments of Song of Pancakes and Fruits, and the comments in the song exploded. Turning down several pages in a row, all of them are swear words written by others. Anyone who is a little smarter knows that this comment is probably invited to be a troll. At the same time, Beitong found that the Lei bar he had built for Lei also flooded into a large number of trolls, and he was overwhelmed with disgusting swear words. Seeing that everyone in this bar is calling ye, it is really disgusting and bad. The songs sung by Lei are so meaningless, it can be seen that the people who like him must not be very experienced people. The group is full of brains, the identification is completed. Why can Lei's trash songs be on the list? Even the bad songs of Lei are liked by some people, a bunch of stupid asterisk. Are you? There were more and more posts scolding Lei, and Beitong, the bar owner, began to be overwhelmed. She and a few administrators tried their best to delete malicious posts, but obviously they came prepared. This time, all the people who came to the post bar were trumpets. For a time, Beitong and the administrator were very busy, and at the same time, other people in the post bar were also struggling to fight in other places. At this time, there are scoldings against Lei everywhere on the internet, whether it is the official website of Mango Channel or the Weibo of the girl who posted Lei's video during the day, there are a lot of trolls. Regarding the scolding war on the internet, as a true love fan of Lei, he expressed the reason to endure it. And some melon eaters who don't know the truth are like grass on the wall. Seeing that Lei's songs are vulgar on the internet, some people even say that Lei has brushed the audition rate of his songs. So, I listened to Song of Pancakes and Fruits a second ago and praised what a fun person. In the next second, I immediately deleted the song to prove how big I am. Tonight, the internet is very lively because of Lei, but at this time the parties are still chatting with foreign guests. In fact, even if Lei knew about the scolding on the internet, he would probably only utter such a sigh. I'm rubbing it. Who is helping me to hype it up? Who is so good at making me more famous? Speaking of which, can you still make me a salted fish? Even if the scolding on the internet affects the songs he sings, Lei doesn't really care. After all, he doesn't want to be famous at all. As for the girl who posted Lei Weibo, she was still eating silently in the store, and a large number of trolls suddenly poured into her Weibo to scold her. In fact, the girl saw it too, but the girl is now a true fan of Lei. She said that she would not delete the lovely Lei in death. So she simply turned off the mobile phone reminder, quietly watching Lei chatting with foreigners, while smiling and talking to her good friends about how handsome Lei is and the piano is good. As time goes by, China time has entered 2200 hours, and the second phase of the Chinese restaurant program is about to start. At the same time, Lei also started to have dinner officially. The guests were almost gone by now. Zhang Akatsuki cooked a large table of dishes. At the same time, Leona also brought some Thai dishes. Dinner here. At 6 p.m. the crowd was simply having some meals. As for everyone eating now, it is considered a dinner. At the dining table, Lei, Reba, Zhao Wei, Dongyu, Menjia, Zhang Akatsuki, Little Apple, Huang Xiaoming, and Reba's parents gathered around 10 people at once, and everyone was chatting very lively. When everyone was chatting at the table, Lei watched silently without saying a word, and he didn't see Lei's mouth at the table. He stopped, and when everyone was chatting and ready to eat quickly, he found the table on the table. Half of the food went into Lee's stomach. All of a sudden it made everyone angry and funny. Everyone at the table is very real, no one is contrived. Therefore, when everyone saw that Lee did not treat himself as an outsider, everyone was still happy. After dinner, Zhao Wei officially announced that Lee was the sixth tenant in their apartment. Only when Zhao Wei announced Lee did he know that he had been arranged by Wang Tian in Zhao Wei's apartment. Everything in the apartment, Kobo paste and Kobo brush are ready. After all, they are all given by sponsors. So Lei can move in with your bag. At the same time, the second phase of the Huaxia Chinese restaurant program also started, but this time, because there are many more trolls in the Chinese restaurant program, the viewing experience of Beitong and others was not good. In addition, at the beginning of the Chinese restaurant program, Wang Tian actually announced that Lei refused the invitation of the Chinese restaurant. Although the second episode, which was obtained, had Reba's parents, and Reba was here, the program was not too ugly, but Beitong now the mood just hit rock bottom. Isn't Brother Yi coming out today? Seeing that the fast-forward strip of the show was about to come to an end, and Lee still hadn't come out, Beitong felt very disappointed. Fans who like Lei have endured a few hours of abuse, and now they finally wait to come to the Chinese restaurant, but Lei didn't appear on the show. You can imagine this feeling. I guess the show also knows that Lei is too rubbish. So I blocked Lei directly. The Chinese restaurant program team did it too correctly. If there is still Lei in this show, then this show will definitely ruin Lei's hands. Trash Lei. If you sing junk songs, you will brush the listening rate. People who like Lei are vulgar. In the comments, Lei's negative comments are still being brushed by trolls. To be continued. P.S. After the 9th morning, relax. Chapter 39. You never know what kind of salted fish your opponent is. For the first order 2/10. In today's show, the Chinese restaurant Zhao Wei and others finished work very early. It may be because of Reba's parents. When all the lights in the Chinese restaurant were turned off by Huang Xiaoming, Beitong felt more and more uncomfortable watching the show. Today Beitong is in a terrible mood. He is looking forward to Lei's affairs all day long. Unexpectedly, when he returns home, he is caught in a scolding battle. In fact, Beitong does not feel anything about it. Yi didn't even show up. Beitong has already closed the comments below the video, because there are a lot of words scolding Lei in the comments. At first, everyone tried to resist, but gradually, with the delay of Lei's figure in the show, everyone's military heart was dissipated. At this time, everyone was in the same lost mood as Beitong. Haha. Lei didn't appear in the whole episode. It is estimated that the crew also finds him disgusting. The song is so vulgar, and the crew is not deaf. There is no Lei in the Chinese restaurant today. The viewing experience is good. A bunch of idiots, don't like Brother Yi to get out. I like everyone in the Chinese restaurant. I don't think Brother Yi's singing is vulgar. His singing level is not as good as Brother Yi. What sense of existence is here? Intellectually retarded upstairs, identification completed. Mentally retarded +1. Those who like Lei are mentally retarded. Even if someone stood up for Lei 097, the comments were immediately attacked, and in the blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed by abuse. With the abusive words in the comments, the Chinese restaurant program on the screen slowly went black, as if the program had ended. And Beitong is now holding the computer and sighing. At this moment, she wants to cry a little, and she doesn't know why she is unhappy anyway. Suddenly, a line of beautiful handwritten characters appeared on the black screen of the Chinese restaurant program, with such a sentence written on it. Travelers in a hurry, have you stopped and looked up at the starry sky recently? We almost forgot in the hurry, but fortunately we met a close friend to remind us. At the end of this somewhat poetic remark, the show at the Chinese restaurant turned on. At the same time, Zhao Wei was announcing that the driver, Aja, had turned back to the Chinese restaurant. It turned out that Reba's mother had forgotten to take her clothes. The next second, Zhao Wei and the others who had just returned to the entrance of the Chinese restaurant suddenly heard a beautiful guitar playing. Wow! This guitar sounds great. Who played it? The sparse comments were talking about their curiosity. The next second, when the Chinese restaurant waited for someone to come to the main entrance of the restaurant, they immediately saw a tree under a tree by the sea, and there was a slightly desolate back. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The one who looks up, the loneliness and sigh in the bottom of my heart. Before she could see who was under the tree, two songs containing vicissitudes rang out, and Beitong, who was sitting in front of the computer, was stunned for a moment, and then she desperately approached the computer to look at the figure, and found that it was Li Yi. Wow! It's Brother Yi. Whoever he is, this voice is so beautiful to me, kneel down. Li Yi is stupid asterisk. There is still a troll in front of such a beautiful singing voice. I guess this troll is not stupid, or someone who is here to blackmail my big brother. In front of such a beautiful song, many trolls have turned off, and if there are trolls who do not know whether to live or die at this time, they will be immediately drowned in the saliva of the audience who like this song. I pray to have a transparent heart and tearful eyes. Give me the courage to believe again, Chi, oh hug you beyond the lie. The beautiful lyrics have been subtitled. Everyone listened to Lei Ai's song and looked at the subtitles below to realize that the lyrics of this song are so beautiful. Listening to Lei Ai's song, Beitong looked at the stars outside the window with UI's eyes, and slowly shed tears. She even cried when she listened to the song. But this kind of crying is very beautiful to her, unlike if she cried just now, she would probably not feel so comfortable. At this moment, Beitong felt that all the grievances were worth it, because she knew that Li Yi was not a vulgar person. He just showed the good side to everyone, and let everyone's heartless joy be nothing more than that. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night. Oh! The brightest star in the night sky, please guide me to you. The whole song is like a pot of mellow spirits. After drinking it, the wine deeply stimulates the deepest part of your soul and makes your tears come out. But you still dare to cry with eyes and mouth. Ba laughed and shouted, cool. In the show, Zhao Wei and others all cried. They looked up at Fangxing one by one, probably because they were aroused by sadness. At this moment, few people comment on the quality of this song, because this song has a steel scale in the hearts of the audience. Since then, Brother Yi has a fan, who said that Brother Yi's songs are vulgar. I will smash your pot. With all due respect, if Brother Yi's songs are really vulgar, then everyone here is garbage. Brother Yi's song made me cry. Speaking as if no one was crying. I would rather keep all the pain in my heart than forget your eyes. I will go. This word is beautiful. Sorry, I am a layman from now on. I only follow Yi. I also recognize Yi's vulgar songs, and Yi has been a fan since then. Beitong, who had already been tearful, looked at the comments below and smiled. She didn't say anything at the moment, but edited the song like crazy, and then posted it to Taiba, Weibo and other websites. Sister, I won't sleep tonight. I want everyone who scolds Brother Yi to shut up. Beitong's eyes were UI now, but her fighting spirit had never been so high. When Li Yi's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky appeared on the internet was in an uproar. No matter the lyrics or the person who sang this song, it was perfect and impeccable. For a while, many stars reprinted it, which also led to Lei Ai's song, Like a Rocket, which has reached the top NII in the pop chart at Mach 20 per second, easily pushing Prince Tao's song to third place. Following this momentum, listeners thought the song surpassed the Pancake and Fruit song at dawn, and that's pretty okay. No matter what, the first and second place on the music charts are Lai's, and this is under the circumstance that other people's music is not decorated. If Prince Tao, who is in third place, wants to surpass, unless he can hire all Chinese people to be the navy. At this moment, the trolls stopped one by one, because if anyone stood up now, it would undoubtedly be hitting the muzzle. Lai's fans are going to break 1 million. If this powerful force is mobilized, you can't find your grandma. Besides, you have to use your brain if you want to spray Lai. At the beginning, you could still say that Lai's songs were vulgar, but now, many celebrities have reprinted Lai's songs one after another, and it is clear at a glance whether they are vulgar or you are vulgar. However, when the Navy Army invited by Prince Tao was preparing to retreat and adjust, suddenly their bad news came, because their affairs were exposed to the internet. Immediately, there was an uproar among those who liked Lai on the internet. They finally knew that this matter was secretly controlled by Prince Tao. To be continued. Chapter 40 The Salted Fish Turned Over, Really Tired, please subscribe 3/10. Regarding the exposure of Prince Tao, in fact, it can only be said that he is unlucky. First, the scene where Prince Tao "Are you scolded Lee" was stolen and filmed. Then steal. The person who photographed it sold it to the paparazzi, and actually relied on the paparazzi to expose the matter. Not to mention that paparazzi are paparazzi, they have a strong sense of smell and are not afraid of death. After they received the anonymous video, they immediately smelled the 8 trigrams inside. Sure enough, there are all kinds of big-name tricks of Prince Tao, and even the scene where Prince Zidao fell and threw the silicone out, and the scene where Prince Tao's crotch cracked. Immediately, the paparazzi posted it on the internet, which immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Finally, someone with a heart will link the trolls who scolded Lai on the internet today with today's incident. For a time, the major entertainment news tonight was quite uneven, and Prince Tao finally followed Lee back, the heat, and it made the headlines. The famous male star Prince Tao actually showed such an ugly face. Shocked. Fat Dick, the little princess in the entertainment industry, was taken away by Brother Yi. Prince Zidao looks down on fans so much, who gave him such a sense of superiority. Prince Tao's new song is overwhelmed by Yi. Is this a reason for his revenge? Prince Zidao's face is really whole. Regarding today's situation appearing on the internet, this was actually unexpected by Huang Zidao's agent. After all, he was always keeping an eye on the fans in the restaurant, for fear that the fans would take pictures of Huang Zidao's actions with their mobile phones. However, what he did not expect was that among the guests in the restaurant at that time, there happened to be a guest whose glasses frame had a video function. Although the recording effect was not good, the ugly face of the prince at that time could still be seen clearly. At the moment when the negative news came out, Bangzi Entertainment Media Company, where Prince Tao worked, quickly dispatched a public relations team to let them minimize the negative comments of Prince Tao. However, before Prince Tao's public relations team took action, the leader of a certain naval team suddenly announced that his computer had been infected with a virus. The news about the virus would not have been noticeable. After all, it's not because of Mr. Kang's relationship with his computer that there is a blue screen, a light incense, a Trojan horse or something. But the big guy had a virus on his computer, and he leaked some agreements with Huang Zidao's company on the internet, and the audience on the internet couldn't sit still anymore. The agreement was written very clearly, roughly that they would do things for Prince Tao, and Prince Tao would give them money yuan. It was written in the agreement to help the prince to listen to it, and to help the prince to step on certain songs, and finally it was written to help the prince to spray Lai. Because everything in the agreement is complete, and the big guy who was infected with the virus is a cautious person, he even kept the recording with Huang Zidao, because he was afraid that Huang Zidao would not admit it later, which also caused the audience to understand the scene of Huang Zidao of misdeeds. Immediately, people who were sprayed by Prince Tao on the internet couldn't sit still. Emperor Zidao, it's okay to scold Lao Tzu as Cheng Xiang today, and even slander my big brother Yi. Your face has been smashed out of silicone, which is very pleasing. 2333, after seeing the pig look on Prince Tao's face, please allow me to let out a tractor-like laugh, ha 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 ha. From now on, Prince Tao's fans have turned black, and Yi Grode has become a fan. Prince Zidao did not let his songs surpass Brother Yi by dirty means. How great his songs are. Except for his ass. His butt is white, everything else is black. The wall was pushed down by everyone. After Huang Zidao asked someone to listen to it, and after the exposure of He Lai and the big name in the Chinese restaurant, many people who held some evidence of Huang Zidao finally dared to spit it out. For a while, Huang Zidao played big names with other directors, CAO, fans, and all the scandals that discriminated against Huaxia fans were all exposed. At this point, the media where Huang Zidao is located said that it would not be able to save it. Following this, some advertisers have called Prince Tao Company and asked your company to make a series of claims. After all, Huang Zidao has endorsed a lot of advertisements, and Huang Zidao has not maintained his image well, which also leads to these advertisements being shouted by everyone. Who dares to buy the products that Huang Zidao has endorsed, so advertisers do not look for Huang Zidao. Who? For a while, Prince Tao was yelling at everyone tonight, and Lai was a strong fan. After all, when he was attacked by fans and Prince Tao, he didn't say a single swear word, not even a theory. Although Reba announced that Lai was his boyfriend, Lai was not hated. After all, netizens believed that the two were a match made in heaven. In fact, the reason why Lei didn't refute all kinds of internet rumors is because people don't know anything at all, and he doesn't have the heart to be a celebrity, so ghosts pay attention to things on the internet, and they can't even watch anime. Flowers. After learning everything through the internet, Beitong took someone to Huang Zidao's Weibo to spit out a wave, and then she began to feel relieved that the truth could be revealed. Regarding Prince Tao, Beitong gave him a sentence that is, "Hey, you can never wake up a person pretending to be asleep." For this kind of mental retardation, Beitong is too lazy to get angry with him. Now he can't love Lai. Even though she knows that Lai has Reba as his girlfriend, Beitong will still sincerely bless him. Koyuki, Koyuki, come and listen to my idol's new song. I almost cried when I heard it. After everything was over, Beitong was used to sending a message to his best friend. At the same time, a girl lying on the chuang in a certain apartment suddenly sounded a message on her mobile phone. Looking at the phone with Chuang's head lit up, the girl was haggard and didn't go to get it, but just lay sluggishly on Chuang. The girl was Koyuki, Beitong's best friend. She just fell out of love the day before yesterday, and she has been lying on the chuang for the past few days, without eating anything. Her body is close to weakness. She did not say anything about this, and she did not shed a single tear. It's just that Koyuki is looking at the window next to him and suddenly has the urge to be a bird and fly out. Holding the phone and walking to the window with bare feet, Koyuki's apartment is on the 30th floor. At this moment, Koyuki is not afraid of the scenery outside at all. When she climbs on the windowsill, she is about to transform into a bird. In the end, Koyuki listened to it with nostalgia, and Beitong sent him a message. Koyuki, Koyuki, look, this handsome pot is my male god from now on. Below this voice is the beautiful photo of Lai. Koyuki, Koyuki, our dormitory party today. Are you here? Koyuki, if you don't go to the party, I won't go either. When I go back, I just want to see Brother Yi. Koyuki, Koyuki, Brother Yi has been attacked. Ask for support, ask for support. Koyuki, Koyuki, come and listen to my idol's new song, I'm about to cry. Beitong just finished speaking, and Lai's voice appeared behind the voice. When his deep and beautiful voice sounded, he was on the windowsill. Barefoot Koyoki's spirit shakes. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? The one who looks up. Loneliness and sighs in my heart. To be continued. Chapter 41. I want to be a good salted fish that is not picky eaters. Please subscribe 4/10. Beitong sent Lei songs through voice, so it's not the full version at all, but even so, when he heard Lei sing the first few beautiful songs, Koyoki still looked up at the starry sky above his head and left 2 lines of clear tears. Yin Koyoki, you are a big idiot. B. After standing on the windowsill, Koyoki scolded himself and jumped back to his room with bare feet. The first thing she did when she got back to the room was to turn on the computer. She wanted to listen to the full version of Lei's song. Finally opened the brightest star in the night sky, listening to this beautiful song, and looking at the comments below, Koyoki cried again. After entering the society for 4 years, I used to think that my dad's long-winded words came true one by one. Today, I heard this song and looked at the stars. Even though my dad is gone, I still want to say, Dad, I miss you. The college entrance examination ended in failure twice, the brightest star 997 in the night sky. Brother Yi. Guide me forward, I don't want to give up now. Brother Yi. Thank you for appearing in my life. My father is a brick, my mother sells snacks 10-10 to hide from the city management, my sister worked hard and wanted me to go to college, now I am not afraid of anything, the brightest in the night sky star please bless me. Out of college, all kinds of confusion, hiding in the quilt and crying, not dare to let my family know, Yi, your song is my only motivation now. After reading these tearful comments, Koyoki murmured thank you brother Yi, and then she took out her mobile phone and called Beitong, Tong Tong, I have listened to brother Yi's song, and now I want to do him too. Fans. Let's go out for a big meal tomorrow, for brother Yi. 11 p.m. in Thailand. After finally sending Little Apple, Reba, and Reba's parents home, Yi took his things back from the hotel and came to the residence of Zhao Wei and others. The place where Zhao Wei and the others lived was like building blocks stacked together. First, several bungalows on the first floor were placed next to each other. They formed a U-shape and surrounded a small swimming pool. There are 3 rooms on the first floor. Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, and Yi will live on the first floor. The rooms on the first floor are more atmospheric. The girls said that it is suitable for boys to live. On the second floor, there are small houses with spires standing on the second floor. The rooms on the second floor are smaller, but Zhao Wei, Dongyu, and Menjia can stand on the second floor and look into the distance. The scenery here is better. There are a total of 4 rooms on the second floor, which means that there is still 1 room unoccupied. Wang Tian said that he would set aside a room for the airdrop guests. As for how many airdrop guests will come? Is it male or female? When will you arrive? Wang Tian did not give specific information. At this time, the 6 people who have returned to the residence are concentrated in the living room on the first floor. Lei has seen his room, and he expresses that he is very satisfied with his room. Especially Lei's 2.5 meter large chuang made Lei smile and sigh. My chuang is big and soft, which means that my mother no longer has to worry about my dishonesty when watching anime. If Reba knew, Yi would not think of her when she saw chuang, but Xiaoxian. Will she be angry and press Lei on the chuang and rub? Rub. Rub, rub. Lei's room really has everything, such as imperfect eye cream that can make Lei Xiaoxian without dark circles, such as Hobai washing powder, and more like a certain Kiba cream, really everything is ready. However, Yi is now sitting on the sofa, and Uncle Ge is paralyzed there, and then he starts to complain, I didn't expect that the pocket money to join the show group is only 5,000 baht. This makes me how can there be enough snacks? Hearing Lei's words, Zhao Wei, Menjia, Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki all laughed. They knew that Lei could eat snacks very well. In Thailand, he could eat more than 700 baht of snacks a day. It's just snacks, not including meals. Brother Yi has lost his snacks now, which means he has lost the motivation to live. Zhou Dongyu laughed while looking at Li Yi. Master is probably thinking about being quiet now. Akatsuki Zhang said with a smile, looking at Li Yishan's inexorable expression. You can't let the mistress hear this. Huang Xiaoming laughed while looking at everyone. Everyone present knew that the mistress Huang Xiaoming was talking about was Reba. Brother Yi. Why don't I lend you my pocket money? I don't use much anyway. Menjia said with a smile looking at Lei. Seeing that Menjia wanted to lend her money, Li Yi sat up and shook her head quickly. No, no. I might be able to get rid of my bad habits by taking advantage of this opportunity. I can't keep my mouth busy. If I don't choose something, I'll lose my motivation. Hey. I found out that I am too. Zhou Dongyu said excitedly at this time, looking at Lei. She seemed to have found her soulmate, but she was not as good as Lei. The only thing we can eat here now is Missy. I made a cup of Lei, do you want to try it? Zhao Wei came from the kitchen at this time and put a cup of freshly made Missy in front of Lei. This Missy is also sponsored, so there are not many snacks in the hotel. In fact, this Missy advertisement is good, saying that monkey mushrooms nourish the stomach, but in fact Zhao Wei and others don't taste very good. Yet it tastes good, and now I feel like I'm alive again. After a gulp of Missy, Lei, who never knew what a picky eater was, immediately complimented her. When everyone saw that Lei was not picky about food, they immediately praised, Mom. This child is so worry-free, it's really easy to support. For a while, everyone's favorability to Lei was on the top of the chart, and I felt that Lei was a really cute child. No one liked the taste of Missy, but no one dared to say it, and now everyone can find someone who eats Missy, and immediately everyone ran to their rooms, took out Missy and put it in Lei's arms. At the same time, the advertisers were happy, and after seeing Lei eating Missy like that, they were delighted and shouted, damn it, pay more money, it's not human to not give Lei a salary increase. Recently, I feel that cooking in the kitchen is a little messy. Especially at 4:00 noon, when there are too many guests, it makes people dizzy, and some ingredients in the morning are either too much or too little. When eating in Lei, Zhao Wei also sat around and wanted to have a small meeting. Why don't we do this? Tomorrow we will try to launch a set menu like other restaurants. Fix the meals on a few items, and the ingredients will not be messed up. After all, Lei used to make more money than us by making pancakes and fruit alone, so I thought, if a place has more dishes and less quality, it doesn't seem to make any money. Hearing Zhao Wei's speech, Li raised his head and glanced at her, feeling that this method was not bad. Yeah. I'll see it. Akatsuki Zhang nodded with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 42 Moon Black Wind High Sweet Night, for the first order 5/10. Okay, let's order these 4 packages first, and try it tomorrow to see if the guests like it. After discussing for more than half an hour, Zhao Wei picked up a small book and read the main package at noon tomorrow. There are also 4 dishes above, Kung Pao chicken, prawns in tomato sauce, garlic pork ribs, and shredded chinjao pork. In the set menu, if you order these 4 dishes, you will also get green vegetables plus soup plus rice. The prawns in tomato sauce are a little more expensive at 500 baht, the chinjao shredded pork is the cheapest at 350, and the other 2 are 450. Well, the price is very reasonable. Let's do it. Everyone nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Lei, who returned to the room, was just about to rest after washing up, when suddenly the phone rang, and it seemed that someone had sent a message to him. Lie down on Chuang all of a sudden, turn on the mobile phone to check the information on it, and follow Lee to turn off the lights in the room to plunge the room into darkness. With the lights in Lei's room turned off, Wang Tian saw that Zhao Wei, Meng Xia, Dong Yu and others were all asleep, and if there were any interesting shots, he would hand it over to the unmanned camera. And she finally announced to her subordinates that she had finished work, and the next step was to send today's footage to Huaxia. After confirming that Wang Tian and others had finished work, Lee temporarily turned off the 14 cameras in the room, and then sneaked out of the room. It's so late, actually, Lei wants to sleep too. But there is no way, wife summons. Lei's feet are already scarred, and it doesn't affect his walking now. Not far from the street, it is a very good resort. In addition to the beautiful small houses, the resort also has a park with a good view. There are many coconut trees, grass, beach chairs, swimming pools, and young couples in the park. At this time, although it was 12 o'clock in the night, there were still night owls who did not go to bed. The park in the resort is very big, and many young couples like to find a secluded place and get tired of being together. In addition, there are many foreign tourists here, so they have a more open atmosphere than China, all kinds of romantic kiss, dry kiss, bite kiss, only you can't think of it without them. Lei would not have come to such a place if it was put aside before, but now he is not considered a person with a girlfriend. At the entrance of the park, Reba was standing under a street lamp, looking forward to Lei's arrival. She was wearing a white sweater and a pair of denim shorts. She was wearing a simple dress that still couldn't stop her outstanding temperament. The long legs below the waist are neither fat nor thin, very healthy and eye-catching. When Reba finally found Lei walking towards her, she immediately ran to Lei with joy, but when she ran in front of Lei, she immediately became emotional. I'm leaving tomorrow. Why didn't you send me a single message tonight? Do you know how many times I checked with my phone? I thought my phone was broken. Seeing the look in Reba's eyes that cared about her, Lee scratched her head embarrassingly and said quickly, Miss Wei brought everyone to a meeting just now. I received your message right after the meeting. Lee smiled and panicked a little, but he didn't dare to say it would take a while. In fact, after Zhao Wei's meeting, it was almost 12 o'clock when Lee saw that, and she didn't know whether Reba was asleep or not, so Lee didn't dare to disturb her. Forget it. Forgive you first. Reba was relieved after hearing Lei's explanation, and immediately she took Lei to the park and said at the same time, I'm leaving tomorrow, so I can't sleep tonight, so why don't you chat with me, your boyfriend? You know I can't see each other for more than 10 days after I've been away. Reba thinks about it now, it's terrifying that she can't see Lei for more than 10 days. You know, now that she and her parents haven't seen each other for half a year, it's not so scary. I saw Reba pulling Lei to the grass, where there was a picnic cloth, there were many snacks on the picnic cloth, and Lei's eyes widened when he saw the snacks. Seeing Lei's expression, Reba smiled and immediately said, I know you can't let go of eating snacks as usual when you join the crew. This is what I specially prepared to eat tonight. The two came to the picnic cloth talking, and after Lei sat down, Reba leaned on Lei's shoulder, and at the same time she took the snacks and fed them to Lei with a smile. Reba has grown up, this is her first time in love, so after she has Lei as a boyfriend, she is also racking her brains for not knowing how to get along with Lei. Reba is afraid that she will not be a qualified girlfriend. Lei will despise himself. But the moment she saw Lei, her inner tension disappeared immediately, and she found that as long as she broke through Lei's inner Lei, it was really easy to get along with. It's good to feel alone with Lei. If you want to be coquettish, act coquettish, if you want to be virtuous, be virtuous. Reba finds that it is really comfortable to be Lei's girlfriend. After eating snacks for a while, Reba sat on Lei's lap and leaned against Lei's chest, while Lei was holding Reba and put his hand on his big lap. I have to say that the hand feels quite good. Not far away, a couple of foreign couples were kissing with their backs against the coconut trees. Seeing that the whole park was filled with a romantic atmosphere, the young couple on the picnic cloth fell along with them, and then hugged. For a while, Reba let Lei eat all the tofu, and when it was 1 o'clock in the morning, Reba's face was like a small apple like yois, and her whole body fell on Lei weakly. Reba knew that Lei was in pain now, but he still took care of Reba's conservative feelings. Otherwise, in this park, the last line of defense of the base will be broken through. Seeing Lei's dishonest little Lei, Reba gave her an angry look, hooked her neck and asked 070 questions. Do you know what you will do every day after I return to Huaxia? A video with you as soon as the recording ends every day. Looking at Reba's cute little wicked eyes, Lei hurriedly replied. Do you know what you can't do every day after I return to Huaxia? You can't casually talk to girls. Do you know what you should do after I return to Huaxia? I can't stop thinking about you all the time. He signed a series of unequal treaties between lovers with Reba. Seeing that the people in the surrounding parks were almost gone, Lei took Reba's hand and walked to the place where she lived. Tomorrow Reba and Reba's parents will leave the Elephant Island early in the morning. After all, Elephant Island has no airport. It takes more than 2 hours to get to the airport, so Lei will not be able to send Reba tomorrow. The two of them reluctantly came to the hotel building. Reba hugged Lei at the same time and said cutely, I will wear some more ancient costumes to take pictures for you to see when I go back. There are princesses, maids, and chivalrous women. I'll show you alone. After talking about Reba and fragrant Lei, he jumped into the hotel, and Lei sighed happily, I am so happy as an otaku. To be continued. Chapter 43 Today's weather is suitable for salted fish paralysis. Please order first 6/10. In the early morning of the next day, Wang Tian took everyone from the program team to wake up early, and then began to enter the room where Lei lived and waited for everyone to wake up. Let Lei, who is a salted fish, get up early, and Chuang does not exist at all, unless he woke up hungry this morning after he didn't eat much last night. But it was obviously impossible for Reba to feed Lei so many snacks yesterday. It turned out that Huang Xiaoming was the first to wake up. After he got up, he did various exercises until half an hour later before he started to call Zhang Akatsuki and Lei. Master, let's go shopping at Chuang. After being woken up by Huang Xiaoming, Lei crawled up from the Chuang reluctantly. With messy hair, he brushed Kobo with a fairy face. Wang Tian was amazed at Lei's dazed appearance, because Lei with a sloppy face did not expect to be so cute. I saw that Lei's skin is very good, and it's more than a girl's. After Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki got up, they also asked the makeup artist of the show team to paint a little powder, so as to make their skin whiter and more photogenic, but Lei didn't use it at all. As far as Lei is lazily brushing Kobo at this time, Wang Tian estimates that Kobo cream advertisers will see it, and the advertisers will definitely be happy. Sure enough, if you want to be a qualified salted fish, you can't lose the ability to rely on your face to eat. People can shoot the effect of art advertisements casually. I have to admit that Xiao Xianro is much more profitable than those who are powerful. Looking at the very photogenic Lei, Wang Tian smiled and sighed. While washing, Reba sent him a message, saying that she had already boarded the plane. Don't read. After the plane returns to Huaxia, Reba will settle everything and will report safety to Lei. After all the washing was over, Huang Xiaoming had already prepared 3 cups of missy outside, and at the same time, Lei saw a plate of biscuits on the table. Yo master, get up. This is the monkey mushroom biscuit they gave us. This food is good for the body and nourishes the stomach. Seeing Lei's appearance, Huang Xiaoming immediately smiled and advertised. And Liyi smiled and followed him, and Akatsuki Zhang sitting at the table, drinking missy and eating biscuits. Biscuits and missy belong to the same company. The advertisers seemed to be very satisfied with the footage of Lei eating, so they specifically told the cameraman to take more shots of Lei. So now it's okay. When Lei was eating biscuits and drinking missy, Lao Hu's camera could not wait to poke Lei's face, making Lei who was eating biscuits speechless for a while. Well, now I have some snacks to eat, Satomi, but fortunately Lei is not picky eaters. When he walked out the door, Liyi deliberately took out a large bag of biscuits, and followed behind while eating. Since there are not many ingredients purchased today, the boys decided to let the girls sleep more. The boys go to the supermarket to buy food, while the girls can go directly to the store after getting up late. The crew prepared bicycles and a big backpack for the three of Lei. On this cool morning, the three of them rode their bicycles and set off to the supermarket. Wow! 1010 is very cool today. It's really comfortable to ride a bicycle. Huang Xiaoming, who was riding a bicycle with a smile, said to Akatsuki Zhang Lei. Did it rain last night? It's really cool today. Zhang Akatsuki felt the breeze and was enjoying himself. It didn't rain last night, but it might rain in a while. Liyi, who was eating, didn't speak, and when he spoke, both Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki were frightened. Ah! No. It's raining today. Isn't that today's set meal plan wasted? Zhang Akatsuki said in surprise. And Huang Xiaoming looked up at the sky with a wry smile, and when he saw that the sky was a little overcast, he was immediately uncertain. It shouldn't rain today. The wind will be halved, and the rain will be all over. Looking at Huang Xiaoming's apprehension, Liyi ate the biscuits and smiled. Don't worry. I guess it won't rain for too long, it should only be an hour. Hearing Lei's words, Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming were suspicious. Even Wang Tian, who was staring at the screen all the time, asked curiously after hearing the sound of Lei in his earphones, did the weather forecast here say there was rain last night? Hearing Wang Tian's words, one of the subordinates immediately returned, the weather forecast doesn't broadcast the specific weather, only that there is a rain cloud near us, and there may be showers in some areas. Hey, does this salted fish have the ability to predict the weather? Wang Tian was amazed after listening to his subordinate's report. And this ability to look at the weather is not given by the system, it is just some of the experience that Lei has learned in his previous life. Today, Lei's drifting state makes him very comfortable, as I see it written above. Go with the flow, the host has a good fortune today. As a salted fish, you probably like this kind of weather the most. Take this opportunity to enjoy it. God knows what you will experience tomorrow. When I came to the supermarket, I didn't talk a lot, but when Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming were picking vegetables, he could always see at a glance which ribs and chicken were the freshest. Seeing Lei being so picky, the fat elder sister in charge of weighing the meat gave Lei a thumbs up, saying that she often cooks at first glance. Hey! It's amazing, the two pieces of meat look exactly the same in color. I didn't expect their time to be a day apart. Zhang Akatsuki kept looking at the meat that Liyi bought just now. He found that he had to look carefully to determine whether the meat was fresh or not, but Liyi could tell it just by looking at it. The refrigerator in the supermarket should have good temperature control. The temperature is neither too high nor too low, so the meat that was not sold out yesterday did not lose its color, nor did it lose its freshness. Of course, the meat from yesterday tasted fine, but this one it's just killing it now. In the supermarket, Liyi explained while picking up shrimp for Huang Xiaoming. Liyi is quick to pick up shrimp. His requirement is that the ingredients must be fresh. After all, if you can buy better ingredients for the same money, why not buy them, and besides, these are food. Originally, Huang Xiaoming wanted to buy shrimp that were packaged on Kabuto, a household net. Lei suggested to buy the scattered shrimp. After all, the scattered shrimp is actually not much expensive, mainly because the cheap shrimp in Huang Xiaoming's mouth is not fresh. Buy everything. The three of Lei rode their bicycles to the restaurant. At the same time, Zhao Wei, Dong Yu, and Meng Jia had already arrived at the restaurant in Aj's car. After coming to the store, Dong Yu and Meng Jia noticed that Zhao Wei was always carrying a white plastic bag in his hand. The two women who didn't know what was inside were curious. "Miss Wei, what's in this bag? Seeing you all the way, baby?" Dong Yu asked Zhao Wei bluntly. And Zhao Wei was holding the bag and suddenly mysterious Isho, I'll keep it a secret for now, this is my mysterious gift to Lei. Ah, for brother Yi. Dong Yu and Menjia glanced at each other more curiously. To be continued. Chapter 44 Small ribs almost blown away by the wind, please order 7/10 first. Ah! We're back. Huang Xiaoming immediately shouted when he saw Dong Yu, Jia, and Zhao Wei in the kitchen after returning to the restaurant with the basket on his back. "Oh! It's hard work for our three handsome guys." Zhao Wei, who was peeling garlic, saw Lei and the others came back from grocery shopping and said, "By the way, Dong Yu. Just now I prepared lemonade for the three of them." Here. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Zhou Dongyu ran out of the kitchen and hurriedly handed the Lei 3 lemonade made by Zhao Wei. After taking a sip of the iced lemonade made by Zhao Wei, Lei nodded and praised, "Yeah. Ting is delicious. Hey. I'm playing a big knife in front of Guangong. I want to try the 150 baht lemonade you made after changing my name." Zhao smiled and teased Lei. And Lei smiled bitterly, "I was also short of money at the time, so I sold it at a higher price. But brother Yi's pancakes are really delicious and worth the price." Menjia praised silently on the side. "Right. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to give you." Zhao Wei, who was peeling garlic, suddenly ran into the kitchen to get the white bag. 087. When they heard that Zhao Wei had something for Lei, Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming suddenly laughed. Wow said. When Zhao Wei took out a white bag from the kitchen, Lei looked at the bag in her hand curiously, not knowing what Sister Wei was going to give her. The crowd gathered around one after another, and then they saw that Zhao Wei actually took out a black peaked cap from inside. Wow! This gift is so suitable. Zhou Dongyu, who was the first to understand Zhao Wei's intention, immediately praised with a smile, looking at the peaked cap in the bag. Menjia, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, and Lei were all confused and didn't know what medicine Zhao Wei was selling in the gourd. It was just an ordinary cap. "Come and try it." He took out the peaked cap Zhao Wei and handed it to Lei. Lei said thank you with a smile, and put it on his head. "You won't be handsome if you wear it like this. Come and squat down and I'll help you." Seeing that Lei was really casual, he put on a cap. Zhao Wei looked at Zhou Dongyu and immediately showed an expression like that. And Lei looked at Meng Jia, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki even more confused. "I don't know what's the point of wearing a peaked cap." I saw that when Lei just squatted down, Zhao Wei picked up the hat on Lei's head, and Zhou Dongyu laughed at the same time and quickly helped Lei's long bangs to the back of his head, and Lei's handsome face was immediately exposed. After seeing Lei's handsome face, Jin Menjia's heart moved for a while, and she suddenly understood Zhao Wei's intention, and then smiled oh and should drink, and suddenly she also found that Zhao Wei's gift was too suitable. Putting Lei's bangs on the back of her head, Zhao smiled and put the peaked cap upside down, and simply modified the angle. Immediately, she covered her face and said, "Okay. This is so beautiful. Wow. So your purpose is here. The routine is so deep." Huang Xiaoming was amazed when he saw that Lei's handsomeness was instantly improved by several grades after he put on the peaked cap. All of a sudden, the chef's appearance is the best in this restaurant. I have to say that now Lee has only one more peaked cap on his head, but his handsomeness has obviously risen sharply. Didn't you see Jin Menjia and Jo Dongyu looking straight at Lee right now? To be honest, although Lei's cute face and Dongyu have already seen it, they found that Lei's face is handsome and attractive, and they couldn't get enough of it. I'm not used to showing my forehead. Lee touched Guang Guang's forehead and smiled bitterly. I have to say that Lee, who has always liked to keep a low profile, suddenly exposed his forehead. It felt like someone had stripped you off and thrown it into the crowd. Same. It's okay, just get used to it. After all, the weather here is too hot. Your hair is so long, it's easy to get prickly heat. Zhao Wei quickly discouraged B, after hearing Lee's words. Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia kept nodding their heads. After all, they still wanted to look at Lee more. It would be a pity if that face was covered by long bangs again. When Lee heard that long hair would cause prickly heat, he immediately calmed down. Wearing a hat is more comfortable than the itching of prickly heat. Okay. Let's start preparing the set meal. You can prepare the rice and the soup first. After taking a look at Lee's handsome face, Zhao commanded with a smile. Since Lei's position is a salted fish, Zhao Wei and others did not arrange work for him, but Lei was not idle while eating biscuits and drinking lemonade. He helped Jo Dongyu decorate the flowers on the table. By the way, when Menjia was steaming rice, Lee told her some tips for steaming rice. When Zhao Wei was making instant soup, she asked Lei what she didn't understand, and Lei knew everything about what he was eating. While Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming were listening with their ears pricked up, they found that Lei was not only good at cooking, but also knew a lot of common cooking skills in life. All the work is finally ready, and then wait for the guests to come to the door. Lei walked out of the kitchen leisurely and found that it was already 12 o'clock, but maybe it was still dark outside, and there were obviously not many tourists by the sea. You must know that when the weather is usually hot, the beach in front of you often has a beautiful bikini girl walking past the door. The wind suddenly picked up outside, the leaves were shaking wildly, the sand was flying, and even the signboard at the door of the restaurant was blown far away. Ah, the signboard has been blown away. Jo Dongyu, who was cleaning up the table, quickly ran out of the store to chase the signboard when he saw the signboard had been scraped away. As soon as she ran out of the store, she regretted it, because the wind was so strong outside. When she was chasing the signboard, she found that the wind was pushing her wildly, and she couldn't stop for a while. Ah, brother Yi! In a hurry, she hurriedly called Lei, who came out of the kitchen. Seeing that Jo Dongyu was blown away by the wind, Lee quickly put down the biscuits and drinks and rushed out. What's the matter, what's wrong? Hearing Jo Dongyu exclaim, Zhang Akatsuki ran out with the pot in his hand. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming and Mengjia followed closely, and the next second they saw Jo Dongyu staggering in the wind. I'm going. Dongyu was blown away by the wind. Zhang Akatsuki shouted. When Jo Dongyu's feet were blown away by the wind, and he was about to fall off the steps and rush towards the beach, Lee, who just arrived, quickly grabbed her arm to stabilize her body. You little ribs are too light. A gust of wind can blow you away. Holding Jo Dongyu to stabilize her body, Lee looked at her and laughed. To be continued. Chapter 45 Ding Harvest. The title Happy Mother. Please order 8/10 first. Wow. The wind is too strong. After being grabbed by Lee's arm, Jo Dongyu subconsciously held Lee's hand with both hands. This gust of wind was really strong, and the whole sky was instantly darkened. The slightly slender trees by the sea were pushed down to an incredible angle by the wind, and the swings hanging on the trees next to them were swaying wildly. The blowing sand choked Jo Dongyu's mouth, and even her eyes entered the sand. For a while, she closed her eyes and grabbed Lei fiercely. At this moment, Lei undoubtedly became her backbone. What's the matter? Sand got into your eyes? Seeing Zhou Dongyu clutching his hands tightly and closing his eyes, Lei asked quickly. And Zhou Dongyu is now shrinking into Lei's arms and nodding. Quick! Enter the house, enter the house! Zhou Dongyu, who was fascinated, led her into the room little by little, while Zhao Wei and the others were standing at the door and asked with concern. Is Dongyu okay? Zhao Wei asked with concern. She's blinded by sand. Let Zhou Dongyu find a stool and sit down, and Lei said. I'll take a look. Zhao Wei took a step forward and wiped his hands before holding Zhou Dongyu's forehead, carefully opening Zhou Dongyu's eyes and blowing a little bit. While Zhao Wei was helping Zhou Dongyu to clean up the sand from his eyes, Lei walked out of the restaurant and ran to the signboard in a steady pace, and quickly picked up the signboard. At this moment, the big raindrops in the sky were about to fall. Lao Hu, who silently photographed the incident, admired Lei, because he was a little unsteady when the wind blew just now, but he didn't expect that Lei had nothing to do. Not long after Lei entered the restaurant with the signboard, the violent rain poured down. The strong wind blew the rain hard, and for a while, there were clattering noises in front of the restaurant. Whoops! It's really raining. It's like doomsday. Zhao Wei sighed while looking at the heavy rain outside in the kitchen. Today's hard to prepare set, won't it just go to waste? Menjia was also a little worried when she looked at the heavy rain. If it rains for a day, then let's eat all the prepared meals. Zhao Wei joked. It's all right? Didn't the master just say that it will rain for about an hour? Zhang Akatsuki glanced at the bar and said with a smile. Zhou Dongyu was washing his eyes at the bar, while Lei was watching to see if he needed help. I knew it was going to rain today. Zhao Wei was curious when she heard Zhang Akatsuki's words. And Huang Xiaoming nodded with a smile, and then told Zhao Wei about riding a bicycle this morning. I didn't expect Lei to have the ability to observe the weather. Zhao smiled after listening to Huang Xiaoming's description. While chatting and laughing, Dongyu, who had cleaned her eyes well, came to the crowd. With some UI in her eyes, she sighed with relief. You know what? When I was in the wind just now, it felt like a storm, a lonely boat in the sea at night. Hey! In the future, you little lonely boat will gain weight. It's really a light gust of wind that can blow you away. Zhao Wei looked at Zhou Dongyu and smiled. At this moment, Lei walked in, with a biscuit in his mouth. He immediately smiled and nodded when he heard Zhao Wei's words. Dongyu's body is too light. Just now I was pulling her like a doll, she felt so light body. Great for acrobatics. Hearing Lei's ridicule, Zhou Dongyu made a funny acrobatic movement, which made everyone laugh. Hey! Do you know? I felt so safe just now that Brother Yi held me. All of a sudden, let me not panic. Zhou Dongyu looked at Lei's exaggerated nympho and said just after the laughter ended. Arrive. Then the sense of security just now was like a haven from the wind. Menjia asked while smiling. No, it's like being in my mother's belly. Zhou Dongyu suddenly gave a speechless answer. Your metaphor made me drunk too. Hearing Zhou Dongyu's metaphor, Lei covered his face and couldn't stop laughing. Congratulations, Brother Yi. You'll be a mother so soon. Seeing Lei trying her best to hold back her laughter, Menjia immediately joked. In the kitchen of the restaurant, with the teasing of Menjia's mother, there was a lot of laughter, and Zhou Dongyu, a naughty dead girl, kept calling Lei's mother Lei, causing Lei to turn Byakugan for a while. After everyone saw Lei's speechless appearance, tears came out of all smiles. An hour later, the rain really gradually became smaller as Lei said, and then stopped after a while. Even though the rain stopped, the sky was still cloudy, and there was still a cool breeze on the beach, so there were not many tourists walking on the beach. Flowers. At the moment, People in the Chinese restaurant are eating. There are 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. It is the kung pao chicken, prawns in tomato sauce, garlic-flavored pork ribs, shredded chinjao pork, and stir-fried cabbage that are going to be sold today. The soup is the corn ribs and wolfberry soup cooked by Zhao Wei. Although there are not many kinds of dishes on the table, but fortunately the portion is sufficient, everyone knows that Li can eat very well. At this time, the people who were eating were gobbling up their food. Jin Menjia sighed while eating, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that today's rice is really delicious. Even the steamed rice is more fragrant than usual. Yeah. I found it too. I thought it was because I was hungry. I found that the pork rib soup I made tasted better than the usual ones. Is it because the pork ribs you bought today are fresh? Zhao Wei was eating. Fan looked at the crowd and sighed. Don't say it. Today's fried dishes are indeed better than usual. I found that my cooking skills have improved a lot. After eating the dishes one by one, Zhang Akatsuki was also amazed at the suddenly delicious dishes. Li listened to everyone's words without saying a word. He has already eaten 3 bowls of rice by now. I feel good listening to everyone chatting and eating. Seeing Li eating without saying a word, Huang Xiaoming suddenly thought of what happened today, and immediately understood why the food was delicious. I think the reason why the dishes suddenly became delicious is because of the chef. He helped him pick the freshest dishes. Although he didn't help with cooking, he gave him a lot of advice. Yes. After hearing Huang Xiaoming's words, everyone woke up like a dream. And Lei watched the crowd while they were eating and said, the delicious food is inseparable from your credit. You all cook the rice. If you are not good at cooking, my suggestion is useless. That's good. Let's respect ourselves for this meal. And our master Lei. Zhao Wei raised the pork rib soup in front of him and said, and when he heard Zhao Wei's words, everyone raised the soup with a smile and shouted together, cheers. Hey, look. The rain outside is really like what Li's mother said, it will stop in the next hour. To be continued. Chapter 46. Don't think that salted fish will only shout. 666, please order 9/10 first. At the end of a meal, everyone found that it was good to have Lei on the table, and all the meals were eaten by Lei. The advantage of eating with Lei is that there is no sense of wasteful guilt at all. Seeing that every plate on the table had been eaten up, Zhao Wei said with a smile. In the past, the 5 of them would always eat together. Throw away a lot of leftovers. And Li is now stretching his waist to look at the sea in the distance, and suddenly he also feels that it is really good to join the Chinese restaurant. I don't have to use my brain for what I do every day, someone else cooks my meals, and when the 20 days are about to end, the show crew still takes me to play. Everything else is well organized and really leisurely. After resting for a while, seeing that it was almost 2 o'clock in the restaurant and still no customers came, Zhao Wei finally couldn't bear his temper and commanded, Xiaoming, Xiaomingming, Xiao Huangming. Hey, what is the order of swallow pigeon? Huang Xiaoming said with a smile when he came to her in response to Zhao Wei's call. The 2 friends of 20 years are used to it. Xiaomingzi. It's been a while now and there are no guests. Why don't you go and solicit customers? Zhao Wei laughed and joked after hearing Huang Xiaoming teasing himself. Hey. Huang Xiaoming waved his sleeves, took the usual eunuch resignation gesture, and immediately ran out of the store. On the other hand, Jin Menjia, Li, Dong Yu, and Zhang Akatsuki immediately laughed and complained after seeing the 2 of them just now, you can really act. After Huang Xiaoming left the restaurant and came to the beach, he tried every means to attract guests, taking photos and giving small gifts, but he did not attract a single guest. Zhang Akatsuki couldn't stand it anymore, and he also ran out to help. After all, there was no customer in the store, and it was really uncomfortable. Half an hour later, the two of them were almost exhausted, but they couldn't pull a guest. Suddenly, the pair of brothers and sisters sat down under the swing tree in frustration, with only a big yellow dog by their side. Hey! It's estimated that they have been greatly damaged physically and mentally. Thinking about the two handsome guys, they can't even draw a single guest. Zhao Wei and Lei were sitting in front of the restaurant at this time. The two were drinking drinks leisurely and lying on the beach chairs. The two of them looked at Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki and smiled in embarrassment. There are really not many guests at the moment. Jin Menjia's voice sounded from behind. At this moment, Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu were lying on the small table beside the restaurant door. I hope there will be more guests in the evening. Otherwise, today will be all over. Zhao Wei sighed as he stood up and walked to the toilet. However, as soon as Zhao Wei left the front foot, 5 foreigners on the back foot passed in front of Lei, and Lei suddenly stopped them in English while drinking a drink. Hey guys, do you want to try the food from Huaxia? Our food is not only affordable, but also delicious enough to give you a thumbs up. Oh my friend, you are so confident in what you say. The foreigners stopped when they heard Lei's words, and one of the foreigners smiled and looked at Lei and said, "Of course, I've always been confident in our dishes, because we make every dish with our hearts. If we can't compliment our dishes, we might as well pack up and go home to get a pedicure." Lei's casual American humor made the foreigners laugh, so the 5 foreigners nodded and said okay, and then entered the store first. Menjia and Dongyu, who silently watched the whole process, looked at Lei with admiration. Immediately one went to order food for the foreigner, and the other stood at the door and shouted towards the beach, "Brother Xiaoming, Brother Xiu. Here's a guest." "Ah, there are customers." Hearing Menjia's call at the door, Huang Xiaoming looked into the store and found that there were really 5 customers in the store, so he hurried to the store with Akatsuki Zhang. "Ah, there are customers in the store." Zhao Wei, who had just returned from the toilet, was surprised when she heard the shout. To be honest, she didn't expect that she would actually have customers when she went to the toilet. When entering the store, 5 foreigners were ordering food, and finally they ordered 1 set of prawns in tomato sauce, 2 sets of kung pao chicken, 1 set of pork ribs with garlic, and 1 set of chinjao shredded pork. After ordering, everyone went to the kitchen to get busy, telling Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming and others what happened just now while they were busy talking. "Oh, I didn't expect these 5 guests to be pulled by Lei. Sure enough, this is called strength." Xiaoming ran for half an hour and couldn't get any guests, but Lei just sat there and didn't move. "Pull over 5. Hearing Zhao Wei's sigh, everyone laughed. Since the restaurant was really busy at the moment, 5 people in the restaurant started working together, picking vegetables and cutting vegetables, and the cooking speed was very fast. And Lei, the salted fish, stayed outside to take care of the guests. To put it bluntly, he was chatting leisurely with foreigners. After a while, the 5 sets in the kitchen were served on the table, and Lei was not running to disturb their meal. Maybe it was because of the popularity in the store that after Lei brought 5 customers, 2 more tables of customers came. The other 2 tables are foreigners, and 1 table is a couple from France. They ordered a set of prawns in tomato sauce and a set of ribs. The other table was a family of 3 from Malaysia. They ordered a set of kung pao chicken, a set of prawns in tomato sauce, and a scrambled egg with tomato. Hey, it's really different to have Lei. It looks like he's lazy and doesn't work. But if you think about it carefully, he plays a really big role. Zhao Wei kept talking about Lei, while everyone was listening. After Zhao Wei praised him, he smiled secretly. Because Zhao Wei has never stopped complimenting Lei since just now, and 2 of the 3 words he said are all complimenting Lei. "Have you eaten well, my friend? What do you think of our food?" Lei's voice in English suddenly sounded outside the kitchen. Hearing Lei's words, a few people in the kitchen looked out from the food outlet, and found that the 5 foreigners who came in at the beginning had already eaten, and now they are looking for Lei to check out. After the foreigners heard Lei's words, the 5 smiled and extended their thumbs, followed by one of them and said, "This is the best Chinese food we have ever eaten. Oh, this is the highest praise we have ever received." Lei expressed his gratitude upon hearing the words of the foreigner. At the same time, Zhao Wei and the others walked out of the restaurant. After they expressed their gratitude to the foreigners one by one, they suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in their hearts. They know that this is all due to Lei. After all, every dish they cook has been instructed by Lei, so the level of cooking 4.9 dishes is a straight line improvement. After receiving more than 2,000 baht from 5 foreigners, Zhao Wei delivered the 5 foreigners to the door. At the same time, a 40-year-old Feng Da Chen woman happened to see the Chinese restaurant sign and came to Zhao Wei. The woman is also a foreigner and looks like an American. She is wearing a jacket and carrying a backpack as if she likes to explore. At this time, she came to Zhao Wei and spoke in English. "The food in your Chinese restaurant is all Chinese food?" Yes, Zhao Wei nodded quickly in response. "I heard that Huaxia food contains a lot of wisdom. I wonder if you can make food that is eye-catching." Zhao Wei was shocked when she heard the woman's words. To be continued. Chapter 47. Want to eat the dishes that shine in front of you? End plate light bulbs passed. Please order 10/10 first. After hearing the woman's request for a bright dish, Zhao Wei poured her a glass of water and asked her to wait, and then she flew into the kitchen. At this moment, Lei was trying dishes in the kitchen. After Zhang Akatsuki made a tomato scrambled egg for Lei to taste, Lei smiled and nodded while chewing, and everyone in the kitchen suddenly laughed. "There is a guest outside who wants to eat a dish that shines. Is there anything you can do?" Zhao Wei asked embarrassedly after walking into the kitchen. "A bright dish." Everyone was surprised when they heard Zhao Wei's words. "This is a guest with a problem." Zhang Akatsuki smiled bitterly after hearing Zhao Wei's words. "Could it be arranged by the crew?" Huang Xiaoming looked suspiciously at the surrounding videographers, and after hearing Huang Xiaoming's words, the videographers shook their heads one after another. "Bring her 2 light bulbs over, it will definitely brighten her eyes." Lei looked at Zhao Wei and joked. Zhao Wei and others laughed when they heard Lei's words. "Then your dish is so dazzling. I guess she can only watch it and not eat it?" Zhao said with a smile as he looked at Lei. Zhao Wei saw that everyone was burying their heads and thinking deeply, and finally hesitantly said, "Or I'll apologize to her, saying that there is no dish she wants here, let's see what she wants. Not willing to order what we can cook. I think that's the only way to do it. After all, what kind of dishes do we have in Huaxia?" Zhou Dongyu flipped through his phone and couldn't find the ideal dish. "The main thing is that we don't know what she wants to eat. Or she hasn't eaten anything. If she hasn't eaten anything, maybe we will take a picture of a yellow melon for them, and they will be bright." Zhang Akatsuki he opened the refrigerator and smiled at the cucumber left in the refrigerator. "Miss Wei, why don't you talk to her more, see what she has eaten? What hasn't she eaten? Are there any requirements? It would be best if you could be more detailed." Seeing that everyone was very curious about the guest who made the request, Lei asked speaking to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei nodded at this time and walked out. When Zhao Wei went out to communicate with the guests, Zhang Akatsuki smiled bitterly as he thought of the dishes that made people's eyes shine. After all, he had the impression that he cooked the dishes himself, there is nothing that catches the eye. After a while, Zhao Wei walked into the kitchen speechlessly, and then she looked at everyone helplessly and said, "This guest is indeed a little tricky. She said that she is traveling around the world just to eat delicious food from all over the world. She has eaten Chinese dishes such as Buddha jumping over the wall, Mapo tofu, and Dongpo pork. Wow! As a foodie, I have to say that this guest outside did something I really wanted to do. Lei exclaimed after listening to Zhao Wei's narration. I feel now that we may not be able to meet the request of this guest. Zhang Akatsuki felt a little bit about giving up after hearing Zhao Wei's narration. After all, the other party has even eaten Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish is very demanding. The official Buddha jumps over the wall contains expensive ingredients, and in order to allow the ingredients to retain their own characteristics after being added to the stew, there are more than a dozen kinds of ingredients in the family. Add to the stewing pot after cooking. Some of the more elegant Buddha jumps over the wall is stewed for more than 10 hours. Seeing that Akatsuki Zhang had given up, Huang Xiaoming kept smiling bitterly and did not speak. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia were even more helpless, and Lei was a salted fish. Zhao Weiwei said weakly, and this guest wants to eat vegetarian dishes this time, and the preparation time should not be too long. The less ingredients are used, the better. It is best to use ultimate. Okay. I'll pick up 2 light bulbs and bring them to her. Seeing that the guest asked for so many sheets of Akatsuki, he finally gave up and joked while watching the crowd. I'll just refuse the guests. Zhao Wei said with a wry smile after hearing Zhang Akatsuki's words, and then walked out of the kitchen. At this moment, Lei, who was not talking, suddenly spoke, "Why don't you let me cook this dish?" Hearing Lei's words, Zhao Wei and others present looked at him in surprise. "Ah, brother Yi, you can cook more powerful dishes than Buddha jumps over the wall." Jin Menjia was suddenly surprised when she heard Lei's words. "Mother Lei, are you going to go out in person?" Zhou Dongyu looked at Lei with excitement at this time. "Wow! Master is going out?" Huang Xiaoming smiled and exclaimed when he heard Lei's words. "Lei, can you really make a dish that makes her eyes shine? The other party's requirements are really high?" Zhao Wei said with some disbelief. After all, through chatting with the other party, Zhao Wei found that the other party was really good at eating, as if he had eaten everything, so Zhao Wei felt that if he wanted to make the other party's eyes shine, no matter what, he had to be a super chef here. If you want to make a dish that impresses her, you don't have to come up with a dish that is better than Buddha jumping over the wall. Looking at everyone's surprised look, Lei said with a smile, "People have eaten everything, but sometimes it's better to do it." When Lei finished talking with a smile, he actually opened the refrigerator and took out the only cucumber left. "Master, you don't really want to take a cucumber for her? Although she'll really shine when she sees it." Zhang Akatsuki laughed as he spoke. Thinking about the guest who said that he had eaten everything just now, if he really took a cucumber for her, I guess the other party's face would look good. "Mother Lei takes a cucumber, I guess it will taste very good," Zhou Dongyu said with confidence at this time. Lei took the cucumber and washed it with a smile, but he didn't say a word. I saw that after he cleaned the knife and the sticky board, he put the cucumber on the sticky board, and then stood the kitchen knife on top of the cucumber. Seeing that Lei was really about to cut the cucumbers, Zhao Wei and others immediately surrounded him. At the same time, the cameramen pointed their cameras at Lei one by one. Looking at this posture, Lei felt as if he was going to shoot a blockbuster, and suddenly turned speechless. Turn Byakugan. 093. The next second, all the people present widened their eyes and opened their mouths in surprise, as if they had seen something quite extraordinary. When Lei cut the cucumber and put down the kitchen knife, the people around looked at Lei with a hellish expression. "Wow, master, did you cut vegetables just now? I didn't see you cutting it. Why are the cucumbers already cut?" Huang Xiaoming looked confused when he saw Lei. At the same time, the first thing the cameraman did while carrying the camera was to quickly adjust the machine and turn on the playback. After seeing Lei in the camera putting the kitchen knife on the cucumber, everyone only saw him swiping to the right. Then the cucumber was cut into pieces. The cameramen widened their eyes in surprise, and then adjusted the playback again. At the same time, they slowed down the playback speed until it was 1.5 times slower, and then they could vaguely see the trajectory of Lei cutting vegetables. I saw that he only relied on his wrist, and the cutting range was quite small and fast, which also caused everyone to think for a moment that Lei didn't cut vegetables at all. "Master, what kind of dish is this?" Jong Akatsuki said in surprise when he saw the cucumbers cut by Lei that looked like works of art. "This is just an ordinary cucumber. It's not normal at all." To be continued. Chapter 48. Don't praise me anymore. I just took a cucumber. Please subscribe, ask for automatic. Minoan cucumber is a dish that tests knife skills. It requires the chef to use a Minoka knife to cut the ingredients into slices. In fact, the cucumber is simply said, you want to cut the cucumber into pieces, but you can't cut it. After cutting one side, you have to turn it 180 and cut it from the other side, but you still can't cut it. It's easy to say, but this simple dish has become a serious test for many chefs. In fact, Jong Akatsuki had heard about the dish with cucumbers and cooked it before, but he swore that he might never be able to make such exaggerated Lei in his life. It's hard to cut two sides of other people's cucumbers, but Lei turned the cucumbers and cut 8 sides. What's more exaggerated is that the cucumbers cut by Lei are not only fast and in one go, but the thickness of the cucumbers is thinner than paper. At this time, each slice of cucumber cut out was as thin as a cicada's wing, with transparency in the crystal. At the same time, Lei's cucumber can be pulled open like an accordion, and the length of the cucumber pulled out is almost half a meter, and it continues. Everyone present was stunned by Lei's 14 hands. It's because she's eaten everything that I dare to cook such a simple dish. She's used to seeing gorgeous big fish and big meat, so it's good to let her see a little fresh. Lei felt that if he gave others a cold cucumber, and he couldn't make them shine, then there was really nothing he could do. Wow! This isn't food at all, it's simply a work of art. Jo Dongyu couldn't help but admire Lei at this time. She saw that Lei pulled away the cucumber vivi, and placed it in a circle on a round plate. After a little modification, it turned into a large green peony flower. While everyone was stunned, Lei mixed sesame oil, pepper, salt, and other seasonings into chan juice, and then poured it evenly on the cucumbers. Yoi-colored peppers and garlic were poured by Lei in the center of the hua core, while Lei cut half of the cherry tomatoes and placed them on the center of the flower. In an instant, a beautiful and indescribable flower appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the cameraman frantically photographed the dishes made by Lei. You must know that his dish is simply beautiful, and it feels that its pure shape is even in a 5-star hotel. Hard to find. Lao Hu is now desperately looking at Lei's dishes, and the more he looks, the more amazed they are, because this dish is not only beautiful but also attractive. Now he is thankful that he has just recorded all the scenes of Lei's cooking. This video is about to be released, and he feels that it looks 100 times better than the literary and art with filters. My God! Let's not sell this dish. Keep it for collection. It looks better than blue and white porcelain. Zhao Wei was amazed at the cucumbers made by Lei. Accompanied by the exclamations of everyone, Zhao Wei finally brought out the dishes rather reluctantly. However, when serving it, Zhao Wei covered the dish with a lid, and she wanted to open the dish at the last moment. It's so beautiful. Cai Menjia, who watched Zhao Wei bring it out, said intoxicated. When Zhao Wei brought the dish to the foreign woman with ponytail, the dish before the ponytail woman was still covered with a lid, and her expression suddenly became suspicious. Gently putting the dish down, Zhao Wei gave the other party a smile, and then motioned for the other party to open the lid. The other party glanced at Zhao Wei again curiously, then she smiled and shrugged and gently opened the lid, but when she opened the lid of the dish, she suddenly showed a surprised expression. Seeing the woman's startling expression, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Akatsuki, Zhao Wei, and others all said in their hearts, "It's worth it?" The woman was stunned when she looked at Li's dish, and she just stared at the dish's body as if she was stupid. Until a moment, the woman was incoherently excited. She gestured with both hands, and said, this is really beautiful. Beauty. Horsetail foreign women don't know what adjectives they should use to describe this dish. I saw her intoxicated glance at the dishes. She actually took out an expensive DSLR from her bag, and then she took pictures of Li's dishes from various angles. We are very happy to see that you like our dishes. This is the dish that we racked our brains to come up with to make your eyes shine. Zhao Wei said with a smile in English. When the other party took a photo and wanted to taste the food, Zhao Wei hesitated and said weakly, "I have a little unkind request. When you eat this dish, can you leave a little bit at the end? Just a little bit. To be honest, as the manager, I have never eaten this dish." Looking at Li's food, Zhao Wei told the truth that he really wanted to eat it, so he said it cheekily. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, the other party gave Zhao Wei a no-nonsense expression, and then she picked up a small bowl and put a lot of cucumbers in the bowl for Zhao Wei. "Enough is enough, thank you very much, thank you very much." Holding a small bowl, Zhao Wei returned to the kitchen happily, while the foreign woman with the ponytail glanced at it with joy. And his expression suddenly changed to a look of intoxication. "Wow, it's the first time I've eaten such a delicious mixed cucumber." Zhao Wei, who returned to the kitchen, took a slice and put it in his mouth, and immediately exclaimed. Zhou Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, and others were speechless when they saw that Zhao Wei actually ordered food for the guests. Later, when they saw that Zhao Wei enjoyed eating cucumbers so much, they quickly gathered around one by one and took a slice each. 057 exclamations from the kitchen came one after another in an instant. Everyone finally found that the chan juice prepared by Lei is too delicious. The delicious chan juice with cucumber is very suitable for refreshing summer eating. It is very refreshing and appetizing. For a while, everyone was full of praise, and Zhang Akatsuki sighed in his mouth after eating the Lei cucumber. "It seems that I will learn a lot from the master in the future. Think of other people's Lei, and a cucumber salad can be so ultimate." After a while, the woman outside finished eating. She came to the bar with a SLR. When Zhao Wei was collecting money, the woman wanted to take a picture of the chef who made the cucumber. When she knew that the cucumber was made by Lei, she immediately looked at him with admiration and admiration. Looking at the woman's almost pleading gaze, Lei agreed without much thought. However, if Lei knew what happened after that, he wouldn't let a woman take a picture of him, let alone make her that damn cucumber. Lei didn't expect that he would become famous that night after the woman left, and the scope of his fame was world-class. To be continued. I feel like I'm getting further and further away from my dream. Chapter 49. I treat you as a friend, but you make me my mother. Please subscribe 2/4. There were many more guests in the Chinese restaurant that night, and they all came for the delicious set menu of the Chinese restaurant. Everyone has to admit now that the food in the store is only because of Lei's guidance, and the taste is not improved by a little bit. For a time, everyone in the Chinese restaurant was busy in the dark, and it was not until 9 o'clock that everyone was idle. At this time, Xiao Apple dared to come to Lei to play, and Xiao Apple did not write some of the homework assigned by the teacher, and Lei immediately became Xiao Apple's tutor. Little Apple, on the test paper, you are asked to connect the corresponding pictures with the corresponding words. Do you know all the pictures in here? Lei asked, looking at Xiao Apple's super simple test paper. After all, Little Apple is only 3.5 years old, so what he learns is to let children know the daily necessities. It is roughly to let Little Apple know what is a duck, what is an umbrella, what is a Kobo paste, and what is a Kobo brush. As for numbers and addition and subtraction, I may wait until Apple is half a year older or a year older to learn. Brother Lai, I think our test paper is too easy. Now I have learned addition and subtraction. Looking at her test paper, Xiao Apple was very confident. I saw that she just glanced at it briefly, and immediately connected the lines on the test paper. Lei was absolutely right when he saw it. Hey! I didn't expect our little Apple to be a little genius. Then Brother Lei will test you. Seeing that little Apple is so smart, Lei smiled, and little Apple nodded happily. Immediately after that, Lei began to ask questions. Little Apple. Brother Lei bought 3 Chinese cabbage and 3 water spinach today. Ask, how much is the Chinese cabbage and water spinach combined? 6. Little Apple said after just a moment's thought. On the other hand, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki also noticed Lei's side after packing up their things, and immediately the 3 of them smiled and gathered around Little Apple, while Lei asked again. I bought 10 bananas today, how many are left after eating 6? 4 left. Little Apple thought for a moment and said immediately. My God! She's only 3.5 years old, and she's already so proficient at adding and subtracting hair within 10 years. Oh, my daughter was still scratching her fingers when she was 3.5 years old. Zhao Wei looked at Little Apple and said in surprise. Hey! That's already very powerful. I feel that Huang Xian is much stronger than her mother. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Huang Xiaoming laughed again and began to hurt Zhao Wei. Huang Xian is the name of Zhao Wei's daughter. Little Apple is really smart, smarter than that stinky boy in my family. Zhang Akatsuki also smiled and praised Little Apple. Little Apple, I bought 11 pencils today. I found that the pencils were not enough and bought 5 more. How many pencils do I have in the end? Lei smiled and looked at Little Apple and suddenly asked again. Obviously the difficulty of the question let him add it. Sure enough, Little Apple was stunned when she heard Lei's question, and she quickly counted with her fingers. Seeing this, everyone laughed. When Little Apple saw everyone laughing at herself, she immediately asked Lei lovingly, Brother Lei, what are you doing buying so many pencils? What a waste of money, Little Apple only lasts a week. Use a pencil. When they heard Little Apple's words, everyone gathered around and laughed again. At this time, they thought Little Apple was so cute. Wow, let's leave for a while now. What's the funny thing? Zhou Dongyu walked in at this time and looked at the crowd with a smile. Jin Menjia walked beside Zhou Dongyu and smiled and looked at the crowd and was also curious about Lei and what they were talking about. We are talking about children. When the 2 of you have children, you will definitely find a lot of fun things to do. Looking at Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia, Zhao smiled and teased them. Now that both Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia are back, Akatsuki announced that they are officially having dinner. When it was not busy in the store just now, Zhou Dongyu said that there was a lot of food on the street not far away, so she took Jin Menjia and said that she wanted to buy more delicious food. After she came back, Lei found that they had bought a few Thai-style roasted pig trotters and a large durian ice cream. When the ice cream was placed on the table, Zhou Dongyu specially filled a bowl for Lei, and then she smiled and said to Lei, Mother Lei, this bowl of ice cream is my respect for you, thank you today for saving me from this panic. The little lonely boat. Where are you? It's what I should do as a mother to save your weak and lonely boat. Seeing that Zhou Dongyu was joking with himself, Lei also laughed after taking the ice cream that Zhou Dongyu handed over. Immediately, the people around were amused by the teasing behavior of the 2, and for a while everyone was eating and laughing and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At the end of a meal, most of the dishes on the table still entered Lei's stomach, and the plates on the table were eaten clean by Lei. Everyone didn't eat the pig's trotters bought by Dongyu because they were too full, but they ate a little of the ice cream, so the rest was solved by Lei. After eating and drinking, Lei rubbed his stomach contentedly, and everyone laughed when they saw how cute Lei looked when he was satisfied. "Mama Ellie, come and let me rub your shoulders." Seeing Lei's moist appearance, Joe Donu rolled up his sleeves and rubbed Lei's shoulders. And Lei also cooperated to show a look of enjoyment. In fact, because Lei's body is very strong, and Joe Donu's hand strength is very small, it is not very comfortable for Lei to be rubbed by her shoulders. After all, the other party's strength is too small. But it's not because people want to rub your shoulders, and Lei will not point out the other party's inadequacies. After everything in the store was almost cleaned up, before leaving, Zhao Wei used to open his iPad to browse trends and magazines. When she flipped over to a food magazine called Yum, she immediately exclaimed, "My God, you are in the magazine. And it's still Yum. A master is on Yum." Huang Xiaoming exclaimed when he heard Zhao Wei's words. Zhang Akatsuki also opened his mouth in surprise. "Ba. Get it? Ah. Mama Ellie is on Yum." Zhou Dongyu exclaimed Jin Menjia, who was full of surprise while looking at her. Yum magazine is a free food electronic magazine, which is the largest and most authoritative food magazine in the world. The food published in the magazine must be the best in terms of sight and taste. Any dishes that can be featured in this magazine are undoubtedly not works of art in terms of appearance. And now the cucumbers made by Lei have been put in the first place, and the beautiful and crystal clear shape has been treated a little later. To be continued. Chapter 50. I don't want to be in a food magazine. Please subscribe 3/4. Cooking the simplest ingredients to ultimate, making the food made with simple ingredients comparable to top dishes. This is the first-class chef. The cucumber made by Lei was published in the magazine very concisely, and the publisher of the introduction of this dish also commented in concise words. After the audience saw the cucumber in the magazine, they were instantly amazed. When the chef saw this dish of Lei, they all felt relieved. After all, many chefs believe that in order to make delicious dishes, the pursuit of the most luxurious ingredients is naturally. But Lei's dish did the opposite. He used the simplest dishes to make top-quality dishes, as if he had taught all chefs a lesson. A qualified chef never neglects every ingredient. Open the next page of the magazine, and that is the photo of Lei. Lei's clothes are different from the photos of all the chefs in the magazine. Other chefs are very formal, but Lei is wearing a salted fish t-shirt and big pants, with a smile on his mouth and a cucumber in his hand. No matter how you look at it, I think Lei's photo is a bit sleazy. After all, he is holding a cucumber in his hand, and he even shows a strange smile. Fortunately, Lei's appearance is high enough, so many girls screamed and screamed when they read Lei magazine, thinking that Lei 933's smile was a charming smile. Thinking about how handsome Lei is, and how pleasing his cooking is, the combination of his various factors has undoubtedly made him a girl killer. No way. That woman even gave me my photo. It's too bad. Looking at himself holding a cucumber in the photo, Lei almost wanted to cry without tears. And Zhao Wei and the others laughed together. After all, they were all present when Lei was taking pictures. At that time, when a woman took pictures of Lei, she just asked Lei to give a thumbs up and smile. Who would have known that the woman had replaced Lei's thumbs with a cucumber instead? Not to mention that women's PS skills are good. If it wasn't for everyone beside him when Lei took the photo, I would really think that Lei was holding a cucumber in his hand when he took the photo, and the photos from other people's PS had no sense of disobedience. Doesn't she have to communicate with others when she publishes photos? This is very infringing. It's a good thing for the prisoner's portrait, right? To be honest, Lei is very upset when she exposes herself to the public privately. Lei hates being famous, and Lei just wants to be a not famous dead house. and Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, Huang Xiaoming, and others knew this magazine deeply, so they explained to Lei immediately. It turns out that Yum is not a business magazine. The magazine is completely free. This magazine belongs to the Bible of foodies. Many backpackers like to take pictures of food when they eat food while traveling around the world. They are used to taking pictures and sending them to Yum. Yum Company will release the food that it considers to be qualified after strictly selecting the food photos. For all selected photos, the owner of the photo thinks that he has won the prize, because Yum has a great influence, which is equivalent to free advertising for the chefs. It is too late for the chefs to be happy. Who would not want to be famous like Lei? I just hate being famous. What's good about being famous? You can go wherever you want without worrying, and eat whatever you want. Isn't it the most comfortable thing, as long as you have enough money to spend it? Lei, suddenly paralyzed, said in a chair with a lifeless look. I have to say that Lei looks like a salted fish who has lost his dreams. He looks funny and cute. Everyone laughed when they saw Lei like this. In fact, Lei's optimistic and easy to satisfy mentality is still yearning for many people present, because everyone finds that when they climb to a certain height, it is difficult to think about going down, and the higher the climb, the more painful it is to fall. At this moment, Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Jin Menjia found that they liked Lei more and more. Suddenly Zhao Wei's cell phone rang at this time, and only after answering the phone did he realize that it was the ponytail woman who was calling during the day. She said that she sent so many emails to Yum, and the first photo released today was adopted by Yum. And Yum put her photo in the first place as soon as she adopted it, which made her unexpected, so now the ponytail woman is very excited to talk. The ponytail woman called to ask Lei if he wanted to put his address in the Yum magazine and let the magazine advertise for Lei. Mai women can imagine that if Lei's address is announced, their restaurant will be full of customers from tomorrow. After listening to the story of the ponytail woman, Zhao Wei asked Lei about it, but Lei refused it without thinking. Zhao Wei also smiled and refused after receiving Lei's reply. After all, their restaurant will only be open for 20 days, and the restaurant will close after 20 days, which will disappoint customers too much. In fact, everyone present here supports Lei's decision. Although it is a good thing for a restaurant to be famous, it is also a variety show now. When the restaurant is full of hot scenes every day in the show, the effect of the show will definitely be greatly reduced. After all, the funny atmosphere will be reduced. But congratulations should be congratulated. Lei is really amazing. You can get on Yum even if you are a cucumber. To be honest, if Lei wants to be famous, it's really amazing. After refusing to publish Lei's address, Zhao Wei, seeing that Lei began to praise again. As everyone knows, she praised Lei a lot today. Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu heard Zhao Wei's praise of Lei, and their ears would be cocooned. After everything was cleaned up, Little Apple was sent home. After the lights in the restaurant were turned off one by one, everyone got into Applejack's car and hurried to the residence. On the way back, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia spoke a little less, and since everyone's eyes were on Lei now, they didn't notice the abnormality of the two girls. Dongyu and Menjia now have a little stomachache. Although they are uncomfortable, they didn't say anything. They thought it was because they had eaten bad stomachs, so they would just go back to the toilet. However, neither of them knew that it was because of their silence that they brought a lot of trouble to the salted fish Lei. Of course, if this kind of trouble was placed on others, I guess they hope to have more. To be continued. Chapter 51, 3 Women in One Play. Please subscribe 4/4. Sister Tian, you really want to release everything about the Prince Tao incident? If you release it, I'm afraid it will cause us unnecessary trouble. I think it's better to release the audience pigeons tonight. On the phone, the deputy of the Chinese restaurant program team, the director, said to Wang Tian. The Chinese restaurant program that will be broadcast tonight is the incident of Prince Tao yesterday, and the assistant director Xiao Miao does not recommend it to be broadcast. After all, it is too offensive to release it. Anyway, Huang Zidao's reputation is already stinky. If the Chinese restaurant is superfluous, it will be played again. That is equal to offending the Prince Tao company for no reason. If Wang Tian wants to enter the show into the Bangsa country market, then the Prince Tao company will obviously not let you go so smoothly. What are you afraid of? Remember that, Xiao Miao, we are Chinese people. It doesn't matter if we don't go to Bangsa country to develop, our country is still strong. As long as we are satisfied with our own people in Huaxia, it doesn't matter if we don't go to Bangsa country in this life. After listening to Xiao Miao's words, Wang Tian spoke directly. Last night's video Wang Tian decided to release it. In China, Bangsa country is not yet qualified to dominate the entertainment industry. After understanding Wang Tian's words, Xiao Miao understood Wang Tian's determination. To be honest, she had followed Wang Tian for so long. It was the first time she had seen Wang Tian so bold. In fact, Wang Tian was also touched by Li Yi. Li Yi clearly wanted to be a salted fish in comfort and ease, but he was tricked into becoming a star by himself. This time, Li Yi was treated unfairly by Wang Tian. Wang Tian felt that it is my responsibility to find the place for Lei. Even if she doesn't mix in the entertainment industry after filming the Chinese restaurant, it doesn't matter. And if Lei understands Wang Tian's mood, he will probably cry and shout. Big sister. I have no grievances. Don't think about it, let the audience pigeons ting tonight. I didn't want to be a star, so don't be an assist to make me famous. Wang Tian is not the only woman who helped Lei become famous. Bei Tong and her best friend Koyuki are in Bei Tong's room now, each holding a computer. Now they are reading interesting news while waiting for the update of the Chinese restaurant. Suddenly Koyuki noticed an interesting news, that is, the world-renowned food magazine Yum has a Chinese chef on the list today. Seeing this news, Koyuki lazily clicked in, and then suddenly she was excited and hurried to take a photo of Bei Tong. Tong Tong, Tong Tong, look at it. Why? Seeing Koyuki filming himself so excited, Bei Tong almost fainted. She turned her body angrily and suddenly she couldn't take her eyes off the Koyuki screen. I'm going. Brother Yi is on Yum. Taking the Koyuki computer, Bei Tong sternly looked at the photo of the owner of Yu Yi's cucumber. Although the owner of the photo had no name or address, Bei Tong could recognize Li Yi at a glance. Because now Lei's beautiful photos are Bei Tong's mobile phone wallpapers. It's amazing, my brother Yi. Bei Tong sighed. She quickly searched for Yum magazine, copied the link, copied the beautiful photos, posted it on Taiba and Weibo, and instantly those who admired Lei became a sensation again. Wow, it's amazing, my big brother Yi, you can even cut cucumbers on Yum, what else can't you do? The pride of Huaxia cuisine. Pride. By the way, brother Yi, there are a lot of cucumbers in my sister's house. When can you come to my sister's home to teach me? Secretly hug Yi Ji's beautiful photos, cute thinking day. Yet I only found out that the screen is dirty after watching Yi Ji's beautiful photos, Tien. Hey. I'm not the only normal person in this daily bar. What the hell are people who like brother Yi, say I'm worried about brother Yi. Haha. Sister won't tell you. Now brother Yi is on my chuang. Brother Yi smiles so dirty with the photo of the cucumber, but I like it. Looking at the indecent comments under the post she posted, to be honest, Bei Tong regrets building this. She feels that she has raised a group of tigresses, waiting for Lei to come back from Thailand. This group of tigresses, maybe he really ate Lei. Hey, there's no way, who makes brother Yi so good? What kind of virtuous woman can't become in front of brother Yi? Koyuki immediately sighed when he saw Bei Tong's speechless appearance. After hearing what Koyuki said, Beitong was speechless in surprise. She is now trying to search for Koyuki's quiet appearance before. No way. I found out that this bar I built is poisonous. Koyuki, you have been like this since you entered this bar. Beitong cried and mourned with a sad face. On this quiet night, the Chinese restaurant and others went back to their rooms to sleep after returning to their residences. And Lei is chatting with Reba with a mobile phone. Reba has sent her parents away. After that, Reba will devote herself to work. While talking on the phone, Reba hopes that Lei will have a better time in Thailand. When you arrive in Huaxia, you must find her as soon as possible. Flowers. Reba ended the call without disturbing Lei for a long time, only to see that she had already turned on the computer in her room and was waiting for the Chinese restaurant to start. There were still 20 minutes before the start of the Chinese restaurant. Reba was bored and searched for Lei on the internet, but she did not expect to find Lei. Leiba is actually a private establishment. Looking at Leiba's information, Reba was a little confused. As a celebrity, her post bar must be managed by the company, because the company will help you win the hearts of fans at any time. The Lei bar is privately built, and Reba is not sure if the people who built it have any other plans. She is afraid that some people with bad intentions will do bad things in the name of Lei. After all, an unidentified person is leading Lei fans. If he guides Lei fans to provoke other stars will definitely blame Lei. Anyway, the owner of Lei will definitely it is best to lead by oneself. Helpless, Reba called her company, hoping to contact there to acquire Lei. If Lei bar can be taken over, Reba naturally wants to help Lei take care of the post bar in person. In fact, there is an easier way to do this, that is, Lei will come forward in person, so it is impossible for the bar owner not to hand over the post, but Reba knows that Lei does not like being famous. If you let him know that he has so many fans, know what will happen to him. With the style of Lei, he will definitely leave the Chinese restaurant, and he will definitely break the hearts of fans. There is no way to spread this kind of salted fish boyfriend, you must think about everything. After Reba informed the company. It didn't take long for Beitong to receive a call from Du Niang, who said that there was an entertainment company willing to spend millions of soft sister coins to acquire Beitong's position as the bar owner. Sorry. Yi, I don't sell it. I built this for Brother Yi. If Brother Yi calls me personally, I will give it away for free. After hearing the content of the call, Beitong directly rejected. After all, who knows if someone else will buy Lei bar, will he have no plans for Lei's fans? Beitong is a die-hard fan of Lei, she will manage the Lei bar and hand it over to Lei. To be continued. P.S. Gaikyu automatic subscription. Gaikyu tickets. Gaikyu Wawa. Chapter 52. Why are two women fighting for salted fish? Please subscribe 1/4. Wow. Tong, what you're managing now is worth $1 million. This is too powerful. Koyuki exclaimed after hearing the conversation between Beitong and the phone. Koyuki. This bar is not mine for Brother Yi. Brother Yi will definitely take this bar back in the future. I will only manage it temporarily. Anyway, I will not hand it over to others for money, Wan. What if someone else is conspiring to do something wrong? Yo Tong, this is the first time I see you adore someone so much. When Brother Yi contacts you, have you thought about what kind of reward you want? Koyuki teased Beitong looking at him. I want Brother Yi to invite me to dinner. Beitong shouted without thinking about Koyuki's words. Clam. Is a dignified Baifu school beauty just so chasing? There are so many boys in the school, if you want to shout casually, it is estimated that the queue is vying to invite you to dinner, and the scene is estimated to be queued to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Don't mention the school flower. When he heard the word 033 of the school flower, he became angry. Don't you think it's disgusting for those boys in the school? I wanted to live a low-key college life and forget about it, not stealing. I took pictures and sent them to the school network for school beauty evaluation. Now I follow a group of people wherever I go. Yes, being a schoolgirl is too unfree. You can't read comics openly, you can't play games with 1010, and you can't go to Station B every day to chase the flames. Koyuki was speechless after hearing Beitong's complaint. Watch her speak. Now Koyuki feels that Beitong is lacking in strength. There are many girls who want to be the school beauties. Hey! The Chinese restaurant has started, forget it. Beitong quickly changed the topic at this time, and then quickly opened the newly updated Chinese restaurant. At the same time, Reba also received information from the owner of Lai Bar, who refused to acquire. Hearing the content on the phone, Reba fell into deep thought. Du Niang originally told Reba about the Lord of Lai Bar. Reba was amazed after listening. Because she heard what the Yingxin Liu Bei said, it seemed that the other party didn't intend to occupy Lai at the beginning, but was just helping Lai to take care of it. Let Lai give it to the other party. Just now Reba entered the Lai bar in person, and found that the whole post bar was well managed, and the bar was full of prosperity. Every member of the bar really liked Lai. There is no commercial element in the bar. Obviously, the owner of Lai bar, Yinxin Liu Bei, is not a businessman. I clicked on the posts posted by Yinxin Liu Bei and found that each of them was about Lai. The latest information about Lai she released was actually that she found out that Lai was on the food magazine Yum. For such a big thing, to be honest BA, as Lai's girlfriend, doesn't even know. Forget it, let's wait and see. If I help him manage this post, I can't seem to be able to manage it as well as Yingxin Liu Bei. Reba is now deeply aware of Lai Bar's master Yingxin Liu Bei, he seems to be a die-hard fan of Lai. Putting the Taiba thing aside first, Reba secretly registered another Du Niang account. The online name of the account is, Lianyi Little Buddy. In the future, this account will be responsible for lurking in the Lai bar, and the daily task is to observe the Lai bar, Lord. The Chinese restaurant started, and Reba noticed that the comments below also started to follow. To be honest, although Reba occasionally shoots variety shows, she has never calmed down and watched variety shows. This time, she only took out Lai because there was Lai in the Chinese restaurant. Time to see. Along with the program, the beautiful scenery of Elephant Island was broadcast first, and the following interesting comments immediately attracted Reba's attention. Yin Xin Liu Bei, come for Yi Ji. Coming for Fat D's handsome husband. Coming for the beautiful piano sound of Fat D's handsome husband. Come here for Fat D's handsome husband's cute way of eating noodles. Seeing other people swiping Lai, just chanting Lai, but she also brought herself, Reba suddenly couldn't help laughing and crying. But she didn't expect that after the announcement of her relationship with Lai, she didn't seem to see any resistance from fans. In the past, when celebrities announced their relationships, not all fans were looking for life. After being speechless for a while, Reba paid close attention to the comments below, and found that Yinxin Liu Bei's comment appeared in the comments, as if she was still active, and Reba thought that she was probably the master of Lai Bar. At the beginning of the show, Zhao Wei and others set off with high fighting spirit, but it started to rain halfway, and Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming sighed there that they had such bad luck when they went out today. At the same time, the comments below are crazy to brush. 2333, it turns out that your bad luck today started when you went out. This is God reminding you not to go to the restaurant, a certain bark is coming. It rained when I went out, and I didn't look at the almanac when I saw it. As can be seen from the comments below, in fact, the audience already knew what was going to happen in the restaurant. It was nothing more than that Prince Tao was as unqualified as a dog. Knowing the development of the story, the audience found that they could still watch it with relish. Because they are looking forward to the full version of Lei playing the piano, they want to see how Lei is confident when dealing with things, and they want to see the clear process of events. Therefore, even though the audience of the third Chinese restaurant knows the plot, there are still a large number of viewers chasing after it. The show has just started, and the number of online viewers has already exceeded 200 million. Looking at the rain in the show, Reba's face turned yui. She suddenly remembered that it was the rain that brought her and Lei together. Others may think that this rain is bad luck, but Reba thinks that this rain will bring bad luck. She brings so far. After the rain stopped, Zhao Wei and others came to the door of the restaurant, and then Prince Tao, who was carrying the Li box, was already waiting there. At that time, he pretended to be surprised and looked at Zhao Wei and others, as if he did not know that Zhao Wei was there. Variety shows are filmed here. The following comment was amused by Prince Tao. 2333, this Wang is so good at acting, if the animal can get an Oscar, I will give him one. Bring me a stack of this kind of Wang, and I will give it to Zhangzi. Prince Tao, meow meow meow. I really thought that Prince Tao didn't like Chinese restaurants. I guess he is about to cry when he sees your comments now. In the show, Prince Tao had the cheek to eat the meal in the restaurant, and he had to hold a guitar to pull in guests. Seeing that Prince Tao had attracted many fans because of his star status, he immediately commented frantically. Never seen such a brazen person. After pulling the guests, it was time for Prince Tao to perform. As for the audience, after listening to Lei's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky in the Chinese restaurant, they now express that they are not interested in Prince Tao's song. Yanzin Lubei, the other party rejected your trash song and smashed your dog Kiba. After pulling out your dog's fur, the other party took it away 5.7 Brother Yi. Looking at this new comment from Yanzin Lubei, the comments below 233 immediately became one piece. Fortunately, the show didn't make the audience wait too long. When the camera turned, Lei walked out of the hotel loosely, and the next second he pitifully gave the cameraman something to eat. Uncle. Just now, is it true that Sister Wang Tian said that if I join a Chinese restaurant, I can take care of my meals? I haven't eaten for a day, and my cultivation was too serious last night? Saying that I'm not a picky eater, are you sure you can make me full? Can you call over there in advance and ask them to prepare the staff meal first? Just get a bowl of noodles. If you can add an egg to me. After the audience heard Lei's words, everyone in the comments burst out laughing. Ding. Catch a wild Yi brother alive. To be continued. Chapter 53 Wang. 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 Please subscribe 2/4. Uncle. Just now, is it true that Sister Wang Tian said that if I join a Chinese restaurant, I can take care of my meals? I haven't eaten for a day, and my cultivation was too serious last night? Saying that I'm not a picky eater, are you sure you can make me full? Can you call over there in advance and ask them to prepare the staff meal first? Just get a bowl of noodles. If you can add an egg to me. Seeing Lei begging for food on the show, Reba burst into laughter while holding the computer, and then she lay on the chuang and was speechless to Lei. It was the first time she knew that Lei came out of the hotel, and what she said turned out to be such a thing. I usually don't make you full. You are a star, can't you look like a star now? Reba is angry and angry on the screen. Ye glance. Now the comments below are madly brushing 2333. Yin Xin Lubei, I'm about to cry from Meng Meng. Brother Yi, come to my sister's house, my sister will give you a meal. Upstairs molesting my brother Yi, I have reported it, brother Yi is mine. Report +1, saying that brother Yi upstairs is mine, I have already called the police. All 14 fairies, grab brother Yi with me and draw your sword. 2333 Zhuangzai Daxiu Immortal Party. Seeing the words of many girls in the comments, Reba said that her head was a little confused. She didn't expect that she had so many rivals in love, and it seemed that her opponents seemed to be crazier than herself. As soon as the camera turned on the screen, Lei changed clothes and came to the door of the Chinese restaurant. Now Lei keeps looking down at his clothes and smirks. Due to the deliberate reasons of the cameraman, the audience can only see Lei full of smiles. I can't see the clothes Lei is wearing now. Immediately, the audience was curious as to what kind of clothes this brother Yi was wearing to show such an expression. The previous video circulating on the internet was very unclear, so the audience could not see the pattern of Lei's clothes. The next second, the director of the Chinese restaurant program suddenly announced that Lei must be a salted fish in the Chinese restaurant profession. At the same time, the audience also saw the Lei salted fish pattern t-shirt. What the hell is salted fish? Salted fish, 666,666. Magnificent, my big salted fish teaching. Welcome ye to join my salted fish teaching. I am a salted fish who only shouts 6,666. 2333 salted fish, die of laughter, please allow me to laugh like a tractor. Upstairs, eat my salted fish light wave. Now the program group is convinced by the arrangement of Lei, and the audience said that they are convinced. We 2333 brushed together. After that, Prince Tao was finally able to play the piano again, but the camera was very dark and gave him a profile, and the scene of Lei eating noodles happened to appear in the corner, although the scene of Lei was only a little bit, but still can't stop the audience from worshipping Lei. My trough, brother Yi is poisonous to eat noodles. My eyes are locked, ask for support. Staring at brother Yi the whole time, brother Yi is eating cutely. Speaking of which, I suddenly feel that Prince Tao is so funny, in front of brother Yi. Spotlight Max. Reba watched the show and suddenly found out that people who attract attention will attract attention wherever they go. No matter how hard Huang Zidao plays the piano, Lei sits there and eats noodles silently. Just stare at Lei. Finally, the audience in the show still had discerning eyes, and accompanied a girl to take pictures of Lei, and the audience at the scene gathered around Lei. At this moment, the audience began to stare at the face of the prince, and they said that they saw a rainbow on the face of the prince. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Next, Reba saw that she walked in with her in the show, and the fuse of the war was completely ignited. 2333, Reba is actually the woman who ignited the war. She did it beautifully and let us see the true face of a certain Wang. Brother Yi is a good man. When Prince Tao was burning and pressing, he actually stood in front of Fat Di. Who saw Fat Di's tenderness at that moment? Ah, my goddess. Where do I have tenderness? Looking at the words in the comments below, Reba's face became UI, and then she hurriedly looked for her expression at the time, and after finding it, she found that she was really embarrassing at that time. Next is Prince Tao, who catches and bites like a mad dog, and many comments are brushing. Sorry my dog scare you, I will kill and eat. Dog lovers say they are doing beautifully. When Reba stood up and announced that Lei was her boyfriend, many people admired Reba's courage, and because of this, she won the blessings of many audiences. Seeing Reba here warms her heart. Next, accompanied by Lei step forward, Prince Tao, who was scared off, made the audience feel that this weak chicken is very cowardly. Really, chicken dish, you quit the group. Really, chicken dish, how did your parents give birth to this thing like you? Prince Zidao, the old lady doesn't like you anymore. In the future, Yi will be my male god. When Lei played the prince in a humorous way, the audience laughed and swiped 233, indicating that it was the first time they had seen such an obedient Wang. When Lei pointed out that there was a problem with the piano keys, Prince Tao retorted in a furious manner. The audience said that Prince Tao was really annoying. They didn't even have the strength to damage Prince Tao. Insulted. Hey, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. When Lei's unpredictable words came out on the show, many viewers said 666, this sentence is simply too incisive, and since then there is a motto in life and a motto. When the audience saw that Lei was right and that the piano strings were indeed rusted, all the audience said that the face was really loud. When Prince Tao fell off the steps, his face was deformed, and his entire face was slapped with 0.87 grams of Marseille for the effect of the show. As for the crotch of Prince Tao's crotch, the camera flashed by, but the audience knew what was going on. When Huang Zidao left, all the audience said they were happy to fly, and finally there was one less annoying fly, and Lei could calm down and play the piano for the audience, and told the story of creating this piece by himself. While weeping, some people commented wildly. Prince Zidao also satirized Yi Ji and said, "Do you know which master wrote the piece he played?" Yi Ji said that I am the master. You play other masterpieces, and I am now called a master for creating pieces. Listening to Brother Yi's dream wedding, he said he was crying. Brother Yi's hands are so beautiful. Yeah, Brother Yi's hands are dirty, Tian. Yeah, Brother Yi's hands are cold, and my sister's mouth is getting warmer. Holding Brother Yi is a 100-meter sprint. Looking at the comments upstairs, it was really unpleasant, and the tears I wanted to cry were taken back. There is a MMP in my heart that must be said. In other words, what the hell is this guy who likes Brother Yi? Depending on the style of the comments, how do you feel that the second dimension, rotten girls, and otaku have everything? It's okay, I think Brother Yi is inclusive, _. To be continued. Chapter 54. I hate the words. Recite the full text the most in the language book. Please subscribe 3/4. Have a dream. That's enough. Koyuki, who was beside Beitong, burst into tears after listening to the full version of Lei's piano music. Her favorite romantic piece was undoubtedly a great lethality to her. At this time, Beitong crossed his legs and handed a tissue to his girlfriend, and then excitedly cut out the music of Lei playing the piano and posted it to Taiba and his Weibo. Every time Lei has a bright spot, Beitong can't help but share it with others. Along with Beitong's sharing, Lei's piano music was instantly fermented on the internet. Some piano masters who thought they had a high B grade immediately fell to their knees after hearing Lei's piano music. It can be said that Lei's piano music does not have such fancy skills. In today's world's piano music, its playing does not seem so difficult, but many piano masters can't play the sad mood of Lei. The pause time of each key played by Lei is just right at that point, no matter how long it is. Obviously, many people can easily learn Lei's piano songs after several times, but they can't play the music of Lei. Lei would never have imagined that the piano piece he played casually would be so sensational. This Wedding in a Dream by Lei was later included in the textbook and became a must-have piano piece for novice piano learners. Many of the songs in the piano exam are also the song Wedding in a Dream by Lei. For a while, Lei's name is in the ears of beginner piano students, which is more terrible than reciting the full text in the Chinese book. The song Wedding in a Dream is not complicated, but it will accompany everyone who learns the piano for a lifetime, because this song can be played by everyone, whether you are a novice to the piano or a piano master admired by everyone. Play a flavor. The stronger people are, the more they can find out that this song is not simple. Many people regard Lei as the object they will chase all their lives. But now, after Beitong quickly shared Lei's piano music on the internet, he then transferred the screen to the Mango website. At this moment, the Chinese restaurant was not over yet, and the scene of Lei laughing and chatting with foreigners was playing. At this time, the happy atmosphere in the restaurant was completely different from the atmosphere where Prince Tao was before. Zhao Wei and others all gave the audience a light-hearted feeling, and foreigners liked to chat with Lei. Seeing the happy faces of the foreigners, everyone silently thanked the Chinese restaurant for the satisfaction brought to them at this moment. The time gradually entered the middle of the night. After the Chinese restaurant sent the last guest off and turned off the lights, Zhao Wei and others took Lei back to their residence. When Lei knew that he could only eat snacks of 5,000 baht for the next 17 days after joining the Chinese restaurant, and his expression changed immediately. When the audience sees this, they immediately swipe in the comments. 2333, Distressed Brother Yi. Brother Yi's little girl's shoulders let you lean on. Afterwards, Zhao Wei made a cup of mixi for Lei to nourish his stomach. Seeing that Lei was satisfied immediately, everyone said that the family really wanted to raise a Brother Yi. Suddenly found that Brother Yi is really easy to support. I really want to raise a Brother Yi. People who have eaten stomach-nourishing mixi said that the taste of mixi is really not good. Cute face when Brother Contract Yi eats. Brother Yi's face is dirty. Tian, Tian, Tian. Lei recovered immediately after eating and drinking, and everyone was still talking about the next day's set meal with high spirits. At this time, the music played on the BGM of the program is the faint piano sound Wedding in a Dream. Everyone was laughing and joking about the itinerary for the next day. The atmosphere at this moment was really warm. Finally, after the people in the Chinese restaurant discussed the package, they fell asleep one by one, and the background music Wedding in a Dream also came to an end. As soon as the camera turned, it exited from the house where Lei lived, and then it aimed at the sky so that the audience could see the stars above the roof of Lei, and at the same time, a line of beautiful words appeared in the beautiful starry sky. I wish you all a good dream tonight with this beautiful song. Good night, ye brother. Good night, male god. Good night, Chinese restaurant. Good night, everyone who likes Brother Yi. People who like Brother Yi are not bad. Good night, good people. Looking at the good night in the comments, Beitong, Koyuki, and Reba were satisfied. After reading the Chinese restaurant, they lied back on the chuang sweetly. Tonight they felt that they could have a sweet dream. Everyone is grateful to the Chinese restaurant in their hearts, and everyone is content to thank Lei and thank you. When everyone slept sweetly, Wang Tian felt like she couldn't sleep tonight, but now she was so excited that she couldn't sleep, because the assistant director called to report the ratings. She actually said that the ratings of the third phase of the Chinese restaurant were just it broke 5. The number of 5 on the spot shocked Wang Tian and was speechless. She didn't expect that the Chinese restaurant broke 2 in the first phase, and went straight to 5 in the third phase. It was as strong as a rocket. To know that the most popular variety shows in the world so far, their peak ratings are 5. Wang Tian did not expect that he would easily create the pinnacle of variety shows. Wang Tian can't even think about whether the ratings can break through 6. Now she only prays for the next 17 episodes of variety shows. If there are 2 to 3 episodes with ratings of 5, then she will kneel down to Lei. In fact, what can Wang Tian think of when a variety show can do this? She was just super satisfied. When she started this show, Wang Tian expected that 10 episodes of variety shows would break 2, and 1 to 2 episodes would break 3. This is her ideal. Who would have thought that the performance of the show could be so much better so far, and she is on this level as a person. Should also be satisfied. Wang Tian now swears that when the filming of the show ends, she will give more than half of her points UI to Lei, and she knows that she owes it to Lei. To be honest, Wang Tian has now estimated the points UI she deserves. Even if she only leaves 10 or 3 points, she will earn it. Moreover, the fame she gained by filming Chinese restaurants this time is incalculable with money. Of course, putting these aside, Wang Tian felt that he should ask the assistant director to send a notice. That is, he hoped that the stars in the entertainment industry would not be like Huang Zidao when they did not receive the invitation to the Chinese restaurant program. In the middle of the night at this time, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Akatsuki, and Li Yi all lay on the chuang and slept very sweetly in the Chinese restaurant, but Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu didn't sleep well tonight. Their stomachs have been in pain. The pain is not severe, but it is still in pain. They go to the toilet a lot at night, and finally fell asleep and woke up with a slight pain. In the evening, they all drank mixi for nourishing the stomach and wanted to nourish their stomachs, but as much as they drank, they could not hold anything in their stomachs. For a while, they were extremely miserable tonight. To be continued. Chapter 55, Going Out for Exercise. Are you sure you are talking to a salted fish? Please subscribe 4/4. The next day, Li Yi, who was supposed to be a salted fish, woke up early and came out of the room rubbing his stomach. Li Yi muttered with a wry smile in his mouth. Sure enough, Chuangtu should prepare some snacks. It's going to kill you if you don't have snacks. Fortunately, 5,000 baht didn't cost much. Why don't you spend half of it to save some snacks? The reason why Li Yi came out now was to see if the advertisers' Missy and Monkey Mushroom biscuits were delivered this morning. Yesterday's Missy and biscuits were all eaten by Lei. Lei suggested that the program team hurry up and stock up for him, otherwise, how could I let Lao Zi advertise for you? Even the spokesperson didn't feed the ghosts to promote it to you. At the same time, Li Yi suggested that the program team, if there are any snacks that need to be advertised, hurry up and bring them over, and if you are satisfied, you can shoot them for free. As soon as he left the room, Li Yi suddenly saw Lao Hu's camera aimed at him, and Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise. I'm going. You guys are getting up too early. I'm going out now to find something to eat, and I'll have to go to bed later. I don't think any of them will wake up at this point. Hearing Li Yi's words, Lao Hu motioned him to look at the sofa, and looked at the sofa curiously. Li Yi followed and saw that Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu were paralyzed on the sofa in the living room. The two girls looked like eggplants with frost hitting 070, and their mouths were still dry. Since Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu started talking, the cameraman naturally followed. Now several cameramen are aiming the camera at the two of them, and they can't work. Their task is to take pictures of the stars' lives. Li Yi ignored the cameraman, and now he is scratching his head and walking lazily towards the two girls. Lei hasn't washed his face at the moment, but Lao Hu thinks it's okay. There's no way Lei is really good looking, and if he doesn't wash his face, he is still so lazy and handsome. What's the matter with you? You look like frost hitting an eggplant, and you lost sleep last night? Li Yi squatted down and smiled at the withered look of the two girls. Brother Yi, Mama Li, is your stomach okay? Have you had diarrhea? Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu asked Li Yi weakly when they saw Li Yi. When he heard the two women's questions, Li Yi said that he had no problem at all. His Kiba had a good stomach and stomach. He seldom had diarrhea. We had diarrhea last night. It's better now, and I suspect it was the reason we bought you that pig's trotter last night. Menjia said to Li Yi feebly. She was exhausted now. Just now I went to Miss Wei's room to take a peek at them. Everyone slept soundly. They didn't eat pig's trotters, only the three of us ate it. I guess you're healthy so you'll be fine. Zhou Dongyu really admired Li Yi when he saw that Lei ate the most pig trotters. He ate 4 by himself, while Menjia and Dongyu only ate 1. As a result, Lei was stunned. No, on the contrary, the two of them died of diarrhea. Then do you feel any discomfort in your body now? Why don't you go to the hospital to have a look? It's best to have a check, but don't be seriously ill. Li Yi looked at the two of them worriedly. We're all right now, just a little hungry, but don't know what to eat. Zhou Dongyu said to Li Yi with a smile now. We can't sleep anyway, why don't we buy some breakfast, and bring some for Miss Wei and the others? Jin Menjia suggested at this time. After all, The small villa they live in now has nothing to eat, and at this time, she is completely powerless. She felt she should eat something. Hearing about eating, Lee suddenly felt that the two sisters' suggestions were very good. It just so happened that his stomach was hungry now, and Mengjia Dongyu looked so weak. Lee thought it would be great to accompany them to eat. "Wait for me, I'll wash my face and accompany you later," Lee said and ran back to the room quickly. After Lei returned to the room, Lao Hu was amazed that Lei's washing was really fast, and it only took 10 minutes to brush Kiba and wash his face. Bia. After putting on the hat, Lee went out. They didn't even need to wipe any powder, and her face was fairer than Dongyu Menjia's skin. She had to be more photogenic. When they went out, 3 small yellow cars happened to be parked there. The cameras had been installed on the bicycles. After the 3 got on the bicycles, they drove to the lively street. On the way, the 3 began to pay attention to the breakfast shop. However, Lei now obviously did not notice his current state of drifting with the crowd. Go with the flow, the host's fortune is super bad today. As a salted fish, you said it's time to exercise today, let's run Sao Nian, today my mother is here to urge you, hurry. Go out. Go. Exercise. Crack. Lee, who was riding a bicycle, suddenly heard a crisp sound, and then he felt a light pedal, and when he looked down, he found that the chain of the bike he was riding was actually broken. Wow! No way, the chain will fall off when you go out. Today is a big hood. Lee muttered and hurriedly got out of the car, and Mengjia and Dongyu also stopped at the same time. Seeing that Lei was so unlucky when he just went out, Mengjia and Dongyu looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Mengjia was weak and comforted Lei. Brother Yi. You can't be pessimistic as soon as you go out. Just because the chain broke this morning, you can't think that you will have bad luck today. Bless you. Hearing Menjia's words, Lei smiled, and when he crouched down, he saw that the bicycle could not be ridden, and there was no chain change nearby, so Lei had no choice but to move the bicycle to the van behind Superior. In the back of the van, Lao Hu and others were all sitting in it, and they were in charge of taking pictures. Mom Lee, why don't I ride the bicycle for you? Dongyu said to Lee when he got off the bicycle. Since they were riding mountain bikes, there was really no way to bring people. It's fine. I'll just run 2 steps. You guys are riding slowly anyway. It's just before dinner that I will digest and eat more breakfast. Hearing Lee's words, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia were both amused. They nodded and got on the bike again, and then Lee trotted behind them. The 3 of them chatted happily while running, but Menjia and Dongyu were still a little weak. After running for a while, Lei thought and felt that today was not normal. He has never been so unlucky when he rode a bicycle, so Lei quickly checked today's drifting, and the next second Lei cursed in his heart. System. You are a goddamn devil. To be continued. Chapter 56 Sickness is on the way. Please subscribe 1/4. By the way, Mama Ellie, you can stand behind me if you don't ride in front of me. Zhou Dongyu, who was riding a bicycle, suddenly remembered that he could let Lee stand on the screws on both sides of the bicycle. Since the mountain bike that Zhou Dongyu rides does not have quick release, there are 2 large screws on both sides of the rear wheel. Let Lee stand on the screws and hold her shoulders. They often do this when they go to school. There is such an operation. Hearing Zhou Dongyu's words, Lee said it was very good. Now that the system asked him to run, he had to run against the system. Being a salted fish made him exercise. I saw Lee slowly supported Zhou Dongyu's thin shoulders, and stepped on the big screws on both sides of the bicycle in one jump. The weight of Lei made Zhou Dongyu feel the weight of the car in an instant, and Zhou Dongyu pedaled hard twice. He really didn't expect such a weak self to be able to carry Lei. Sit down, Mother Ellie, I'm going to speed up. Jo Dongyu didn't know where the strength came from at this moment, but she was biting Kiba and smiling as if she was really ready to speed up. Looking at Jo Dongyu's desperate attitude, Meng Jia and Li both laughed. Suddenly, a deflated sound from the bicycle under him sounded. Hearing this music, Yi immediately cried out in his heart that it was not good, and Li, who got out of the car quickly, suddenly saw the rear wheel of Jo Dongyu's bicycle, which was already deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yet today, it seems that I'm really demented. Seeing that Jo Dongyu's bicycle wheel was out of breath, Li hurriedly checked after the bicycle stopped, and immediately he found that the wheel accidentally pressed a pushpin. There is nothing to say about a bicycle being scrapped, and now another bicycle is scrapped, which is very telling. Jo Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and the cameraman all looked at Lei. Immediately, Lei turned his face to one side, as if I was already embarrassed, so don't talk about me. Helpless, Jo Dongyu and Lei walked slowly on the street. Menjia stopped riding a bicycle, she walked beside Lei and pushed the bicycle. The cameramen behind were all happy, and they were very amused when they saw Lei's embarrassed look just now. Fortunately, the three of them didn't walk long before they came to a street selling breakfast. There are many kinds of breakfasts sold on the street. Seeing this place, Lei suddenly swallowed. Pig blood porridge, glutinous rice plus fried chicken, glutinous rice plus fried pork, Thai porridge, rice plus pig serum soup, etc., everything looks so delicious. Dongyu and Mengjia didn't want to eat greasy food, so they discussed and ordered a bowl of Thai porridge each. Thai-style porridge is like soaked rice, with a delicious clear soup soaked rice in it, and tender shrimp on top. After the two of them decided, Li took the money and swept away the nearby breakfast, but he was ready to eat a meal for himself. I saw Lei visiting from house to house, serving fried chicken, fried pork, glutinous rice balls, coconut milk tarts, blanched eggs, etc. After paying the money one by one, Lei asked them to send them to the porridge. Lao Hu, who was in charge of the filming, said that he was going numb, and that he had experienced Lei's ability to eat. When Lei returned to Dongyu Menjia with the Thai fried chicken, the porridge for the two of them had just been served, and the two of them were eating right now. However, when the two of them were halfway through eating porridge, Li suddenly noticed that Jo Dongyu's expression had become uncomfortable, and the next second she vomited while holding the trash can. Seeing that Jo Dongyu vomited, the surrounding diners looked at him in surprise, while the cameraman also noticed that Jo Dongyu was wrong. Seeing that Jo Dongyu vomited, Menjia seemed to have a chain reaction. She covered her mouth and rushed out of the store. The next second she found a corner and squatted down and started to vomit. Seeing that the two girls vomited after eating their own porridge, to be honest, as the owner of the breakfast shop, they were terrified and thought there was something wrong with their porridge. And now Lei patted Jo Dongyu on the back, and quickly explained to the boss in Thai, "It's okay. They have a bad stomach this morning, it's not your problem." Hearing Lei's words, the boss was relieved, but at this time, Lei saw that Dongyu and Menjia were obviously not good looking. After Lei paid the money, he quickly said to the old nonsense beside him, "I need to use your car, and now they are in critical condition and must be taken to the hospital." Lao Hu was a little hesitant to hear Lei's words. After all, the program team had a rule that Chinese restaurants and other people could not rely on the program team. They should treat the program team as non-existent, and solve all problems by themselves, so as to ensure that the program is interesting. 6. But when Lao Hu saw that Meng Jia Dongyu's situation was very serious, he nodded immediately. After all, there was no time to hesitate. The fast Li helped the two women into the van. The cameramen were crowded into a corner. Now everyone was seated, the driver hurried to the nearby hospital. Then, what made Lei speechless was that his doom did not seem to be that simple. When the car had just driven less than 1 kilometer, the car suddenly turned off, and all the cameramen immediately looked at Lei. Cough. Lei said that he was a little shy when he saw that the cameraman was looking at him. Finally, he looked at the driver and asked what was going on, and the driver gave him the answer. The oil meter seems to be broken. In fact, there is no oil in the car, but the oil meter shows that there is still a lot of oil in the car. Oh my God! I didn't do anything to hurt the heavens and righteousness. Lei looked at the sky speechlessly. Even though the cameraman knew that it was an emergency, they couldn't help but want to laugh after seeing Lei's funny expression. Fortunately, the cameras were always on, so everything was recorded just now. System, your uncle, don't play at such a crisis time now, life is at stake. Lei got out of the car and looked around and wanted to stop the car, but he found that the car was on a relatively remote road, and he was still on the road. There is really no car to stop him. The cameramen are calling for help, but it seems that it will take some time for the other party to arrive. The ambulance was also called, but the hospital over there said that the ambulance was dispatched to pick up other patients. They would send an ambulance from another hospital, but it still took time. When everyone was anxious, Lei suddenly saw a middle-aged woman pulling a fruit cart and walked past him. The woman seemed to be a fruit seller, Wang Wangzhao. Her fruit cart is a very broken one, like an ancient wooden cart that transported grain and grass. The wooden cart is entirely made of wood, and the wheels have tires like motorcycles. If there is a horse in front of the car, it would be cool, but now a middle-aged woman is pulling the car. There are some fruits on the car, including durian, coconut, fragrant, banana, and pineapple. When I see this, Lei is sighed. When you need a car, you really give me a car. By the way, this BMW 666 two-wheel drive plus 11-way engine, or a convertible car, the car is filled with fruity fragrance and everyone deserves it. To be continued. Chapter 57. Don't think that salted fish is heartless. Please subscribe 2/4. The situation is urgent, I'll leave you alone next. If you can't keep up, just wait in place. Lei, who was ready to go, shouted to the cameraman behind him. The videographer just told Lei that he didn't need to worry about them, and Lei dragged the wooden cart and ran to the hospital. The middle-aged woman's fruit cart just now is the one that Lei is pulling now. At this time, Lei pulls the fruit cart and rushes forward. The middle-aged woman, Meng Jia, and Dong Yu are all sitting on the wooden cart behind him. In the car, the middle-aged woman kept pointing Lei the way to the hospital in Thai. Lei is nodding his head while pulling the wooden cart. The reason why Lei pulled the middle-aged woman was not just because she knew the way to the hospital. When Lei said that she wanted to lend her money to borrow a car, the middle-aged woman said she didn't want the money, because she saw that Meng Jia Dongyu was ill, and the car was borrowed for free, so she would just run after him. Now that everyone has said this, Lei let her get in the car directly, and let her support Meng Jia Dongyu's body by the way. After all, the road is too bumpy, and Lei is afraid that they will bump into the weak. Therefore, there is a very funny scene on the road now. A handsome young man is now pulling a broken wooden 093 trolley and running to the hospital at a high speed, while some fruits are pulled from the board trolley, and 3 women are huddled to one side to help each other. Behind the wooden car body, there are 3 videographers who are carrying the cameras and running hard. While taking pictures of Lei's heroic appearance, they said that this long-distance running really kills them. In fact, the cameraman who filmed Lei really admires Lei's physical strength. He usually sees Lei not showing off his mountains or showing his mountains. At this time, he pulled 3 women and some fruit on a wooden cart, and he was able to run. Thinking about it, this is really true. It takes a little effort. Do you want to ask Lei is he tired? Lei can immediately answer to you that he is not tired and is his grandson. Even though his physical strength is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is also made of meat. It takes 10 to 20 minutes to run with a heavy wooden cart. Now Lee can be said to be running with faith. MMP, is this what salted fish should do? System you uncle. Lee didn't run very fast with the car, and he didn't even think about the speed compared with the car, but his uniform speed was still comparable to that of a bicycle. Of course, the person riding the bicycle must be an ordinary old man. On the way, Lei pulled the car back with a 100% rate of return. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Lei and the cameraman. Lei said that he was lucky to run fast, otherwise his footage would be broadcast by local TV stations. What to do when it catches fire? Fortunately, their location is really not far from the hospital, and they arrived at the door of the hospital within 23 minutes. And the cameraman who ran behind him was already exhausted and out of breath, but they said, "Mom, it's filmed. The scene just now was taken." "No way. Let me cry first." "Brother Yi, we are in better health, you don't have to be so anxious." Menjia, who was behind her, comforted Lei when Lei pulled a wooden cart to the door of the hospital. "We found out that we can't eat now. As soon as we eat, it is either diarrhea or vomiting. If there is nothing in the stomach, the body will feel better," Dong Yu said weakly at this time. The two vomited for a while on the road, and the middle-aged woman selling fruit patted them on the back. When their stomachs were all emptied of food, they felt much better. It's just that the two of them are short of water now. No matter what water they drink, they feel like vomiting, so their bodies are weak and weak. It's all right, you should have a bad stomach, just go in the doctor and prescribe some medicine." Lee comforted while preparing to call the doctor when the wooden cart entered the hospital. "It's you who should be relieved now. You see, you are more anxious than us." Menjia looked at Lei and said with a smile. Just now, Lei was so anxious for them. To be honest, let Menjia look at her heart. And Dong Yu are warm. After a while, Lei invited the nurse to come over. The nurse came to the wooden cart and carefully helped Menjia and Dong Yu out of the car, when Lei accompanied Menjia Dong Yu in. I saw the middle-aged woman smiling and tidying up her fruit cart, then pulled the cart and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Suddenly Lei ran out of the hospital and told the woman to stop in Thai, saying that he hadn't thanked the woman yet. The woman waved her hand indifferently, saying that she wanted to come here to sell fruit, and she should thank Lei for bringing her here. Hearing this, Lee smiled, and immediately after he took out Thai baht and bought a large durian from the woman. He also bought a lot of bananas from the woman. Seeing the happy look of the woman, the cameraman took all these shots and praised the heartwarming scene. After a while, Dong Yu and Mengjia were diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis, which was caused by eating unclean food. The hospital prescribed some medicine, and then gave them water. The doctor said that they should not eat for the time being, and that they could eat food when their stomachs were better, but the food must be liquid food. What is liquid food? For the hospital term, Lee said that he was a salted fish. Lao Hu was explaining that liquid food is almost liquid. Body food, that is, porridge and soup, which are light and edible. Oh, that's the case. Lee said that after he understood, he felt relieved. After that, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called Zhao Wei and others to tell them about the situation. Dong Yu Menjia has acute gastroenteritis and is in the hospital now. Zhao Wei over there was surprised when he heard the situation on the phone. She had just woken up and was taking a shower. After she heard Lee's report, she hurried downstairs and told Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki about it. I said why the master was gone early in the morning. I thought he brought Jia Dong Yu to buy breakfast. Huang Xiaoming said after listening to Zhao Wei's report. The cameraman who stayed on the side was speechless. Originally, they really went to buy breakfast, but the situation did not go according to people's wishes. Then let's call Aja to see them. Zhao Wei hurriedly packed his things, then called Aja and prepared to rush to the hospital. And now in the hospital, Meng Jia and Dong Yu are lying on the sick Chuang, and the two are not allowed to eat, so they can only watch the drip. To be continued. Chapter 58, Every store should hang a salted fish. Please subscribe 3/4. How is it? Are you feeling better? Li held 2 large bags of fruit in his left and right hands. After he called Zhao Wei and others, he entered the ward and asked Dongyu Menjia and the 2 girls. My body feels better now, not so uncomfortable. Dongyu said while rubbing her stomach. Seeing how she was recovering a little, it was obvious that her condition was not that bad. That's good, the doctor said that your condition is not too serious, just take a rest. You can't eat for now. The nurse just injected you with some glucose. Let's observe it for a long time. Maybe you can eat some liquids in the afternoon. Food it's over. Li sat next to the 2 women and explained. After explaining the matter, he took a banana and ate it. Originally, the 2 women thought that Li brought in the fruit to buy them, but they didn't expect Li to eat it first. Seeing Li's appearance, the 2 women gave Li an angry look, and Li laughed. Suddenly I feel that Brother Yi is so cheap. Jin Menjia was amused by Li's bad appearance, while Dongyu looked at Li and laughed. The 3 laughed in front of the camera for a while, and Dongyu Menjia, who was obviously in a better mood, was less powerless. At this time, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki walked into the ward. Seeing the laughter in the ward, the 3 of them immediately felt that Menjia and Dongyu were fine in the ward. Miss Wei, Brother Xiaoming, Brother Shi, you are here, I'm sorry to make you worry. Seeing Zhao Wei and others coming in, Dongyu said. What's there to worry about? When you're not sick, Li said just now that your condition is not serious, you should pay more attention to rest, and next time you can't eat unclean things. Zhao Wei said to the 2 after entering the ward. The woman warned. The 2 women sat on the sick Chuang obediently and nodded. The 3 of Zhao Wei came to the ward to talk to Dongyu Menjia. After hearing the unfortunate incident that happened to the 3 of them this morning, they all laughed when they saw Lei, and Lei said that he didn't want it either. You don't know how brave Mama Ellie was when she pulled the wooden cart. The speed of pulling such a heavy car can be applied for the Guinness World Record. Dongyu said with a smile and excited gestures while talking about what happened just now. When she was like that, everyone laughed and laughed again and again. Of course, the words she said were exaggerated by herself. After chatting for a while, Menjia told everyone that they were all right, and then they shouldn't delay the restaurant business because of them. When Zhao Wei saw that the 2 women were indeed fine, he said that the restaurant would be handed over to her and Xiao Ming. Lei, I'll trouble you to take care of them from now on. If you have anything, you can call us. Zhao Wei asked Lei before leaving. Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Li nodded and said that he is fine by himself, please rest assured. After that, Zhao Wei and the others got into Aja's car and left. And Li was signaling Mengjia and Dongyu to sleep for a while. After all, neither of them slept well at night, so he was watching everything. Hearing Li's words, the 2 women nodded, and then they closed their eyes and were about to take a nap. The 2 women seemed to be really sleepy, and they fell asleep shortly after they closed their eyes. When the 2 girls fell asleep, Li used the mobile phone to surf the internet while watching the drip, and searched for what patients with acute gastroenteritis should pay attention to and what should they eat. When Lao Hu saw that Li was doing his homework on his mobile phone, he quickly zoomed in to record the details. 20 minutes later, in the Chinese restaurant. Oh, there are only the 3 of us left now. Opening a restaurant today is definitely a big test. When Zhao Wei and others returned to the restaurant, Zhao Wei leaned against the bar and looked at Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki and said, "Why don't we just do the same 4 meals as yesterday, and then one is responsible for washing the dishes, and the other is responsible for entertaining the guests and collecting the dishes. It may be a little tiring, but I think it should be able to hold on." Zhang Akatsuki looked at Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming and suggested it. Hearing Zhang Akatsuki's words, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming looked at each other and nodded, and now they can only do this first. Fixing the dishes on a few items is also convenient and less tiring. After discussing what to do today, Zhao Wei went to the bar to get money and prepare to buy ingredients. "By the way, Xiaomingziu, I was busy with my patrons yesterday, and I forgot to count yesterday's turnover." Flowers. Zhao Wei patted his head, laughed and scolded himself for being a stupid head, counted the money one by one, and then Zhao Wei was surprised. "God, our turnover yesterday was 22,000. I said why I was so tired yesterday. Ah! Yesterday's turnover was 22,000. Zhang Akatsuki was also surprised when he heard Zhao Wei's report. Yesterday's one-day performance has caught up with the sum of the previous 3 days' performance. Huang Xiaoming exclaimed in amazement. Yesterday was the 4th day of the Chinese restaurant's opening. The first day's turnover of the Chinese restaurant was more than 4,000 baht. On that day, the Chinese restaurant sold out beer because of Lei Ai's song of pancakes and fruits, otherwise their turnover would definitely be 0. On the second day of the Chinese restaurant, Reba and Reba's parents came to help. In fact, although the restaurant was very lively that day, the turnover was only more than 7,000, almost less than 8,000. On the third day of the Chinese restaurant, because the prince was not ashamed to attract fans, the turnover reached 10,000, of course, it was only 10,000. Now Zhao Wei didn't expect that the Chinese restaurant had Lei Ai on the 4th day, and the turnover increased so much, and even if it rained that day, there were only 4 kinds of dishes in the restaurant. Yesterday, we made money based on our ability. Looking at them is a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Wei felt more comfortable holding the heavy 20,000 baht in his hand. "Then let's do our best today," Zhang Akatsuki said suddenly with high fighting spirit. However, the ideal is plump. The reality is skinny. Today's Chinese restaurants lack Lei Ai, and the dishes selected by Zhang Akatsuki, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others are obviously less fresh. When steaming rice to make a sample soup, Zhao Wei and others forgot some details due to the lack of Lei Ai's instructions. Therefore, when the 3 of them sold a set meal at noon, the set meal always felt that the good taste of yesterday was lost. At noon, after Zhao Wei and others tasted the dishes they made today, they kept sighing. It turned out that there was a salted fish in the store, and it was so different. For a time, the 3 of them wanted Lei Ai to come back. To be continued. Chapter 59. A cook who can't see a doctor is not a good salted fish. Please subscribe for fourths. At 12 noon, when Zhao Wei and others were busy, Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu also woke up. The 2 of them had already finished their IVs. Since the 2 were sleeping soundly, Lei Ai didn't wake them up when he secretly called the nurse to remove the needle. "Do you feel more comfortable after a good night's sleep?" Li Yi asked when both of them were fully slept. "It's just a little weak, nothing else," Menjia said as she sat up from the chuang. "I'm a little hungry," Mama Li Dongyu said while looking at Li Yi. In fact, the 2 of them are in physical condition now, as if they have missed 2 meals. Except for a little weakness in the body, the stomach pain and vomiting disappeared. "I'm hungry. Wait a minute and I'll ask the doctor if I can let you have some porridge." Seeing that the 2 really wanted something to eat, Li Yi hurried to ask the doctor 723 for advice. The doctor's answer was that the condition of the 2 was not serious. Now that the water has been lost and the medicine has been taken, the 2 of them seem to be in good health after a sleep. They can eat a little porridge to observe, but don't eat too much at one time. Seeing this, Lei hurried out to buy porridge. Fortunately, there are many restaurants in front of the hospital. Many of these restaurants serve sick meals. Lei first asked the boss to cook a small pot of porridge and take it away. Carrying a large portion of porridge to the ward, Lei only let Mengjia and Dongyu drink a bowl of porridge. As for the remaining large portion of porridge, Lei directly wrapped it up. Mengjia Dongyu looked at the half bowl of porridge in front of him, and then looked at Lei's large pot of porridge. Suddenly, the difference in the food made the two of them want to laugh, and immediately Dongyu pretended to be pitiful and said, "I feel like a peasant and a landlord now. We are so pitiful, we work so hard, and the landlord just donates half a bowl of porridge." Hearing Dongyu's words, Mengjia also cooperated with half a bowl of porridge in her hands, nodding her head and pretending to be sobbing. Seeing the naughty two girls on the sikchuang, the cameraman was very happy. "I feel like an old slave accompanies the princess to dinner. The princesses have to experience the hardships of the people, and as a slave, I can only put down the chicken legs and eat porridge with the princess. The old slave is so miserable." Seeing Mengjia sobbing there, Lei also held the porridge and pretended to cry without tears. Looking at Lei's funny expression, Zhou Dongyu and Mengjia were both amused immediately, and the three laughed and drank porridge. After drinking the porridge, the three stayed in the hospital for observation for an hour. Immediately afterwards, Dongyu and Mengjia found that their bodies did not experience vomiting or diarrhea at all. "Looks like you're in good health," Lei said with a smile when he saw that the two of them were no big deal. Immediately afterwards, the doctor released Dongyu and Mengjia from the hospital. When they left, the doctor prescribed medicine for the two of them for 2 days, and told them not to eat indiscriminately. Light things. Eat a little less at each meal, but the frequency of eating can be increased, that is, eat when you are hungry, don't eat when you are not hungry, and don't eat too much. After keeping the doctor's words in mind, Lei directly suggested that the two of them take a day off today and go back to their place of residence. Anyway, the two of them can't help by going to the restaurant now, and they are still a little weak. At the same time, Lei also called himself to ask for a leave. Today, he will stay to take care of Zhou Dongyu and Mengjia. After all, neither of them can take care of themselves, nor will they cook porridge for themselves. Hearing Lei's words, the two girls nodded happily, then Lei picked up the phone and went to ask Zhao Wei for leave. When Zhao Wei heard that Mengjia and Dongyu could eat, he immediately granted Lei's leave to let them have a good rest today. Zhou Dongyu called Aja over here, and the two women took the lead in getting into Aja's car. However, when Lei was about to get in the car, he suddenly hesitated. I'll just run back, I just happened to buy some ingredients for porridge on the way." Seeing Lei's hesitant appearance, everyone secretly laughed at how they didn't understand Lei's psychology. Lei was obviously afraid that he would scrap Aja's car again. Dongyu and Mengjia comforted Lei and said that it was alright, maybe the bad luck was washed away just now. And Lei, whose family knew his family affairs, was determined not to get in the car, but Zhou Dongyu and Jin Mengjia left first, while Lao Hu could only follow Lei to the place where he lived. "I swear, I won't be walking tomorrow if I'm beaten to death. I have to take a car to go to the bathroom. What's wrong with me? I'm so unlucky today. Now I've walked enough," one side muttered. And Lao Hu smiled secretly at the unhappy Lei, and immediately he couldn't help asking, "How can you guarantee that tomorrow will not be worse?" Hearing Lao Hu's words, Lei was immediately dumbfounded, only to see him look at Lao Hu with a bitter expression and immediately cry out, "If my luck is so bad tomorrow, then I guess I can't live without that wooden cart for the rest of my life." Now, half an hour after returning to the place where he lived, Lei bought some millet to cook millet porridge. When Lei went to the supermarket to buy ingredients, although Lei wanted to buy thousands of ingredients, but considering that he was shy and the two girls couldn't eat it casually, Lei could only buy some millet. As soon as he entered the house, Lei saw Dongyu and Mengjia huddled on the sofa watching TV. What was shown on TV was actually Returning Pearls and Pigeons, a big drama that was popular all over the country, even here in Thailand. Ziwei, you're back. Seeing Lei coming back, Dongyu looked at Lei affectionately and said, while Jin Mengjia laughed secretly. Jo Dongyu gave Jo Dongyu a blank look. Lei shook the millet in his hand and asked, "Are you hungry, your royal highnesses?" "I'm hungry." The two women quickly rubbed their stomachs when they heard Lei's words. "Then you lie down and I'll cook porridge for you." When Lei carried the millet into the small kitchen, Jo Dongyu, the little playboy, started again. "Ziwei, don't go." Jo Dongyu stretched out his hand and said to Lei. Her expression at this time is still 0.9 with movement, which is exactly the same as Erkang and Ziwei don't go away. Mengjia laughed out loud when she saw Jo Dongyu like this. As for Jo Dongyu's naughty situation, Lei can only sigh and shake his head at Lao Hu's camera. Hey, being a mother is not easy. Hearing Lei's emotion and seeing Lei wearing an apron, Jo Dongyu, Jin Mengjia, and Lao Hu all laughed. With Mama Lei here, I don't feel afraid of any illness. It's great to have Brother Yi here. When the two kept complimenting Lei, a warm fragrance of millet porridge floated out from the kitchen. To be continued. Chapter 60. Find a sofa, paralyzed there, you are a salted fish. Please subscribe 1/4. Wow, is this the smell of millet porridge? How can it be so fragrant? When the smell of millet porridge came to the living room, Jo Dongyu lost the mood to watch TV, and kept sitting up straight and sniffing the fragrance of porridge in the air. Mengjia smelled the fragrance of the porridge at this time, indicating that she was really hungry, and now she really wanted to drink a big pot. "Mother Lei, are you ready? I'm so hungry. The smell of your porridge has been making fun of me." Jo Dongyu shouted to Lei in the small kitchen while hugging the pillow. Hearing Jo Dongyu's words, Mengjia, who was about to drink water, almost dropped her water glass on the ground. And Lei, who had been cooking porridge at this time, immediately returned after hearing Jo Dongyu's words. "Dongyu, you have to be reserved when you are a girl, you can't make a mess just because of others, we are princesses." Hearing Lei's compliment, he immediately sat back on the sofa in a pleasant manner. And Mengjia praised the camera while drinking water. "Wow! Brother Yi is so humorous. So comforting. Dash. Lei did cook the millet porridge a little longer this time, and it was almost an hour at a glance. He quickly filled out 2 small bowls of porridge, and Lei took it to the living room. At this moment, the two girls were so hungry that their hearts were on their backs. "Finally ready? Wow, this porridge is so fragrant, I don't think this bowl is enough." Jo Dongyu praised while stirring after taking the porridge handed over by Lei. On the other hand, Jin Mengjia had already gulped down a spoonful of porridge with a spoon, and Mengjia said, "Yeah," when the rice porridge entered the mouth, and then she hurriedly scooped another spoonful for herself with a spoon. "This porridge is really too much fragrant, I have never eaten porridge with such a strong rice fragrance." While the two were eating porridge, they kept complimenting the camera. Seeing how excited the two were, they felt that they were not eating millet porridge, but high-grade seafood such as abalone and shark fin. One person ate a bowl of porridge. Although his stomach was a little full, Mengjia Dongyu looked at Lei eagerly, and still looked like he wanted to eat. "Let's take a break and eat, I'll keep the porridge in the pot for you, and eat it in 1 to 2 hours. Lei sat on the sofa and sighed, and took a banana on the table. Just now the supplementary monkey mushroom biscuits were eaten. Seeing that Lei was indeed a little tired, and the two girls were no longer so skinny, Jo Dongyu hurriedly jumped off the sofa and immediately said, "Mother Lei, come and I'll beat your legs. To be honest, today you pull the wooden cart and take us there. The hospital is so brave." Then I'll pinch brother Yi's shoulders, Menjia said with a smile as she knelt on the sofa. When the two women were giving him a massage, Yi was eating and showing a look of enjoyment, and the three of them unknowingly got into a lot of relationship. Next, the three of them watched TV together for a while, but Yi was squeezed between the two women. To be honest, Lei looks really fragrant at this moment. All the cameramen are envious of Lei's peach blossoms. After watching Returning Pearl Pigeon for a while, Yi was really sleepy, and fell asleep on the sofa unconsciously. Mengjia Dongyu didn't disturb Yi. After the two girls covered Yi with a thin quilt, the TV was secretly stolen off. Mengjia Dongyu ate some porridge again, and boasted that Lei's porridge was really delicious. Slowly, the two girls fell asleep while leaning on the sofa, but after falling asleep, the two girls' foreheads were light on the left and right. Lightly fell on Lei's shoulders. When the three fell asleep, they looked very quiet, and no one could bear to disturb them. The cameramen secretly retreated after fixing the cameras. The three of them slept very sweetly at the moment. After sleeping for more than an hour, Yi rubbed his eyes and woke up faintly. The two girls also sat up with Lei's shoulders shaking, and Lei suddenly felt a cold on one side of his shoulder. "Ah Dongyu, you are drooling." "Ah, I was wrong, Mama Li." Seeing that Lei's shoulders had a big lump, Zhou Dongyu wiped his saliva with an embarrassed smile, and quickly wiped it for Lei. "Wow! How long have we been sleeping? It feels like it's time for lunch." Seeing that the sun outside the window was about to go west, Yi opened his phone and checked the time to find that it was almost 5 p.m. Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia seem to be fine now, and the two girls are full of energy whether they are walking or chatting. At this moment, their state has recovered, and both of them know that this is all due to Lei. "Why don't we go to the beach for a walk? I've been in the room for a day today, and now it's time to relax," Zhou Dongyu suggested at this moment, looking at Menjia and Lei. Hearing Dongyu's words, both Lei and Menjia nodded with a smile, and then the two women ran back to the room to do a little makeup, and after changing into a beautiful set of clothes, they took Lei Mei out of the house. At 5 o'clock, walking on the beach is really comfortable. Flowers. The sun is no longer as vicious as at noon, and the sea breeze is not as cold as at night. Walking barefoot on the beach and stepping in the sea water, feeling the tickling sensation of the sand taking away the sand under your feet, the two girls kept laughing. The beach of the Elephant Island is really clean. The sea and sky are all blue in color. The two girls are like happy birds, either picking up shells or running barefoot on the beach. Lei smiles and follows behind with shoes. The three of them have the sea as the background. Beauty is intoxicating. Several videographers kept shooting near the three, and they wanted to record this beautiful scene. Director Wang Tian said through the walkie-talkie just now that he wanted to film Lei's side with all his heart, because the three of Zhao Wei's side were already exhausted, and although there was some entertainment, there was not much entertainment. For focus. Li and others don't know how Wang Tian arranged it. Now they are enjoying the moment when they are blowing the sea breeze. Because Lei walked too slowly and often fell behind, Zhou Dongyu ran back more than once, pulling Lei's arm and running forward. After pulling Lei's arm a few times, Zhou Dongyu clearly felt that Lei's arm was very powerful. Obviously Lei's arms don't look that strong, but when Lei exerts force, the muscles come out instantly. Zhou Dongyu, who seemed to have discovered a new world, jumped with Lei's arm mischievously. She hung her whole body on Lei's arm with her feet off. I saw that Li raised his arm, and he really relied on one arm to mention it to Zhou Dongyu. Immediately, this situation caused Zhou Dongyu to exclaim, "Wow Mama Li, hello man. I adore you so much." Zhou Dongyu hurriedly fell to the ground and looked at Lei and shouted, and at the same time she called Jia to experience it too. Immediately Jia ran to the other side of Lei, the two women grabbed Lei's arms together, and at the same time naughty feet off the ground, while Lei really took 2 steps forward with the two of them. "Wow! Brother, you really hides it?" Menjia said after being carried forward a little while looking at Lei in admiration. The relationship between the three at this moment really feels like a father with 2 daughters, but the 2 girls don't know that Lei is actually younger than them. To be continued. Chapter 61 Clam. You let me salted fish to take revenge. Please subscribe 2/4. The three of Lei walked and stopped on the beach by the sea, and unknowingly had fun. They found that they had walked back to the Chinese restaurant. It was getting dark now, but the Chinese restaurant, which was supposed to be booming, was very sluggish. There were only a few lights in the Chinese restaurant, so the whole restaurant was very dark, and there was not a single customer in the restaurant. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki were sitting on the doorstep drinking beer without any image. Looking at the exhausted appearance of the three, the ghost knows what they have gone through. "Miss Wei, Brother Xiaoming, Brother Xiu, what's the matter with you?" Menjia asked curiously, looking at the exhausted three. "What's wrong with the restaurant? Why don't you turn on the lights?" Dong Yu asked in confusion as he walked towards the three. "I guess I'm very busy today." Zhao Wei and the three of them laughed lightly, looking at the super tired Zhao Wei. After all, he also had a general understanding of the business of the Chinese restaurant. It was really difficult for the three of them to hold on. "Alai, Dong Yu, Menjia, you guys are coming to 403. When Zhao Wei saw the three of Lei coming, he put down the beer and stood up. At this moment, Zhao Wei looked at Lei and the three of them, and their affectionate appearance seemed to say, "Dear, you can come. Today we seem to have walked from hell." Zhang Akatsuki also cried when he saw the three of them. "Dong Yu, Menjia, are you all okay?" Zhao Wei came to Dong Yu and Menjia and asked. When the 2 girls said that they were all right, Zhao Wei hugged the 2 of them while saying that it was great. After hugging Dong Yu and Menjia one by one, when Zhao Wei came to Lei, he immediately hugged Lei excitedly and said, "My God, I finally found out that we can't live without your salted fish in our store. Without your salted fish, it would be tasteless to eat. You have a great responsibility, little brother." Zhao Wei said when complimenting Lei. When speaking, the language has become a local accent. When Lei, Dong Yu, and Menjia looked at Zhao Wei, who was excited, they didn't know what was going on. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki were hobbled to Lei's side at this time, and they were crying and facing each other. Lei said, "Master, we were wrong. You shouldn't forget your teachings. Master, we have embarrassed you today." After the 2 of them finished talking, they hugged Lei, and for a while, Lei was directly attacked and hugged by 3 people and almost suffocated. Seeing the situation in front of them, Menjia and Dong Yu were both smiling and curious. "Brothers and sisters, what's the matter with you? What's going on today?" Seeing the 3 of them hugging him tightly, Lei expressed a confused expression. Finally, a few people sat on the steps of the Chinese restaurant. Zhang Akatsuki brought a bottle of cold beer to Lei. Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu couldn't eat indiscriminately, so they didn't want anything. After a few people sat down, Zhao Wei and the others explained what happened today with a wry smile. It turned out that today was a mess for the 3 of them. The food they cooked was not as good as yesterday. In addition, the restaurant was seriously understaffed, so the 3 of them were immediately stunned at 12 noon. This morning, the 3 of them went to the supermarket to buy ingredients while talking and laughing. When they came back, they began to prepare and process the ingredients, but the 3 of them did not expect time to pass so quickly. It was almost 11 o'clock when they came back from the supermarket, and immediately they asked Akatsuki-Zhang to prepare lunch first. As a result, the lunch was not ready here, and there were guests outside, so Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming hurried to entertain. One was in charge of preparing the lemonade ordered by the guests, and the other was in charge of ordering the guests. Originally, the three of them thought it was good. Who would have guessed that when the first table customer finished ordering, Huang Xiaoming gave the order to Zhang Akatsuki, and the second table customer also followed. Now the three of them panicked. Huang Xiaoming hurriedly ran to order the second table, Zhao Wei was making lemonade for the first table, and Zhang Akatsuki was about to cook for the guests, only to realize that the garlic was peeled in the kitchen. At that time, Akatsuki Zhang collapsed. He hugged his head and shouted, "Has anyone seen the chef peel the garlic himself?" When Huang Xiaoming entered the kitchen after ordering the second table, he was speechless and found that Chef Zhang Akatsuki, who was supposed to show off his skills in the kitchen, was pouting his ass. Shouted, "My dear mother." Rolling up his sleeves, Huang Xiaoming was about to join the garlic peeling process, but at this moment he suddenly remembered that the second table guest ordered prawns with tomato sauce, thinking that he didn't even pick the shrimp line, and immediately rushed towards the prawns aggressively. When Huang Xiaoming was just picking out the shrimp line for a shrimp, Zhao Wei came to shout outside. It turned out that the third table of guests in the restaurant had arrived at this time. Hearing Zhao Wei's shout, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki wanted to cry without tears, but Huang Xiaoming handed the shrimp to Zhang Akatsuki and rushed out of the kitchen. The next second, the fourth table of guests was already at the door of the restaurant. "This is too miserable." When the story heard that Lei Ai was drinking beer here, he was full of sighs. And Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia are also looking at Zhao Wei and the three of them now, showing sympathy on their faces, and they are shaking their heads and making a tisk-tisk. Did you know? Huang Xiaoming is serving an endless number of customers today. Zhao Wei said that he was drinking beer and laughing at himself. And Miss Wei, today is an endless supply of beer and an endless lemonade. Zhang Akatsuki said with a big laugh. As for the slaughter, it's the shrimp line that can't be peeled off the garlic. Huang Xiaoming kept patting Akatsuki on the shoulder and laughing. Seeing that the three of them can still laugh after seeing this, Li Yi, Meng Xia, and Dong Yu all laughed along with them. Today I just found out how much work Menjia has to endure silently. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he said that the restaurant had run out of bowls, so I hurried to the kitchen to see. My God! The bowls in the pool are like mountains. Zhao Wei's expression was a bit exaggerated when he spoke, which made everyone laugh. The three of them were really tired today. All kinds of things in the restaurant made them overwhelmed, washing dishes, peeling garlic, and ordering. Zhang Akatsuki finally made a serving of garlic-flavored pork ribs, but Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming collapsed and found that their regular soup was not boiled, and the rice was not steamed. After the garlic-flavored pork rib set was served to the customer asked about the soup. No. Where's the rice? No. The customer's expression made me laugh. Zhang Akatsuki laughed and laughed at himself while drinking beer. No way, business was so good yesterday when the master was there. Huang Xiaoming said while looking at Li Yi. Actually, do you know what hit me the most today? Zhao Wei raised his head and said with a smile. The biggest blow is that when we finally served all the soup, rice, and vegetables to the guests, a foreign guest said that it was not as delicious as what we made yesterday. Although what he said was unintentional, I knew, he was our repeat customer and we let him down. Hearing Zhao Wei say this, everyone couldn't laugh for a while. 1.3 Everyone didn't regard opening a restaurant as a game, but really integrated themselves into the restaurant. Don't think that Zhao Wei was in a bad mood at that time. When everyone was silent for a while, someone from the program team came over with a card, and at the same time he shouted, Lei Ai's mission card is here, please accept the mission card, the ace of the restaurant, Lei Ai. Super Burn BGM should be here. Hearing the task card, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming raised his head and smiled, and the two of them spoke in succession. I still have a mission card, We still have a mission card in this show? Are we filming running, bro? Or where is Dad going? Huang Xiaoming followed with a smile and complained. The program team ignored Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei's complaints, and handed the card to Li Yi. Everyone gathered around and saw a few large characters written on the top of the card. Battle of Vengeance. _____. To be continued. Chapter 62. As a salted fish, I'm lazy to even turn over, and I expect him to take revenge. Please subscribe 3/4. Vengeance. Vengeance. Battle. Looking at the 4 characters on the top of the card, Zhao Wei and the others expressed their shock. Everyone looked at each other and then looked down, only to see below the card. Due to the illness of 2 members of the Chinese restaurant today, the 3 people left in the restaurant have experienced the most painful battle, the most tiring battle and the most disappointing battle in history. At such a moment of loss of military heart, please be the ace of the restaurant, Lei. Stand up and lead the crowd to a beautiful turnaround. The revenge time written on the mission card is tomorrow, and the mission card's requirement for Lei is that Lei cannot cook in person, but he can direct and teach Menjia and Dongyu to cook. The mission target turnover is 20,000. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki will be allowed to take a half day off tomorrow, that is, they will not come to work until 12 noon tomorrow. Tomorrow's menu, operation, and procurement in the restaurant will be decided by Li Yi, and will be completed by Mengjia and Dongyu. Note, since Mengjia Dongyu has just recovered from a serious illness, the program team does not want the 2 to be too tired, so the work set for tomorrow must be 14 tasks that can be easily completed. If the performance can still reach 20,000 tomorrow, the program team will approve a day off the day after tomorrow, and the program team will invite guests to play and eat seafood. When I read the last line of the mission card, Lei was directly excited, thinking that it would not be too cool if I could play and eat seafood again the day after tomorrow. Wow! The program team finally allowed us to dispatch the trump card. Zhao Akatsuki said excitedly, looking at the task card. But tomorrow, Lei, Menjia, and Dongyu will not be easy. Tomorrow, Lei will not be able to cook by himself, and he will have to direct Jia Dongyu to do it. The 2 of them have little experience, and they can't do too tiring work, that is, if you still sell the package tomorrow, it will definitely not work. Zhao Wei analyzed. It's too difficult to say 20,000 baht. The 3 of us can't help. It's impossible to rely on Dongyu and Menjia. Huang Xiaoming said helplessly. Then it seems that we will go back and study the dishes to be made tomorrow. Let the 3 of us prepare everything, and when Miss Wei and the others come, just count the money. Zhou Dongyu is quite confident now. With Lei her it just feels like nothing is difficult. Hey, it seems that there is still a tough battle to be fought tomorrow. Zhao Wei stood up from the steps at this time, and then asked Li Yi, have you 3 all eaten? It just so happened that we didn't eat together, let's eat together. We didn't eat, but I didn't expect that you guys didn't eat for a while. Li Yi was surprised when he heard Zhao Wei's words. Master. We didn't even eat lunch, we've been busy until now. Huang Xiaoming looked at Li Yi and said aggrieved. Moreover, the thing that broke us down was that we were almost paralyzed there today, but when we counted the turnover, we found out that it was less than 7,000 baht. Akatsuki Zhang smiled bitterly after drinking the beer. After listening to the grievances that Zhao Wei and others complained about, Lei, the salted fish, said. He must go to a seafood dinner the day after tomorrow. If Zhao Wei and others knew what Li Yi was really thinking, they would probably faint. For dinner, everyone simply ate a little. Since Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki were hungry, they would not be hungry, so they didn't have much appetite for food. In addition, Menjia and Dongyu couldn't eat too greasy food. So Zhang Akatsuki ordered egg noodles. After everyone finished eating a large pot of noodles, they were going to close the store and go back to rest early. Today, the three of Zhao Wei are really tired and paralyzed. However, when everyone was halfway in Aj's car, the car suddenly turned off, and it still couldn't hit it no matter how hard they tried. Immediately, the cameraman and Dongyu Menjia looked at Lei, and Lei it was speechless and screamed, "I am wronged by the concubine." Since then, the title of vehicle killer has been installed on Lei. When Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki spent half an hour walking to the place where they lived, they just lay on the chuang and didn't want to move. As time passed, Huaxia finally reached 10 o'clock. At this time, when thousands of schools in China are on summer vacation, some schools have sprung up like mushrooms to meet the trend of summer vacation. For a time, they became a nightmare for students, and they became the thunder and lightning kings who deprived children of their happy childhood. They are summer cram schools. The new car of China's well-known cooking school is naturally also on the list. In the wave of the summer vacation, some students who have given up treatment are sent here by their parents for rebuilding, eager for them to learn something and contribute to the future culinary career of the motherland. Zhao Jianfei is a summer cram school student at the new car side. Of course, he was not sent over by his parents. He was naturally sensible and voluntarily entered this cooking school to recharge himself. It was already 10 o'clock in the new school at the moment, and the students did not go back to the dormitory to sleep. They were being forced by the teacher to look at the Chinese restaurant at this time, and Zhao Jianfei had something in his heart that MMP didn't know who to turn to. Today, the teachers are talking about the Chinese restaurant incessantly. In the Chinese restaurant, there is a Brother Yi who can make pancakes and fruits. What Brother Yi is very good at playing the piano. Brother Yi created a lot of popular songs and piano songs, and Zhao Jianfei's ears were all cocooned when he heard it. Of course, Zhao Jianfei knew the reason why the school teachers collectively praised Brother Yi. That is the man named Li Yi who made the cucumber in the scorpion clothes, and it was published in the world-renowned food magazine Yum. Although many Chinese chefs have appeared in this magazine, it is unprecedented for Li Yi to use a cucumber to appear in the magazine. Moreover, the cucumbers in the magazine are so beautifully cut that many Chinese chefs ask themselves that they can't cut cucumbers to this extent in a short period of time, and it is said that Lei cuts cucumbers very fast, so fast that they can't even see the path of cutting vegetables. For this, Zhao Jianfei is scoffing. 237. Who doesn't know about the entertainment industry? There is no real singing at the party, no truth in interviews, no beauty in the radio station, everything in the entertainment industry, as long as anyone with a little brain knows it is fake. Zhao Jianfei now thinks that Lei must have used some means to get on Yum magazine. Although Zhao Jianfei also looked at Lei's cucumbers in the cucumbers cut as thin as cicadas' wings are indeed beautiful, but Zhao Jianfei thinks that he can cut it to this extent if he gives himself 1 hour. Cut it out for at least 40 minutes. Anyway, Zhao Jianfei just doesn't believe that Lei can cut out that kind of cucumber in 10 minutes. Today's issue of the Chinese restaurant is about the whole process of Lei's entry into Yum. The teachers were kicked in the head by donkeys, leaving all the students to watch the Chinese restaurant. Zhao Jianfei didn't have to think about it to know that 80% of the video was post-production. Jianfei, do you believe that the person named Lei can cut a cucumber like that in a short period of time? I don't believe it. At this time, a fat man beside Jianfei spoke at the same table. Wait. I'll be able to pierce them when the video is broadcast. I'm 10 cutting cucumbers. Even if they make a video, I can recognize whether he is the original cucumber based on the cucumber Madara point. Hearing Fatty's words, Zhao Jianfei said that he was speechless. The entire class is full of culinary elites. Who doesn't have this ability? To be continued. Chapter 63. Anyone who likes salted fish is not bad. Please subscribe 4/4. At 10 o'clock, Chinese restaurant finally started on the projection screen. What made Zhao Jianfei speechless was that his teacher even pulled out the comment function. Seeing that the playback interface was squeezed by the comment box, Zhao Jianfei was speechless. You must know that he never reads comments when watching videos, because you should not be too noisy when someone is swiping comments while watching videos. Especially since this video has just been updated, tens of thousands of people swiping comments at the same time can make you want to cry. At this time, Zhao Jianfei didn't know that the Chinese restaurant he was watching had just begun, and 220 million people had already crowded in to watch it at the same time. The comments were quite dazzling. At the beginning of the show, the camera turned to the beautiful scenery of Koh Chang, and at the same time the comments below the show began to scroll. Lianyi little buddy, first. Yin xin luo bei, come for the male god. Coming for brother Yi to kiss her husband. Coming for Yi Ji. As a chef, I came here for the cucumbers with scallops. Looking at the frantically scrolling comments, Zhao Jianfei said that he was dizzy right now. By the way, what the hell is going on in this comment? Didn't you see that many students around were vomiting? Fortunately, Zhao Jianfei was closer to the teacher, and he immediately turned to the teacher for help, hoping to turn off the comments. However, Zhao Jianfei didn't look at the teacher at this time. He almost vomited blood when he saw the teacher, because now his teacher was typing in the comment input field. Give you my sugar, for Lei Appa. The candy for you and me is teacher Zhao Jianfei's online name. Seeing her neatly pressing enter, the female teacher Zhao Jianfei immediately showed a satisfied look. When Zhao Jianfei's female teacher noticed Zhao Jianfei's speechless gaze, the expression on her face immediately changed. Seeing the female teacher's expression, Zhao Jianfei said that he didn't see anything, saying that his teachers are all old men who are about to reach their 30s. Girl, this 1010 doesn't teach students how to cook well, what to learn, little girl chasing stars, and also Appa. When the female teacher saw that Zhao Jianfei didn't see any expression, she immediately explained in a low voice, Brother Yi, I have followed the first phase of the Chinese restaurant, his song of pancakes and fruits, the brightest star in the night sky, and his I like all the piano pieces I play. Hearing this, Zhao Jianfei responded with a sigh of relief, saying that he was not interested in men. As the screen turned, a handsome face of a handsome boy appeared in the camera. This face immediately caused the female classmates in the class to exclaim, because this face was so handsome. The boy is lazily brushing kiba in front of the camera. Although the whole hair is messy, it does not affect the boy's handsomeness, but makes the boy more lazy and cool. When the boy appeared, I saw teacher Zhao Jianfei also exclaiming, "Ah, brother Yi is out. He's so handsome." Hearing the teacher's words, Zhao Jianfei almost took a sip on the screen. He never imagined that this young boy was brother Yi. Thinking that my teacher is 29 years old, and 1010 is chasing people called Yi Ji, they look like they are only 19. I was so old that my brother didn't dislike Yoi's face. He squinted at the teacher and saw that she was typing excitedly. Give you my candy, brother Yi's face is dirty, Tian, Tian, Tian. The shot of brother Yi washing is so handsome. Lianyi little buddy, so handsome +1. I wiped brother Yi and brushed kiba is poisonous, a man of mine is here to watch him brush kiba. Yinzin Lubei, indicates that my mobile wallpaper is back. Enough girls in your comments. How can you make us like Yi's boys, you are suspected of trying to bend our boys. As a rotten girl, I said that I had a bold idea when I heard the words upstairs. Look at the comments to express distressed brother Yi. I feel sorry for brother Yi +110, indicating that I have called the police. Seeing this speechless comment, Zhao Jianfei covered his face and said that you guys like to do what you like. I came to see the cucumber, and I was ready to go back to sleep when Zhao Jianfei's happy trick was revealed. The girls in Zhao Jianfei's class now said that they fell in love as soon as they saw Li Yi, because Li Yi was really handsome. With the brisk music, Lei Ai's washing ended. What made the girls in Zhao Jianfei's class very confused was why Lei Ai covered his eyes with long bangs. Lei Ai left the room. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki were already waiting in the living room. Huang Xiaoming rushed Missy and prepared monkey mushroom biscuits for Lei Ai. To the surprise of all the students in the class, Zhang Akatsuki and Huang Xiaoming were both called Lei Ai Master. This surprised not only the girls in the class, but also the boys in the class. Because Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki, one is a big star and the other is a famous male model, and now they are called an unknown master. At this time, those students in the class who had not seen the Chinese restaurant expressed their incomprehension. After Lei Ai and the others finished breakfast, they rode their bicycles to the supermarket to buy ingredients. What left Zhao Jianfei speechless was that Lei Ai had just eaten so many monkey mushroom biscuits, and he didn't forget to take another bag of biscuits when he went out. I love eating cookies. At this time, the comments are swiping. Contract my big brother's stomach. Give you my sugar, brother Yi is so cute when he eats cookies, he misses the sun. Speaking of whether it is a male or a female upstairs. Lei Ai was riding a bicycle on the road, and the three of them were talking and laughing along the way, but after Lei Ai said there was rain for a while, and it only rained an hour later, it might be because of preconceived ideas that Zhao Jianfei scoffed at Lei Ai's words. You think you are a weatherman? Do you even know how long it will rain today? By the way, you haven't eaten biscuits in your last life. Half of the big bag of biscuits is left in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Jianfei didn't believe that Lei Ai had good swordsmanship, and naturally he didn't have a good first impression of him. Entering the supermarket to select ingredients, Zhao Jianfei thought that Lei Ai was dressing when Lei Ai was choosing meat. After all, the two pieces of meat with the same color and luster had to be 1 day apart. Zhao Jianfei couldn't judge from the other parts of the meat through the screen. Can be seen from the color. The meat that Brother Yi picked is really fresh, you can see the elasticity of the two pieces of meat. The female teacher Zhao Jianfei seemed to have seen the suspicious eyes of her classmates, and she immediately guided her. As a teacher, although she is a little crazy, she will not miss any opportunity to teach her students. When the students heard the teacher's words, they all looked at the two pieces of meat in Zhang Akatsuki's hand. At the same time, Zhang Akatsuki weighed the two pieces of meat on the screen of Zhao's. Although the color of the two pieces of meat looked fresh, one piece was more elastic and the other piece of Vivi was a bit stiff. Although it was only a little bit of Vivi, the students who were professional chefs immediately saw that the time for another piece of meat jelly seemed to be a little too long, and this piece of meat was the meat that Lei Ai rated as a little stale. At this time, some viewers in the comments are also skeptical. As a cooking novice, I said that I don't know how Yi Ji picks meat, it looks the same. Also don't understand +1. Will Brother Yi be pretending to be 13, in order to maintain his dignity as a master? As an old meat connoisseur, I can explain that the meat that Brother Yi picked is really fresh. You can see the elasticity of the meat. The old expert's explanation was exactly the same as what the students understood. Suddenly Zhao Jianfei glanced at Li Yi a little higher, indicating that Li Yi still had some common sense in his stomach, but he just glanced at him. Who wouldn't pick the meat? Will also. To be continued. Chapter 64 Another operation that suffocates the audience. Please subscribe 1/4. After the incident just now, when Lei Ai was picking shrimp, Zhao Jianfei paid special attention to the shrimp that Lei Ai picked. However, the shrimp that Li Yi picked was the same as what he had learned. Zhao Jianfei could tell that Li Yi picked good shrimp from the color and appearance. But Lei Ai picked the shrimp too fast. Zhao Jianfei felt that Lei Ai didn't even look at the shrimp, he just put the shrimp into the bag quickly. The students judged by the appearance that the shrimp was fresh, but they might not be so quick to pick shrimp. After all the ingredients were purchased, Lei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki rode their bicycles to the restaurant, chatting and laughing, and then Lei went on to eat the biscuits in the bag. When returning to the store, Zhao Wei suddenly said that there was a gift for Lei to make the audience curious. When Zhao Wei took out the hat and brought it to Lei himself with Dong Yu, all the girls in the comments went crazy. Wow, I can only say that this hat is beautiful. Give you my candy, I will finally be able to see my husband Yi's handsome face more often in the future, cool. From now on, Miss Weibo, Dong Yu lifetime fan. Yin Xin Luo Bei, brother Yi with the hat is so handsome. Lian Yi little buddy, I think it's so handsome +1. So handsome +10,086. Seeing that the teacher's screen name appeared in the comments again, Zhao Jianfei squinted at the teacher and glanced at 550, and immediately shouted inwardly, "Teacher, you are enough." The girls in the class exclaimed as soon as Lei put on his hat. Now many people have taken out their mobile phones and started searching for Lei. They said that they didn't even know who Lei was, and felt that they had lived on dogs during the summer vacation. In the Chinese restaurant waiting for people to steam rice, while cooking soup, Lei eats biscuits and guides Zhao Wei and others to cook, which makes the students of the new car party serious. Some of the small details of cooking taught by Lei know some, and some don't. Looking away, Zhao Jianfei asked the teacher about the past, and found that his teacher was typing in the comments at this time. My candy for you, wow, the scene where brother Yi guides cooking is so handsome, and the scene where he helps Zhou Dongyu modify Ziahuahua is so beautiful, so warm and warm. So warm +1. So warm +1. The whole process is staring at brother Yi and eating his face. When the teacher who finished commenting saw the students looking at her, the female teacher coughed awkwardly and shouted to the students. You can take a piece of paper and a pen for the cooking details guided by brother Yi. Write it down, and you can discuss it in private. Anyway, in the details I know, brother Yi is alright. I can take you to experiment another day. Just after the female teacher finished speaking, a somewhat long article in the comment appeared in the comment box, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. As a super chef, 3/4 of the cooking details that brother Yi said are correct, and the other 1/4 is taking notes and preparing to study privately, but with so many small details, brother Yi is indeed cooking should not be too short. I rub, Yi Ge guides a small detail, and it can blow up the super chef god 666. It turns out that the super chef really exists. I thought it was made up by the Chinese masters. Upstairs. I am convinced of your cognition. Brother Yi, I want to give you a monkey. After the cooking details instruction was over, the audience saw Lei eating biscuits and went out. However, the next second, there was a sudden wind blowing sand and rocks outside the restaurant. The audience was surprised when they saw that it was dark all over, and even the signboard was scraped away. The wind. Listen. I order. __. You are the wind, I am the sand. The above two are also enough. In the comments, when everyone was frantically brushing the weather, they suddenly saw Zhou Dongyu, who was chasing the signboard on the show, was blown away by the wind and exclaimed. The next second, Lei immediately put down his things and chased after him. Seeing that Zhou Dongyu, who was about to fall down the steps, was supported by Lei. Live. Immediately, the audience went crazy. The girls didn't want their husbands to be so handsome, and the boys said, "Sister flirting skill max. Coach, I want to learn to flirt with girls like this. Coach, I also want to learn TM. Give you my candy, as expected of my husband, he is handsome. Yin Xin Luo Bei, it's my husband. Lianyi little buddy. My husband. The woman who robbed me of my husband, let me use my sword. Love buddy. After saving Jo Dong-yu, Lei helped Jo Dong-yu pick up the bebje signboard and watched her wash her eyes. Everyone said it was so warm and Lei was so warm. At the same time, it was really raining heavily outside, and everyone immediately commented that Brother De was as expected. Zhao Jianfei couldn't help but look at Lei. He didn't expect that Lei really expected it to rain outside. At this time, he unknowingly realized that he was really attracted to the show. After washing her eyes, Jo Dong-yu said that Lei is like a mother, and at the same time, when she called Lei to Lei's mother, 233 were scribbled in the comments, expressing congratulations to Lei for winning another title. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lei for achieving the achievement Lei Mama. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lei for opening the honor of Lei Mama. When eating at noon in the Chinese restaurant, everyone seemed to gobble up the food and praised Lei for their great credit. Seeing that they didn't look fake, the students from the new car side felt that the details of Lei should be correct. After dinner, the rain just stopped, accompanied by the audience's comment that Brother Yi really expected things like God. Everyone saw Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki going to solicit customers. However, the two of them worked hard for half an hour and couldn't attract the guests, and Lei sat there and did nothing. Instead, he pulled 5 guests over by words. When he saw the comments here, 233 was instantly swept into one piece, indicating that Yi brother really is the strength. At that time, Lei said in English that he had to be confident in his own dishes, otherwise he might as well go back for a pedicure, which touched many students in Zhao Jianfei's class, and they became enlightened in an instant. Do everything with heart and mind, so that you can hold your head high and say to people, I have confidence in what I do. Finally, as a table of guests entered the restaurant in the show, the Chinese restaurant became lively. Not long after, a foreign woman with a ponytail appeared on the show, and she said that she wanted to eat the dishes that shined in front of her eyes. Immediately, all the students of the new car side sat up straight, including Zhao Jianfei, who began to watch more attentively, because he knew that after waiting so long, Lei was finally about to take action. In the show, the guests even ate Buddha jumping over the wall, which made Zhao Jianfei and others know that the guests really know how to eat. However, when Lei said that the 2 bulbs were definitely bright in the past, the students and commentators of the new car party laughed. Everyone shouted that Lei was funny enough. Next, when Lei announced that he was going out and took out the cucumber, Zhao Jianfei and the fat man at the table became serious, and they had to take a good look at how Lei pretended. However, in the next second, everyone saw Lei swinging a knife on the cucumber without even cutting it. The cucumber had already been cut into pieces, and the comments on the Chinese restaurant program disappeared in an instant. Even the entire class of the new car side opened their mouths in surprise, and Zhao Jianfei was stunned there. The comments were silent for 3 seconds, and Zhao Jianfei was also stunned for 3 seconds. After taking a long time to react, he immediately stood up and shouted, I rub it. This is too fake. Even if the show wants to exaggerate, it doesn't have to be like this. How can the knife be so fast? The cucumber has not been cut, and it will turn into slices by itself? Even in the comments. I don't believe. Absolutely fake. Exaggeration, old iron. The program team seemed to know the audience's disbelief, and then he played the scene of Lei cutting cucumbers again. To be continued. Chapter 65 I'm looking for loopholes in salted fish. Please subscribe 2/4. The footage of Lei cutting cucumbers is at -1x speed first. When everyone can see Lei cutting cucumbers, his hands obviously have the action of cutting cucumbers. However, his cutting speed is still very fast, and the audience can only see his hands on vivid tremor. After that, the program team cooperated and played a -2 times vegetable cutting scene. Now his vegetable cutting scene is obviously much more normal. The trajectory of his vegetable cutting can be completely seen, but it is because he can see Lei's vegetable cutting posture. Everyone thinks it's weird. I'll wipe it. The way he cuts vegetables is different from ours. He cuts vegetables with only his wrists moving, and his arms don't move like a fake one. The fat man beside Zhao Jianfei showed disbelief. There is no extra movement in chopping vegetables. It is inevitable that this method of chopping vegetables is efficient, but about his method of chopping vegetables, I hope that the students will not learn like Brother Yi. The teacher on the side suddenly spoke seriously to the students. The students were curious when they heard the teacher's words, and did not understand why the teacher said that. A teacher who admired Lei suddenly said such a thing. To be honest, Zhao Jianfei was also surprised. The female teacher looked at the screen and explained Lei. Brother Yi's method of cutting vegetables has the advantage of being fast, but this method of cutting vegetables is very dependent on the wrist, so if you don't practice your wrist well, it may hurt your wrist. Although the cutting method we usually teach is not as fast as it is the most scientific method. The way you cut vegetables, it works better. The teacher said this, and the students generally understood it. After all, cutting vegetables with the wrist is flexible, but because it is not easy to use force, it will hurt the wrist if it is not good. Only those with strong wrists dare to use it like this. It can be seen from just cutting vegetables that Lei is very strong. However, this way of cutting vegetables is really powerful. I didn't expect to cut cucumbers so quickly. With his knife skills, Brother Yi has been practicing for a long time. The female teacher suddenly became addicted to Lei while watching the show. The female teacher now looks at Lei in the camera and admires her more and more. Now she has begun to imagine that Lei was born in a culinary family since childhood. He was forced to chop vegetables quickly with his wrist every day. Relying on the wrist to cut vegetables, if there is no correct method, the wrist will be abolished. Even if there is a correct method, the wrist must be very painful every day. Now the female teacher has begun to fantasize that the little Lei huddles under the quilt and hugs the wrist crying every day. Little did she know that the Lei family that she admired had a system, and they only spent 600 salted fish points. So far, it took him less than a week to learn to cook, and the fantasy in the female teacher's mind was pure stupidity. On the other hand, Zhao Jianfei still had doubts about Lei after hearing the female teacher's words. Even according to the female teacher's theoretical proof, one person can really cut vegetables to such an extent. But Zhao Jianfei didn't think that Lei would have the ability to kill him. After all, Lei was so young, he just suspected that Lei's cutting vegetables were synthesized later. At this time, after the Chinese restaurant on the screen finished playing at -2x speed, the camera was pulled back a little bit, and it turned into the appearance of Zhao Wei and others surrounding Lei to watch him cut cucumbers. Surrounded by everyone, Lei quickly cut the cucumber again, this time at a normal speed, and Lei's movements when cutting vegetables were still unclear. However, according to the wind-blown clothing corners of Zhao Wei and others, plus the swaying leaves and other factors, the audience found that the video did not seem to be synthesized. For a while, the show's comments exploded. As a professional video editor, Yi Ji didn't do anything to cut cucumbers this time, and indeed he has this speed. Support the point of view upstairs. I edited the video for 8 years, I really did not find the place where the video was manipulated. 66,666, suffocating operation. Amazing my big Yi brother. How many years is this the speed of being single? Wow, my husband is awesome. Brother Yi is handsome. Indicates that I am kneeling as a super chef. As a Michelin 3-star chef, I also kneel down. This video of Lei was used for appraisal by many people, and it was finally concluded that Lei really had such a speed. Later, when Wang Tian met an acquaintance and asked for the original video, Wang Tian also generously let them watch that part, and everyone was shocked, saying that the video had not been manipulated at all. For a while, many people tried to imitate Lei's vegetable cutting method, but after the imitation, people realized that Lei's vegetable cutting method was not easy. Obviously, his vegetable cutting method could not be learned overnight. Flowers. To say that if Lei knew that he could cut any vegetables casually, then he swore that he would be an honest man and cut vegetables obediently. At that time, he cut vegetables in this way just to save trouble. He just had the feeling of cutting vegetables in his mind, and his body could bear this method. As a salted fish, he was too lazy to grind and chop vegetables, so he wanted to finish things early. Who knew that he would be so shocking? Teacher, just now you edited the vegetable cutting scene called Lei, right? Zhao Jianfei asked the teacher beside him at this moment. Yes, I edited the scene of Brother Yi cutting vegetables just now. He was so handsome cutting vegetables just now. The teacher looked at Lei in the show and became crazy again. And Zhao Jianfei was directly blocking what the teacher behind him said, only to see him say to the female teacher. Teacher, you asked us to stay tonight, didn't you just want us to watch the scene of Lei chopping vegetables? Now that you have recorded it, just keep repeating it, I want to watch it a few more times. But the Chinese restaurant isn't over yet. The female teacher hesitated when she saw the Chinese restaurant's fast-forward entry, and she wanted to finish the video. Anyway, the video is on the internet and you can watch it anytime. Zhao Jianfei can't wait to watch Lei chopping vegetables several times now. Even though there are many great gods on the internet saying that the video is not wrong, Zhao Jianfei doesn't believe in this evil. He believes that he can find the loophole after watching it several times. At this time, the boys in the whole class saw that Zhao Jianfei was looking for a loophole in Lei, and they couldn't wait to join. The girls in the class advocated watching the show, and finally Zhao Jianfei shouted that the girls who wanted to watch the show later could ask the teacher to watch it together in private. Anyway, there are not many programs left. When the girls saw that the boys were looking for Lei loopholes, they were also curious about whether they could find them. In the end, the girls agreed. Hey, if you're watching it in private, you can't keep up with the comments. I saw the female teacher muttered unhappily, and reluctantly took another look at Lei in the show. The female teacher complained and changed the program to the clip just edited. To be continued. Chapter 66, Telling the Origin of Salted Fish. Please subscribe 3/4. Tong Tong. Do you really believe that Brother Yi can cut vegetables so fast? Could it be a show? Today Koyuki came to Baitong's house again for a meal. To be honest, even Baitong and Koyuki exclaimed the scene where Lei was cutting vegetables super fast, and they didn't quite believe it. I do believe that Yi Ji has this ability. If it is a show, they may not be so exaggerated. Baitong said while looking at the Chinese restaurant. She had a feeling that Lei was disdainful to do such a show. At this time, the show was playing, and the ponytail woman marveled at Lei's cucumbers. Seeing that Zhao Wei had the cheek to ask for some cucumbers for the guests, the audience said they wanted to eat them too. The ponytail woman actually paid 300 baht after eating the cucumber, and the super chef said that the woman's meal was worth it. After all, in their hotel, boiled cabbage costs 80 to 90 soft sister coins, so the super chef thinks that Lei's cucumbers should be charged 500 to 600 baht for 093. Afterwards, the Chinese restaurant was busy into the middle of the night, sending off the last guest, Lei, teaching Little Apple to do homework, which made the audience feel warm. Yin Xin Luo Bei, if Brother Yi wants to have a child, he absolutely likes his daughter. Seeing Lei doting on Little Apple so much, Baitong commented with a smile. As a big otaku, I express my daughter's Saijao. The otakus are all dying. I feel that the otaku will never think of a very pure relationship with his sister and daughter. Incisive. The two upstairs are doing things, our big otaku is very pure to his sister and daughter, underscore. Want to give birth to a mother monkey for Brother Yi. Brother Yi tutoring little apple looks so warm. When the restaurant was about to close, Zhao Wei was used to swiping yum, and then she exclaimed, but she didn't expect Lei to be listed in a well-known food magazine. Thinking of the photo of Lei in the food magazine, the audience suddenly became curious. How did the foreign woman with the ponytail get the photo of Lei just now? You must know that the camera did not show the ponytail woman looking for Lei to take a photo just now. The next second, the camera suddenly played a scene where the ponytail woman was looking for Lei to take a photo. When the ponytail woman asked Lei to give a thumbs up, the audience immediately understood the photo of Lei holding a cucumber in the magazine, and immediately they brushed it into 233. One slice. 6666, that foreign woman PS Technology Max. 2333, that woman is so dirty, she replaced Yi Ji's thumb P with a cucumber. The photo of Brother Yi holding a cucumber with a smile is unexpectedly harmonious. Sorry. Forgive me for being dirty. Suffocating operation. Grandma refuses to accept it, so she accepts the woman. When a foreign woman called and asked Lei if she would like to publish her address, Lei refused without thinking about it. He said that he did not like being famous. However, when the audience heard that Lei did not want to be famous, they immediately felt that the sentence was particularly ironic. You must know that Lei is in a mess now. You tell me now that you don't want to be famous, so why do you want to participate in the Chinese restaurant audience? It is very incomprehensible. Yanzin Lubei, I believe what Brother Yi said is true, he really doesn't want to be famous. Lianyi little buddy, I also believe that what my husband said is true. Brother Yi is my. Why did Lei join the Chinese restaurant? When the audience did not understand Lei's idea, the scene of the show suddenly changed, and a fat woman appeared in the show. The female audience knew that she was Wang Tian, the director of the Chinese restaurant. Facing the camera now, Wang Tian seemed to know everyone's doubts. After a wry smile, she said to the audience in front of the camera. Everyone may be curious when watching our show now. Why does Lei participate in a Chinese restaurant when he doesn't want to be famous? In fact, I can answer you right away. Lei was tricked by me. When they heard Wang Tian's words, the audience said they were stunned and didn't know what the hell was cheating Lei into the show. In the next second, Wang Tian explained to the audience that due to staff mistakes, they accidentally released the first shot of Lei. In the end, no one in the program team thought that everyone would like Lei. After Wang Tian sincerely thanked the audience for liking Lei, he said that he also likes Lei's character very much, that Lei is easy to satisfy, that Lei is very optimistic, that Lei is very cultivated and humorous. Actually, I went to invite Lei that night, hoping that he could come to the Chinese restaurant, but that boy Lei didn't agree that he wanted to be a salted fish. Wang Tian felt that he was angry again when he said this. While Wang Tian was talking, the program began to broadcast the scene of Wang Tian looking for Lei on the first day, and Lei was eating snacks at the time, saying that he didn't want to be famous, he just wanted to be a salted fish. In the camera lens, Lei's lazy appearance and the appearance of eating snacks in his mouth made the female audience exclaim that he is so cute. 2333, this salted fish looks like no one except Yi Ji. I like Yi Ji's unpretentious look, very real temperament. Yin Xin Luo Bei, I like his true temperament +1. Lianyi little buddy, I like his true temperament +520. Pause learning expression. Pause learning posture. Everyone in the audience must also know that the entire second phase of the Chinese restaurant actually only appears at the end of the entire first phase. Wang Tian said to the camera again. Hearing this, Bei Tong nodded in approval. At that time, when she saw the second phase of the Chinese restaurant, it was not too painful. She was about to cry when Lei came out that day. People who did not pull in the first phase of the Chinese restaurant said that the second phase of the Chinese restaurant was really painful to watch. Brother Yi not only appeared late, but a certain Wang was scolding in various ways. Looking at the expression in the second issue, I really missed Brother Yi at that time. Actually, he promised me that he would not appear near the Chinese restaurant in the future, so as not to affect the video shooting. In fact, he took Xiao Apple to play that day. Dare to play guitar by the sea. Speaking of which, Wang Tian's eyes were full of emotion, and the audience also exclaimed. They didn't expect such a thing to happen to Lei. I think all this is fate. If Reba's mother didn't drop her clothes, maybe none of us would have heard of Lei as the brightest star in the night sky. He is not a person who likes to show off, he only likes to be in front of close people. Performance. Hearing this, Koyuki next to Beitong was glad for a while, glad that Reba's mother dropped her clothes, otherwise she would not know what to do without the brightest star in the night sky. I only saw the Chinese restaurant because of the brightest star in the night sky. Because of the brightest star in the night sky +1. EPUB +2. Same as above +10,086. The song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, is what keeps me alive. Because the filming of the show was messy afterwards, it can be said that I, the director, also gave up a bit. So instead of that, I still wanted to invite Lei to participate in the Chinese restaurant. At that time, I told Lei that our bad show would not be popular in 2.4. Even if you joined the Chinese restaurant, you would not be UI. Hearing this, the audience frantically brushed 233. I really thought so at that time. I felt that the Chinese restaurant was useless, so I wanted to invite Lei to join the Chinese restaurant. After all, everyone likes Lei, but I didn't expect more and more now. People like Lei, but I dare not tell him about this. After finishing speaking, Wang Tian's expression was stunned, and her expression immediately made the audience laugh. Now everyone thinks that Lei still doesn't know that he is UI, and everyone has a dumbfounded expression. 23,333, it is estimated that Brother Yi should know that he is already UI, and he will run wild with rage. How to develop salted fish passers-by. I will like Yi Ge no matter what. Said Yi Ge's song gave me a lot of motivation. Brother Yi, thank you. To be continued. Chapter 67, Road to Fan, for subscription 4/4. Wang Tian's eloquent remarks made the audience have a better impression of Lei. The audience all think that fate is really a wonderful thing, thank the Chinese restaurant for tricking Yi brother to come in, and thank Lei for appearing. And if Lei wanted to know about this, he would probably shout angrily, how can there be fate? Routines, all of these are naked. Naked routines, all the system is playing tricks. After Wang Tian finished Lei's story, the Chinese restaurant show ended, and the comments were still rolling. Thanks to Brother Yi for appearing. This time the Chinese restaurant show is over, with Brother Yi's character, he shouldn't be showing his face easily. Indicates reluctance to Brother Yi. Cherish Brother Yi, and finally the number of days he will spend with us has entered the countdown. Yanzin Lubei. Thanks to Brother Yi for appearing, and thanks to Brother Yi for accompanying him during the summer vacation. Brother Yi, I will always remember you, remember your singing. Yin Xin Luo Bei, always remember +1. Always remember 14 + 2. Always remember Yi Ge +10,086. In everyone's reluctant and thankful comments, time passed quietly. Diliba has been watching everyone's comments in front of the computer. To be honest, watching everyone's comments on Fat D is also very moved. She hopes that Lei can bring laughter to everyone, but she respects Lei's decision more. She supports Lei no matter what she does, but she is also reluctant to bear these lovely fans. I believe my boyfriend is the best. He will shine no matter what he does. Suddenly Reba murmured, now her task is to help Lei manage her fans well. When it was about 12 o'clock in China time, Zhao Jianfei and the fat man at the same table came out of the teaching building. They did not find any loopholes in Lei after researching for a long time, but now the expressions of the two of them were faintly excited. I'm really kneeling for Brother Yi this time. I didn't expect him to have such a good swordsmanship. Zhao Jianfei said to Zhao Jianfei, the fat man at the same table. The whole class searched for so long and couldn't find a video synthesis loophole, which only shows that Lei really has this ability. After that, Zhao Jianfei and the others pulled the teacher, and then went on to read The Unfinished Chinese Restaurant. Now Zhao Jianfei found that he seemed to like Lei a little bit. Regardless of Lei's true temperament or his sincere character, he is clearly capable but not arrogant at all, especially Lei's superb swordsmanship, which makes Zhao Jianfei super excited. He really wants to take Lei as his teacher at this moment. Hey Jianfei, didn't you say that your sister is also in the entertainment industry? Can you let your sister get in touch with Brother Yi, and ask for Zhang's autograph by the way? Jianfei's table mate, the fat man, wanted to talk to Zhang Jianfei at this time, saying to be honest, he also likes Lei a little bit. Hearing Fatty's words, Zhang Jianfei shook his head regretfully, my sister is just a little long-haired, and I haven't taken over a few roles in Hongdian, how could I contact Brother Yi? If my sister is a big name and can contact Brother Yi, I will come here to learn how to cook. That's true. Hearing Zhang Jianfei's words, the fat man sighed and nodded. Afterwards, Zhang Jianfei said that he wanted to call his family and let the fat man go back to the dormitory first. When Zhang Jianfei came to the unoccupied corner, he sighed and shook his head. Hey. I'm sorry, Fatty, it's not because my buddy didn't help you, it's because I want to sign too, and I don't want to make it difficult for my sister to do it. The big deal is that my sister will help me to come over to Brother Yi to sign for you. Eyes. In fact, Zhao Jianfei is right, her sister is indeed a young actor in Hongdian, but that was also 2 years ago. Now her sister is not what she used to be, but even though her sister Yui is gone, Zhao Jianfei doesn't like trouble too much. His sister, because he didn't want to make it difficult for her. All the way from Longtao to today, Zhao Jianfei knew that his sister had suffered a lot. At this time, Zhao Jianfei took out his mobile phone and immediately dialed the number of his sister in the address book. I saw the phone dialed and beeped twice, and suddenly a nice female voice came. My good brother, why haven't you slept so late? Ah sister, you haven't slept yet, sorry to bother you so late. Zhao Jianfei said with a smile. It's alright, sister doesn't like to go to bed early. By the way, how are you studying at the new car side? Are you tired? Are you short of money? If you are short of money, sister will call you. No need for sister, I'm not short of money, I have a lot of money, everyone here is very kind to me. Jianfei was very respectful when he heard her sister's words, because she was her own sister on the phone, thinking that her sister had been silently supporting this home, Jianfei's heart warmed. There was a sigh of relief when he heard that Zhao Jianfei was doing well, and saw his sister on the phone saying again, if you don't want to study at school, come back, and your sister's money can still give you a wife and build a house for you. Don't wrong yourself either. Sister, don't worry, I have a good life. Besides, I'm a man, so I can't always rely on you to support me. I have to stand up for myself. Zhao Jianfei and his sister were chatting for a while at the moment, but it was getting late. Jianfei was afraid of disturbing his sister's rest, and immediately said, Sister. Do you know Lei or not? Is he the man who is very popular recently? Ah, you said Brother Yi. I also watched the Chinese restaurant. Now he is my idol. I like his songs and piano songs very much. Hearing that his sister also likes Lei very much, Zhao Jianfei laughed immediately, and immediately said to his sister, "Sister, I'm calling you this time to say, if you are lucky enough to get in touch with Brother Yi, please help me get an autograph for 127. I also like him." "Okay, no problem, teach this matter to my elder sister, she has done it well for you. I should be able to get in touch with Brother Yi soon. If I can, I will ask for it for you. Even if I can't see Brother Yi, I will talk to you. Jo Dongyu is a good friend, she will help me ask for it." "Ah, Jo Dongyu is your good friend. It's really great, sister." Zhao Jianfei was excited when he saw that his sister could become good friends with Jo Dongyu, and now he felt that his signature was secure. After Zhao Jianfei asked his sister to go to bed earlier, he hung up the phone excitedly, thinking that his sister could contact Brother Yi. Zhao Jianfei felt proud. Suddenly Zhao Jianfei thought, it would be perfect if Brother Yi could be my brother-in-law, and my sister is also the oldest. Li Yi and sister Zhao Jianfei didn't know at this time, Zhao Jianfei's evil thoughts. At this moment, Li Yi, who is Zhao Jianfei's idol, is sitting on the chuang and yawning again and again. He doesn't know that tonight is an uneasy night in Huaxia, he only knows that he really wants to sleep now. However, Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia are now staying in his room, leaving Lei speechless in the middle of the night. To be continued. Chapter 68. Want to eat yellow stewed chicken rice? Please subscribe 1/4. Brother Yi, how about we sell steamed buns tomorrow? I see that it is very convenient for people to sell steamed buns, just steam the buns, and then we can give them what the guests eat. Jin Menjia sat on the Lei Chuang, took a small book and asked Li Yi. Hey, it feels good to sell buns. Jo Dongyu smiled and nodded when she heard Menjia's suggestion. Now the reason why Jin Menjia and Jo Dongyu don't sleep is because they came to Lei to discuss what to sell tomorrow. It is estimated that they slept too much during the day, and now they climbed up on Lei Chuang. Each of them was more energetic than each other, and Lei now sits on the chuang with a fairy-like expression. Even so, Lei still listened to their proposals carefully. At this moment, after hearing Beizai's proposal, Lei slowly shook his head twice and said, "No way. It's really easy to sell buns, but making buns takes a lot of time. If we want to earn 20,000 baht from selling buns, the two of you estimate that each of you will have to make more than 200 buns, and add fillings. Do you think it can be done in one morning?" Hearing Li Yi's words, the two women hesitated. Thinking that each of them would pack 200 buns, the two suddenly felt overwhelmed by the buns. After all, the two of them haven't cooked much, and it's really stressful to cook 200 buns. The program team requested that the dishes must be prepared by Menjia and Dongyu. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki came after 12 o'clock. They were all helping to serve the dishes, so they could not have too many tasks. As a conductor, Li Yi needs to think carefully about what kind of food is easy to make tomorrow and can be sold at a good price. By the way, Mama Li, we might as well follow the previous set meal format, but this time we cook the dishes ahead of time. Jo Dongyu searched his phone again and said. Hearing Jo Dongyu's suggestion, Li Yi shook his head again. Jo Dongyu's method was obviously fast food. Roughly, it is to fry several dishes in advance, and then when the guests come, they can eat what they want to eat immediately after they are prepared. For the kind of fast food you mentioned, we need to prepare at least 7 kinds of dishes, otherwise if there are too few kinds of dishes, we can't attract customers. Hearing Li Yi's words, the two of them became surprised. At this time, Li Yi looked at the two and said, "And the time to prepare fast food can't be too early, otherwise the taste and freshness will be lost, and if it is prepared too late, guests will be in a hurry. So you'd better complete the 7 kinds of fast food quickly and uniformly within an hour, and at the same time ensure a large amount of food. It's too stressful for you girls." In general, Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia are new cooks. They can't even cook small pot rice well, so how can they talk about big pot rice? Every kind of fast food can be fried in a large amount at one time. Tired the two of them. The two had just recovered from a serious illness, and Lee didn't want them to be too tired. Then what are we going to do tomorrow? Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia were a little anxious when they heard Lee's words. After all, it was almost 12 o'clock, so it would be silly not to discuss what dishes to make tomorrow. Actually, when I was talking about fast food in Dongyu just now, I suddenly thought of a dish. That dish is delicious, and it is not difficult to make, and if we can make a big pot of that kind of dish in advance, that kind of dish will, the longer it cooks, the better it tastes. What kind of food? Hearing Lee's words, the two women looked at each other curiously. Seeing the curious appearance of the two women, Lee laughed twice, and then he said, a very tasty dish, braised chicken and rice. Yellow stewed chicken and rice. The two women exclaimed when they heard these 5 words, and then Dongyu asked Lee in surprise, Mama Lee, shall we make this dish tomorrow? If you can make a certain dish quite delicious, in fact, one dish is enough. When they heard Lee's words, the two women seemed to understand, but then they asked Lee what they needed to prepare tonight. Just have a good night's sleep tonight, that's the most important thing. Lee slipped into the bed instantly after speaking, and the two girls were speechless when they looked at Lee, who couldn't wait to sleep, and then the two walked out of Lee's room blankly. You have to ask why Lee didn't have any thoughts about the two girls in the middle of the night. It's a joke. Now he has 5 to 6 big cameramen standing beside him. You still want to do a live broadcast? In fact, Lee, who got into the bed, was not in a hurry to sleep. He was now sending a message to Reba with his mobile phone to explain what happened just now. After a while, a message sounded from the phone, and when I opened the message, I saw that it was a photo from Reba. In the photo, Reba was wearing a UI costume with UI color on her forehead. Reba in the photo is very cold and beautiful, she looks like a frost beauty, her arrogant beauty will make any man excited when he sees it, and a faint desire to conquer makes people feel spontaneously. After Reba sent her glamorous photo to Lee, a voice immediately followed, and in the voice Reba said almost coquettishly, "Are you satisfied with this photo?" Satisfied and satisfied, mother, dissatisfaction is not a person. Seeing this photo sent by Reba, Lee's breath is faint. See you, different from the photo of Reba's pink costume, Reba in the previous photo is a little naughty, a little cute, a little hook. People, and this one is, it's so icy cold it's hard to stop. Ha ha ha. After a while, there was a burst of pleasant laughter from 2.7 Lee's bed. Fortunately, there was no one in his room at the moment. If there was anyone, everyone would be scared. Cos race high. Looking at Reba's photo of UI's clothes, Lee now wants to hurry back to China. Lee decided to wait for him to go back, and he must let Reba lend out this UI colored costume, so that he can play whatever tune he wants at that time. For the first time, Lee realized what it means to break the dimensional wall. Hey, it's great to have Reba as a girlfriend. To be continued. Chapter 69. 100 years of cultivation can cross the boat, and 10 years of cultivation can make foot contact. Please subscribe 2/4. The next day, Lee was woken up early in the morning. After waking up, Lee saw Jin Menjia standing on her head wearing pajamas, brushing Kiba, and saying to Lee, "Brother Yi, wake up. Breakfast. Dongyu is almost ready." He was used to turning on his mobile phone to check the time, and immediately Lee said speechlessly, "It's only 8 o'clock. The gate of opening is only at 9 o'clock in the supermarket." At this moment, Lee's slack face seems to have the big word lazy written on it. We finished Kiba, had breakfast, and rushed to the supermarket. It was almost exactly 9 o'clock. Hey. The calculations are so good, it's rare to see the two of you so serious. Seeing Jin Menjia's comprehensive calculation, Lee stretched and yawned, then got up from the chuang. Although Lee really wanted to sleep more, there was no way for the two relatives to need him. Today we are the top pillar of the store, Jinchuriki/column. We need to make all foreign customers like Chinese food. Jia said, standing next to Lei while brushing Kiba. Yeah, ambitious. Hearing Jia's words, Lei ran to the bathroom and brushed Kiba. Who knew that what made Lei speechless was that after Jin Menjia woke up Lei at 14, she brushed Kiba and didn't leave. Forget it, watching and laughing makes Lei speechless. You look at my heart like this, why? I have flowers on my face? Said Lei, who was brushing Kiba, and looked at himself in the mirror, and found that his face was clean and nothing. Nothing. Brother Yi. Why are you so handsome? I don't see you wearing makeup every day. I found that your skin is better than mine. Do you have any maintenance tips? What maintenance tips can I have? Lei, who was brushing Kiba, said with a somewhat unclear speech. He spat out the Kiba cream in one mouthful. Lei rinsed his mouth and washed his face indiscriminately. Lei was ready to meet Menjia went for breakfast. Hey brother Yi, the hat from Miss Wei. Seeing that Lei wanted to leave the room without a hat, Menjia quickly chased out with her hat. Lei's face is a star in the night sky, how can it be covered by long bangs, and look at his face every day. Eyes are also good. Look. Mom Lei, I'm ready for breakfast. Is it rich? Lei shouted in the living room with a smile, Zhou Dongyu, as soon as he left the room. I saw that she was pointing at the monkey mushroom missy and monkey mushroom biscuits on the table, with an expression of complimenting me on her face. Well done, the breakfast is very rich. Seeing that the table was still the usual biscuits and missy, Lei looked at the cameraman Lao Hu with a dumbfounded expression, and then he exaggerated Zhou Dongyu. After Menjia, Dongyu, and Lei had breakfast, the two women ran upstairs to change clothes. It wasn't until the past half an hour that the two women changed their clothes and went downstairs. Lei, who had been waiting for a long time, kept shouting in his heart. I finally knew why they got up so early. After leaving the yard, 3 little yellow bicycles were parked in front of the door. When he saw the little yellow bicycle, Lei smiled bitterly when he remembered what happened yesterday. I saw him ask Lao Hu weakly, is the bicycle repaired? Hearing Lei's words, Lao Hu nodded silently. There won't be quality problems. Lei asked Lao Hu again. Looking at Lei's slightly frightened appearance, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia laughed, while Lao Hu looked at Lei and teased, it depends on someone's character today. Today's character is absolutely outstanding. Lei gave himself a thumbs up, and seeing Lei's naughty appearance, the surrounding cameraman laughed. The moment he got on the bicycle, Lei still secretly checked today's drifting, but after watching it, Lei was even more speechless. Go with the flow, the host's fortune today. What do you like to do? It's so troublesome as a system, I also want to be a salted fish, today the host will just resign. The specialty of salted fish is to follow the current and adapt accordingly. System, TM is teasing me. Seeing today's drifting, Lei's heart collapsed. Usually, he called his Tenten to be a salted fish. Today, it's better that the system took the initiative to strike and run to be a salted fish. Seeing today's drifting and telling the truth, Lei is even more uneasy. The unknown fate is the most terrifying. In the past, the system could remind you of certain things that will happen that day. Today is better. Not ready. On the way to the supermarket, Lei was in a very anxious mood. On the way, he was paying attention to whether there was any problem with the car and whether there were pushpins in front of him. Lei's cute and new appearance made Menjia Dongyu and the cameraman laugh for a while. When he came to the door of the supermarket and saw that everything was going well all the way, Lei was obviously relieved, because he knew that today might not be so unlucky, and everything was done by himself. Okay, let's go buy the ingredients for the yellow braised chicken and rice. Let's buy chicken legs first. He entered the supermarket and found a small cart. Lei's state immediately adjusted to a happy smile, pushing the small cart, and saw him happy go to the raw meat section. Seeing that Lei's state had been adjusted so quickly, Menjia and Dongyu looked at each other and smiled, then quickly followed Lei's pace. Today's chicken drumsticks are very fresh, which made Lei super satisfied. Immediately, he took a big bag and counted 60 to 70 chicken drumsticks in it. Seeing so many drumsticks made Menjia Dong shout out. It turned out that there were so many to be made today. Drumstick. Mom, I'll push the car. You are the commander-in-chief today, and leave those chores to the little one. Seeing that there was a large bag of chicken legs in the car, Ma Jo Dongyu said attentively when he thought that the car would become heavier. Yo, are you sure? Little 497 ribs. Seeing Jo Dongyu taking over his car, Lei teased her. Jo Dongyu grabbed the car with one hand and clapped his belly with the other, saying confidently that there would be no problem. Before the words were finished, the car in Jo Dongyu's hand slipped to the side. Luckily Duan pressed on Lei's foot, and Lei's foot hurt and then cried out in pain. I was wrong, Mama Lei. Seeing that his car had an accident before he finished speaking, Jo Dongyu immediately apologized to Lei in embarrassment. It's okay, it's been repaired for 100 years with Chuandu, and it's been repaired for 10 years. I guess this car is destined for me. Seeing Jo Dongyu's embarrassed look, Lei said humorously. Brother Yi found the mushrooms. Menjia was concentrating on looking for shiitake mushrooms, but didn't notice the situation here. When she suddenly found shiitake mushrooms, she quickly walked towards shiitake mushrooms. After walking to Dongyu's side, her clothes suddenly scratched on the stroller, and the stroller was taken with her. Jump forward again. Duan Lei's foot was severely injured again, and suddenly there was a wry smile on Lei's face, while Jo Dongyu was dumbfounded. Mama Lei, you seem to have a 20-year relationship with this cart. To be continued. Chapter 70 Stewed Yellow Chicken. Please subscribe 3/4. It's probably because I broke so many cars yesterday, so it's looking for a place for my brother. Lei rubbed his feet, looked at the cart, and smiled. Immediately afterwards, he and Menjia walked towards shiitake, while Jo Dongyu smiled and hurried away from Lei while pushing the cart, and said, Mom Lei, I'll push the cart away from you. As soon as he finished speaking, the rash Dongyu didn't pay attention to the shelf next to him, and the Duan cart hit the shelf again. Coincidentally, a few packs of sanitary napkins on Lei's head looked like they wanted to fall off. Affected by the vibration of the shelf, a few packs of sanitary napkins smashed on Lei's head, making Lei's whole face stunned. Confused. At this moment, Lei's expression was very funny. Not only Mengjia and Dongyu laughed, but even several cameramen almost laughed out loud. It's over, it's over, it's over. I feel like my bad luck today is not over yet. Picking up a few packs of sanitary napkins on the ground, Lei said without tears as he put them back on the shelf. It's okay, brother Yi. You still have us. Menjia said to Lei with a smile. I hope so. Lei laughed when he heard Menjia's words, but Lei found that his misfortune did not diminish at all when purchasing ingredients. Either he was stepped on by Menjia, or he was hit on the foot by the chan oil because Dongyu didn't hold the chan oil well. Dongyu choked on pollen when he bought decorative flowers, and accidentally hit Lei on the spot when he sneezed. When Menjia was walking in front, her clothes accidentally knocked down a bottle of chili, chan, and the broken chili chan splashed out, soiling Lei's shoes and pants at the back, and several people also lost money. When Lei was walking in front of the cart, Mengjia Dongyu stepped on Lei's heels in turn, and her shoes were stepped off several times. Hey, just now Dongyu and Menjia were demonstrating what a teammate's accidental injury is, just wanted to tell everyone not to imitate in life. Liu raised his pants that were almost cheesed off while looking at Lao Hu speaking humorously. Everyone laughed when they heard what Liu said, and all the embarrassment between Dongyu and Mengjia was resolved for a while. After purchasing the ingredients, Dongyu and Mengjia are still looking at each other shyly. Thinking of what happened just now, they both feel that they should be the legendary pig-like teammates. Back in the restaurant, Liu didn't mention what happened just now. He immediately directed Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia to handle the ingredients. The two sisters are surprisingly well behaved and serious at the moment. Peeling garlic, washing chinjao, washing vegetables, washing chicken legs, cutting chicken legs, marinating chicken legs, and processing all kinds of ingredients are all beautifully completed. After the ingredients were processed, Liu slowly instructed the two women, one to cook the thick soup, and the other to stir-fry the chicken thighs. Dongyu, as long as all the chicken legs are stir-fried until the color is chan, and the onion, ginger, and garlic flavors are added, you can add the soup cooked by Menjia. Remember not to add salt, and do not add small green vegetables. Hearing Liu's command, Dongyu laughed while frying the chicken thighs and said, "Don't worry, Mama Li." After the chicken legs were stir-fried and the whole meat was coated with a layer of tempting chan fragrance, Zhou Dongyu added the boiled thick soup little by little, and then adjusted the pot to a low fire and simmered slowly. Well, this fire is just right. It's enough to cook for 45 minutes. Then try to see if the meat is tender enough. If the meat is very tender, you can turn off the fire. Zhou Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Liu said it was alright, and then she felt a sense of accomplishment when she saw a large pot of stewed chicken legs in front of her, but she was worried about whether the yellow braised chicken she made would not be good. Tasty. The braised chicken that Liu made this time was different from the ones usually sold in the market. There are some yellow braised chickens in the market that customers want to make a serving. In some stores, the chicken is pre-cooked in a pressure cooker. After that, if the customer orders chicken, it is okay to directly add seasonings such as soup and vegetables. And some braised chicken is not made with drumsticks at all, but whole chickens. Anyway, there are all kinds of braised chicken on the market. Some braised chicken is characterized by tender and smooth chicken, while some braised chicken is chewy. This time, Lei used his own method to cook chicken drumsticks. Lei would be more comfortable to eat chicken drumsticks. At the same time, he chose to cook the yellow braised chicken tender and smooth. This juicy taste, Lei wondered whether foreigners would like it. "Brother Yi, I have already steamed the rice just now in the way you taught me," Menjia said with a smile while looking at the cauldron that was steaming rice beside her. "Well, we can have dinner in 45 minutes, let's try our own braised chicken." Seeing that everything was resolved, Liu walked out of the kitchen with a smile on Mengjia Dongyu. It's 10:50 at this time, and at 11:35 when the yellow braised chicken is cooked, the guests are just at the door. "Brother Yi, how do we write our signboard?" Zhou Dongyu wiped off all the dishes on the small blackboard and asked Liu curiously. "Just write today's dishes: yellow, braised chicken, rice, rice." "Then how do you write it in English?" "Yellow, yellow. Color, chicken?" "Chicken," Zhou Dongyu asked Liu with a smile. The English she said was yellow. This translation is not good. If foreign guests see yellow chicken written by you and think that we are selling chickens, you should just add a braised, stewed, to the front. Hearing Liu's suggestion, Jin Menjia, who was drinking water, suddenly laughed, almost coughing out the water in her mouth. "Boiled yellow chicken." The three of them made a joke, and later set the braised chicken, Liao Qianzhao, as braised chicken in English, which means braised chicken, and foreigners who understand it also know that this is braised chicken. The three of them became very relaxed afterwards. They looked at the sea next to each other and drank the lemonade made from the lemons that Zhao Wei had soaked before. This moment was particularly enjoyable. 45 minutes in the past 38 minutes, the three of them said they were going to eat, but they didn't expect their first guest to come. I saw Natasha walking over from the hotel next door. When she saw the three of them at the door, she smiled and said, "I can smell the fragrance from your restaurant from the next door. What kind of Chinese food did you cook today?" "Huaxia's braised chicken, would you like to try it?" Looking at Natasha Lei sitting on the stool, she smiled at her. "Of course, I like Chinese food very much now." To be continued. Chapter 71 reposted yesterday. Please subscribe for fourths. Of course, I like Chinese food very much now. Hey. Today's dishes will definitely not disappoint my sister. Hearing Natasha's words, Lei stood up with a smile, and then entered the kitchen with Zhou Dongyu and Menjia. Wow! Our first guest is here. To be honest, this is the first time I have cooked for others. My parents have never eaten my cooking. Zhou Dongyu said nervously when he entered the kitchen arrive. I'm afraid that I'm here. Today's braised chicken is definitely in line with the guest's wishes. Lei smiled and comforted Zhou Dongyu, quick, try the chicken stew first. Mengjia and Dongyu nodded when they heard Lei's words, and then they both filled a little chicken and tasted a piece each. Suddenly the expressions of the two of them changed, and immediately they panicked and said to Lei, "Mother Lei, the chicken has no taste at all, we seem to have failed." Yejin Menjia nodded anxiously when she heard Zhou Dongyu's words. Seeing the anxious look of the two, Lei turned over Byakugan speechlessly, and suddenly he showed what kind of expression you were making. You forgot. I didn't let you put salt in the chicken. I'm letting you first try to see if the meat is cooked. Hearing Lei's words, Yui immediately became embarrassed. Seeing the embarrassment of the two women again today, the surrounding cameramen laughed. In fact, the two made a lot of oolongs today, but Lei didn't blame them at all. After all, the two have no cooking experience, and they have done a good job today. Later, according to Lei's command, the two of them 543 stewed some small green vegetables with chicken soup. Just when they asked Natasha about the taste, she said that she wanted spicy food, so Lei asked them to put some chili peppers. Lei only let the two put some salt. Most dishes need to add salt at the end, because salt cooking for a long time will not only affect the taste of the soup, but also make the meat easy to age. Lei smiled and explained briefly to the two women, then took out 2 pieces of yellow braised chicken and let the two women try the dishes. When the two women took a bite of the braised chicken, their eyes widened immediately. The chan sauce wrapped in the braised chicken was so fragrant, and the chicken was cooked so tender and smooth, the flesh separated immediately after a little bit of a bite, and it was slightly spicy. A little bit of braised chicken made the two girls move their index fingers. My God! Is this what we cooked? It's comparable to a 5-star restaurant. Zhou Dongyu looked at Menjia in disbelief and said, and Menjia nodded excitedly after eating the braised chicken. Seeing how excited the two of them looked, Lei smiled and brought the chicken to Natsa, and at the same time gave Natsa a bowl of twice-oiled rice. Twice-oiled rice is rice that is steamed with a special method. This rice is not as sticky as regular rice, and it tastes loose and fragrant. When Natsa finally ate Lei's braised chicken rice, she instantly fell in love with the taste. The tender and slightly spicy chicken made people more appetizing. Natsa, who was eating a little fast, almost choked there. Seeing this, Lei quickly made a glass of Zhao Wei's lemonade for her. Seeing Natsa eating so sweetly, Lei, Jin Menjia, and Zhou Dongyu all laughed with satisfaction. However, without waiting for the three of them to be a little mentally prepared, when 3 foreign guests walked to the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, they immediately smelled the aroma of chicken rice and walked into the store curiously. Jo Dongyu quickly explained to the three that it was the smell of their stewed chicken. Hearing that, the three of them were excited and said they wanted a portion, without even asking for the price. By the way, Brother Yi, the price of our yellow braised chicken rice is still undecided. Jin Menjia, who was beside him, asked Li Yi. Li Yi thought about it for a while. According to the previous price of 450 baht for the garlic pork ribs set. Just 500 baht. For 500 baht, bring a glass of Waja's special lemonade. Li Yi decided with a smile. Seeing that Lei had set the price, Jo Dongyu went to ask the guests again, and said that a 500 baht of yellow braised chicken with lemonade, I don't know if I can accept it. To be honest, the price is indeed a little expensive. After all, 500 baht can be eaten with seafood rice. It feels expensive to eat chicken rice with it. Even a glass of lemonade feels expensive. Seeing that the three foreigners were slightly hesitant, Li Yi smiled and said to the three in English, I hereby promise that our stewed chicken will definitely satisfy you. If you are not satisfied, we will be free. Seeing Lei's guarantee, the three foreigners immediately smiled and nodded, and then Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia entered the kitchen with a smile, one serving rice and the other cooking yellow stewed chicken. Since the yellow braised chicken has already been cooked, Jo Dongyu actually only needs to add some green vegetables and seasoning, and it is very convenient. After the yellow stewed chicken rice was served, the three foreigners ate a bite of chicken and immediately gave thumbs up. Seeing the satisfaction of the three foreigners, Menjia and Dongyu both laughed. Obviously, the foreigners don't think chicken rice is anymore. The price is expensive, and Dongyu and Menjia also gained a sense of accomplishment. Inspired by the taste of chicken, many foreigners followed, and the time just arrived at 12 o'clock, and the Chinese restaurant was full. Originally chose yellow braised chicken as the menu. Lei just wanted Jo Dongyu and Jin Menjia not to be tired, but now there are more and more customers and the two of them can't even eat. Lei suddenly realized that he was wrong. Brother Yi, no one washes the dishes now. Menjia, who was cooking yellow braised chicken, habitually looked at the pool and found that there were already a lot of bowls piled up in the pool. If things went on like this, it was probably a copy of yesterday. In fact, Lei is not in a hurry when no one washes the dishes. The most urgent thing for Lei is that Menjia Dongyu hasn't eaten now. The two of them just got sick from gastroenteritis yesterday. How could Lei let them both go hungry? Seeing that there were more and more guests outside, and there were not enough tables, so many guests chose to line up, Li Yi scratched his head and walked out of the kitchen immediately. Clap. Clap. Li Yi clapped his hands at the lively restaurant, and all the diners in the restaurant were immediately attracted by the sound of Li Yi's clapping. Seeing that all the diners looked to him, Li Yi is now fighting to keep Dongyu and Menjia from starving so they are not so tired. Hello everyone who came to taste the food, I am Lei, the temporary manager of the restaurant. Hearing Lei outside introducing himself in fluent English, Menjia and Dongyu in the kitchen were curious and didn't understand what Lei was doing. What is Le Mama doing? Dongyu became curious while cooking the yellow braised chicken. Menjia shook her head to indicate that she didn't know either. Even the cameraman of the restaurant was puzzled, wondering what kind of trouble Lei was going to make. However, what Li Yi said in the next second instantly stunned everyone. What I'm going to say next may make you think I'm crazy as a jerk, or you may immediately think that you've never seen such a bad restaurant, but I'm going to say it now. Dear guests, from now on, our restaurant staff will no longer wash dishes for you, no longer cook food for you, and no longer serve dishes for you, but as guests, are you willing to change positions with us? Hearing Li Yi said this, everyone really thought this guy was crazy. The foreign diners in the store exclaimed one by one. Even the cameraman and Dongyu Menjia were stunned. The next second, Lee showed a smile bathing in the spring breeze, only to hear him say, "I love my employees, they got gastroenteritis yesterday because of me, the jerk store manager, so I want them to experience the godlike treatment of customers now. And for your labor, I think I can give a good deal special reward." Hearing that Lee said this, the diners in the whole restaurant were very interested, and immediately they looked forward to the special reward that Lee said. To be continued. Chapter 72 Lazy People Have a Solution for Lazy People. Please subscribe 1/4. Just here, let's sit down and talk about compensation, okay? Lee said to everyone with a smile and opened his arms, then he went to the piano and picked up the guitar beside the piano. Carrying a guitar, Lee walked to the door in everyone's eyes. Since the restaurant was full and there were many tourists standing outside, Lee simply sat down on the ground with his back against the door frame and let the sun shine. Spread it over and let the sea breeze blow on your cheeks. At this moment, Lee's smile really fascinated everyone. Even Jin Menjia and Zhou Dongyu saw the scene of Lee across the food outlet, their heartbeats accelerated, and their cheeks were flushed. Lee is inexplicably handsome at this moment. The right hand strokes the strings, the left hand presses on the chords, and along with Lee gently plucking the strings, a melodious tune comes from the guitar. With this light tune. Not long after the tune started, Lee looked at the sea outside comfortably, followed by a lazy song in his mouth. If you miss the train I'm on __. You will know that I am gone __. You can hear the whistle blow a 100 miles __. A point 100 miles, a point 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. From the moment Lee opened his mouth to sing, all the tourists around eating exclaimed in exclamation. Lee's voice is simply amazing. As soon as he opens his mouth, he smells of a lazy sea breeze. The wind contains stories of vicissitudes, which makes people unable to stop and listen. The song Lee sang was an English song, and he instantly resonated with the foreign tourists around him. In addition, the content of his singing was to leave his hometown, which made the tourists around him addicted, because this emotion was similar to their current state. Lord Iman, Lord I'm point 2, God, 100 miles, 200 miles. Lord I'm point 3, Lord I'm point 4, God, 300 miles, 400 miles. Lord I'm point 5 .100 miles away from door __. Lee's song sounds full of loneliness and hesitation, but he is singing with a smile on his mouth and a lazy expression, as if he is talking about a trivial matter, but when the song reaches the ears of tourists, it can remind them of thousands of things. Story. Don't people who go out to travel and feel like staying in hotels with stories and soaking in bars with flavor? A place with wine, meat, and stories is simply irresistible to those who like to travel. At this moment, all the tourists laughed when they heard Lee's song, with understanding in their smiles, and understood the mood in Lee's singing. At this time, the male tourists looked at Lee a little closer, and the female tourists looked at Lee with more feelings of wanting to be close to him. Lord I'm point 5 .100 miles from midor __. Not a shirt on my back __. Not a penny to name, I'm worthless. Lord I can't go a home this a way. The singing told his story and his mood. All the tourists were immersed in their thoughts and thoughts. Even Lao Hu, who was filming Lee, faintly remembered when he heard Lee singing, when he left his hometown and came to the big city alone. The feeling of loneliness, hesitation, and confusion, sadness and sorrow burst out with the singing in an instant. Lee's songs are really like a pot of spirits. At the end of the song, Lee smiled and stroked the strings to make it quiet. Until Lee stood up and put the guitar back in its original position, the surrounding tourists woke up from intoxication. Pap. 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 First, a pair of blonde babes took the lead in applauding, followed by the tourists outside the door and the tourists in the restaurant, who all clapped wildly to Lei. Companion applause Jo Dongyu, Jin Menjia, and the cameraman just woke up from a dream. The emotion in Lei's singing is too strong. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Wow! Your singing voice is beyond description. Did you create it? I have never heard this song. Among the two sisters who were the first to applaud, the tall and thin blonde exclaimed at this moment. In front of Lei. Two blonde girls, one tall and the other short, with a bit of flesh. Hearing what the tall blonde woman said in English, Lei smiled and said to her, "The name of this song is 500 miles, 500 miles, thank you for your liking. Good, so now, we're happy with the pay, you can try talking to us about work. We don't care if we do the dishes, or let us sweep the floor, or let us take the toilet plug and go to the toilet, as long as you sing a song for us afterwards." The jerk manager. The tall and slender woman smiled and spoke very funny. She not only made Lei laugh, but also the surrounding tourists. The fleshy 3.5 woman beside her didn't speak much, but she was obviously eager to try when she smiled. At the same time, some foreign tourists who were waiting outside the door surrounded them with a smile, expressing that they were very interested in work at this time. Finally, Lei smiled and snapped his fingers okay, and immediately arranged jobs for them one by one. In the restaurant, there were chefs, waiters, dishwashers, barmen, and piano players all at once. And Lei, Jo Dongyu, and Jin Menjia were finally able to sit down and eat delicious yellow stewed chicken rice while enjoying the customers' service to them. Seeing the situation in front of me, let alone the cameraman, even Wang Tian was convinced, and let the customers serve the restaurant staff. It was the first time she saw her growing up. To be continued. Chapter 73. Eat meat with salted fish. Please subscribe 2/4. Oh, beauties, the food you cook is absolutely incomparable. My tongue is so delicious that my head is about to fall off. Oh man, your bowls are cleaner than the sky in Hawaii, I think I should put them away after the fact. After Lei entered the kitchen and served himself another serving of yellow stewed chicken rice, he praised without hesitation while eating. Hearing Lei's praise, the foreign beauties and handsome guys who were helping to cook in the kitchen were all fluttering, and immediately they worked harder. In fact, the work in the kitchen is really not tiring, not to mention washing the dishes, and cooking. The yellow braised chicken has already been prepared, just add some green vegetable seasoning in it, so Lei just explain them briefly, and these people will immediately get started. Outside the kitchen, there were also 3 foreigners who acted as waiters, and it was actually interesting to watch them clumsily clear the plates and order food for the guests. As for the pair of blonde sisters, tall beauties are currently pouring drinks, cola, and lemonade at the bar. And the fleshy beauty was at the piano, playing the beautiful piano and singing beautiful songs. Although the fleshy beauty does not sing well, she can sing her own characteristics. Her voice is very clear. Listening to her singing, it is like listening to Izumi's flowing water. When Lei came out with the meal, he heard the fleshy beauty singing, and immediately he smiled and leaned against the bar to say to the tall and slender beauty, "Antelope, rabbit, has she studied music? It sings very nicely." Antelope is Lei's name for tall beauties, and rabbit is the name for fleshy beauties. When Lei teased and asked everyone to call him the jerk store manager, the 2 beauties also laughed and said their code names. In fact, who cares about names when traveling? Seeing Lei's curiosity, the antelope beauty immediately explained to Lei with a smile, "Actually, we are wandering singers, and every time we go to other cities and countries, we stay in a local bar for a while to earn money. Enough money for the next trip." The antelope beauty is smiling and making lemonade for others, while rocking gently to the music, looking very free and easy. "Oh, cool," Lee praised after hearing the beauty's introduction. That is to say, because the two beauties are wandering singers, they understand Lei's songs better. "Now that we listened to your song, we immediately thought, maybe we should go home." The antelope beauty poured a glass of water for Lee, and then said while lying on the bar, "It's okay to go home, everyone needs a place to put their hearts on them." Lee laughed while eating. "But we'll come out when we get home, we love the feeling of hearing stories around, and we're glad to have met you on our trip." "I'm glad you said that," Lee said with a smile after taking a sip of water. "Do you have any suggestions for us to come out next time? Is there any place worth visiting?" Looking at the beautiful Lei antelope, she asked with a smile. "You can come to our huaxia. It will definitely make your trip worthwhile." "Okay. Nice idea. When will you leave here?" Lee asked curiously, looking at the beauty. "Leaving in about a week, we promised a nearby bar. When the time comes, you can come to me, and I can practice it for you," Lei invited with a smile when he heard the beauty was leaving. "Oh, we will definitely come." To be honest, the antelope beauty was very happy to be invited by Lei, and then she was not happy for a long time. Lei's next sentence suddenly made her speechless, and Lei said, "However, we still have to pay for the meal in our restaurant. After all, we are running a small business here." When Lahu heard Lei's cheap words, he was about to laugh out loud, while the beautiful antelope looked at Lei with a smile and exclaimed, "You really are a jerk store manager." Lee smiled. Now that he had almost eaten, he walked to the kitchen with an empty plate, and at the same time the beautiful antelope asked Lee, "Can I sing your song when I sing at the bar in the future?" "Of course." Lei readily agreed to this matter. "When someone asked me who composed this song, I said it was a jerk store manager," Antelope Beauty joked. "That's a good idea." Lee agreed with a smile, and then got into the kitchen. The Antelope Beauty looked at Lei's back but smiled, and when she saw the old who had not left, she immediately said, "I wouldn't say the store manager asshole. I'll just say the song is a song called Lei. Written by the Huaxia boy, he made me realize that Huaxia is a place worth visiting." Hearing the words of the Antelope Beauty, Lahu smiled silently, and then he took the camera to chase Lei, but he recorded the scene just now without saying a word. The Antelope Beauty said so, and she did so afterward. After that, she and Rabbit traveled around many countries, and passed on Lei's songs to all wandering singers, so that all wandering singers knew the name of Lei. Menjia and Dongyu are now having lunch in a corner of the restaurant. Now they are happily chatting with foreigners around them while eating. Foreigners are praising Lei while eating, because Lei has made their relationship more intimate. While eating, they are still enjoying the service of foreign guests. To be honest, they have never experienced this feeling when they grew up. Usually, they just go to the restaurant to eat, and they don't feel that proud. Both of them are currently Lei's little fans, and they feel that if Lei is there, they can do anything. While usually when we go to a restaurant to eat, we don't feel this way at all. Usually, the waiters come to serve you meals and take it for granted, but now 987 doesn't even know how to describe it. "Jo Dongyu," he exclaimed while eating. And Jin Menjia kept smiling and nodded and said, "It feels like the God we usually serve, but today he is serving us in reverse, my God. It's like a dream." Hearing Menjia and Dongyu's words, the cameramen agreed with each other. To be honest, the scene in front of them really made them feel as if they were living in a dream. Because the scene is so amazing, the guests you usually serve will serve you in turn, and their faces are still full of joyful smiles. This kind of slapdog mood is really exciting. But there is one thing they have deeply realized, that is, they want Lei to take his knees. When the camera masters admired Lee very much, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Akatsuki finally arrived. Then after entering the restaurant, the three of them imagined that Lei and the others were very busy. This made the three of them stay there, expressing that they didn't know what happened to their restaurant. Did we go to the wrong restaurant? Or did we enter the restaurant with the wrong posture? Zhao Wei felt a little silly now. To be continued. Chapter 74. I am the one who wants to be salted fish. Please subscribe 3/4. Wow. What's going on? Huang Xiaoming said in a daze, looking at the whole situation in the restaurant. And Lei, who happened to be walking out of the kitchen at this time, saw the three foolishly there, and immediately asked them with a smile, "You guys are here. Have you had lunch?" Hearing Lei's words, the three of them shook their heads, and after seeing that the three of them didn't eat, Lei immediately asked the people who were cooking, "The trouble is 3 servings of braised chicken and rice." Okay, who was cooking replied with a smile. After that, they went to cook according to Lei's instructions. At the same time, the antelope smiled and began to rush for the lemonade, and Lei pointed to the bar and said to the three of Zhao Wei, "Now there is still space at the bar, you can sit at the bar and eat your lunch." When the three of them were sitting on the bar, Zhou Dongyu and Jin Menjia had already had enough to eat. After the two entered the kitchen to help clean up the tableware, they came to Zhao Wei and the three excitedly and talked about what happened just now. When the two talked about Lei, they were very excited. It was as if they were talking about the person they liked in front of their mother. The two praised Lei like a flower, as if the gods descended to the earth. When they heard the praise of the two of them, Lei coughed again and again, indicating that he was not so brave. The antelope beauty at the bar was curious about who Zhao Wei and others were. Lei smiled and introduced that Zhao Wei was the real store manager, and he was just the acting store manager. Knowing Zhao Wei's identity, Antelope greeted them generously, and at the same time Rabbit sang a song for Zhao Wei and others. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki also expressed their gratitude to those foreigners who helped, and the foreigners said that they were also very happy to experience these things, and besides, they were very happy chatting with Lei. Seeing the situation in front of them, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki knew that Dongyu and Menjia's praise for Lei was no exaggeration at all. Now in the eyes of Zhao Wei and others, Lei is like a god descended from the earth. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki are full of praise when they eat the braised chicken rice made by foreigners. Wow! This chicken stew is so delicious, so tender and smooth, I almost swallowed my tongue. Zhao Wei looked at Lei with a little admiration while eating. Oh! I bit my tongue. Huang Xiaoming, who was eating excitedly, suddenly covered his mouth and said in pain. The meat was so fragrant that he was eating too hard. Master is indeed a master. Today's situation is the same as yesterday, but the ending is completely different. Zhang Akatsuki sighed while eating chicken rice. Thinking that the three of them were tired like dogs yesterday, the repeat customers were not satisfied with the food. Today, it's different when Lei is there. Uncles. When people are tired, the guests help to wash the dishes, the guests help to serve the dishes, and the guests play music for you, just like living in a dream. It's really a goddamn thing to compare people, and you should throw things away. Due to the lively atmosphere of Lei in the store, many customers in South Blue North dare to lie down and eat together. Everyone opened their hearts to tell each other interesting things, and the atmosphere in the store was fun and happy for a while, making people feel that they would not be tired from doing anything. Natsa hasn't left since she finished eating. She has been drinking drinks at the door and watching the situation in the store. Now she simply can't admire Lei. If there is not enough manpower anywhere, she will make up for it. Think about the big boss of the restaurant next door, who went to Lei's side to work as a handyman at this time, and no one would believe him when he said it. Guests came and went, the Chinese restaurant was open until 6 p.m., and the laughter of the restaurant never stopped. In the middle, Lei also came on stage and played 500 miles, 500 miles, and the brightest in the night sky star. Listening to Lei's songs, the guests were all satisfied and left. Before leaving, they were still joking that a manager of this restaurant was such a jerk that he even asked the guests to wash the dishes. But this restaurant is definitely what made them the most memorable and happiest. The guests who helped to wash the dishes never stopped, and Zhao Wei and others rewarded them with Lei's songs and free yellow stewed chicken rice. To be honest, in one afternoon, Zhao Wei did nothing but count money, and just laughed and chatted with the guests who helped wash the dishes. Thinking of Zhou Dongyu's wild remarks yesterday that she would just come to count the money tomorrow, but I didn't expect this to come true. The closing time is the same as yesterday. Yesterday's early closing was because of the blow, and today's early opening is because the yellow braised chicken was sold out. After seeing off the last guest, Zhang Akatsuki, Huang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, and others personally cooked a table of meals to entertain the guests who had not left yet. The waiter, the two blonde beauties, Rabbit and Antelope, were also included, and Natasha was also left behind, but they helped all afternoon. When eating lunch, Rabbit and Antelope saw what it was like when Lei let go of eating. He was so angry when he was eating. At the end of the meal, the host and guests enjoyed themselves and sent away those foreigners who were eager to help. Lei and others sincerely thanked them. Goodbye Sister Natasha, goodbye Antelope and Rabbit. Lei smiled and bid them farewell one by one. Now that they've had enough to eat and drink, and everyone is sitting on the doorstep like they did yesterday, the mood at the moment is almost the same as yesterday's 10:10. My God! I haven't experienced such a comfortable day since our restaurant opened. Zhang Akatsuki gulped down half a bottle of beer. Drinking yesterday was considered to be drinking to relieve anxiety, and drinking today is simply refreshing to the core. There are so many salted fish in this store that there are so many cash cows. Zhao Wei put down the beer and sorted out the money at this time. This thick stack of money made people feel happy. Zhao Wei now can't wait to hug Lei and kiss her for two, but in the end, considering the bad influence, it's okay. Miss Wei, let's count the money, let's see how much our turnover is today. Zhou Dongyu looked at Zhao Wei and couldn't wait to say it, and Jin Menjia also looked at the money in Zhao Wei's hand and looked forward to it. Finally, Zhao Wei excitedly said yes, and immediately counted today's turnover one by one. When she counted to 20,000 baht, she excitedly announced, "Good for Li, that our revenge battle was a success. And the remaining money still has a lot of thickness," and Zhao Wei immediately counted the money with joyful eyes. "Today we have overfulfilled the task," Huang Xiaoming exclaimed while watching Zhao Wei keep counting money. Thinking about when Lei was away, the five of them had a daily turnover of 10,000 yuan. With Lei there, the turnover was easily over 20,000 yuan. It is said that following Lei can not only make money, but also don't even need to brush the dishes. It's crazy to lie down and win easily. Lei's mind has not turned around yet. If he turns around, he will probably shout, "Hey! In the end, I am a salted fish. Or are you salted fish? How can I lead you to lie down and win in the end? It should be me who is lying there and shouting 666. I am the one who wants to be a salted fish. Hello." To be continued. Wow, 31,000, our turnover today is 31,000. Chapter 75 is queued. Please subscribe 4/4. Director. Now we can go play tomorrow. Huang Xiaoming looked at the money in Zhao Wei's hand and shouted to Wang Tian with a smile. And Wang Tian nodded with a smile, saying that you can play for a day with the money from the show team tomorrow. Wow, the show team has always been stingy, and there are not many opportunities for the show team to pay for it. As expected of a master. Zhang Akatsuki said with relief when he saw that he was finally able to play tomorrow. Everyone was super comfortable at this moment. Seeing that it was just dark and the restaurant was no longer open, everyone couldn't sleep at the place where they lived. They immediately clapped their hands and decided to go to the nearby lively street for a good walk. At the same time, after Little Apple came home from kindergarten, he came to Lai for the first time to play. Everyone laughed and went to the Thai night market, shopping and eating. After playing for more than 2 hours, it was almost 9 o'clock in Thailand time, and everyone was satisfied to send Little Apple home, and then everyone sat in Aj's car and started to rush to the place where they lived. Tomorrow's play was actually arranged by the program team long ago. After the program team gave Zhao Wei and others over a day, a mysterious airborne guest was coming the day after tomorrow. Wang Tian is very much looking forward to the arrival of the airborne guests the day after tomorrow. I don't know what kind of surprise, G370 NG, and joy, Xia, she can bring to Zhao Wei and others when she/he is lively. On the way back, Zhou Dongyu's phone rang next to Li Yi, and Zhou Dongyu took out the phone. When he saw the caller ID, he immediately said to Isho, "She is willing to call me." Hearing Zhou Dongyu muttering to himself, everyone looked at Zhou Dongyu, followed by Li Yi and Zhao Wei, and saw that Shadow Baby was written on Zhou Dongyu's mobile phone. "Li Ying called you." Huang Xiaoming laughed while looking at the caller ID. "Come on, will it be okay for her to call you so late?" Zhao Wei said to Zhou Dongyu. Hearing Zhao Wei and others' words, Li Yi's expression was indifferent. He was just eating snacks silently, after all. He really didn't know who Li Ying was. Zhou Dongyu nodded with a smile, and then pressed the answer button. "Hello baby Ying, what are you looking for from me?" "Dongyu. Are you sick? Is it better now? Is it serious?" A young girl's anxious voice sounded on the phone. "Sick? I'm in good health. How did you know that?" Zhou Dongyu expressed a confused expression when he heard the concerned voice on the phone. "Beeb." Seeing that Zhou Dongyu was fine, Zhao Liying was stunned for a while, and then she said slowly, "I'll look at the Chinese restaurant now. I saw that you vomited so much in the notice." Chinese restaurant preview. Zhou Dongyu murmured a little when he heard this. And Zhao Wei suddenly remembered the key and immediately reminded Zhou Dongyu, "Dongyu, I forgot that our program broadcasted yesterday's events today." Hearing Zhao Wei's reminder here, Zhou Dongyu woke up like a dream. Although it was only 9 o'clock in Thailand time, it was already 10 o'clock in China time. It was the beginning of the Chinese restaurant, and the time difference between the two countries was 1 hour. Thinking that the show should be broadcasting yesterday's events, Ma Zhoudong said to the phone in a dark voice. "Ah baby, I didn't expect you to know about my illness." "That's right, I'm sick now. I'm terminally ill now. I wanted to hide it from you." Zhou Dongyu spoke weakly at this time. Seeing Zhou Dongyu being naughty again, Li Yi, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming and others all voted for her Byakugan. And Zhao Liying over there really foolishly believed Zhou Dongyu's nonsense, and immediately she said to the phone anxiously. "Ah Dongyu, what should I do now? Why don't we come back to the show? I'll pay the liquidated damages, come back soon. I'll take you to get treatment. It will definitely be cured." Because Zhou Dongyu's phone was on hands-free, everyone could hear Zhao Liying's words. Seeing Zhao Liying foolishly believed it, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Jin Menjia, Zhang Akatsuki all laughed, and even Lai and Zhou Dongyu laughed. Happy on the side. Whose stupid girl is this? IQ is in a hurry. Li Yi secretly said in his heart. Because the laughter of Zhao Wei and others was undisguised, Zhao Liying on the phone felt vaguely that something was wrong after hearing the laughter. Anyway, she still has a little IQ, don't say it doesn't seem to be the same, she immediately shouted into the phone. "Uncle Dong. Are you lying to me again? You're not sick at all, right? Uncle Dong is the nickname given to Zhou Dongyu by people in the world. After seeing this, Zhao Liying turned her head around. Zhou Dongyu laughed twice and then briefly explained to her, "It's okay, I got acute gastroenteritis from a bad stomach yesterday, but fortunately I got the care of a super caring adult. The little girl was lucky enough to get her life back." Zhou Dongyu squinted at Lei while talking on the phone, and Lei shook his head with a wry smile. Menjia, who was sitting on the other side of Lei at the same time, looked at Lei with a smile on his face. After the explanation, Zhao Liying was relieved. She simply said hello after knowing that Zhao Wei was also by Dongyu's side and hung up. After hanging up the phone, everyone still had a smile on their faces. Lei looked at Zhou Dongyu beside him and asked, "Your friend?" "Well, she's my good friend and fellow Zhao Liying, and she's also an actress." Zhou Dongyu knew that Lei didn't know much about the entertainment industry, so he added her career introduction. And Lei nodded with a smile, and then commented, "Ting is cute." "Ting cute." Hearing Lei's evaluation of Zhao Liying, Zhao Wei, Dongyu, Meng Xia, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Akatsuki almost laughed out loud. Even Wang Tian, who was always staring at the camera, and the assistants behind him were happy. Thinking about Ying Bao, who is as popular as Reba nowadays, she just said a cute thing in Lei's mouth. I don't know how her millions of fans will feel when they hear Lei's evaluation. Zhao Liying is notoriously cute in the entertainment industry, so it should be described as very cute. When such a big star comes into Lei's mouth, why does it feel like the elders evaluate the younger ones? But think that Lei never knew what a star is, and I have been in contact with him for so long, and I have never seen him praise some stars. After all, Zhao Liying is the first star that Lei has praised. If you think about it carefully, you should be proud to be praised by Lei. Although just one sentence, ting cute. To be continued.